It's the final day of Phase 1, the group stage, here in Paris, and we've already said goodbye to a single team. That means over the span of the next, I'm not wearing a watch, but I got you, didn't I? About 12 hours or so, we're going to say goodbye to 3 more teams, Jesse.
Yes, Parker, that is exactly correct. The final day of groups is never a fun one because we have to send teams home, but that's the nature of competition, isn't it? We will have teams fighting tooth and nail, both to secure their spot in the playoffs and for some teams, secure their spot in the upper bracket or even for a first-round bye.
Yeah, this is the schedule for today, strewn across both of the groups. On the right side of your screen is where we are right now. That's the B stream. On the left, the A stream. Weibo Heretics is going to be a terrific game. It will run in sync with our broadcast. M80 over BNK FURIA might seal the fate of that FURIA squad. Yesterday, if you did not watch, Black Dragons in the most stunning upset here at the Six Invitational, toppling G2. And because of that, and because of SR losing to D+ Kia earlier in the week, it means that all 3 of those teams are in jeopardy of not advancing. G2 squares off against FaZe Clan in the final matchup of Group A, and if G2 lose that, they go home. On the right side of the screen, we're starting off with DAYSTAR versus FALCONS before jumping over to FURIA and WILDCARD. That will be a fascinating one. No matter what happens in this DAYSTAR FALCONS match, Jesse, they're going to finish 3rd or 4th. FURIA and WILDCARD will sit atop this group. SPACESTATION had a big win over OXG yesterday. They will go up against FLUXO W7M, who had a very intriguing game if you watched it.
I did.
Team Secret just narrowly edging them out, but FLUXO W7M giving them a good showing. And then at the bottom, it will be a fight for which team goes home. Enterprise or OXG will be knocked out of the group. Will it be the Aussies? Will it be the North Americans?
Yeah, really exciting day here. We've kind of saved the best for last across both streams, right? We're waiting to see which of those teams will get eliminated, but that doesn't mean the games at the start aren't important. Specifically with DAYSTAR and FALCONS, the spot in the upper bracket is on the line. As you can see right now, FALCONS do hold an upper bracket spot, but they're only ahead of DAYSTAR by a single point. With any victory here today, DAYSTAR can snipe that 3rd place position, and if you are in 4th place by the end of the group stage, as FALCONS would be, you have to start with only 1 life in the playoffs.
I mean, look at the round differential. If it wasn't for Elevate getting blown out, their final match played yesterday, the only team so far that we said eliminated from the Six Invitational, there would be more uncertainty in this group.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Elevate did not have the best run of it, and because of that, it's been a massive leg up to the other 4 teams.
Yeah, no doubt about it. These 4 teams kind of got off easy with Elevate not performing, but Elevate have shown some strong stuff. I think their game against WildCard yesterday, without the pressure, Elevate did look pretty good, so just unfortunate they couldn't perform while it kind of mattered. Hopefully we'll get to see Elevate back at an international event one day, but for now, their time in Paris is over.
Yeah, I mean, there might be an opportunity for us to see them at the Major at some point. It was announced in the global circuit that the May Major is back.
Yes.
So we're only a couple months away from another S-tier event. Last year was Reload that took that place. This time around, an actual bona fide major. This is the other group that we're going to be looking at later on in the day. You and I will be riding alongside SPACESTATION and FLUXO W7M, and then OXG Enterprise at the very end. And as you can see, basically, whoever wins that matchup, they move on, the rest go home. A very top-heavy group.
Yeah, and Team Secret already qualifying to 1st place, which means they get that 1st round bye. They were the first team to lock in a bye through the 1st round, so they will only have to play a single best of 3. That's not true. They'll have to win a single best of 3 in order to lock in a spot at the main stage. They'll have to play 2 matches before they get there, win or lose on their 2nd game. So very excited for Team Secret and their fans here in Europe. I know they want to play in front of their home crowd.
No, absolutely. And Secret of the day off today. They're the only player or the only team in this group that will not be playing today. So, Jesse, it's going to be a very exciting day of Rainbow Six Siege before we turn our sights to phase number 2. I like your outfit, by the way. I just wanted to take a second to compliment you.
Thank you. I think you look horrible.
Really hurts my feelings.
DAYSTAR versus FALCONS is, of course, the match that we are starting with today, Parker. And of course, there are a lot of things on the line, not just for us, but on the B stream or on the A stream as well. We talked about how important it is for G2 to make some plays. They're playing FaZe Clan over on the A streams. They played Black Dragons yesterday. This was exactly what we were dealing with previously to end out the stream on the previous day, and didn't go so well for the Europeans of G2.
I don't know if anybody watched that match because it was quite late in the evening. It ended, I think, around midnight, give or take.
Yeah.
Local time, of course. So for those of you in other time zones, I don't know what time it ended at for you. But 14 consecutive opening kills for G2, and it didn't matter at all. Black Dragons came back in that game and then won in overtime, and then it was a less dominant showing for G2 in map number 2. But guess what? Black Dragons came back and won it in OT yet again. It was an incredible map. An incredible series, and G2 were a little bit stunned after that.
And it goes to show that even when David takes on Goliath, crazy things can happen. If G2 got upset, who's to say Falcons couldn't face that defeat as well? DAYSTAR come in as the heavy underdogs up against the French squad of Falcons, but if they can just win a single best of 3 against the presumptive favorites for many people here in Paris, then they could force the guys in green to start lower brackets and not have those 2 lives heading to playoffs.
And the Falcons were the favorites for so many people. They had done a very good job throughout the entire calendar year. They finished second at the Munich Major. They have looked quite formidable, and most importantly, the majority of the roster is French.
Yes.
And they are competing on home soil. The conversation has always revolved around, well, if we know SI is coming to Paris, Falcons are finally going to want to lift that hammer. They've been one of consistently the best teams over the last couple years, but the hammer has always just been out of reach.
Yeah.
Are they able to finally do it this time? Well, they haven't exactly had the best run so far. And I mean, I don't really know what's been going on with this squad, Jesse. There's no real reason why they should be playing as, I don't want to say poorly, because they haven't been playing poorly.
No.
But they certainly haven't been as dominant. They haven't been the world killers, as we have seen before.
They've had some issues, Parker. There's no doubt about that, but I almost feel like that's a good thing for Falcons. What we see at the Six Invitational across many of the past tournaments we've had is that you do have to struggle in order to reach your final form. You know, you've got to be able to step up and look at your game, view your mistakes, learn from those losses, and then find a way to improve from them. Many, in fact, the majority of our SI champions have come from the lower bracket, so it's not a death sentence if Falcons are still learning, but they've got to figure out their issues quickly. We saw some stats quickly there. I know Liquifak has not had the tournament that he's been desired. Grew up here in Paris, of course, from the local area, so he wants to be performing at this high level. Captain of this team has been under a lot of pressure over the last couple of years to deliver them a hammer, and they haven't done it yet.
Now, Solitov's been a standout, and Shaiko's numbers are quite good too, but the rest of the team have not really been excelling in terms of the killing department. On the other side of this bout, it'll be DAYSTAR joining us from the Southeast Asian region of APAC. And, well, their numbers are not much better. In fact, statistically worse across the board than Falcons, but they've also played fewer maps, so those numbers aren't going to be given an opportunity to get quite so high. The only positive, there's only one player on the team positive at this point in time.
Yeah, and honestly, they came in as the underdogs. This team came in through the APAC Last Chance qualifier, Parker. They've got a couple of the former Direwolves player from a couple of years back, and really, I've been impressed by them. I didn't have many expectations for this little team coming into the Six Invitational, but I think Pecan has been absolutely ridiculous. He looks so good in some of these matches. Maybe a bit inconsistent. Jogor, another player who I think has had some real pop-off moments, not always hitting those strides, but this team is very dangerous. They shoot crazy well. They're very mechanically gifted. If Falcons aren't careful, this team will run over them.
Yeah, I mean, you can't let up. And I mean, there are some teams who've gone up against some of the weaker teams in other regions. I mean, APAC has been the big culprit for that one. Lots of teams will come up against APAC squads and kind of pug it out. And they do so at their own peril. Jesse, we need to know where we are going to play. These teams already doing the map ban system earlier in the morning. And Cafe Dostoevsky will be starting us off in the Nighthaven Labs with Bank as the potential decider. What do you think of these three choices?
Cafe is an interesting pick coming out from DAYSTAR. They chose to start on Cafe, and they've picked this map a lot at Six Invitational. They really like coming to Cafe. They've played it twice already, and they've won an entire 3 rounds across those 2 times that they've played it, which obviously is not a great lineup. That 7-2 loss to WILDCARD and then a 7-1 loss to FURIA so far. It is not a map that Falcons enjoy playing. Don't forget about that. Falcons really haven't played much Cafe over the last 6 months or so. Really, since Stage 1 was the last time they played it consistently. So who's telling how this game will go?
I mean, we're about to find out, aren't we? We're going to go to Cafe Dostoevsky. Do Falcons redeem themselves? Do DAYSTAR humble one of the best statistical teams over the last calendar year and beyond? Our first map is ready. Let's kick off Stream B with Cafe.
DAYSTAR have already lost Cafe twice at the Six Invitational, but maybe third time will be the charm. If it's not, it's 3 strikes and you're headed to the lower bracket. That's what's at stake for the young APAC team, going against one of the heavy favorites for the Six Invitational, playing in their hometowns. Falcons coming into this matchup with a lot of expectations. They get right into the operator ban phase, taking out the Grim from DAYSTAR, making sure they can't take out some of those power positions with the displacement operator of Grim. Valkyrie off the board immediately from DAYSTAR. Not the most common ban these days, but so powerful on a map like Cafe. Blitz makes a lot of sense, I think, from Falcons. And then the Solus getting removed from DAYSTAR. That is some respect being shown to Liquifac, who has consistently over the last couple of years proven himself as arguably, I'm just going to say it, the best Solus in the world.
Oh my. Quite the praise. When Solus got buffed, a lot of people were very excited for Liquifac to be reunited with that operator. And I mean, Cafe is also a terrific map for Solus. The way that this map works is it's very, very vertical, right? You can put a Solus down on that first floor irrespective of the bomb site. If you're defending that top floor, Solus can roam underneath you as well. The usual wisdom is that you're going to play the top floor on down, but Cafe being as vertical as it is, you're often going to find teams will play below the site quite frequently. We can't really go below the bottom floor. There's no basement to Cafe, at least not one that we know is available, so they're going to extend upwards on the side of Falcons. You saw that Solotov had taken the Mira up there, and if both Black Mirrors go in that position, they might be incredibly helpful. No, he's bringing them back downstairs, so he ran up top, and he will change his mind.
Probably just reinforcing something. A lot of, I would say the majority of teams in today's meta, Parker, commit to a 5-man bottom floor hold. Roaming is done from time to time, of course, but it used to be a lot more popular than it currently is. These days, if you do see a roamer, often it's one rat guy playing top floor, going for a spawn peek, trying to be a little bit cheeky. None of that today. Falcons showing respect to the young APAC team of DAYSTAR, knowing that this team can be deadly if they can get a hot start. The APAC lineup also consists of both the Buck and the Ram, so it makes it pretty obvious what style of rounds they want to go for. They're going to claim these top couple of floors. And even though we can see that they're free, there's nobody actually playing on these floors from Team Falcons, DAYSTAR aren't going to know that. They're still going to have to waste their own time, drone things out, be as efficient as possible, and then once they deem these floors to be clear, start working on the floorboards, rip open these angles, make some pressure be applied to Falcons, and hopefully work a pick from the bird.
Apologies for Jesse slipping the tongue.
I'm usually not up this early, partner.
He's usually not up this early. These are not gamer hours.
No.
And he hasn't had a croissant coffee, so.
Yeah, that's true.
I did have a croissant this morning.
I did have a coffee, but no croissant.
Look at that. Together, we are one man. Croissant.
Croissant.
We got corrected by our French producer in our ear for overpronouncing croissant. I think that means we get deported from France. If you don't like a croissant, they just send you home.
I showed up to the show today. I said, "Je m'appelle Jesse, je no français."
It was worth an attempt. You are from Alberta.
Yeah, I do my best.
Nitro Sun goes out. Azuki taking a little bit of damage. Not much beyond that now as we have flown through this round. 2 minutes already gone in round number 1. As it's a red stairs hold from Shaiko. And look at how close he is going to come to these players. But he knows something we don't. Goodbye, Souffle. Now it's Seal taking some damage from above.
Shaiko had his croissant this morning. That was a beauty shot. 45 seconds to try to make something happen for DAYSTAR. They've got to take this defuse kit likely through Freezer, but unable to find that pick, unable to get that trade back. This push has got to come sooner rather than later.
I find a little interesting about this. They actually had a very correct yellow ping on Shaiko's location, and yet the Buck of Seal did not shoot at the yellow ping. He shot around it. So I don't know if maybe he was anticipating that Shaiko had moved or if it was an imprecise ping that was called by his teammates, but could have easily taken Shaiko out of that position. DAYSTAR stalling out a little bit on this map. Nitro Cell in hand for Brede, ready to defang this execute, and there it goes. Goodbye to Seal. Goodbye to Azuki. Can any of these remaining players get a single pick? Pecan with defuse kit in the midst of the site. Very limited time. Uses some Brede combined. I believe that was a team kill. Or sorry, a team ace.
It may have been. Did Brede not get 2 in the midst of that with the Nitro and then with the shotgun right at the ends?
He did. He did. It might have been Solotov getting the kill on the down from Brede. This is something that the game doesn't register. So if you get the down and then somebody secures it, technically it's the person who got the down that's credited with the kill, but a lot of times it'll show up as the person who got the final kill.
Wow. Either way, not the best start for DAYSTAR. Obviously, that push, they got the early part down pretty nicely. I mean, it was no issue clearing through the top couple of floors with no roamers up there, but no real pressure on the VIP player of Brede that whole round. We saw Azuki pressuring towards him early. We watched Azuki shoot the default cam, shoot out the gas pipe as well. So he cleared some of that utility there, but just trying to use the smoke to block that Nitro Cell, of course, that's going to get read by Brede with nobody able to pressure the hard support player of Falcons in the midst of that push. He was easily able to stop that freeze drop before it got going. Even if he hadn't, numbers were favoring Falcons thanks to this flank up by Shaiko. I think really nice recognition to realize that the util game was maybe getting a little out of hand. Shaiko allowed that Electroclaw to get shot down inside a coat check, which was going to open up a really nice angle from him playing in coat. So why not make a move, get out of that position, and try to make something happen? He is hungry for more, but looks like he just missed out on the spawn peak.
Yeah, I mean, you've already caught DAYSTAR in that very first round, looking a little bit slow, maybe too slow for comfort. They pulled off that execute with, what, 11 seconds, 12 seconds, something along those lines. It was very, very tricky. I mean, you did lose Souffle early-ish. Lost him about 50 seconds prior, but I don't know how much that actually impacts the overall ebb and flow of this round. So now, with the roam spread out across Cafe, Falcons holding strong map control, DAYSTAR needs to use those drones to great effect. They've still got plenty of time to do that and lots in pocket. Solotov also roaming. He's been quite formidable. Have to be concerned with this double Shaiko Solotov roam, and they've spotted Leaky Fac as well. These are great drones from DAYSTAR.
Yeah, the information should be strong, but does Pecan know that there's 2 players in that mid floor? Obviously, saw Leaky Fac on the drone. Solotov is going to be a bit of a mix-up, though. I'm not sure if they would expect 2 players to be down here. Azuki will be the first to fall for DAYSTAR as he eats a Nitro Cell from Solotov up towards the top floor. It's very important that Pecan can get one of these opening picks. He's been the best player on DAYSTAR all event, and he gets one, but not both, on the mid-floor roam clear.
They'll trade out, so down goes Solotov, but Leaky Fac gets one of his own. I'd say that's a major win here for Falcons. Taking out the Buck, taking out the Lion. Those are huge pieces of utility. Now you're left with an Ash and a Striker, so you've got secondary utility, but this is a frag-heavy lineup on the side of DAYSTAR, and that's something that they have struggled with. And against Falcons, a lot of teams do struggle with that.
Yeah, I mean, you lose the Turk, but you're very much going to take that trade if you're Falcons. Just a Mozzie, not a lot of util off the board. They've conceded Cigar at this point, so they're happy to let DAYSTAR walk on in, but with the mirror windows, castle barricades, all of this utility, getting into sight is really going to be a tough task. They got the breach into piano, which is nice, but they haven't cleared it still. No one on the windows, so users can just remain in this spot, finds one kill hunting for another. Happy to bide his time.
Final boss of France, Shaiko, holding court. Leaky Fac now edging his way over towards Seal, and he will get credit with the kill. Shaiko gets yet another. And it's a terrific start for the Frenchman and his 4 teammates. Shaiko, the highest rated player in this lobby, and the highest rated player, of course, on his team. Solotov and Pecan are very close behind, but, I mean, when you're Shaiko, you do Shaiko things, it's tough. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, we don't have great mics, unfortunately, for the B stream, and also I don't believe I speak Mandarin, so...
Believe he said, guys, what are we doing to start, though?
Yes, I got that part.
There is English proficiency on the side of DAYSTAR, but naturally they'll speak in their native language, because why would you hinder yourself by speaking a language you are potentially fluent in but not as strong in?
That's Harambe, coach of DAYSTAR, former player with some of these guys, so back on the...
Also former Gorilla.
Yes. Yes, former Gorilla as well.
Reincarnated as a Rainbow Six coach.
What I hope Harambe is telling to the DAYSTAR guys is to try to do something about some of these opening picks, Parker. It feels like before DAYSTAR can really get going with their game plan, they're consistently losing those bodies early, whether it was the Nitro Cell into Azuki the previous round or that flank up red stairs from Shaiko back in round number 1. DAYSTAR are always getting into this execute with a sizable disadvantage. And some teams can adapt from that. We've seen some teams at this event who have been very good at pulling back some of those disadvantages and making plays happen anyways. Black Dragons did a great job of that yesterday against G2, winning a map without while losing 14 opening duels. But DAYSTAR, I don't know if they're as proficient in that adaptability. So pulling things back is going to be a real challenge for them. I want to see them start off a little bit stronger, find some way to shut down the aggression from Falcons.
Yeah, their entries were not particularly strong, and they were battling the clock as much as they were battling those Falcons players.
Yeah.
Here's a little interesting observation, Jesse. We have not casted DAYSTAR yet. The way that our broadcast works is there's a Shaiko spawn peak coming in.
Again.
Oh, God, Peacon's on the other side of it. Okay, there we go. We don't get to see the operator cards when you are watching the broadcast because it is usually taken over by player cams and shots from the bench.
Sure.
The only times you tend to see those player cards are when... Goodbye, Seal.
Tough.
That's a tough one. That's Diffuser taken out as well. Azuki gunned down by Shaiko. Shaiko went for the run out, so there is a collapse by Souffle, but Uses is there for the assist on White Stairs.
Parker, I'm sure you were about to make a great point.
I'm sorry, I didn't expect half of the server to die in the first 40 seconds.
Yeah.
But it happened.
Another one is Saltov down from the window of Jogor. That S-Charge should be able to clear the Kiba. They finish him off. There's Pecan getting the final frag.
You say this is not about his name. I saw a Reddit thread about aligning in regards to the pronunciation of players' names. But whether you say Pecan or Pecan is a very contested thing in North America. Especially when you get into America in particular. Especially with like aunt versus aunt.
Yeah.
Do you say pecan or pecan?
I would say Pecan.
All right.
Personally. But I don't judge those who are different from me.
That's just not true.
What?
What do you think of Calgary?
I think I feel bad for them. The Flames are pretty tough. And their pop stars are having a rough time right now.
So the point that I was going to make is that we don't usually get to see those player cards. So, and because we haven't casted DAYSTAR, we don't know what their player cards they're running. But in this match, you, the audience, don't get to see this. But we can tell you, every single member of DAYSTAR is running the M80 player card.
Wow.
Why M80? Best team to beat Falcons at Munich. So,
True.
A little bit of cheekiness. Pecan last alive against two players from Falcons who have yet to die. Bride and Usis surviving all the way through these 2 rounds. It's a bit of a frightening smoke by Pecan. He takes a bit of damage, and the crossfire comes out. Uses credit with the final kill. Timeout not really doing all that much, but admittedly, more kills this round for DAYSTAR. So slight improvement, but Falcons still in full control, off to a 3-0 start. You were referencing Tate McRae, weren't you?
I mean, Parker, they did get more kills that round than what we've seen from DAYSTAR previously. But remember what I said right before that round when we were talking about the tag timeout.
I forget everything you say immediately.
I wanted them to try to stop the Falcons' aggression, to stop the early kills so that they could get a real solid 5-man push together. And that is the exact opposite of what ended up happening, of course, because Falcons ended up getting even more aggressive spawn peaks, runouts, wild swings into players on windows. And sure, they trade out to the 2v2, but they never once actually had a man count advantage. And even when it was even numbers, I felt Falcons had better positioning because they were the ones who had gotten those kills. They were the ones that were consistently trading them back. So it still felt like a round where Falcons were in control, and it still feels like the early game is something that DAYSTAR have not been able to get a handle on at all.
We did actually just get to see the the operator cards there. So huge assist from our producer. Thank you very much, Bruno. Greatly appreciated. And then obviously the audience gets to see that as well. This was the run out and then the trade back so effectively. Falcons have been keeping in lockstep through these 3 rounds, Jesse.
Yeah.
They've been mobbing this Daystar team every opportunity they get. And I mean, if you come into this matchup thinking, okay, Daystar is a cut below us, even though we are equivalents in the standing, we are equals. We know we're the better team. We've just had a worse run of it so far. Maybe you've had some bad puck luck. You don't really know, right? You could still use this to work on your fundamentals.
Yeah.
This is the 3rd round in a row of the Shaiko spawn peak from the exact same window.
He's the exact
Not
same.
once has anybody taken the bait.
The first round, somebody did exit that way, and a few shots were exchanged. None of them hit on either side, but you know what? I appreciate the dedication to his craft. The Shaiko will continue to try that, I guess, until he gets punished. This is kind of what I was talking about when I talk about the kitchen meta on Cafe, Parker. We do have a roam, but it's just a solo roam from Lickifak on the Scopos. Everybody else is still happy to play back down on that bottom floor. Shaiko able to assist from these red stairs, but Lickifak doesn't seem to need the assist. Opening pick onto Seal, then can teleport right back down to the bottom floor. You lose the buck. That's a big loss on a bomb site like Kitchen Cafe. You still have Souffle, so the soft breach is still going to be strong, but either way, it's another early pick for Falcons that goes untraded.
All 4 opening picks for the Falcons at this point, and Leakyfact breaks their streak of it being an S-named player getting it. Solotov got it in the previous 2 rounds. Shaiko got it in round number 1, so Leakyfact just having to ruin the party. Saw that Black Dragons G2 game yesterday where G2 got 14 consecutive first bloods. Of course, the record as far as we're aware is 15 first bloods. G2 fell short as it was a flawless end to that first map, so obviously they can't get a kill if they get flawlessly beaten. Be interesting to see how long this streak for Falcons goes on for. Jesse, just a little bit over a minute to go, and your pretty typical work on that middle floor, as it won't be a perilous drop into the site. The Blackbeard of Jogor getting much closer, faster than we saw.
And I really want to see heavy pressure on Bride. They're applying it now. He's not on the mute this time around. He's on the Echo, but it's still his job to stop this freezer drop. He was devastating to the push last time. They're going to push him with shields now.
And immediately he gets off, and he's doing all this work himself. Never mind. A great bait mate, as it's Souffle and Azuki. Daystar reduced to just 2 players. Nobody in a body bag yet on the side of Falcons, so Solotov has taken quite the beating. Souffle positioned on these brown stairs. Azuki not far off on the window. The remainder of Solotov is caught and disposed of. 30 seconds remain, so you got to battle the clock yet again. And Falcons are so forward in this defense. They are not letting off at all. Look at this beachhead that's been established. Bride may be a bit too aggressive for his own liking. Shaiko has gone undroned inside of Whiskey. Oh my. Ignore him at your peril. Shaiko still in this spot. Eviscerates Souffle, and Azuki gets punished by Leakyfact. Does not look like Falcons have had to break much of a sweat at all, as they are indomitable. 4-0.
It looks easy, but it looks easy.
I wouldn't do K-Strat, I would do Shaiko as a Mistrats. Shaiko, you can play whatever you want. I can play 2 bar of Pixel, I wouldn't even play... I can play Clash to be honest, I didn't play here.
I can even start in piano double with Mozzie. I can start with Mozzie piano double. Do you guys hear me?
What's the
I can start piano with Mozzie.
No, don't need. I'm playing Clash.
I can confirm he is playing the Clash, excellently called by Lickifak. And listen, yes, Falcons, it might look easy for now, Parker, but it's coming off of some really good strats that they have been playing against Daystar. I love that VIP adaptation. The first time, it's very simple from Bride. He just goes for the mute. It's not that complicated of a hold inside of VIP. But the second time, he is literally expecting them to bring shields to clear him out. So he brings a shield counter, he brings the yokai, and instead of taking that fight himself, he disorients so that Lickifak playing over towards, I mean, his teammates can play over towards Whiskey, can stop that fight before it even gets to him. It's such a big brain move to come out from Falcons. They're very aware of what Daystar want to do. Shaiko will go to his morning post, as he does every start of the round, and try his spawn peek for the 4th time in a row.
You know, here every morning Shaiko wakes up and goes, oh, I'm going to go spawn peek, and then he goes and gets a nice cup of Folgers. So I also think that if you are French and you drink Folgers, they deport you as well. So there are a lot of rules for this country about food. Uses with the run out, almost catches Seal on that repel. Seal looking quite surprised. I would be as well. This aggression from Falcons is not unheard of, Jesse, but is a bit abnormal when they play up against, let's say, more experienced opponents.
Well, I think it's a clear part of the game plan coming into this, right? They don't want DAYSTAR to be allowed to set up for the pushes that they want to go for. Maybe they've identified that as a weakness on DAYSTAR, that they do struggle to adapt when things start to go awry, and that's definitely been what's happening so far in this game. The top floor will be attempted for the second time by DAYSTAR to try to attack it, this time successfully. They did ban the Azami, so Shaiko was playing this previously. He's moved over to the Jaeger, just currently playing on Cigar, so a very forward hold. Liquefac, as calmed in the pregame, playing on this clash, giving a lot of information that Shaiko could try to make some moves with. But it's Saltov who strikes first. Another opening pick. He's up to 3.
Goodness gracious. Seal 0-5. He has been the first to die through the last 3 consecutive rounds. It's not a position you want to be in. Jogor taking quite a bit of damage too now as Izuki fires away at that clash shield. Liquefac seemingly putting down the shield, and it's a full sweep as we still have over a minute to go, and DAYSTAR is just souffle. Outside, on rappel, looking at the clash. A really damning position to be in. Do bear in mind that DAYSTAR called their timeout after the second round, so there's nothing to stop them from slowing this bleeding. No tourniquet can be applied here. Credit to Souffle for still playing this one out. It would not be that uncommon to see a player just sit on the roof, take some time, talk through it, work through it, center yourself for the second half, but he decides to go for it. He dies, and it's a flawless round by Falcons as they win their 5th. But this is quite a tough start for DAYSTAR.
Parker, I'm looking into the numbers right now to see if we can get this confirmed, but there are currently only 7 kills from DAYSTAR across 5 rounds. That's the entire team put together, and to me that feels like one of the lowest team kill counts we have seen at this Six Invitational. It's certainly not a season-long or a global record, but for this SI, I'm not sure if we've seen a beatdown this one-sided. It feels like every single round, Falcons are in control from the very start, from the moment that Shaiko goes for his spawn peak until the moment the last player on DAYSTAR drops. It is Falcons who are in the driver's seat of this game. They've got a multitude of different strategies that they're bringing out on this matchup. Every single time they return to a site, they've got a new idea, they've got a new operator they want to play. This time it's the Clash, which allows even more aggression around Cigar. And listen, I don't know if they play like that. I don't know if they push the Clash up to top red if they're playing against maybe an M80 or a FaZe Clan, but against DAYSTAR they feel confident, and it does pay off.
Last time they went to this bomb site, the only minor adjustment was the Malusi that was being played by Yuzis, swapped out now for the Ella. The other 4 operators were relatively similar. Again, the Azami ban will change things a little bit, so Mozzie, who has played in basically every other round, has to come out because of the Azami ban, so you can't run with the same lineup, and Azami was a major pain for this DAYSTAR team, but I mean, that's strategically. I don't know if there's any operator that hasn't been a pain for DAYSTAR up to this point. As we hit the final round of this first half, Yuzis, the only player to survive through the entire run of this map. It's been an incredible go for him. That obviously is largely because DAYSTAR has not won a single round yet and are only mustering a couple kills on average. This is such a gutsy
Oh my god. Dude.
What do you do?
What do you do?
What do you do?
God, that was a nasty flick from Shaiko.
Jogor gets sent to map number 2.
Bye-bye.
He doesn't get to play for the next at least 2 rounds.
Another terrified of this hatch, Parker. They're praying Shaiko has left. He has indeed, but he's not gone far. Now wants one on the skylight, but nobody's here to challenge him.
So now you can eat buffet. Shaiko's going back for seconds. He's now defending. He was just peeking the main skylight.
Yes.
If somebody did this in one of your games, you would be losing your mind. Not yours. I just mean like in general.
Yeah.
And yet Shaiko does it, and well, I mean, to be fair, most of my teammates are not Shaiko. So
hey, Jogor did lose his mind about it.
He did. Seal almost dies to a nitro cell, tossed out. There he goes. The remainder of him will follow. Izuki in the ground too. Falcons with shovels in hand as Souffle and Pecan are last two left. Down goes Pecan and it's Souffle. These team names making me hungry. About as hungry as Falcons. Shaiko with 10 kills. And the 6th round is not done yet. And guess who's back?
Oh, God.
Oh my God, no, guys, he's feeling it. He's feeling the boys.
He's feeling something.
What do you do?
God
What
damn.
do you do?
He's really inevitable, isn't he, Parker?
What do you do?
Shaiko in full form at the Six Invitational puts up one of the cleanest mechanical rounds that we have seen since the event began. DAYSTAR, I mean, you've got to find some way around this guy. You've got to pre-fire the angle. You've got to get a drone, but it's just the mental's got to be so crushed at this point for the APAC squad on their own map pick. Not a single attacking win here on Cafe. They will swap to the better side, but I'm not sure it's going to matter much. Shaiko will still have a gun in his hand, whether he wants to play his old-fashioned Ash that he used to bring out all the time, whether he wants to rely back on that Grim, which has been his most played attacker so far. He's played a lot of Flores, Deimos. He's got the options. The guns will be available for him, Parker. And DAYSTAR are shaking in their boots. They do ban Shaiko's most played operator here at the Six Invitational. That's a bit of respect.
Yeah. I just... What is there to say?
If he jumps in and aces round 7 on the gridlock, we might need to just skip map 2 entirely.
I'll allow it.
I fear at that point, what's the point, you know?
This is DAYSTAR's map.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention the last 2 times they played at the Six Invitational, they lost 7-2 to WILDCARD and 7-1 to FURIA. I was skeptical of the map pick to begin with from DAYSTAR. It isn't a common map for Falcons. They haven't played it too much. They've only played it twice since Stage 2 began, about midway through last year. But, I mean, they've got the footage on you. DAYSTAR, the results have not been there. They clearly think there's something to this map, but at some point, I feel like you got to hang it up, and this needs to be a bit of a wake-up call for them.
Yeah. 0-3 on the map that you like to play is not exactly a great number.
No, especially
No.
when you've got 3 rounds total across those 3 plays.
Yeah. And that's because they have 0 rounds right now here on Cafe, seemingly getting worse.
Yeah, it has gotten worse every time. Their first loss was 7-2.
Regressed. 7-2, 7-1, now 7-0.
Yeah, that's a worrying trend line. At least they can't go down from here, right?
We speak with a bit of humor in our words, not to insult DAYSTAR, but because we don't want to bring the mood down.
Yeah.
But this really is quite a frustrating situation for DAYSTAR. We get it. They have 7 kills across 6 rounds. I mean, we've had 7-0s here, and we've had some 2-0 stomps. We've actually had a lot of 2-0 stomps for an international event.
Yep.
And then we've had some unbelievably competitive best-of-3s. But this has got to be one of the poorest performances in terms of kills. First opening pick, and Seal will run out. Now Falcons knows what it feels like as Solotov is gunned down. Leaky Fact dies to Pecan. And there's only 3 players remaining from Falcons with a minute off of the clock. Shaiko had the read, but he loses the duel to the Ronian hands of Izuki. And it does not look like a 7-0 will materialize, Jesse. Unless Brede and Uzis can pull off a 2v5, this one will go 1 more round.
Bit of a taste of their own medicine. Not so fun when you're on this side, is it, Falcons? A little run out from DAYSTAR, aggressive swings. I do love to see that from this primarily rookie team. They're coming out, they're playing confident. They know they're down 6-0, but they don't seem to care, Parker. This is exactly the attitude you need if you're going to pull back a 6-0 deficit. I know it feels far off at this point, but it's the only thing that they can really play for now that they're in this position. They forced Falcons down to a 2v5. They're all on the roof. This shouldn't be possible, especially with that clash on the board being played by Pecan. The information isn't bad from Falcons, but just getting in, dropping some of these hatches should be really, really difficult, and getting to the bomb site even tougher.
I mean, Uzis still hasn't died. He's going to put that streak on the line, right? And he's in about as close as you can get at this point in time. Oh my, there goes Brede, Joe Gore, and the Maestro working well together. Uzis with 1 kill. Could you imagine a 1v5 clutch?
No way.
He said, I'm not dying this game. Diffuser is still down, and The Maestro will tag him away. Uses on very limited HP. He needs to be worried about the zaps, and Souffle will get it done. I mean, I guess technically Uses hasn't died to a gun.
True.
Finally, DAYSTAR get on the board. The comeback could be brewing
But we know how
as
they play.
Falcons get beat on every single step of their entry.
I like that statement from LickyFact. We heard it briefly there. We know how they play. Falcons can lock in. 5 lives left to try to make this victory happen up against DAYSTAR. They can reset a little bit, not getting down after a round like that. But again, I love the confidence coming out from DAYSTAR. An early run out from Demazi, then constant swings over towards Cigar. The Evil Eyes gave them information. The Clash gave them information. It's not just dumb, raw aggression, right? They did it with information. So it's strategy behind the aim, and I warned you before this match started, if DAYSTAR are showing up hot, if Falcons do underestimate them, then DAYSTAR can punish. They can be such a deadly team when they're shooting right, when everything goes their way. Falcons have been aggressive on their half, but I don't think it was disrespectful aggression. I actually think it was more respectful aggression because they didn't want to let DAYSTAR play their game. They didn't want to let DAYSTAR get set up. Now on the defense, of course, DAYSTAR will be able to get set up no matter what. They can play their game plan no matter what Falcons try to do, unless they catch them off guard with some kind of a rush or something. But this will be the job for Falcons to close this out on one of the next 5 attacks.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of opportunity to ensure this one doesn't fall away from you here. And I mean, Falcons obviously have shown issues. That's why they're towards the bottom of this group. They have not been the typical, unbeatable team that we've seen through countless events since really when they were on BDS way back many, many moons ago. And DAYSTAR are a tough squad. Every single team that is here at the Six Invitational, even if they are in dead last, can beat you if you stop trying or play like a bunch of silly little geese. But I don't think Falcons are in the geese school. They're Falcons. They're fearsome birds, not silly honk-honk birds.
Hold on, Parker. Geese can be very fearsome. You ever fought a Canada goose?
I don't go out of my way to fight birds.
They go out of their way to fight you. Those things are aggressive.
They do not fight me. Have you been fought by a Canada goose?
Yes.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Either way, Falcons will look to sink their talons into this DAYSTAR team. We're going to work on this middle floor now. Logic bombs going off, silenced by the mute jammers, some of which are inside the site that will give some coverage to this DAYSTAR team. This is a familiar spot for Shaiko. I feel like he spent about half of this series so far on red stairs, either by hatch or down towards the bottom, roaming in this part of the map. LickyFact, the only one taking some serious damage. Azuki, a small scratch on the paint.
Yeah, LickyFact gotten quite deep, though, already at the bottom of red stairs. This is going to be a bakery-focused execute. Seal is trying to go for the reinforcement. Is it too late? Yes, because LickyFact is just behind him. Nobody else is on this bottom floor. They've got too many roamers, Parker.
Uses for the second time in 2 rounds, will now die. His only 2 deaths so far. PKN and Seal are gone. Seal has unfortunately died early now 4 times. He's been the opening pick. Shaiko holding those stairs, waiting for Souffle to come back to earth. He will do so. Azuki on borrowed time. Jogor full HP. That's right now the stakes for DAYSTAR. This is their map. They've managed to muster a single round, but things are not very good. Bride in the site, attempted the plant, falls off. Jogor last alive for DAYSTAR. Who will find him? LickyFact does first, but loses the duel. So Jogor tucked away over towards Whiskey. And honestly, all a DAYSTAR might need a drink after this one. Bride pulls off the defuse, playing them 3 remaining players. The Falcons will hunt for the final kill. Shaiko will get it. And map 1 is done. Falcons soaring to a 7-1 victory. And they've got their map up next. Could be a quick 2-0, Jesse.
14 kills for the French phenom. Shaiko is playing his game today. Looked phenomenal in that match, of course. Ended things off with a bang. Went for the same spawn peak 4 rounds in a row. Never actually found success with it, but the aggression was always there. The passion was always there, and the confidence sky high for Falcons after stealing their opponent's map pick. DAYSTAR, I mean, you feel it in the body language, Parker. That looks like defeat.
Yeah, they look like they've just come home from the worst night of their lives.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what to tell you.
And it's 11 a.m.
And yeah, it's not night at all, unless maybe they didn't sleep. I'm not sure. But if they do try to sleep, they'll probably see nightmares of Shaiko. in their dreams. 87 kills for Shaiko so far at this event. Depending on how deep this series goes, he is well within the possibility of breaking 100 frags before we get out of the first phase. That is an insane thing to say.
Could you imagine? I mean, already through group stage, getting triple digits for Shaiko. It's in the cards, and if DAYSTAR don't get their act together on map 2, I feel like we're headed straight there.
I have to imagine so as well. It's their map. Falcons are going to their map, Jesse. Like,
Yep.
I understand that they're probably going to start on the weaker side because that's how it usually goes, but I don't know. It was a rough outing from DAYSTAR. They looked more promising on that second side, which then asked the question, why didn't you start on that side?
Sure.
You got to choose which side you go to, but I don't think they were expecting to get 6-0'd with the first half of the map.
I mean, listen, Shaiko, no doubt the MVP in that one. He played phenomenally, but we got to praise Ligifak as well. It can't all be about the big star of Shaiko because Ligifak hasn't had the best tournament so far. So in this map, showing up, getting that confidence back could be big for the captain.
Yeah, absolutely. The lowest rated player on the team, which is quite stunning. He's not usually in that situation. Well, we do have a long day ahead of us. The A stream is likely still going, so peek on over there while we're on a break, and we'll come back with map number 2.
Available now.
I'll reinforce off these 2 walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the 2 brow play here with the C4 and like the DMR. He could play between like weed, like the metal areas, what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk. I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contestant for tool side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tool as well, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just being menaced a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he would be rotate. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here. Right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
So, like the things how it would go as well. Like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area.
Yeah,
just to hold this position. Normally place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put the Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
the biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the 2 playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played. So it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area kind of, and we just crossed.
That's assuming nobody dies early.
Yeah.
Or just swings and gets killed, you know.
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game. Like
making the capital fire over there, and then
dude,
exploded.
I'm gonna go call out for this.
Still have the flashes from Hibana.
You do.
It could go either way, frankly.
It could go either way. Very, very close though.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So like, I'm the one who did it, that's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit. back then.
Well, map number 1 was DAYSTAR's pick, and it might be a map they are soon to forget. 7-1 for Falcons as they have liftoff. We now stare down what could be a fast 2-0 here for the two teams that are competing for 3rd and 4th in their group. For those that have not been following along, FURIA and WILDCARD will finish top 2 in this particular group. So Falcons hoping to avoid that lower bracket run. If they do it at all, they make it. DAYSTAR will need the reverse sweep, but they go to a map that Jesse, they haven't been particularly strong on, Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, of course, we saw this back on Tuesday when DAYSTAR played against WILDCARD. That was a 7-3 loss, so yet another map that we don't have strong results on for the APAC team. Could this time be different? You certainly don't think so. 11% support behind DAYSTAR. Well, they're going to need every percentage points that they can, Parker. Shaiko has been insane so far today. Liquefac as well. Can they provide the upset up against Falcons, or DAYSTAR headed down?
Well, map number 1 was pretty much all Falcons all across the board. Of the 8 rounds, 7 first bloods by Falcons. The team that struck first did go on to win every single time on that map. Nighthaven Labs will function a little bit differently than Cafe. Cafe is a very vertical map. There are lots of ways to attack it, but you do kind of get bound by a couple entry points. You cannot say the same for Nighthaven Labs. No matter which bomb site you go to on any of those 3 floors, there is a lot of flexibility, and certain parts of Nighthaven Labs will function like other maps. The one that we tend to reference most frequently is going to be that top floor bomb site or any of the middle floor bomb sites that connect and adjoin to that garage and warehouse portion of the map with the rafters. That will function similarly to Clubhouse, which will be a utility battle that will then come to blows before you can pull off the execute. I mean, granted, it was 6 rounds on defense for Falcons, so we didn't really see a lot of objective play, but usually they're a very good objective-focused team.
Yeah.
They will be starting on attack. We will get to see very quickly how practiced they are at getting that diffuser in and how many plants that Brede can get with that diffuser.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen Falcons obviously go for the very traditional bans of both electricity operators, so Big Day for the Amish, Bandit and Kaid both being taken out, and then DAYSTAR removing the Thermite and the Monty. You might think that's a full focus onto Brede, and in part it is. Thermite's a very common operative for Brede to play here on Nighthaven Labs, but we've actually seen users pick up the Monty on this map from time to time. We've seen him play the Blackbeard a little bit too, so if there is some shield play, certainly Brede would be the one you look to first, but Uzis capable of playing those shields as well. Based on the initial lineup we're looking at, I don't think we're going to see a shield coming out from them. Uzis initially hovering on the Amaru, goes back over to the Grim, so unlikely to be a fast rush play, but they've got the tools they need to get these walls open. The Ace charges should be able to open the walls despite the mirror windows that Azuki is soon to place on the walls.
Saw quite a bit of Mira on Cafe, played by Falcons, and obviously a strong op. Used to be in always banned territory, but now relatively easy to counter for a lot of these teams. She is a pain to deal with if you don't bring the right tools, but attackers having repick has also worked to make Mira a little bit less potent. That's quite the battle now from Soufflé, who has to worry about what lays beneath as he impacts off that Mira window, and I think he managed to grab the Selma that Brede had thrown out. I don't know how many he got and where Brede has used them, but might be some small cause for concern that only one remains, but look at all of the hard breach that's been brought by Falcons. So even if the ace is not the most effective, you still had 4 of those secondary hard breachers brought by Solotov and Uzis.
Legacies in a bit of a DAYSTAR sandwich with Soufflé above and Pecan down below. He does manage to force the Maestro back, though, with the impact, so those Salmas were able to go off successfully. I do think one was denied, but in the end, they managed to open up a breach that they can crouch on through. So IT not an issue. Information on Pecan as well, and it's the opening pick for Legacies. Aware of that flank, really good to keep your head up for that if you're the Buck.
And he honestly wasn't far away from tagging Soufflé with those shots either. He sees the Maestro, Soufflé taking a lot of damage, Legacies taking some as well, trying to open up sight lines. If Soufflé's attention is on Legacies, then you have to worry about the other 3 players on DAYSTAR. Shaiko's been downed. Seal will die due to Solotov, and I imagine that will be to aid Shaiko. That's Rafters control now completely cleared out. Zami on Rafters, a Capital flushing him out. Are we on Clubhouse? No, we're not. We're on Nighthaven Labs, and it tends to run the same way.
Yeah, it was Seal that downed Shaiko, but punished really hard by that Capital from Solotov. So perfectly played by Falcons. They'll take that trade. Now DAYSTAR try to get aggressive to equalize the numbers. A bit more damage onto Solotov. The HP isn't great for Falcons, but the aim sure is. 5-2.
It's just one of those shots where you just kind of have to suck in your gut and go, and that's about it, because there's nothing more to be said. Soufflé has been under fire and has taken damage in pretty much every minute so far of this first round. What little remained of him is found by Solotov. Azuki shuts down what remains of Shaiko, and a shot over to Solotov, and Uzis goes as well. He runs out of bullets, and that's the only reason why he doesn't get Legacies. A great try from Azuki. The best individual effort for DAYSTAR in this series, but the round still goes to Falcons.
Yeah, nice attempt coming out from Azuki, the 19-year-old hard support on DAYSTAR, but it's not quite enough. Those early frags coming out from Solotov, just way too much to deal with. That man advantage was great. Very standard push coming out from Falcons. They get the IT wall, they then focus Rafters. Standard strat with that Capital. Beautifully played. That buck, of course, from Liquifac, I think, doing so much work just to, even if he didn't get those kills, to disrupt the positions, to shut down that flank. They seemed super aware of what DAYSTAR wanted to go for, and none of the tricks that DAYSTAR tried to bring out, the impacts from the Maestro, the flank down below coming out from Pecan, even that Azami inside of Raptors, standard play, but none of it was really causing problems for Falcons. They always seem to have the answers, much like Cafe.
An incredible shot. One where it's like, you're over the age of 22. You're like, how did you see that?
Yeah, literally.
Crazy things being done here by Falcons as they want to avoid being shoved down into that lower bracket. Phase 2 will begin in a day and a half at this point, I suppose. Almost 2 days, I guess.
We do unfortunately have a day off tomorrow. There's no Six Invitational Siege to be played.
What will the people do?
Go outside, I guess?
Ew.
Ew.
Graphics aren't even good. We will obviously get the day to do some prep work, maybe explore a little bit of Paris. You and I haven't really been able to see all that much outside of some of the sites around our hotel. Obviously, Paris, an incredible city. I've been here a number of times. It's your first time here, but I mean, our very first Siege Major ever was in Paris, so it is nice to be back in technically the home of Ubisoft. I know the home of Rainbow Six is Montreal. The home of Ubisoft is here in France. An incredible country, and honestly, I'm really excited to see everybody who will be joining us abroad. Joe Gore with the leadoff pick. Down goes Solitov so far through this entire match. The team who strikes first goes on to win the round. That is obviously a boon for DAYSTAR. They'll have their work cut out for them. Last round was not particularly close, unless Azuki goes off. I don't know if we'll see it as close this time around.
Looks like a bit of a minimal take from Falcons. They've got that control of cafeteria. They're working their way towards vending stairs. They are aware of roamers towards this top floor. They know they haven't cleared this out, but they're not so concerned about it. Would rather flank watch and just push this one-dimensional push through the exo stairs, through into assembly, and maybe into kind of that nano area as well to try to get a plant down. Timing is going to be critical for DAYSTAR. When do these roamers return to site? Can they get control of control and stop something from happening?
Kills keep coming out for DAYSTAR now as gotta worry whether Falcons have lost the plot here. Joe Gore's been dropped. Leaky Fact dies shortly thereafter. Azuki is an absolute monster on this Mira. 6 kills! A flawless round by DAYSTAR, so who strikes first goes on to win every time, but man, what happened between these maps? Where did Azuki come from?
Yeah, no kidding, Parker. He's been really stepping up now for his team, just as that hard anchor support player once again. Started his pro career last season on Rival Esports, where they finished 6th place in the Asia League Stage 2 last season. Moved over to DAYSTAR at the start of this season, and of course has had the success that they have had. Not quite making it to any of those international events before SI, but having some regional success. 2nd place in Stage 2 in the Asia League, 4th place back in Stage 1. Certainly a very capable player, and again, at just 19 years old, one of those up-and-comers that people really got to start keeping an eye on if his career continues going in this trajectory.
Yeah. Incredible stuff as he's got 6 of the 8 kills at present by DAYSTAR, and all of those coming in very clutch moments. It was quite the shot by Joe Gore to shut down Falcons on that very first play. And I mean, if you're Usus, you want that kill. That goes against you back, as Azuki was playing. Azuki was playing very brazenly. Defense now upstairs for DAYSTAR as they will fully reinforce off this portion of IT. Set some barbed wire out on out on that connector door, out on rafters, and now you've got Seal playing on the Azami. So I have to imagine that there'll be another real dedicated hold up top on that Rafters catwalk portion of this map. No Capitao present, so you won't be able to use any fire arrows to dislodge these defenders, but other tools exist.
Yeah, the only operator changing up is Souffle on that Valkyrie. We got to see placement of a couple of those Valcams. The one in IT is really exciting for me, Parker. If someone is to go down below with a Nitro Cell, could be a deadly strategy. I know Souffle is probably looking to do that himself. Only Azuki also brings one of those C4s, and he's kind of been their main site player so far. No issues opening up the wall. The mirror window was placed, but they weren't really threatening it with anything. so now the connector wall can get worked on as well. And as you correctly pointed out, Parker, they don't have the Capitao, so Raptors is not really a concern for them. They're probably going to let Seal exist here for the whole round, and at the same time push through connector, push through meeting, and try to get a plant down just behind pillar.
Yeah, I mean, the buck means that you're going to be playing a lot of vertical back in round number 1. They've swapped that off. Falcons getting rid of him. Falcons getting rid of the Capitao, so their focus is not going to be on clearing out Raptors with that same level of heat while picking somebody off from below. And I mean, LeakyFact did have some troubles down there. I don't think it was the most effective use of his time. So they've decided to forego one set of those secondary hard breach gadgets as well. So you don't have as much wiggle room should some of those hard breaches get dealt with. DAYSTAR were quite good at destroying them with an impact nade previously. Shaiko eliminates Jogor in what is a mirror of the previous round. Shaiko coming out ahead, obviously a big boon for his team. And, well, would you look at that? They're not particularly well guarding this part of Rafters. So Usus can just walk up. Down goes Souffle. 2 taken off the board now for DAYSTAR with a minute still to go.
So they have committed to Raptors, actually, Parker. No Capitao needed. It's the Grim Blackbeard combination coming through, which has been deadly so far. 3 site players remain. Seal did get back in after putting up some of those Kiva barriers, but Shaiko's in control of IT. They've applied pressure, looking back going for a meeting flank as well, so there are Falcons all over this map.
Seal first on the board with 2 kills very quickly. Usus and Bride are gone. And back to a level man count. No logic bombs remain for LeakyFact, no air jabs for Shaiko, no Bs for Solotov, so completely free of utility. You are just guns at this point. I guess you got flashbangs, that'll count for something, right? Shaiko finds Pecan, down goes Seal to Solotov, and, well, it was Azuki who clutched out before. Can he do it this time too? He's good for 1, but they will double up on him and not allow him to do what he's done in both of the previous rounds. Falcons take this top floor for the second time in 3 rounds, and now if you're DAYSTAR, you got to figure out where to go next.
It was a really difficult push, Parker. It was not a simple one from Falcons. They had players all over the map. At the end there, you had Soltov pushing in through Aqua Hall. You had LeakyFact pushing in through the meeting hall. Then you had Shaiko pushing in through IT. Earlier on, they had players towards Rafters as well. So there were so many different dimensions to that push. And sometimes those can be the hardest pushes to execute because your coordination's got to be really on point. Everybody's got to be in their proper positions. Trading becomes a lot more difficult. But if you are as good a team as Falcons, it's also really tough to hold on to that, and DAYSTAR just didn't know where to look. There were players left, right, above, below, anywhere that they could turn their head. They were finding some bullets from Falcons. Just started to tear them apart. You got to wonder, maybe is there some way to stop them before they can get into those spots? Smoke out the Aqua door, try to lock down Raptors a little bit harder, try to lock down IT a little bit harder. It was a very strong push coming out from Falcons, and DAYSTAR just weren't able to stand up to the heat.
Another great shot on a very similar angle on Rafters. Now, I do kind of like this mirror ban here, and I want to say, I have gripes with people who play this game and they ban operators that style on them.
Yeah.
But the mirror's been styling on them.
Yeah, a little bit,
And I don't necessarily think the mirror windows have been a huge success for DAYSTAR. I think they've obviously been quite impactful at being able to allow them to play farther back. You saw how they decided, we're not going to actively hold Rafters. We're going to put up those mirror windows, and we can have that line of sight from farther back.
Yep.
Obviously, that's good. And Mirror is an operator that enables that quite uniquely. But if there's a guy just holding the vector, just shredding you time and time again, make him play Goyo.
Yeah, and also, honestly, it also opens up their hard breaching abilities, right? They kind of had to bring Ace or Habana when that mirror was existent, because if you tried to just bring can openers, you were risking getting nitroed or impacted from that mirror window. Now that they know Mirror is getting banned out, they've already banned the Bandit Kaid. These walls are absolutely free, so they can just bring the can openers. They brought 2 sets of them here on Bride and Solotov. No problems, and they can kind of work a little bit more utility, and they've got the nades still on Bride, who's playing the striker. They've got the Bs coming through from Solotov. They don't have to waste an operator slot on something like an Ace, so it frees up Bride a little bit more too, which I really do appreciate coming through from Falcons. No shield this time around. I did mention that would be something that we saw from Usus more so than Bride on this map. I thought he used the Blackbeard excellently last round, but this time going for the Ying, and an opening pick from LeakyFact finds Azuki.
And Azuki's been bar none the best player. 3 people on DAYSTAR still alive, combining for a single kill. Seal's not that much better with 2 just to himself. Pecan getting his very first kill. It'll come in round number 4. Not a bad time for that to happen. Saw Seal take some time to get on the board as well, as Solotov almost misses that first engagement. Pecan will immediately pay for his crimes, dying down below. Solotov can now take control of Warehouse as Shaiko is looking for an opportunity here. This is the third time this top floor bomb site will be played in 4 rounds. And Jesse, this one's not going much better than the previous attempts.
No, it looks just like the last round, Parker, where Falcons have players all over the map. We're talking about Rafters, IT, Electrical, everywhere you can imagine. There are players from Falcons, and they are dominating for now.
Seal has to pull out the Deeg in a pretty desperate attempt here. Now going for a double reload, and I'm paying some homage to another game that says it's always faster to swap to your secondary than to go for the reload. Solotov walks in and murders the last 2 players on Daystar. 3-1 for Falcons. And a reminder, Falcons chose this map.
Yeah.
Which means Daystar gets to choose which side they want to go on to. Typically, you choose the side you think is better. The assumption would be that Daystar could hopefully run up the score, and then Falcons would claw back in the second half. That has not happened. Falcons having quite a leisurely day at this point. Daystar have only been able to win 2 rounds across both maps.
No attack timeout being called by Harambe. I was wondering if it would be the decision now after round 4 to make something happen, try to tie this up at 3 apiece. He's going to trust in his team's ability to play those other bomb sites. Basement will open up for round 5. They were successful on it the last time thanks to the heroics from Azuki. And then round 6 will be interesting. They've obviously favored this top floor. I hope they don't go to it for a 4th time, Parker. It's just Falcons look way too good. They've shown 3 different looks attacking this bomb site, and all of them were very strong. So I hope we'll see one of the mid-floor sites coming up from Daystar in round 6. I think that's probably the reason why Azuki doesn't feel the need to call the attack timeout, because we are going probably away from that bomb site. But I also think that Falcons are likely to adapt, pushing on to Daystar this time around. The defensive lineup has changed a little bit coming through from Daystar. In fact, it's changed quite dramatically. Every single player has swapped their lineup, maybe going for a bit more of an anchor setup rather than that heavy roam they went for previously. Falcons kind of have an opportunity now to change their minds too. Do we maybe go for a full roam clear with this Dokkaebi and the Ram rather than the direct site hit that we did last time?
Dokkaebi and the Striker carries over from that lineup they had in round number 2. But yeah, the Ash, the Grim, and the Ram, all brand new. I don't know how much the Ace ban has been hindering them, but I mean, you saw Ace in every single round of the first 3. So get rid of him and you have to bring some other hard breach or none at all. Just bring the secondary can openers. I mean, I guess you, as you pointed out, you solved that problem by getting rid of the Mira. So now you've gone from what? Back in round 1, you had the Selmas, 3 Selmas, 2 can openers each, so 7 pieces of hard breach utility. Here you have
4.
Yeah, you got 2 can openers.
4 can openers. Bride on the Striker.
True. I forgot about the secondary gadget.
It'll get you.
It does. Just like how sometimes you went to throw a Nitro Cell and you throw a proximity round.
Intentionally.
Solotov with the very first kill. It's sealed to die yet again. There's Pecan gone. Shaiko's traded out by a Nitro Cell from Joe Bot, as he called him. And then Joe Gore calls him T-Bot to pay some lip service to Shaiko's insults. Maybe try to get under his skin. I don't think it will. Joe Gore and Azuki now both on top cargo stairs. Solotov will pick one off. We still have a minute and 15 seconds, and Bot, all in the chat as they just talk their ish. Azuki with 8 kills will need to go much higher, won't get it. Yuzis sends him home. Shaiko says, focus on your game. 4-1 for Falcons.
Maybe some genuine advice at the end there from Shaiko. Daystar needing to lock in a little bit. Sometimes when these things were going through the chat, Parker, there were some questionable swings from Daystar. The window position from Falcons really strong in the midst of that. They were able to catch some of those Daystar players off guard. Daystar loved to call their opponents bot. I remember it was their game against FURIA yesterday, I believe, where it was on bank and they got the opening pick, called, I forget who it was, probably Herds a bot, and then lost the round right after. They love that term. They love to type in chat, even though sometimes it doesn't really work to their benefit.
I mean, you got every bomb site open, so if you're DAYSTAR, you can go wherever you want. They'll go back downstairs. I mean, nothing is really working here, and this isn't a particularly good map for DAYSTAR either, so I mean, there's going to be some struggles.
That's a good point, Parker. Maybe they're just not so comfortable on either of the mid-floor sites, and certainly they have their problems. Storage and control often very susceptible to just a rush through the storage window. Kitchen cafeteria, kind of cheeks, just a bad site in general, so I can understand why they want to stick to the top and bottom floors, but things haven't been working out that well for them. They're going to change up their strategy on the bottom floor instead. They're going to bring that Clash out from Pecan, and I really am curious what he's going to do with this. Up in cafeteria right now, which if he continues to exist here, then a direct EXO hit might become really difficult to pull off from the Falcons, but initial positioning suggests they could be going more direct just through the main breach. 3-Day down here on the Fuse Shield, hoping to clear some utility, and what an entry from legacies. Floorboards are his friends, maybe two?
They're going to give him the engagement. It's as to whether or not he'll be able to come out ahead. Yes, so methodical. Souffle with the slow peek and that sidearm. Oh boy, it'll get you. Shaiko had 14 kills in the previous series, which, if you recall, pushed him towards that 100-point mark. He was at 87. He's got 3 here, so 90 kills so far for Shaiko through phase 1.
Wow.
That is an outrageous amount.
Yeah. 2 aces is all it would take to break triple digits. Can't get it this round, but can at least get 3 more if he's feeling lucky. This Clash is going to be a bit of a problem. I kind of like the combo being set up with both the Clash and the smoke. Getting into cargo is going to be really difficult from the Falcons. That's one way to try it. Shaiko hits the head of Seal instead. They get it down, but they can't finish it off. Jogor finds 1 for his troubles, but Pecan gets another.
I like this retake from DAYSTAR. Good enough to get 1, but there are some problems that you have to confront. You've still got a smoke in the hands of Uzis. You've got 2 cluster charges from the Fuse. There goes out that last death mark on one of the 2 remaining players, and Joe will get hunted down. EFAC waiting for him to spin around as down goes the shield. Thought he had the read on the foot there. Brede will get the defuse plant down successfully, unbeknownst to DAYSTAR. We'll now need to scramble out of Nano towards the bomb site and confront some of these players who are directly on the site and those that still have control above. 2 souls from Falcons on the floor above you, lording over that defuse kit with Brede there, and you have to deal with the shield. Brede putting the PMM to good use, shrugging off a bunch of damage from the Warden, who now gets ever closer, and it'll happen again. Brede doing the same thing back to back. An incredible first half by Falcons. They drop only a single round.
Shaiko hit the bot so fast after that post plant, by the way. That was incredible speed to come out from the Star Fragger of Falcons. The 2K on the Fuse Shield. You don't see that every day, and yeah, I mean, DAYSTAR just unable to really lock down the site. I did like their cargo hold, genuinely. I thought that smoke plus Clash combo was a good idea. It was able to stall things out for Falcons for a little bit, got them a couple of kills, a kill and a down at the very least, but as soon as that gets given up, you saw the Clash inside the site, not really able to do much. I think afraid of the players up above that could have gone for that punish. Kind of just wasting electricity in the midst of that. Nobody near him to zap, so had to pull out the gun, do his best. DAYSTAR, 5-1 doesn't look great, but it's better than a 6-0, Parker, and that's what they were facing down on map 1.
Yeah, I mean, small improvements.
They call me Mr. Optimism.
You're also the numbers guy, and you know numbers better than anybody else, Jesse.
And I've crunched them, and we have confirmed that 1 is greater than 0.
I'm glad we got here. You, the viewer, are now much smarter for that statistic. No, I mean, but the difference is that Falcons didn't choose map 1. So Falcons are on the stronger side of Cafe. That's how they go 6-0.
Yes.
Falcons were on the weaker side of Nighthaven Labs.
Yes.
And they still won 5 rounds. So who knows what happens on this side?
Yeah.
I don't want to be Mr. Doom and Gloom to you being Mr. Optimism. But
Fair
I don't
enough.
think things are about to get suddenly better
Yeah.
for DAYSTAR.
I do think it's a boon. You don't have to play against Shaiko on the Deimos anymore. It's usually, it's usually Shaiko we see on the Deimos. legacies having a great entry in that previous round. Just feels like DAYSTAR were hungry to challenge him and maybe shouldn't have been so hungry. We saw the Cafe defenses be very aggressive from Falcons. Spawn peeks and jump outs every single round. It's harder to do that on a map like Nighthaven Labs, but Licky Fact proves not impossible. Nor is it for Solitov. That is a double through the IT window breach. And, I mean, what else would they put in the chat?
They love it, don't they?
Yep. And I mean, they tried to open it, I think, with the can openers, and it's too tough with the Mira up, Parker. You really need a ranged hard breach. Hibana is open. They banned out only the ace. You could have brought that to try to get the wall open, but instead you tried to go very risky with that close range angles. They both died on the stairs, so they weren't even close to putting the gadgets on the wall, I suppose, but even now, this wall is very awkward to get open because you don't have ranged hard breach.
And it is very common for Hibana to use that 2-and-2 combination to open up this wall. We see teams do it all the time. They will swap out players and, well, get one more as they just keep peeking this opening on this IT wall. You hear him go on repel, out goes the Nitro Cell. We have an opportunity to pull it back in. They haven't called their timeout. I assume they will at the tail end of this round. Seal now rotating on over, spotted by the default cam as he works in through connector. He's got a good read on it, but Shaiko will get kill number 5, and it's series point for Falcons.
3 kills through the IT window is, I mean, that's a crime in most jurisdictions. I cannot believe they get away with that on the side of Falcons. They get series point, upper bracket point as well. You were wondering about attack timeout, Parker. I am not seeing one.
Okay.
I mean, we're seeing Harambe take a swig of that water bottle, so we are just raw dogging it for the final, potentially final round here on Nighthaven Labs. Maybe just thinking there's not a whole lot to say at this point. Falcons have been so dominant, so aggressive, so good. Everyone has been on point for this team. DAYSTAR, we've seen some moments, don't get me wrong. Azuki at the start of this match was absolutely fantastic. There were some cool plays on the defense, I think, of Cafe to start things off. They played confident, they played aggressive, they got a round win. But you can't say much more than that, unfortunately, for the APAC team. The lower bracket is calling for their name.
Yeah, there hasn't been much to talk about in this matchup, right? I mean, DAYSTAR survived this group in large part because Elevate blew up.
Yeah.
If Elevate wasn't in this group, I don't know if DAYSTAR has what it takes to make it out. So they've been given, obviously, a big, big boon because of that.
If Elevate even play like they did against WILDCARD, I don't know if DAYSTAR make it out.
Yeah.
That's kind of the problem. We do see some of these less experienced teams struggle when they get to international events.
You mentioned that a lot of these players did come from Direwolves.
Yep.
But again, they didn't really gain a lot of valuable international experience.
Yeah.
So Direwolves have made events, but just like some of these other teams like Fury and some of the other APAC teams that we've seen, you might get an event or two, but you play a couple maps and then you go home.
True.
Yes, that is experience, but not particularly meaningful experience.
Yeah, and it is only 2 players, right, Pekan and Souffle, I believe, that did come from Direwolves. Harambe, the coach, as well, but they still have a lot of fresh players who have not been in a situation like this before. And I think for the context that they're in, they certainly have shown some really impressive stuff across this event in the group stage. Game's not over yet. Can still potentially claw this back. They'll start with a logic bomb to try to clear through some of these roamers. There's a heavy extension to the top 2 floors, and it'll be Souffle who suffers the first defeat. Saltov finds him to start, and Uzis takes down the shield.
Oh my goodness, this is a mercy killing as it's a flick on over from Uzis. Pekan and Azuki last alive. Azuki netting most of his kills in those first 3 rounds. He's gone awfully quiet since then. Not much to show for it from DAYSTAR on the offense front. They have their work cut out for them. Currently outmanned, outgunned. They managed to get Uzis on the run as he heads down to that first floor and will rotate on over, maybe linking up with some of his other teammates. There's still plenty of time, if drones exist, for Pekan and Azuki to figure out where these remaining defenders will be. Uzis ego peeking the door, checking for intel, and Azuki, the hero of the first few rounds, will be the last opportunity for DAYSTAR to stay in this series. The lower bracket is calling unless Azuki can pull off an impressive 1v2 clutch. He's already picked up a couple kills in this round, so what more can he do?
He's got plenty of time, Parker, and actually sees a player through the floorboards. If he was able to fish for that kill, it could have been huge. Didn't find it yet, though. 35 seconds to play with. He's got to find some way to get to the bomb site quickly.
13 kills on Solotov. Beckoning him to get there faster, and he called his own shot. Impressive stuff by the Turkish Terror. Asking for Izuki, asking you shall receive. Identical scores across both maps, 7-1, 7-1. Falcons take the series 2-0. DAYSTAR go to the lower bracket. Their run begins in a couple days.
I won't say all the fears of Falcons fans have been alleviated after a game like that, but at least you got some confidence heading into the playoffs. At least you've got that second life starting in the upper bracket. Falcons will have a chance to redeem themselves after a group stage that didn't meet their expectations. Despite this dominating win against DAYSTAR, Falcons need to be improving if they want to lift the hammer. Of course, that is their goal after the bevy of second places they've experienced this season.
Yeah, almost always the bridesmaid, very rarely the bride. They did win a major to their credit under their old org of BDS.
Yep.
But under Falcons, they have come up empty-handed. They didn't even win EWC under Falcons after they did it multiple times under BDS. So for this team, they've got some work to do. I don't know how much they learned from this particular matchup against DAYSTAR. It seemed like they were playing a lot of default strats. But again, I'm not an analyst and I'm not a color commentator, so what the hell do I know? A very impressive day for everybody on the side of Falcons. Shaiko eclipsing 90 kills through phase one. He entered today with the most kills, and I suspect he will exit the day with the most kills, as Fantasy and Nip, I believe, have the day off, if memory serves correctly. I'd need to look at that schedule yet again. Shaiko being the MVP is no surprise. 20 kills on the 73 unit coming in. 93 kills in total, my.
A 20 bomb is particularly crazy given that this game lasted, 16 rounds total? That is an absurd KPR. We were discussing earlier in the broadcast booth in the green room, if any 20 bombs had been achieved, I won't say confidently that this is the first of the tournaments, but there have not been many up until this point.
I believe the question was 20 bombs in a single map.
Oh,
yes.
Well, that changes things.
I fear that you did not have your cup of Folgers and your ears were not perked up enough. June came very close yesterday.
He did. He did.
And that was an incredible matchup. Secret obviously were quite good. They get the day off today. But yeah, I mean, all of these European teams are excelling, except for G2, who again will be in action as to whether or not they will be kicked out, because there exists a possibility that G2 is one of the 4 teams to not make it to phase 2. Again, the only team that has failed to qualify for phase 2 up to this point is from this group we just saw. It's Elevate. They don't play today. As far as we know, they might even be on their way to the airport right now. So we have to ask, which other teams go home? We got a lot of Rainbow Six today on both this stream and on the A stream. So with no further ado, let's get ourselves set up for our second set of matches.
Welcome back to the B stream here at the Six Invitational 2026. I'm Des, this is Tim, and we are back for another fantastic game. And what a banger we've got coming up, Tim. FURIA versus WILDCARD to decide who sits at the top of the group. What a day to close groups out.
I think this is genuinely two of the best teams that we've seen so far. I expected big things of WILDCARD coming in. They have delivered, and FURIA are FURIA. So we always know what we're going to get with them. But yeah, phenomenal couple of days of Siege that we've had this week, and it's just going to get better and better today, I reckon.
There's some amazing games coming up. We've got this one coming up now, as you've seen, of course. The big one that I'm looking forward to later is the one that we're also casting, Tim. Enterprise versus OXG. It is a outright winner stays in, loser goes home game. Really exciting to see. But also on the A stream, we've got a bunch of cool stuff happening, like G2 versus FaZe later. FaZe very much playing the gatekeeper to G2 and their time here at SI. It's going to be so exciting. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later today, because when we first cast WILDCARD this week, we said they're one of our top teams to watch at the minute. We'd love to see them push towards top 4, and I'm really hoping they can, because they're just a fun team to watch, Tim.
They are, absolutely, and I think we've had a good few of them this week. When I look at it, they're the teams that have really stood out to me. These teams that are just really good fun to watch. Your Weibo, your D plus Kia, teams like that have kind of been the surprise packages along the way. The others have been a little bit quiet in some senses. Shopify Rebellion have made it through, but a little bit quiet. G2 are, well, they're G2 in. They're in the position they're in. It's going to be a big game at the end of the day. But yeah, this is what I love. I say it every time. This is what I love about SI group phases, is there's always a few surprises, and there certainly have been in 2026.
Well, the man on the far left of your screen, Herds, is currently our highest rated player at the competition by some margin, 4 EPS above the player that sits in second. That may have changed after the domination we just saw from Falcons not too long ago, and so maybe that's a little bit different, but at least as the day started, Herds is number 1. KZ's also had a phenomenal tournament. As we've said many a time, these guys are known often as one of the best teams in the world, and not unsurprised. I thought that was a cameraman for a second then, Chuddy. And Chuddy is so attuned that no one outside the UK will have a clue what I'm on about.
I was just going to say that. That was brilliant.
And then our second team in WILDCARD. Like I said, they've been a really impressive team so far throughout the groups. There's a reason why they're up there with FURIA, neck and neck in a straight-up shoot-down for first place. Love watching these boys and can't wait to see what they can do today.
Well, they've had some really big moments. Baby Shark's been delivering some serious entertainment. Spiker, I genuinely think, is one of the best RGLs in the tournament. How organised this team plays. Lugonis is going to play a part in that as coach as well. But unbelievable performances from Spiker, and the numbers he's putting up alongside doing that. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And then Kansan just always coming in with a little dash of magic. I've seen the one tap against Shaiko about 1 million times. It's usually Shaiko on the other end of those. And yeah, just absolutely dominating rounds as Kansan, as always. So WILDCARD, always a fun team to watch.
Well, Tim, we've got our teams, which means the only thing we're missing is knowing what maps we'll be playing on in this series. So let's take a look at what 3 we're going into. We've cast a lot of Fortress this week, Tim. I'd love to keep on seeing a bit more of it. And our first pick is going to be Fortress. Get in there. We love a bit of that. And then Club, a classic of Siege, before we round things out on Chalet. 3 fabulous maps here, Tim.
I already feel like we will see all of them. I think we will get that third map decider. We'll see as we go along. Both of these teams are capable of, turning up, having a big day and sweeping this in 2, but I'm just not sure it's going to be the case. I think this is going to be hard fought for that top spot. Reminder to everybody as well why this match is important. You could look at it and think, well, they're both qualified. Does it really matter? Yes, it does matter, because the top spot get a bye in the upper bracket, which not only is it a bye in the upper bracket, it leaves them 1 win away from live stage. They just need to get 1 win and then they are in the venue. So FURIA secure first place with a win, and just in case you were wondering, WILDCARD secure first place with a win.
We can't say it enough. It's been stressed an awful lot during this. It is a straight shootout for the top, and then, like I say, our game later on, Tim, is a shootout for the bottom. It's going to be really interesting to see how it boils down, and I'm also loving the fact that we get to see a variety of teams playing on Fortress, different playstyles, different amounts of excitement, of course, coming out of each one. But I'm sure between these two, arguably 2 of the best teams that we have got at the tournament, it is going to be nothing but riveting.
Yeah, I think so. We are definitely on for a close one. We're on for some electrifying plays. I want some big clutches. I want some aces. I want some big multi-kills. I want these 2 to come out and really throw down, give it absolutely everything.
Still can't do the cats thing.
No, you see, I need to have a word with Bruno, our producer, about this because
they do the thing, and I can't do that.
Because yesterday we were talking. Yesterday we were talking, and we were talking about the pronunciation of that, and I said it's difficult to know in French when to leave off the end of a word and when not. And I said like cat, and Bruno said no, quatre. So, but then on our counting this morning, it was 5, 4, 3. So, Bruno...
So you mean he didn't
Bruno is not following his own advice.
The rogue 8. Oh, he's just said it depends. Like all things in French, Tim. It depends.
It depends.
Bruno, you're all speaking a made-up language, I swear to God. Let's get into this game, though, shall we? It's Clash and Kai taking away. He said, you've just got to know. Yeah, but you got to teach us the rule, man. We've got to know how this stuff works.
The rules are, there are no rules.
The rules are whatever Bruno feels on the day.
It certainly seems that way.
The bands are going to be Ying and Gringo. It's like poor Bruno's getting an absolute terror
all
in
over
here.
the word.
And all he can do is just sit here and listen to us give it out to these thousands of people. And all he can do is talk to us saying, why are you doing this to me, guys? Why are you treating me like this? It is all love, Bruno. You're absolutely right. We are in the city of love, and we love the siege that is about to befall our very eyes. FURIA wildcard here on Fortress. It's FURIA on the defense. Let's see how these first couple of rounds go.
Let's play some siege.
Yeah, boy. that feels like a proper like bro sort of like yeah. Football, yeah, fear, yeah. It's one of those moments you've just done, Tim, I'm afraid. Right, it's the B stream. It's the last day of groups. Things are going to be a bit unhinged today. We apologise in advance.
It descends. It always happens. It is inevitable. FURIA versus Wildcard. Round 1, Fortress. We're going to go to Bathroom as our first site. So we've got Nate setting up at the top. A lot of you are probably coming in. You may or may not have seen Fortress at this level. We've only seen it a few times. Everybody's learning. But what we've been seeing, I can tell you that for sure. What we've been seeing is not a lot of pressure towards white stairs from the attackers. Little bit occasionally, but not too much. So Nade was setting up there with the Frost on his own, with a shield. He's going to hold on to that. Often that area is going to be held from Master Bedroom. We saw KDS do a great job of it yesterday. Getting in Master Bedroom and you've got a line of sight, thank you very much, all the way down to those white stairs. But we don't see too much pressure coming in there from the attackers. The majority of the pressure, and our observer knows where I'm going, comes in from that game side usually. They're trying to get themselves established in-game, in dorms, and we've got Herds and Philippox that are playing down there at the minute. They're going to be looking to hold on to that area. That is, I would imagine, where the pressure's going to come from Wildcard.
Come on, Tim, you played a bit of Fortnite. You've got to thank the bus driver in that game. You've got to thank the observer here. We've got medics with us in this game.
Oh, anti-medics.
He knows what he's all about, doesn't he? Absolutely.
We get a medic spin!
It's been a while since I've seen one of those. Walls going to get open. So excitable this morning. What's going on? Dash is going to start.
It could be an interesting day.
I thought you were going to do the whole drink thing again and spit it everywhere. Almost. Well, Dash is in on the Monty. We saw Monty band away actually in pretty much every game of Fortress we've seen so far because he helps take control so effectively. You can hold guns up nice and close. You can have shotguns, but the shield is perfect. If nothing else, Tim, it kind of reminds me of Theme Park of old when you have these shields being used to take ground. It's because it is so hard to move through this map, especially around the briefing area.
See, it seems like attackers just continually are gagging to get into briefing room, and it never ends well for them. That's the fight at the minute on this top floor. It's like either side, get into briefing room and go from there. It's certainly going better for Wildcard than we've seen for others. Dash managing to get the kill onto Philippox, takes down one defender, but also KZ went down elsewhere. So Wildcard pretty much got the run of the top floor at the minute. They've got Nade still in position on those white stairs, but he's maybe going to be challenged by Baby Shark, who's certainly going to give him something to think about. But other than that, the rest of the team are now shaped up on this game and briefing side to sweep across into sight.
I think FURIA may grow to rue the fact they didn't take away shields from Wildcard, Tim. I know it's only round 1, but it has been so oppressive. Just being able to peek inside a briefing and know when a player is playing up on the close wall, another player can step across and just get the pre-fire on it. Dash has just marched inside a site. He's getting this one down, even with the Frost coming in off the back of him as well. Shield is back up. Easy peasy. What more can you possibly want? They've lost a couple of players, though. I say that, Tim. We're down to a 3 versus 3 as Nade has started to turn the tide. But in a post-plant with a shield up, this is going to be so hard to win.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but look, Nade's having a phenomenal tournament. I saw him get an unbelievable 1v3 clutch yesterday at the end of their first map. Brilliant stuff. And he continues on at the same pace today. Dash is really low health. That is a problem for the Monty.
It's all about Bay.
Nade's going to get onto the diffuser here. They're going to go for the disable. Are they going to do this, Des? They're going to do it.
Can he see him? He can see him just in time. No! They got the disable even though he had eyes on the man that was going in for the disable. Bay pulling the trigger just a little bit too late. Another half a second of wildcard, maybe get that one over the board, but bloody well played by FURIA to claw that one back. Let's not forget, Tim, they were down in the 3 versus 5 at a point. They'd lost a lot of this top 4 control, but thanks to Nade getting that 3K, managed to retake the ground, stick the disable. Pros don't fake.
Certainly don't. Heading into round 2 then, it will be Nade 1, wildcard 0. And it was, it's going to be a tough one for Wildcard to swallow. It's only round 1, it doesn't matter too much. But look, they did a lot right that round. Dash went in and took the ground in games and Dorm really, really quickly. They didn't lose anybody getting into briefing, which has turned into a real kill box for some teams over the last couple of days. So good stuff from them. They get in there nicely, get the diffuser down, not too much of a problem. It's just one of those things that you can't legislate for. A player like Nade just doing what Nade does. Look at the shots he's hitting. Like the thing is, they're not special. They're just smooth like butter does. It's like you can see it coming, and he just doesn't miss. He just does not miss.
You know who does miss him?
Yeah,
Bay.
He does. Unfortunately for Wildcard. But look, he gets onto the diffuser at the right time. Just so many good decisions from Nade during that round. Phenomenal from him. 3-0.
Yeah,
and we move on.
This is really silly. Inside of a meeting over the last couple of days, and I've been looking at it, on the wall you see that kind of red circle on it, and I've always been like, that's not like an enemy outline, is it? Like, what is that? And I've just realised because it comes over the front of the mirror window as well, it's the projector inside the meeting room. But I've never spotted it because it's not like a white thing drawn, like a screen drawn down in front of it. And now I feel really stupid.
Well, it's because you are this.
Wow. Wow.
Give it a rest. Awful.
What are you saying? Give it a rest? You said that.
I know, but you're awful to me. You bully me constantly.
Yeah, but then you're saying give it a rest as in give it a rest to yourself.
No, give it a rest. I'm saying you looking for sympathy. Like, you don't get anything.
Why was I looking for sympathy? I just said, wow. Jesus, man. Get back to bed.
Round 2.
Come on, Grandpa. Let's get back to your bed. Come on.
Round 2, looking at where the attack is coming from. Nowhere just yet is the answer. Interestingly, Baby Shark is out towards Courtyard. Courtyard's not used too often as a point of ingress. We'll see whether he does indeed intend to move in through there or not. I don't think he's going to. He's just kind of using the balcony at the minute for the long angle through the window. But right now, there's only one player inside, and that's Spiker. He's going to be in and around Tower. He's just kind of up at the top of White Stairs, so that would suggest that Wildcard will join him at some point, and they'll go for that push across from the opposite direction again, probably try and get their way into briefing as we've seen previously, but not too much movement, a little bit slow. But Kansan, he's gonna be a catalyst. He's gonna find a kill onto Felipox, and that's 5 versus 4.
No shield in this round is the one to note, of course. It does mean they're gonna have a little bit more of a challenge, I think, in getting briefing, but because you're attacking from the other side, it's not as bad to push in from that side because it's easier to get control of bathroom and use that to push in. When you're attacking in towards office and bathroom itself, you're coming in through these single doorways where the defenders absolutely have control of that bathroom wall, and so there's a little bit of transformation here. Thank you very much, medics. Or at least for now they'll have it, Tim, but with the mirror window there, it will get dealt with eventually. Yet again, it's a 5v3, Tim, and the killing starts on the side of FURIA.
Yeah, JV's going to get pushed back out of briefing there, but Hertz actually goes in and retakes with the mirror. He's going to go for the challenge onto Spiker, but he loses it. That is a big moment for Wildcard. Baby Shark on the back of it picks up a double, and that's going to be the round. They level things up, 1-1. I honestly expect to see this one continue on this trend, just round for round, close battle.
What I love about it is, and this is why I fell in love watching Wildcard on day one, and yeah, we spoke about them back on day one. We've seen them grow over the months, increase their standing and performance, and show that it wasn't just a one-off when they had that excellent performance at Reload. They came to Munich and very much had a similar sort of showing. I think here what made me really fall in love with them on day one was their attacks are just so fun to watch. Very rarely are they getting stuck. Are they doubling down and, like, you know, sitting on drones for half the round? They're actively always moving forwards. There's always something happening somewhere, which is kind of like outside of what you'd normally see other teams do, where they'd normally all drone, then start their moves together, get back on drones again, then all move forward together again. Whereas these guys, it's like cover and move. It's like a very, very military operation at all times. They're just very, very on it and never scared of taking the fight to the other side. It is wonderful to watch.
We're just going to get a little look at a few stats here along the way. We've got a bit of a technical pause. I think just a little bit of an issue for one of the, I think it's one of the FURIA players, maybe a little bit of a headset issue. So
for Mr.
Felipox. Something
Felipox.
similar. So we'll get that sorted just as quickly as we can do, and we will be back into things. But for now, you get to see just how good Herds really is.
And glasses are a choice.
The thing, Herds is one of them people who just pulls up anything he wears. It just It's fine.
Whenever I see him like,
pulls it off.
Whenever I see him outside again, you see him inside games sometimes as well. He wears the very like straight topped, like black, full up shade black glasses. He looks really cool. The guy always looks cool. I'll say that much. He does always look very, very cool.
That's it. He can wear whatever he wants.
Spiker on some meditation thing right now. Look at him. He's locked him. No, he ain't. No, I woke him up. My bad.
Bro.
Amazing timing. Thank you for that, Spiker.
That is a real siege timing
Get that
moment.
clip. That is amazing.
It's only 2 rounds in, Tim.
That was brilliant. You can't pay for that kind of timing.
Very good, very good. We will be going back to Dortmund games again, so clearly opting to avoid going downstairs where they can here, so not going to the off-site in a classic 3-site rotation, pointing towards FURIA, not really liking that as a 3rd site. It's the tertiary for a reason. They'll go there when required, but when they have the choice, they're going to try and avoid it, and they're going to have a repeat on this top floor. Let's see what changes this time around.
Okay then. So last time I honestly think that they've. I was going to say that they've given up that kind of White Stairs corridor, museum, horse area a little bit too easily. There wasn't too much contest around there. A lot of the focus was kind of JV, he's in there again, in briefing, and then they had KZ supporting him from site, and I just don't know how much was going on defensively up to this side. So I'd like to see a little bit more. We've got the Vulcan canister. FLUXO is going to be playing probably in or around command, maybe horse itself. He's got options, but I think, yeah, get 2 or 3 even over there and make it difficult for WILDCARD to take ground. Spiker was sat at the top of White Stairs for ages, and then they just kind of, walked in. Kansan joined him in Museum, and they just kind of walked their way down, and it just all felt a little bit too easy.
Certainly a change away here in terms of lineup for both sides as well. The Warden being brought along by FLUXO here. They've stepped away from playing the mirror.
We've seen this jump out.
We have.
Cyber did this.
They've been learning, Tim. I told you, over time they'd learn from each other, get on the rappel, and the jump.
No, they're not.
Nope. He's like, I ain't falling for this nonsense. No, thank you. Dash a little bit too wise to their antics here. Not going to find himself being taken down too early on. We have got that deadly duo on the other side I often speak about in the Dockerby and the Deimos, between them covering each other's weaknesses very well, but being extremely effective at forcing roamers back towards site. And right now, Tim, what have FURIA got a lot of? Roamers that need to be forced back. So in the combination with these 2 operators, you are going to see a WILDCARD have to chew through this extended hold up towards the northwest side of the map.
Yeah, at the minute, FLUXO, I think, is the important one. He's on the Warden. He's just in and around horse. He's kind of bouncing in and out of command as well. He's got a little rotation that allows him through there to challenge from multiple angles, and I think he's going to be the important one. If he gets forced away, then WILDCARD are able to start taking ground. And just having a look now, he is dropping back, but he gets kill on his way, and this is why I say he's important, because he's now stopped them being able to push in through that door and support their teammates. Dash is getting aggressive though. Herds, he picks up Kansan. Good ground taken by WILDCARD again, but the cost might just prove too high this time.
It's massive to get rid of Bay on the glass as well. That would have been one of their X factors as such. That's so close to killing. He's literally got 1 HP. If he got the kill off the back of that, it would have been absolutely massive. Baby Shark dropping away for a second. Another call coming out. KZ top of the stairs here, sat on the Chanker, forced back towards site. Again, the power of that Dockerby coming in, and they get the cam hack.
Dash has been able to sneak through bathroom here. He's getting himself towards briefing. JV92 is in and around there, but he's dropped back, so Dash can put pressure on from the opposite side. That's why this is important, because Baby Shark is still looking towards dorms. Spike has now gone to join Dash over in briefing with that diffuser, so they're pinching them from both sides.
It was Kansan in the spot where we just saw Dash take up a moment ago. He died there on a swing, unfortunately coming out, so they've had to replace him, and that is why Dash has moved over here instead. Still got 3 tracks in his back pocket, mind you, and Baby Shark is coming up below on the blue stairs.
Yeah, he's just moved around. He's dropped down red stairs, flanked underneath, and come up the other side, and I'm not sure if they're going to be aware or not. I think KZ is. He's putting some fire canisters out that way. That's brilliant defending from KZ. JV picks up Dash, and that allows them now to focus on that brief inside. It's all up to Spiker. He's rotated again. This time, WILDCARD, they've not been given any ground for free. They've kind of bounced back and forward. We've seen them push briefing. We've seen them push horse. We've seen them push blue stairs. They've tried from every side of WILDCARD. They've tried to adapt, FURIA having none of it. They were aware of everything that was going on. Really, really good. Particular shout out to KZ in that round. I think getting that awareness of Baby Shark on the flank underneath, coming up blue stairs, that could have been an absolute killer move from Baby Shark, but KZ was there ready for it. Shumika launcher goes out, kill comes in, great stuff.
And I was going to say the Shumikas have been really effective across a couple of rounds there. The prior round maybe less so, but I think more the use case of them has been phenomenal because of how bottlenecky this map is. Like I've said, it's really good for keeping players away. We have got attack timeout. Let's see if we can listen in, though. It might be a little bit difficult.
Gornis is really quietly spoken.
He ain't giving nothing away.
He's really softly spoken. It's like Gornis. He's not doing that just to hide. If you just talk to him anyway, he's very softly spoken. So yeah, difficult to hear anything.
Yeah, we won't bother trying on that one. Like I said, got no chance of hearing him. But yeah, we've seen the bans also coming through. It's worth touching on for a second. We've had the Azami taken away on the Dockerby. Dockerby we've seen across all 3 rounds being played by Baby Shark. I spoke earlier about the efficacy of that operator in forcing these roamers back, and you've seen every single time a call has come through, players on the side of FURIA have had to step back. You saw it from the Chanka in the previous round at the top of red stairs, was forced to move back away in towards site. But for me, again, the Chanka's provided so much threat on that site, in Dortmund games in particular, because there are so many single doorways to push on through. You could lay her down and really cover 2 or 3 doors at the same time with very little worry, knowing full well that they would have to push in through fire if they were going to get in towards site. So really good use of the operator by FURIA.
Okay then, we're going to be heading on through to round 4, and we are still not going downstairs. We're now going to be able for FURIA to move back over to the site they won in the first round. We've got our additional bans come in, Dokkaebi and Azami. Both high value, probably don't need to dive into that too much. The fact that FURIA have been playing with a lot of roamers, it just, works perfectly. Get rid of the Dokkaebi, and you're maybe going to be able to hold on to those other rays. It's kind of a funny one. So, top floor, we talk about roamers, and they are, in a sense, that they're not playing inside, but it's kind of, a lot of it's down to extended hold. I would say probably roaming on Fortress, as we're seeing it, would more be maybe having somebody underneath, like trying to, work up those staircases, get a flank, that sort of thing. But, either way, FURIA have taken away that Dokkaebi, so keep an eye out for that. Maybe that's something that we're going to see, is them sort of heading even further away from the site than they have been doing.
Baby Shark on his way up to the roof, just going to take out that castle barricade on the door in towards courtyard. This means that they have that ability to step in there later, can apply some phantom pressure in the meantime, meaning that there might not be a player there, but the defenders are aware because it's been taken out. It means someone could be there, and you have to pay attention and respect to that at all times. Excited to see how Dash plays him, because of course we saw that for the Monty back in the first round. It was really effective back then. Here he's moved over to playing on the Blitz, which says to me, got to go fast, got to move that bit quicker than what a Monty can provide, which suggests at some point they are going to try and run through a couple of these players on the side of FURIA.
He's got the Blitz now working in from that tower position. JV takes down Baby Shark. That's going to be the sledge gone. Not too much of a problem. They're not, looking for verticality or anything here. So it's not the end of the world, but the Blitz is going to continue the march forward. Dash did this really well last time, was able to force FLUXO back into briefing. He's done it, but he'll wish he hadn't done it. Because FLUXO manages to hit him with the Nitro there, takes down the Blitz, and this round has fallen apart quickly for Wildcard.
That was a pre-play C4, by the way. They knew that he was going to take that path the whole time.
They did exactly the same last time.
It was absolutely wonderful. I mean, the Monty was up on the door last time and able to challenge and feed information about what was going on in meeting, and that got them through, but that was really smart.
Thinking about it, I did see FLUXO downstairs in prep phase. He came back up blue stairs just after KZ.
I've just checked as well. He hasn't had a C4 in his back pocket the entire round. So, yeah, he would have been down there super quick. Really good.
Big-brained. FLUXO knowing exactly where he was going to go. And Wildcard continued to push forward. Challenge will come on into briefing. Kansan knows that he's got it stacked up against him here. He's going to open that wall through into sight. Does have diffuser in hand, but is going to be Zoto canistered out of it for now. We can see the freeze effect on the left of your screen there. FLUXO's had a real round here. He's, stopped multiple breaches. He's got that pre-placed Nitro kill. He's led them into a flawless round. Brilliant stuff from FURIA.
And that's at the back of attack timeout. But more importantly, what I want to stress here is, often you think about a good team and you think about, wow, an amazing individual capability, all unbelievable gunners, great strats, they're always in sync, it looks perfect. You've seen something that I'd say you don't always really acknowledge or realize unless you look back at previous rounds here in FURIA, which is adaptability. They looked at what they saw in round 1. What was the problem? Okay, it was a Monty on the meeting door. He was feeding information. They could pre-fire and swing us. We lost 2 players inside a meeting. How do we stop a Monty or another Shield player doing that? Pre-play C4. It's just those small little things that definitely isn't going to come into this game saying, oh, we can try and do this, like we know that they always do that. You don't, because you don't get to see them play this map ever before. But they've adapted to what they've seen in the game itself, came up with a new plan on the fly, and have delivered it and completely removed the threat of dash. Really wonderful stuff for FURIA, and it gives them a flawless round, as said, and probably suggests him why they are one of our best teams in the tournament. Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thought? So we're going to be going downstairs. The conversation rumbles on in my mind as to verticality and its importance on this side.
Is that because you talk to yourself a lot?
Yeah. That's the only way I get any sense around here, Des.
Wow. The reverse burn. Easy. Impressive.
Fire's back. So, look, we've seen teams do vertical, we've seen teams not do vertical. FaZe yesterday were using vertical on this site. They were going in, they were getting, it was Cyber going in on the Ram, using the boogie drones to rip up that floor in games. It didn't really gain them too much. And this is what I've been saying. You know,
come on.
JV takes down.
Too easy.
So yeah, the verticality hasn't really, I don't think, been gaining an awful lot from what we've seen. So much so, we've seen quite a few teams attack this site without ever bothering going upstairs. So there's not always a big presence up there at the minute from the defenders. At the minute we've got Herds. He's on his own. He's looking to hold on to it. To be honest, he's up there because he's on the Solis. He wants to use the vertical to be able to deny any plan. That's why he's in that position. So WILDCARD need to be aware of that, but it's not so much from a sense, at least at the minute that we're seeing, for attackers going in and wanting those vertical angles. And if you want to know why that's the case, just have a look at the positioning of the defenders. None of them are in sight, so there's no point ripping all the floor up necessarily because you're not gaining anything. Normally you do that to force defenders out of position. They're already gone.
Come back to their ban as well, Tim. Banning away the Dockerby has been WILDCARD's main way of forcing these players back and applying pressure without having to take a gunfight. They've now only got the Deimos to lean on. It's why they've turned towards things like the Line and like the Jackal, so they can afford to deal with FURIA when they're being aggressive out on their own. But you've lost the Line really early, and we've already spoke about the weaknesses that Deimos has, and Jackal made me laugh. Not quite sure he's quite yet there in the meta, I'd say, Tim. I tell you what, so close to getting a kill then on towards Herds, who I think through the animation was saved on that alone.
Herds has dropped back down to that bottom floor as well now. He's back into sight. JV92 going to pick up a second on the round. It's going to be Dash that he manages to find. So that's the Jackal gone as well. 4 versus 3 now as the breach continues to open up. And as I said, you know, quite rightly, WILDCARD have gone nowhere near that top floor. There is no verticality coming in from them. I think as time develops, we will see more vertical use on this site. You know, just to control doorways, things like that. Stop defenders rotating back into sight. But for the time being, not too much of a focus. Very much a lateral push here. 3 versus 2 as WILDCARD get themselves a double to find that advantage in the man count for themselves once again.
Now it's just important to know where the players are. They've got a trap they can use on the Deimos. They've just seen one next to the oven on drone as well, so they should know where these last couple of players on FURIA are. Like, it's a 3 versus 2. You've got the man advantage. Play for the trades, and this one's yours, Tim.
Should be, in theory.
But
you're against FURIA, so you just never know. Especially with FLUXO and Nade. Like I said, I literally watched Nade get a 1v3 yesterday. You know that he's got it in his locker. For the time being, they're going to continue breaching that wall. 20 seconds left to go. The clock is the enemy here, really, for WILD, because the longer they leave it, the more of a risk it's going to be. Spiker is in position to put the diffuser down and could choose to start doing so any second. I think they just want to make sure of where these remaining defenders are. Spiker is trying to choose his spot. He's got 8 seconds left to go. That kill might just signal. Yes, there we go. He starts to put the case down on the floor, and that's 2 seconds left. The clock will be extended as the plant is successful. Ooh. Out comes the Nitro. FLUXO can do nothing, and he's now got 3 to fight back against.
This is a big retake for him to win here, and I doubt he gets away with it. He'll try his best, but Spiker hitting his second headshot of the round finally gets WILDCARD on the board. And really, that was in a 4v5 from the off, because Baby Shark died in opening up one of the windows that we saw earlier on. Didn't get a chance to use any of his gadgetry, his drones, nothing. Really good recovery by WILDCARD.
Yep, and, you know, as I said, no vertical play there. We still see WILDCARD successful on the attack, but we also saw an ending very, very similar to multiple other rounds that we've seen in that site, and that is that you kind of have a couple of attackers stood in the site, a couple of defenders stood in the other site, and there's just a bit of a gunfight between the two. Maybe the plant goes down, maybe it doesn't. Just a little bit of chaos at the end of the round, but WILDCARD, they're the ones that come out on top. And moving into round 6, FURIA 3-2 up at the minute, they're going to be looking to try and get themselves an advantage going into their attacking half. It is certainly, at least from my perspective, the fortress that I've seen. It's the attackers that are struggling so far, but it's par for the course given that it's a new map. So I think, you know, FURIA, they're going to really want this, trying to give themselves that little bit of a buffer, that little bit of a cushion going into the second half when they're on the attack. So maybe it's not quite as stressful for them, but right now, WILDCARD, they're going to do anything they can to spoil the party. I think a 3-3 half here from WILDCARD would be really good.
It would, and I think even taking the 2 attacking rounds on a map like this, where, as we know, defenders are typically going to take the advantage, early release, still lots of things to figure out for attackers in terms of pacing and angles that can be held and dealing with all the cheese that comes out. We've seen the jump outs, we've seen the C4 up and towards the external stairs through courtyard. Lots of little things like that are going to have to get figured out. So there will be a number of upsets where attackers won't quite be as effective on this map as maybe you want them to be, but give them a bit of time and we'll find the cook. I think it'll probably take a good half a year until you see them out get to that stage where it's like at the stage where attackers are probably at the level they should be. However, I'd say that WILDCARD haven't done too badly. Their first attack especially was really, really impressive. Well, the first round they won, sorry, with the shield on the Monty. Really, really like that. Did ultimately get retook on the back of it. Won the second round, so they've shown what they can do on this map. Just a couple of rounds they've been, fair to say, outclassed by the other side, Tim.
A little bit. That's going to happen.
Yeah, it's FURIA.
Everyone's
been there.
It is. It's, you know, it's going to happen when you're against this team. That's just the reality. We're going to avoid the Mozzie Pest there with the Rotero drone, I think. It was activated just in time. Just having a look at wherever he's set up. There's Philippos and JV92 up towards that top side. That's again where the Wath fight is going to come in, I think. With CB just sending up the Twitch drone, white stairs. They just want to know exactly what they're going to be facing. Down Museum and then in towards Horse, getting a good idea here. They know that Philippos is going to be positioned down there at Horse. He has been consistently when they've defended this site. So just got to have a plan to deal with it. Halfway through the round, nobody really inside of the map again. We've seen exactly the same. Spiker gets himself inside. He's in and around that sort of top white corridor, doing the droning, getting in position, and then usually we'll be joined by Kansan and Bay to start pushing forward. Baby Shark will work elsewhere and is doing at the minute alongside Dashu. He's right in amongst sight, looking for trouble.
And the smokes are going down as well, which is beautiful. There's no warden on the other side here. Sees a player now is going in for a plant himself. Have they got enough cover for him here? Yes, they have, because Hertz has gone down and he stepped forward. They've got enough to watch the doors. They're all smoked off as well. As JV steps on forward and towards the right-hand side, maybe he gets himself caught out, but no. It's Dash coming off the diffuser, trying to get hold of him, but no, put down. And there we go. Kansan steps in. Baby Shark for another wonderful attack out of WILDCARD. And they spin it right back on its head, Tim. A flawless round of their own.
Yeah, really like that attack from WILDCARD. So they did the same thing that they've done previously. Med noise around White Stairs. Kansan, Bay, Spiker, all working on that side of the map pretty much. And FURIA are reacting to that. But, you know, yeah, there's drones coming down here. There's a bit of action over this side. So the focus is over there. And Dash just kind of quietly wanders in towards site. Gets himself a kill because they're not ready for it. Baby Shark works his way up blue stairs to have the cover for the plan. And it just worked really, really well, because then FURIA, they're trying to react to that and filter back into site where they can hear Dash planting. And Baby Shark, it's an easy pickup for him. So 3-3 at the half. And we're going to switch it around. You feel like it's advantage WILDCARD on the back of that.
You'd think so, yeah, with 3 attacks, really impressive. But as I often say, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege. FURIA could themselves be absolutely electric on the attack of this map. And by the looks of it, they came in pre-prepped with a bunch of ideas on how to defend it, so no doubt they've also got ideas on how to attack it. If they have a good half here, Tim, and come out in a strong position, we're going to Club as their map pick. 2 really interesting bands coming out there, by the way, the Valkyrie and the Flores. Flores, I'm pretty sure that's the first time we've seen him banned here. Valkyrie, it wouldn't surprise me if it's happened in another game. But just, again, not really seeing these 2 as bans at the moment. Valkyrie kind of feels obvious because historically she has been a go-to ban. But I think we've mainly seen other operators creeping into the 4. Things like the Azami have most definitely been up there. Clash, Kaid, Bandit. There's so many other choices that teams normally go towards. So a bit spicy to see that as an option. I wonder why.
Oh, we'll see.
I'll ask Igor after the game. I'm very curious to know why.
Well, I agree with you. Like, a lot of the time you're going to look at Valkyrie and, you know, she's particularly dangerous if you're on a downstairs site because you've then got that verticality to play with. You've got your C4s, you get the cams upstairs. You know, you can tie all that information together. That's going to be less applicable here. It's not to say that Valkyrie's not, you know, valuable or useful. Of course she is. Any intel you can gain in Siege is always going to be helpful. So getting those black eye cams out around this top floor, So, yes, it's going to give you a good idea, but to a degree, I feel like as well, you know, given what we've seen so far, you can probably make a good guess of what FURIA are going to do here. They're going to come in, they're going to try to take games and dorms, they're going to work through into beefing, try to breach through into bathroom. It's what we see the majority of the time. So, yeah, it's an interesting one.
I did just go and check, and it's because on the last 2 times they've played it at this tournament, which was against Elevate and against Falcons, in 4 of their 6 defensive rounds, WILDCARD did play Valkyrie, so it does make sense as a counterban, clearly seeing that WILDCARD have got a lot of comfort with it and just taking it off them. Makes sense.
Yeah, fair enough. But I think in doing so, they're going to leave plenty of options for WILDCARD, you know, with operators like the Warden, like the Azami, you know, that they're going to be able to bring along, or the Mirror at points as well.
Just didn't want to get shoehorned into playing the IQ, I expect here. They know they've got certain things they want to be achieving here, so why muck around with it and just get that off the line. So on their own attacking side, though, Tim, can't really ignore Felipox. Often we say that if we see a Raura. You want to say it? Raura. Yes, now that she's on side. When she first came out, I remarked on it, okay, I think it was yesterday we was casting and we saw Raura brought along. Terrible attacking win rate, 33%, lowest of any attacker in the game. She was awful. But I think now that, again, we've had a bit of time to see teams cook with her and come up with some ideas, we are seeing some quite creative strats coming out. And if any team is going to have a creative execute making use of a Raura, it's going to be FURIA and for Felipox in particular, wielding that operator.
So not too much progress in the first minute and a half yet in terms of map control from FURIA. They are still mostly outside of the map. JV92, doesn't matter whether he's outside, inside, he's still going to find them kills. Manages to pick up Spiker. That's going to be the smoke off the board. Big loss. A lot of time and space denial there has been taken away with those Toxic Babe canisters going along the same route as Spiker to an early grave. JV92 is just going to continue holding that museum window position just to try and stop, I think, any movement around there and allow Herds to get himself up white stairs.
For sure. Not in a bad spot. And not feeling the need to rush either is probably the important part. You've got rid of the smoke. That's one of the latter round sort of like problems for you. You've now got rid of Dash on the Warden. So suddenly things like any flashes they've got become that little bit more potent. Mainly looking at Herds and KZ when they say that one. Certainly no complaints. Looking for another, and sure enough, JV's just a little bit too quick on the trigger. Baby Shark deleted. 2 kills fly back their WILDCARD, keeping themselves in the conversation. FURIA are down to a 2 versus 2 team. They've lost 3 in a row.
Make that a 2 versus 1. Kansan doing Kansan things. Manages to find himself a double, bringing a little bit of flair to proceedings. 2v1, but Bait is low health. Nade does have a shield, so this is very, very winnable for Nade. Like I say, we've seen him as a clutch machine, but he's up against another one, and that's the problem. Kansan, beautiful shot. Just manages to pick out the little almost a one-tap onto the Blackbeard, and that's going to be WILDCARD taking their first defensive round, and certainly look like they're making moves towards winning this first map.
He is really good, Baby Shark. You're absolutely correct. Kansan is pretty cracked. I've seen him hit both of his 4Ks so far in this tournament when we cast him the other day. That's a bit of a machine when he's in the right mood. It pulls WILDCARD up to 4 and 3, so just the 1 round ahead for now. Well, I'm certainly not complaining. And Tim, he's bringing along the Oryx in this round. Now, I'd love to say it's to help deal with shields, and it would be genius. If a team is running a shield and then you play an Oryx on a tight corner, as this map so often gives you, and they can, of course, run around the corner and knock that shield down without really exposing yourself, you probably get a free kill off the back of it. I want to believe it's more for hatch hopping and mobility more than anything else, but we'll see.
If we were on the upstairs side, I would say yes. Yeah. I would think it would, because what we've seen so far in Fortress, again in the reverse, is not much play underneath. Not many people going in with Deimos or with Buck and trying to open the floor up. Yeah. So if you're on the top floor, you could easily. We saw a great play. Who was it yesterday that had the pulse underneath? I can't remember, but it was a brilliant play with the pulse playing underneath.
They hit it, didn't they? Yeah.
They got the nitro and they baited him on red stairs and just kind of everything that went with it. It was really, really well worked.
Who did we cash yesterday? NIP versus...
It was Pino. I think it was Pino on the pulse.
It might have been. I'm going to go and check.
Go and have a look, but I think it was NIP and I think it was Pino on the pulse. So my point being there that we're not seeing a lot of bottom floor use, particularly from the attackers, and so we have people like Pino on the pulse if it was him getting that. There you go. Getting that sort of space and freedom, and so an Oryx could get some space and freedom down there. You know, if Kansan was underneath, and then he could hop back up the hatches to get back up to the top floor. But we don't have a top floor site. We've got a bottom floor site, so we will keep a close eye on Kansan. He's currently playing out in Hammam, and I genuinely think the view is towards dealing with the shields, especially if he's playing out in Hammam, because you're thinking that's where the entry is going to come in from. We know that they like to jump in through kind of bathroom through Hammam and try to work their way through from there, and I think Kansan's just hoping to have a surprise for them.
I think especially true when you know how much confidence FURIA play with, where very often they aren't stacking 4 players on a single door and pushing in all together. They do take a lot of map control because they're very, very comfortable and you know, reliant on each other to be able to be capable in those positions. And if someone does die, they're able to get someone else to cover. It's fine. But I think Kansan's kind of looking to capitalize on that more than anything, though, Tim. It's the fact that he's got the ability to go up hatches here. That's why I think he's so far removed from the rest of his team and scattered out around the map. He can cause real bother out here if he manages to find a hatch to hop up.
If he can get up there and maybe come down the blue stairs late in the round, that could be a big play from him. We'll keep an eye on it and we will keep you updated on the situation. For the time being, the Ram has gone in above, so a very different play style here from FURIA on the attack, where I commented Wildcard didn't use verticality at all when attacking this site. FURIA have gone in there, taken top floor, got the Ram active, the boogie drones have been out, they've got those vertical views down into site. It hasn't gained them much in terms of moving the defenders, because they're all playing further back in the site anyway, where they're underneath briefing and they can't be seen because there's walls in the way. So they're still pretty comfortable, but it might just create some space for Nade to get a plant inside this door, and it looks like that's where it's heading. But where is Kansan?
Well, hopping upstairs right now, Tim is where he is, but he might be a little bit late on this plant. But KZ, I think, knows that he's coming at this point. Spiker manages to deny the plant, at least for now, as Nade falls. So it's a bit of panic stations almost for FURIA here, aware that their plan has been thwarted and may yet find themselves stabbed in the back as they start moving forward here. Kansan's coming up through bathroom. Herds, as you can see, holding the tight angle. Kansan, as you can see, is losing HP, though. It's not looking too good. Dash finding one for himself. Baby Shark into another. Wildcard have held on brilliantly in this round.
Yeah, I think, you know, you've got Spiker to thank for this one with a well-placed Nitro coming through. I don't know if there was maybe a little bit of support from Baby Shark as well. He's got the ward and he was playing shoulder to shoulder with Spiker at the time, so will have been able to see through the smoke, maybe give a little bit of direction. But by dropping that diffuser inside a site, it's kind of left FURIA without a hope. They'd prepared everything for getting that plant down. They'd got the vertical open. Hello. We've got the they got the vertical open up above. They'd got the door smoke. Everything was around getting that plant down. And when Spiker hits that Nitro, it kind of falls apart for them. So unfortunate from FURIA and a good defense from Wildcard. Very, very solid. Like I say, avoiding the vertical pressure. Kansan, it was worth a try. They were ready for it. It didn't work out, but the rest of the round did.
You guys are lucky. I'm normally half naked on the cast. Let's get on here and whip the top off. Tim loves it.
I do. I do. It's true.
You did that through a broken smile.
No, it's true.
Here's a attack time at FURIA in case you can't tell. Swag level 9,000. Glasses game very high. Beard game on point. Why can't you be like that, Tim?
Because I don't have a beard.
You could grow one.
I could.
You get a bit of stubble.
I always have that. I can't be clean shaven.
Why?
Because if I'm clean shaven, I look like I'm back at high school or something.
You look like an egg.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So.
Egg Tim, egg Tim, egg Tim.
Hard-boiled ace.
Hard-boiled ace.
I do have a ponytail though.
Yeah, that's an old meme and it checks out.
It is.
For those who don't know, back when we were in EUL back in, 2020, 2021, there was always a joke that Tim had a ponytail. Obviously, he was bald, and he had a ponytail at the back. And he'd always be like, you're going to see it, start turning his head.
You can't prove that I don't, because you only see the front of me.
This is it. You just don't actually know. Like it's like Schrodinger's ponytail. Until like you actually check, you can't confirm, but no one can really check. Spoils the mystery. Fair to say Wildcard have had a wonderful first couple of rounds, though. FURIA are struggling to get that first attack. They're attacking well, I think. The way they've approached the rounds is good. It's just that Wildcard have always had a plan. And part of the struggle here for FURIA, I imagine, is as much as you've had a chance to look at how Wildcard play this map, you know, over the course of the last couple of days, they've played it twice already. This is their third time playing this map. They still can't quite seem to unravel the defenses. Wildcard have always got new tricks and ideas up their sleeve on how to keep FURIA at bay. And not at bay, the player, just, you know, kept away.
Very good. Okay, Ned's going to be on the shield again. Now the third round in a row with Simblitz. We've got Blackbeard. See if he can have any more impact. Last time they tried to kind of use it to brute force into sight and get the plant there. Last time didn't work out as the Nitro stopped him in his tracks. And this time they could really do with using it to grab some ground. It's going to be dorms and games that they're attacking onto, and they're very much shaping up quite a direct push towards sight at the minute, unless things change.
For sure. Going in towards this combo of the Dokkaebi and the Lion. Again, it's all about, I feel like a lot of this map is becoming about this as well. It is that sort of air quotes Roma control. Like every team is leaning in towards Dokamu's doing a lot of Deimos on it as well. Shields, of course, to help take control of large parts of the map. And part of me wants to know if that's going to be the standard or if it's just while teams are getting more comfortable with the map. I imagine over time it could evolve. But definitely in the early days, you will see a lot of shields. You will see a lot of intel operators coming out just to kind of smooth over the cracks of learning to attack onto this site overall. Do the lion sound effect for me, Tim.
Oh, it's just... I don't know what it is. To do it, it's just a bassy noise, isn't it? Casey's going to pick up Canton there and looking for a second as well. In goes the Dokkaebi call as well, so that's going to be everybody's phones vibrating for the time being. Bay and Dash have both rejected that call. They're going to be having none of it. Falling back to site at the minute here, WILDCARD kind of trying to hold on because there's a lot of pressure mounting from that bathroom and command side. Casey's going to work his way into briefing pretty soon. There we go, managing to get the kill onto Baby Shark. 5 versus 3 now. FURIA they're moving as a pack at the minute.
They are, which is quite a rare thing for them. I said they normally take large parts of the map control with different players in different locations, but here they are quite... It's more, I think, a product of the map. They have to be together. But look at that. WILDCARD explode out. 2 kills coming to themselves. Almost a third. And it was almost a Blackbeard they got offline, Tim. But Dash, not quite sure what you're after there, buddy. I won't lie.
I don't know why Dash has gone on the sprint at you. Like, he's seen the man go out of the window. He's done the damage. Like, just you know, take your wins, Bay. He's going to find 2 wins. Can he find a third? 2 versus 1 now. Spiker is in support as well. Philippe on that door. Bay with a triple.
Oh my god! Oh my god, bro!
Yo, guys.
Just when it's needed, manages to close it out for WILDCARD, but yeah, Dash, I think, just a little bit overexcited to get that kill. You know, if I get shot going out of a window, I'm definitely going to turn around and wait for somebody to peek their head into it, so I'm sure he'll learn a lesson from that one. 6-3 WILDCARD, 3 chances now for them to close out Fortress and go 1-0 against FURIA. As a reminder to everybody, this match is important. They are both fighting over that top spot in the group, and what does that mean? What does that get you? It gets you a bye in the upper bracket, so you move on to the second round of the upper bracket. And why is that important? It's not just because you're in the upper bracket, but it's because you are 1 win away from the live stage, and that's where everybody wants to be.
I love how you asked yourself about 3 questions during that and answered each and every single one.
Like I say,
it's almost like you're meant to have someone next to you that you can converse with and ask questions to and get answers from.
You never asked me the right ones.
Why are you bald, Tim?
See? Genetics.
Apparently you don't need me anymore.
I do.
I can just sit here and say nothing if you like. I can just shut up.
Nah, I definitely do.
Why?
Because we just compliment each other really well, for an honest answer.
I never compliment you.
No, we do.
No, I don't. I'm always horrible to you.
For an honest answer, we just do. Where my weaknesses, you know, where I have weaknesses, your strengths pick up those areas.
Oh, you
That's
can't
just
take
how
it
it's
down
always
like
been.
the nice sentimental route.
Well,
I feel bad being mean.
Well, there you go. I know how to play this game, Des. I've been playing it with you for a lot of years.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. That is true. By which I more mean I drag you down the path of chaos every now and then and try and derail things, and then you're always the one who has to get it back on track.
I love a slow motion celebration. Absolutely.
It's the sound that comes with it that really makes for it. Beautiful.
Twitch drop.
Yes.
Going to be sent in to have a look for some util. We've got WILDCARD now defending command and bathroom, and they do have a presence over in Game and Dawn. Baby Shark and Canton are playing down there for the time being.
Tim,
yes?
will you hold the mute button for me for a second, please?
Yeah,
thanks,
I
mate.
can. It probably came through on my
It definitely did.
So basically, Des is opening a can drink, so he's worried about the. So but it's difficult. I did this the other day. If you do your own mute button, you've got to do the can with one hand, and then you've got the risk of like spilling the can. So I risked it the other day and got away with it. Des had just asked me to press his mute button for him. I didn't think about the fact that I was leaning right over the top of the can with my microphone to press his mute button, and mine was not pressed. So I'm an idiot.
Your words, not mine, Tim. Your words, not mine.
That was very stupid of me.
3-round deficit for Fury to try and close here, which I don't think they're going to be able to do given how effectively WILDCARD have been defending. They still look like a team that's playing it for the first time and catching teams by surprise, despite this being, as I've said, the 3rd time they're playing the map this week. And look at this. Dash is ready. He's being challenged. We've seen kills already won from this position previously, Tim. But Dash is a bit too wise too. Ain't giving up his life, and FLUXO can't easily move forward unless he gets this kill. Almost gets his man. Both players taking damage. But Dash is wasting so much time here. There's only 75 seconds left.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're talking about nearly 2 minutes wasted at this point. FLUXO is, he's firm in it. He's trying to carry on here. It shows how critical this area is to the strat overall. They don't want to give it up. JV92 manages to get Bay elsewhere, but Kansan does find one of his own onto Nade. It's, however, all going in the direction of FURIA. FLUXO clearing Dash out is big. 3 versus 2. Baby Shark taken down by Hertz.
Very nice.
JV92 with the last. Great execution there. Great collapse from FURIA.
That was much more FURIA as well, where they've got 3 or 4 different positions all being pushed at the same time, and they just completely overwhelm the defenders. There is nowhere that you can move without being caught in someone's sight line, and you know the outcome from there against a team of hot gunners. They just bring you down in a flash. Really good round from FURIA, despite the pressure being shown by WILDCARD. Defended well, but just couldn't hold off the onslaught. Down we go to that first floor again, Tim. It's going to be waiting room and cafeteria here in round 11.
So last time around, when attacking this, FURIA struggled a little bit. They went for the top floor control. They opened things up with the Ram. They're not bringing along the Ram at the minute, so I think we're going to see a slightly different process from them because they basically use the Ram to open things up, smoke off the door, try to go in with the shield of Nade and put the diffuser down. Spiker playing deep back there in the far side of the site was able to hit a Nitro all the way through, and it just didn't work out for FURIA. So this time they have dropped the Ram. They are foregoing the shield of Nade. That's going to move across to the Capitao. The Deimos has been dropped. The Deimos was an interesting one. I was going to talk about that one because KZ was upstairs last time on a different operator, but I thought maybe they're going to try and, work through that soft surface with the Deimos instead. They've decided to drop that. FLUXO is still going to be the focus with those light screens, so we need to keep an eye on where he goes. I'm kind of expecting those still around site door to try and, create some confusion. I think they played with the sense this time rather than the smoke because they know that WILDCARD have been bringing the Warden, and I think the Warden was what gave the intel last time around through the smoke. So Dash taken down, and this time they're not going to have the freedom of that Warden being able to feed info through if they're looking through sense light screens.
Yeah, I mean, Dash has been absolutely slapped there to start things off as well. A cozy entry gets FURIA going in the right direction. Speaking of entry, I was quite curious to see how it's played out because we saw a good start across the first couple of rounds from WILDCARD, and since then it has been all up FURIA. They have 7 of the last 9 entry kills. So if you're looking for early round domination, well, the answer is right there in front of your eyes, which kind of speaks volumes to how well WILDCARD have played to keep themselves in the lead here. The ability to win these rounds 4v5 has been really impressive.
It has. Hertz is just moving towards Kansan's position. On the Oryx there. Oh, he's downstairs actually. Sorry, I was looking on the top down. It looked like he was upstairs, so Kansan is, for the time being, going to be safe. However, JV92 is moving. Which would you rather? Would you rather Hertz or would you rather JV just chasing you down?
Both suck.
I'm going to go for neither. So Kansan does take that fight a little bit, drops back into Hammam. He's just trying to kind of keep his position loose here, keep himself moving around. He may well choose to move upstairs at a point as well, but it just keeps FURIA guessing and wastes a bit of time.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's about, right? If you're not seeing them run a docker because you banned it away, you have to play the map. You don't ban that operator and then sit on site. It is completely pointless. And this is why Kansan has been so aggressive out around the map. He's just trying to run that clock down. We saw it from Dash a little bit in the last round when he was playing really aggressively in towards Blue Tower. Spiker getting one back onto Hertz as well, equalizing things at 4 apiece here. FURIA got to go big in the last 60 seconds if they want to keep this game going.
Spiker's absolutely lethal from that position. He plays just outside of sight, and he's just a nightmare. Kansan manages to get one. Trade is there immediately from FLUXO. We've seen the light screens deployed as well. He is playing around that door that I suggested he might onto site. The last time they went with smokes, this time they're going with that. Mainly probably because the Warden has been brought along and they'd seen it previously from Baby Shark, so it just gives them an option to avoid those problems, and it's also allowing them to block off a couple of doorways. FLUXO manages to take down Bay 3 versus 2. We've also got Baby Shark and Nade down at the same time, so effectively 1v1 1v2 here for Spiker. He's fighting. Oh, he can. He goes to the nitro. Look, sometimes you make the choice. We've all been there. As soon as the utility's in your hand, the bullets come flying, and you lose your life and wish that you still had your gun. But that's going to be another round for FURIA. 2 in a row gets them back to 6-5. Only one more chance at this for WILDCARD to close out Fortress in regulation.
They're getting it done, aren't they, Tim? 2 rounds back-to-back, and given they were down 6-3, I thought, man, I don't see them being able to win out all 3, but here they are with 2 of them. 1 more to go, and overtime will be on the way. I'd imagine we'll see WILDCARD starting on the defense when we get to that point. It was their map pick, so FURIA get to pick the side in regulation. They chose to start on defense. And then the one who picked the map, which is WILDCARD, they get to pick what side they start on in OT. And I think it would be madness to pick to start on attack on a new map like this. Yes, indeed, they're on defense.
Only 4 entry kills for WILDCARD so far in 11 rounds.
Yep.
Not good at all. So keep your eye on that at the beginning of this one. Maybe they can get themselves off to a slightly better start. But it's kind of a weird game, really. Everyone on both teams really getting involved. I'm just kind of looking through the scoreboard, and there's nobody that's like, you know, wildly standing out. About the best you've got is Baby Shark on 10. But you've got 8s, you've got 9s, you've got 6s. Like, it is very close, and I love that, because what it's saying is, you know, these are 2 very complete teams with everybody getting involved. They're supporting each other, they're working with each other. There's a lot of coordination and teamwork going on, and it's not reliant on any 1 or 2 individuals just kind of going crazy. So love to see that from both of these, and honestly, it makes both of them a big shout for the tournament for me.
It does. I've said from the early days, I think WILDCARD are looking for a top 4 finish here, both with the way that they're playing and how put together they look. Like, the problem is there's a few teams that I kind of include in that. I'd love to see Weibo make a big run this tournament as well. FaZe, I think, are very inevitably going to be one of our finalists. It just feels they are on a different level at points throughout this tournament. It makes for an interesting one. You know, Falcons are probably the team that I'm not including in my top 4 at the minute based on how they're playing, but given their domination over DAYSTAR earlier, maybe there's something there for how well they'll play coming into the next stages. Here we go, Tim. Fast push coming in, but Kansan already going down here to JV. That's not too great for them. In to try and look for the plant, but can't quite find it. I think, in fact, he was just going in for the shield because it's not the site, Tim. But it's about them get. That is such a common execute that I was like, oh, they're executing here. They're absolutely not. They just wanted to give the Glaz room to get in and make use of the gun there, and it did work because they found 2 kills, Tim.
Big double there to bring it back to 3 versus 3, though. WILDCARD holding on for the time being. It is still going to be the problem for them with that shield. Going to be something that they need to deal with.
Nice.
Spiker manages to take him down, as I'm saying it.
He ran
How
into an
many
LF trap.
big moments is he going to have? Absolutely phenomenal tournament from him, and it continues. Takes down the Monte, drops the diffuser down. 1:30 left, so FURIA have got time in this 2v3, and they've got the glass, which is a big help to them. But other than that, WILDCARD can just start digging in a little bit now.
Again, it's a bottleneck, Tim. They've run into an Elamine there with a shield, which has moved it out the way, and Spiker, so hot on the trigger, has just caught his man at the exact right moment. That is the danger of leaning too hard on these shields, and Spiker is going big in just the round they need him. He's already found himself 2, could look to make it a 3rd as Felipox has got to save the round for his team. 3 more to fire on this Glaz. That feels like a tall order.
1v3 incoming, 54 seconds left to go. That's what the FURIA fans will be hoping, but I'm not sure they're going to get it, if I'm honest. He's now taking fire. They know exactly where he is. It's that man again. Triple at the end. Huge finish from Spiker. When WILDCARD needed it, they take map 1. Fortress is theirs.
I really love seeing that Spiker can deliver to this level too. You know, we spoke a lot about his abilities in IGL. When he first appeared, there were questions, you know, will he be that IGL that can stand up there with the greats? That, I think, has already been answered over the last year, and now he's putting on a bit of a spectacle when it comes to his stats throughout the competition. Wonderful stuff. Very rounded team performance from both teams, as you said, Tim, a 7-5. Who knows what happens on club?
Yeah, I think, again, we're going to see a really close matchup. I do kind of give FURIA the edge on club, but yeah, overall, I can't see this becoming one-sided, to be honest. I said map 3 at the beginning. I still think we're going to get map 3. Maybe we can get 15 rounds in map 3. Maybe it comes down to 1 round. 1v1 for Felipox versus Spike.
Battle of the IGLs will be absolutely phenomenal, but here are those stats that we've been speaking about, and again, you can just see how close the 2 teams are. Lowest of 6 to 9 on one side, and yes, Baby Shark went particularly nuclear, but otherwise it's between 5 and 9 on his team's side. Just, again, an amazing game between both teams, and really hope we see the same quality on club.
JV going crazy on the entry as well. 5 where nobody else got more than 1. Yeah. So overall, 8-4 on the entry, not good for wildcard. That's something they need to address.
It does go to show that entries aren't always what makes a game, but the series is still underway. Let's not forget again, we've got potentially 2 more maps to go. Club's ready after a break. We're back with you in just a few.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, boa. I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, it's just the biggest achievement of my career. What is that?
Sure. You have won all of your games, also FLUXO, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. If we win today against them, I think it's a good showing for the team to go through groups without a single loss, and also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So, yeah, a big gift.
Who should be more worried, you or them?
Who should be more what, sorry?
Worried.
Worried. I think Dan right now, they had like a few shaky games, But I still think it will be a good game. Maybe even a 3 maps game, but we might get it.
Let's not talk about game. Just like you have some lunch. What is the gift you're gonna give him for his birthday?
A win.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Happy birthday, Twister.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game.
Welcome back to the Theatre of Dreams for one of these teams to take the top spot in this group and get that upper bracket round to bye going into playoffs. I'm Des, this is Tim, and you are watching FURIA versus WILDCARD. We just had a great map of Fortress, Tim. It was WILDCARD's map pick, and they prevailed, winning 7-5. But FURIA showed they've most definitely got teeth, and now that we're going into their map pick, they start on the attack of Clubhouse. I think it's fair to say this isn't over just yet. I would be very, very surprised if we don't see all 3 maps.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. FURIA certainly kind of take the edge. It's not a massive one, really. If we look at the recent history, FURIA are 2-1 on Clubhouse, whereas it's 2-3 for WILDCARD. So they've played it more, but you know, if you have a look at those wins, the last win was against Cyclops for FURIA. It was 8-6. They were taken to overtime. I'm not saying that it's certainly not a guaranteed win for FURIA, is what I will say. You know, this is very possible, realistically, for WILDCARD to come out and get a win here. They did lose it against FALCONS earlier in the week, so, you know, maybe that doesn't bode too well for them. But other than that, I think that they could do something here.
I think so as well, but I think FURIA will have workshopped this map. They'll have got us a nice little surprise coming into it as Ultim. Like, there's no way that you pick this as a map that's quite low down your preference order unless you know that you've got something in store for the other side. So maybe it's a bit of counter prep. Clearly the audience are very much behind FURIA here as well. Why wouldn't you be? They are one of the best in the world, but let's find out if they can do it, Tim. Let's go with Club. Big problem, Tim.
What's that, Des? What's the big problem?
The shit tons of Kinder Choco Bomb wrappers that are on the desk in front of me. I'm an addict.
Stop eating them then.
I can't help it, Tim. I was going to grind them down and just start. Now I'm not going to go there, actually. Forget about that one. That's probably a little bit too adult. They're just too good is the problem. And I keep grabbing like 3 or 4 every time I walk past the little like sweet station we've got outside.
418 of them.
There's a reason why the big massive wooden tub we've got is nearly empty. I'll say that much.
And it's
I might eat one. You can introduce the game.
Bans have come through. The Electro Bros are gone. Cade and Bandit will not be appearing in this clubhouse. And then on the other side, Thermite and Grim have been taken away. Thermite's a choice. I think now that he's got 3 exothermics, definitely sort of more relevant in terms of bans and things like that. You know, for a basement, for example, yep, you could do all 3 hatches now where you couldn't do before. Generally, for a hard breach on Clubhouse, we'd see the lean be towards Hibana, I think, for the ban. But when you look at those top floor walls, I think that, like I said, that extra exothermic makes a big difference. Because there's 3 top floor walls that you want to breach. There is construction wall, there is jacuzzi wall, and there is cash wall. Sorry, CCTV wall. They're the 3 that you really want to be breaching. And being able to get a full-size exothermic breach on each of them is a pretty big deal. So I think we are going to start seeing an increased ban rate for Thermite here on Clubhouse.
I agree with you, Tim, and I think you'll see it on a number of maps, to be fair. On here, it's especially strong because attacking on the top floor, you can open up jacuzzi, you can get yourself the main cash CC wall opened up, you can go for the single VIP wall. That's a lot for one hard breacher to be able to get done, and what used to take 2, you can now get done with 1. So you are going to see him repeatedly taken away. You know, we've seen his pick rate shoot up this tournament as a result of the changes. Hibana's certainly no slouch either. Let's not forget she also has a DMR available to her now, which has certainly seen pick rates increase on her, on things like Capital that you're also seeing brought along in this round. So it's been a small reordering, I'd say, in the preference of a lot of operators for a good number of teams, and Thermite, he's definitely up there with ones that they love.
Hibana's a great solo queue operator. If you're a player out there that plays solo queue, great solo queue operator now. She's so self-sufficient, you know, with having that DMR, fantastic weapon, the hard breaching. She can do an awful lot by herself. So definitely worth a look if it's maybe somebody. I think sometimes Hibana can feel like a really aggressive choice as well, and it's. You know, you kind of got to be going, taking fights, but not always the case. There's a fight missed there. Kansan does pick up Herds, though, and is just continuing on inside of sight here, being challenged. He's gone to the pistol against the shield. He's put some damage in. Baby Shark manages to finalise the kill. Kansan just will not be stopped, and FURIA have tried aggressively to get into this jacuzzi side of things, and so far it's not really paid off.
They're being bullied, Tim. They're like absolute rings run around them by Kansan there on the Skopos. One wall to the other, giving them absolutely nothing. And it's into a 4v2 before we even started looking towards the site. That reminder, as you can see on your screen now, we are attacking the basement, but FURIA just haven't got the tools to get the job done anymore.
Just going to be racing JV92 towards those bottom red stairs. I don't know. He's being cautious. I think he does know. I think he's not sure. He knows there's somebody around this area. He's going to take the fight and win it. Good pickup. Bay does do a little bit of damage in return, though, so not ideal. And this is what WILDCARD can do now. They can just fight this as a war of attrition, just little by little. Death by 1,000 cuts. Just go through and just keep chipping that damage away as they try to push forward.
Yeah, it's just one of those now where they might have got something back and they've got a couple of health bars damaged. Clock's now starting to come into effect, mind you, as the last smoke comes on through. Fire's still burning out, and look at this. Kansan really fancying his chance of getting a backstab, but they've dug deep inside of Memorial here. It's JV in particular who's dug him. You've got Nade still working his way through Garage, but they're going to run out of time here, Tim. They've really got to move quick.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get this done. They've got to go through the barbed wire as well. Challenge comes in. Nade gets dashed, but Spiker elsewhere again, just getting those solid backline kills for his team. It's a double at the end of the round to close it out. WILDCARD 1-0.
Fantastic start. Really, really good start to the round itself as well. Again, the dancing around upstairs. 3 kills coming out. Completely took the wind out of FURIA's sails. Never really got a chance to look at the site until the very end. And even then, it was an uphill struggle in a 2 versus 4. Almost recovered it, but not quite able to get there. Going to find ourselves going up to Cash and CC here in round 2. And again, this is where we spoke a lot about the Thermite ban. This, I think, is where you'll see a bit of impact of that. They're going along with the Hibana, but we'll be shocked if we don't see some hard breach gadgets coming along as well.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think you know, if you've got your hard breach gadgets, it just gives you a different option for the lower garage walls. If you're wanting to open those up, try and get underneath exactly those. Thank you very much, Medics. If you're wanting to open those up, I think you rarely need a full breach on them, is what I would say. You know, either way, whether you want the top corner to be able to look on to catwalk window, or whether you want the bottom left corner to be able to walk on in there, you can pretty much do either with hard breach charges. So we'll see if any do get brought along or not. But there is going to be an ace and a Hibana. I as our final picks. Yeah, we've got hard breach charges on Herds as well, so plenty of options there for Furia on the attack.
This is interesting on the defense as well. You've seen the castle barricades going down around Lounge on towards the main door. Haven't seen this set up for quite a while. I want to say even like a few years that I've seen this employed. The goal really being what you're trying to do is deny them from getting in underneath, opening up verticals, and really punishing you by forcing the clash back and away, for example. So the longer you can hold on downstairs, the better. You can also look towards things like C4s on Kansan, who's got away with using that bow. Not forgetting that was banned away against them on Fortress by Furia. So Furia know this is in their wheelhouse, but there is no IQ on side to help deal with that.
Herd's already moving into the map. He's going to be making his way through. He's got support from Nade as well, both pushing across that top floor. They've actually been able to take that quite quickly, but they are going to now meet a little bit of a roadblock. Dash goes around the corner, not really ready for the fight there. It was like he thought there could be somebody in position. They've also lost the clash as well. Kansan's in position here to hand himself out of this round pretty quickly, unless he scurries to safety, which he does. But Spiker taken out of Catwalk, and whatever wildcard had set up, it has not worked.
I can't really discern exactly what happened there, because they knew that Nade had got into top main and had taken out one of the players, and then they just got completely rolled over inside a bedroom. Casey was on the south balcony and also managed to find 2 kills out there. Just a very weird defense overall that Furia just rolled straight through.
I think Furia just won those gunfights up on the top floor, and it kind of created chaos then, because as they get the 2 kills, people are then trying to relocate. I think losing the clash was a big one. You know, they kind of then trying to relocate quickly and just got picked off as they did. So it was great stuff from Furia, kind of moving as a team again, but in those separate locations. So they've got the different angles to pick off when people are rotating. Good stuff from them. And we see ourselves now moving to Gym and Bedroom.
Do indeed. This is the site that I thought we might see second, and this is actually the second team over the last couple of days in the form of Wildcard that have gone towards Cash and CC first, and then Gym and Bedroom has been their tertiary choice, which normally you'd see kind of a bounce between the basement and Gym and Bedroom as the primary site. So that has somewhat surprised me, and maybe the last round some evidence towards why it should remain the case that they are the 2 primary sites, but I digress. We'll see how they go for Gym and Bedroom. I imagine we'll have an extended hold out towards the east, given we have a bunch of reinforcements out here. And this, again, is just to try and waste time. If you can soak a bunch of drones and nades and even potentially a couple of kills out here to the east, you leave the attackers a little bit short when it comes to hitting the site itself. So it's very, very common these days to see teams holding at least with 2 players, often 3, out towards this east side of the map and looking to waste time.
Setting up a sequential breach.
Conscious of any run-out coming from Kitchen Corridor. Have the defense mostly as we would expect set up in Cash, Red Stairs and site itself. So there's no presence really around the map, nothing for Furia to worry themselves with. I think as soon as they've done their first bit of drawing, which they seem to have completed now, they will be happy to start pushing forward with a little bit more speed. They've got the CCTV wall open so they can start working towards Cash. Given that they've got the ace on side, I'd expect JV to be opening up the Cash wall as well to make it difficult for Kansan to play inside of there. And that's exactly what he's doing as we speak. We just see his silhouette off to the right of the screen there, getting that job done. And that is, once the Zoto canisters wear off, going to make it a little bit more difficult for Kansan to stay in place. But KZ manages to find bait elsewhere. That's the Wamai off the line. Couple of magnets lost as well that will have generated later in the round. Herds picks up Spiker, and it's starting to look a little bit more difficult for Wildcard.
I love the absolute confidence that especially Herds put the whole team have played with in this round. Very commonly, you have to get control of Cash CC first and then be able to play on the balcony. But he has basically started the round on that balcony, fully trusting that KZ, or JV, sorry, would have the angle and be able to make sure no one could push onto him. He's got 3 kills on that south balcony before he's finally been stopped. But the round is over because, yet again, Kansan is left in a 1vx that he simply cannot win. A dominant round for Furia, and honestly, probably slamming the brakes on here if I was in wildcard shoes, because those last 2 rounds have been calamitous.
Yeah, I think you get a tactical timeout in here because Furia are starting to roll with a bit of a different confidence here than we've seen so far out of them today. Getting a couple of rounds in quick succession, aggressively taking gunfights, just looking that little bit different. So, yeah, I think certainly has to be a consideration. Doesn't look like... Oh, no, it is coming in. There we go. No surprises.
Not at all from me. And again, we can't really hear them, so we won't obviously sit here in silence and just let you listen to a bit of white noise, essentially. It's been those last 2 rounds to me that really kind of define how this is going to go if they're not too careful, because Furia have just, again, played with such confidence. I never see teams drop a player on towards that south balcony so early in the round and just assume, okay, that wall will get opened on towards onto CC platform, and they'll watch the angle and ensure no one else can run out. And then from that south balcony, you get 3 kills with 1 player. It's absolutely ludicrous. Herds has done really well, but also a big shout out to JV and KZ, who made sure that cash CC area was never going to be a threat to him. It's the kind of stuff you expect from FURIA, and I'm very, very curious to see how WILDCARD adapts. I do expect we'll go back down to the basement again, where they looked all right back in round 1. That's a bit too much 7-Up sugar-free for me, I think, Tim, unfortunately.
Other drinks are available.
Other drinks are available. Is indeed down to church. We're going to head into here. So, let's see how they turn their fortunes around, Tim. It's got to change now. Attack timeout is the best time to do it. Then when they had that attack timeout back on Fortress, FURIA came out in the next round and just absolutely bowled over them. So, tentatively, I'm optimistic for them, Tim, but nothing is guaranteed.
Personally, I think we're going to see FURIA start to run away with this map. I think they're going to put down a couple more rounds. Like I said, they're just looking like a little bit of a different beast over those last couple, and I think it could be difficult now to stand in their way. And like trying to stand in the way of a runaway train sometimes. This FURIA side. So Church and Arsenal will be the next defensive side for WILDCARD. They were able to win it back in round 1. The problem that WILDCARD have got is they've kind of burnt their opportunities. So for me, FURIA have reached their kind of minimum threshold. On attack, I think realistically they want 3 minimum. But, you know, with defense to look forward to, they can kind of, you know, work with 2+. So they're not in a terrible situation no matter what happens. And I think there's definitely another round or 2 coming their way. And that's the problem for WILDCARD, because then FURIA are going to move on to the defense, and I'm expecting them to be very good here on the defense. Only needing to pick up maybe 2 or 3 rounds is going to make it very, very difficult. So WILDCARD, they need at least 2 more. I feel like they've got, you know, maybe 1 mistake. You could go in at 3-3 and maybe still have a chance, but they don't really have much wiggle room anymore.
No. And to tell you what, someone asked a question in chat called GG Tim, so I kind of feel like I have to respond to it, given the name Tim.
GG.
Absolutely. Asking you, what's the hum that you hear when we're sat in between rounds? It's because we open up the mics around the teams themselves so we can hear what they're trying to say sometimes. It's always good to hear the comments that are made, sort of things that they're talking about, but to do it, we have to really expose those microphones because players can talk quite quietly and they aren't immediately in front of their face, so the humming that you hear is all the background noise that those mics are picking up as well. A little bit behind the wall, a bit behind the curtain information for you there.
Shield pushing forward for Leapox again. We've seen him not too successful on the shield so far, to be fair. The rounds have been won, but not always too successfully because of the Blackbeard. And we'll keep an eye on his progress. Currently inside of construction. Nitro goes out, not going to be successful. Baby Shark does, however, manage to pick up Herds. That's the IQ gone. So that's going to give a little bit of breathing space. It's an interesting kill there, really, because you've got sort of a duel between these direct counters to each other. The Solus and the IQ, of course, able to pick up each other's electronic gadgets. I believe IQ's got the greater range, but for Solus to go in there and get the kill, very nicely done. And it also might just keep some more of those FALCONs safe as well, if they've not already been dealt with.
Now, across those first 3 rounds, we've also seen the round won by the team that got the entry kill. Ain't got to be a genius to then count and say, oh, FURIA got the entry in 2 rounds and WILDCARD in 1 then, Des. Yep, you're absolutely correct. And in this round, WILDCARD got the entry. So maybe that's a good sign if you are a WILDCARD fan. But of course, FURIA can always upset the apple cart and turn that around. Spiker doing his best to try and stave off for Leapox there. Really just giving him a very, very light scratch and no serious damage coming on through. At the same time, Casey starts his march on forwards in towards Generator. Right sort of idea. Nade finding Spiker, down goes the Goyo. Things all even at 4 apiece, Tim, but there's not a lot of time to work with.
Nade manages to get another, and the kills start coming as they flood into sight here. FURIA just looking for one after another and finding them. JV with the latest of those. Nade is going to be in position to start putting that diffuser down, and he has to start fighting back on the Scopos. Manages to get one. That's now a 1v3, becomes a 1v2. Still got Nade and JV to find. His problem is that they are now both established post-plant. Would like to have seen one of them try and get upstairs, to be honest. JV is at the main stairs and hold on to that diffuser from above, but I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. Bay steps out. JV finds the kill. I guess when you're as good as those guys, you don't need to worry about holding the vertical angle. You just think, I'm going to stand here and take the fight.
We said it a little bit during our game yesterday, the discipline that you see out of top teams when they've got these situations where they've got crossfires being held, like a 3v1. Very rarely do you see teams clutch against them because they're so good at not being exposed. And I think it was back on Chalet we saw this. There was a player on West Main challenging on towards Solar Stairs, and there was a player above, there was a player off towards his right, And the player on Solar, despite knowing exactly where this guy was because he was taking shots at him, didn't swing out. He let Vidaking get the... In fact, it was FaZe. Yeah, they got the kill from above with Vidaking. And at the time I was saying, you know, other teams there would probably swing out from Solar thinking, yeah, 3, 2, 1, let's swing now and we'll go for it. They didn't feel the need to. They just sat there and waited for him to kind of outplay himself, gave Vidaking a bit of a freebie. And I think you've seen a bit of that from Furia there. They've let Bay play in towards them because they know exactly what he's going to do. The only move he can really make is to push into them inside of the hallway. And they basically guarantee a 2 versus 1. Really smart stuff. Furia up 3-1. And most critically, Tim, they win both after losing the entry and off the back of a wildcard tack timeout. It's not looking good for the North American side.
No, it's really not at the minute, really not. We'll see whether, you know, maybe they can improve things over the next couple of rounds. But if you remember, I said the minimum they needed to be aiming for was 3. So that's their other mistake now gone. They have no more chances, no more lives, really. I think if they go into this second half 4-2 or worse, it's going to be a real struggle and probably a matter of time until we see Chalet. But we kind of expected that from the beginning of this matchup. On the attack then, Furia once again moving quickly, moving with purpose, going straight towards that master bedroom site. They had a lot of success there. Get into the master side, through gym as well, sweep across into construction and start to apply pressure to site from there. Do of course need to get that CCTV wall open as well. JV's just moved around to do exactly that. He's going to use the Maverick this time to get that done. And it's, again, just going to force the defenders out of there. We can see that's happened. I think it was Baby Shark who was in there, but he's now dropped towards top red.
It is quite crazy how this is only the 6th preference map for Furia based on their banning record and their successes over the last 6 months on this map. They look so comfortable on it. Like, I remember when I first watched this team play, I think it was on the map of Bank the first time I ever saw this roster play. And I remember saying at the time, it feels like you're playing against 10 players and they're coming out the walls at you when they're on the attack. And it feels very, very similar on club. Just the pressure they build up at all times is absolutely insane. Probably because, as I spoke about back on Fortress, very rarely do you see them group up as 3 or 4 and push together. They're working either in pairs or off by themselves, pushing into different parts of the map. In fact, I'd say here, this first half of the round with 3 players focusing on this East Plat, that's like one of the only times I think I've seen them grouped as a 3 or a 4 around the same point for more than maybe 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, I'm 1 minute 15 left to go. I'm a little bit concerned for Fury here. They're very much all crowded around this breach. That's absolutely crazy. Kansas going to take the Leapox down. Herds manages to get 1, but Wildcard are standing up to this. And I'm just not sure that Fury have done enough, but KC has got up to the top of red stairs. Now joined by JV92 could be problematic, but no, they've been able to hold on to it. And Fury just haven't done enough work here, Des, realistically. They've tried to just go straight on into site. No, look at the contrast compared to last time they attacked that site. No pressure through Master, no pressure through Construction, not the end of the world, but if you're going to just go directly for CCTV, we all know you need Garage Catwalk. They haven't touched it. You know, about the best they've done is go in through Lounge and then up red stairs, but for me, far too one-dimensional for Furia, and they got what they asked for.
Yeah, I mean, what I love about that, and we saw it perfectly on the overhead, thank you very much, Medics, for that one, was Dash attempting to run out. As they hit Go and threw the smokes down, he ran out of storage door to try and hit them. They knew immediately, and they were just like, well, hang on a minute. So 2 of them had to hold back. The problem in doing that is 2 of them were then pulled away from the execute itself, which meant there wasn't enough pressure going in towards site. So yes, Dash did die. Yes, he is 0-5, but he broke up that execute before it really had a chance to get going. So really well played by him and the rest of the Wildcard there. Very much in sync in how they were going to respond to Fury's execute.
Yep, well played from Wildcard, held on nicely. So they're going to be looking for one more. Final defense now will be Gym and Bedroom. Like you say, it was Herds getting picked up as well at the same time. He kind of went to have a look at what was going on that storage door, and that's when he gets taken down. So very, very disruptive from Dash, as you say. Gym and Bedroom. So what happened here last time around? Furia were able to basically play on the south balcony windows for free. There was no disruption to them whatsoever. 3 kills came in from that location. So that's something that Wildcard need to be aware of this time. Either by maintaining their presence, which I think they are actually playing for inside of CCTV. So rather than having the cash wall double reinforced this time, you can see they've got half of it open. So that's going to allow them to challenge out of there into CCTV, onto the breach, onto other places. So what it's going to do is maybe just force Furia to have to think a little bit more more carefully about standing on that south balcony, because if they're struggling to get themselves control of CCTV, then there's the ever-looming threat of a peek out of that window. Opening kill comes in. Dash takes a lot of damage on the smoke, but does manage to take down the sledge. Baby Shark with a nice nitro onto Nade, and things might just be turning for Wildcard.
Yeah, phenomenal C4, because look at what they got as well. It's the why? Why? Baby Shark making it look a bit silly here and trying to get this wall opened up, Tim. I'm pretty sure they're barely going to struggle to get a foot inside the building as it stands. The Maverick gone, the second player stepping up to the window, got taken down by Baby Shark as well. Wonderful stuff. A 5v2 for Wildcard. Looks like they'll get 3-3, Tim. Though is 3-3 going to be enough to hold on?
Feel Epox just slides around the corner and manages to pick up a nice kill, but he's going to be traded out pretty much immediately by Baby Shark. So that's going to keep the advantage at 3 men for Wildcard. We go from a 5v2 to a 4v1. FURIA looking to JV92 now to do everything. He does manage to pick up Baby Shark, but takes so much damage in doing so that it leaves us all but guaranteed of a 3-3 split here. 1 minute 15 left to go, so he's going to try and use that clock to his advantage. Try and see if maybe anybody just wants to give him an opportunity. If he gets the next kill, doesn't lose any more life, and you're looking at a 1v2, you start thinking, possible, we've seen it done before, but it all depends. It all hinges on this next kill, really.
It's the same as I said at the back end of last round. Now, speaking about Fury, but the same applies to Wildcard. Top teams will just not give you that opportunity. Even now, able to push him back ever so slightly with the environmental. It only lasts a few seconds, but it's enough to scare him outside the building. Window's not even open, so again, more information going away. Does he know about the man laid down in front of his face? I don't think he does. Moves over towards Jim instead here, hoping to get anything, but again, top teams won't give you the opportunity. It's all too easy for Spiker. Gets his final kill.
Oh my god, bro, I'm a fucking SMG player, bro. Bro, I couldn't hear the guy dropping logic because they were...
He's had a few moments, Baby Shark has, in his comments after games. What was the one he said the other day? I'm having sex with them, I believe he said.
I think it was something along
Which is the way without swearing that I actually think is quite a reasonable way to say I'm, destroying them. I wouldn't be quite so polite if I was playing that well, to be fair.
3-3, we find ourselves at the half. I honestly thought Furia were going to have more of a lead than this, but I still think it will be enough for them now that they move on to the defense. Bans will come through, Kaid and Ying, pretty much standard. I think we'll see the Bandit go along with the Kaid, so we'll get the Electro Bro ban out, and
you've really taken to saying that.
I like it. It's a nice little turn of phrase for them. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll go somewhere else. Maybe they'll go the Army or something to help them. Mirror, always a good shout as well on Clubhouse. A lot of power kind of looking onto Jacuzzi Wall, that sort of thing. Capitao and Ying I love. Smart bans from Fury there. Ying, of course, super powerful everywhere, but particularly Church and Arsenal attack, getting those Candelas down hatches, following them in, or using them for dirt tunnel, those sorts of places, and then up on the top floor as well, can be helpful for Garage Catwalk and other places. Mentioning Garage Catwalk, that's why the Capitao bans come in. It's going to allow them to play there. So this is where I said maybe an Azami ban from Wildcard. You kind of pick your poison, really. They don't want to go against the Mirror, but what they are going to go against now is that Azami repeatedly. Down here on Church and Arsenal, they will play against Azami. They'll play it in the corner of Arsenal, you can guarantee it. And then when they get onto the catwalk, they're going to be facing Azami up on that catwalk. So whether that's the 4th round ban or not, we will see. But...
yeah! I'm beast with the SMG!
I could watch them all day. They're class.
Brilliant.
Very good, very good. Okay, let's see how it goes then. Furia onto the defense of their own map pick. You would expect them to generally do better than a 3-3 split and could take the map and send us into Chalet. Why not see all 3 between these 2 teams? It has been some fantastic high-level siege so far. I'm sure there's plenty more to come throughout the day, but this is certainly the one that I think we looked at this morning, Tim, and we're really excited to cast and, of course, see the end result of throughout the day, and it is delivering so far as a series.
Looking at the entry, just to sort of diverge from that point, looking at the entry, we spoke about it coming into this map and how, Wildcard just hadn't done well enough to begin with. It was 8-4 on the first map in favour of Furia. This time around, they've come in, it's 4-2 in favour of Wildcard, so they really have done better in the beginnings of rounds. All but one round has gone in the direction of the entry kill, so it's really helping them at the minute to try and sort of keep level with Furia.
It's a big change from the last map, I agree with you. It's one thing we were kind of mindful of coming into here, but does that carry on throughout the half? Well, we're going to find out. KZ dangerously low, forced back down to rejoin his team in the basement. Baby Shark taking a few shots in the process, but he is alive and well. Tim can carry on with that, but getting everything opened up would have been quite painful to lose him, granted, because there's no breaching charges in the round, and they're very much relying on him as the single point of failure in this round for making sure they've got verticals for their execute.
Nid goes down just to clear out that barbed wire, give a little bit of access route down blue. So that's something that they're going to have to be aware of at the minute. We've got Philippox playing down in there. He's going to be the one trying to hold that off. The push down main stairs looking to come from Baby Shark as well. He's just kind of being tentative on the book. He's still looking to open up those verticals as well. But everybody for Furia is back inside here. A minute 10 left to go. They're basically just going to constantly absorb pressure now until the final push comes from WILDCARD. I like what WILDCARD are doing here. They are posturing to go from multiple places. So they've got Dash heading towards and around bottom of main stairs. We see him opening the church wall. You've got the kitchen hatch being opened and pressured, at least the verticals in there are, and then you've got pressure from Kansan over on blue. So there's a lot of different things happening for Furia to focus on.
Yeah, Her's doing what he can to try and keep this wall patched up, but it is inevitably going to be opened up, which is why having Nade nearby is going to be useful here. But Dash just takes his skull clean off his shoulders. What a shot.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. Spiker gets in on the action as well, and Furia fans might just be starting to get a little bit worried here. This is their primary site choice, and WILDCARD are about to win the attack. It's 5 versus 2, and at the minute Furia can only get one kill. Nade was the only one to pick one up. WILDCARD finding their feet in the second half of this. I was a little bit concerned for the North American side, thinking Furia could be very dominant on the defense, but not looking to be the case after round 7.
Yeah, really impressive first attack from WILDCARD. Absolutely bowled through Furia there. And this kind of comes back to what I spoke about on Fortress and what we spoke about all week long. WILDCARD are a really fun and successful attacking team here at SI. They've only got better as the last year has gone by, through Munich and through Reload. It's just the way that they move at a pace, like I say, that is quite fluid and flowing without making a lot of obvious mistakes. If nothing else, they've very much put themselves up there in the upper echelon, ironically, of teams like Furia that are really good at feeling like you're against an overwhelming number of enemies, despite them having the same number that you do.
Attackers have located a bomb.
We're going to move sites. We're going to move over to Cash and CCTV.
Second again.
And we've got JV on the Zami. It doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Interestingly, we don't have a Wamai or a Jaeger, which, given that they've taken the Capital away, I kind of get it. But you're still going to find nades raining in, possibly, if you're trying to hold on to Garage Catwalk. So that's going to be something to watch out for as we go. But honestly, WILDCARD were great here. They just gave Furia nowhere to move. Look at just in the split second we saw of that final kill, there was bullets coming in from 3 directions. If you remember, I'd said it at the minute 30 mark. They had a presence in kitchen, they had bottom main stairs, and they had blue. And that is the answer to attacking Church and Arsenal. We say it so many times. If you go one directional down there, all of the defense, all the defensive players will just focus up towards that one direction. And they've got all the time in the world to pick out their shots, pick out the kills. What you need to do is have them spinning around in circles. There's pressure from blue, there's pressure from dirt, there's pressure from main, there's pressure from kitchen hatch. And that's exactly what WILDCARD did. Just, it's a fundamental attack, but they just did it really well.
This is what I mean when I say that it's overwhelming, right? It often is, and it feels like it when you've got 3 players all shooting you at once. Like, how's everyone else dying when there's 3 players on me? But that's just how fast execution can go sometimes. So we've got the left-hand side of this wall opened up by the Maverick, and a lovely sight line through as well. It is directed towards the site, and I'd imagine WILDCARD are probably thinking to themselves, well, we don't want to quite do the same thing that Furia did. We don't want to send every single player in through the breach and have nothing else really to our attack. But as of yet, Tim, haven't really showed their hand, haven't made it clear where else they're looking to attack. I say that as the Monty steps in towards Garage. It's very, very clear now, Tim. They want this catwalk take to help them with the plan.
Yeah, and I'm looking across the utility and I'm wondering, how are you going to get it? How are you going to get it? They've got 2 nades on Spiker, and that for me is all you've really got there to disrupt JV92 in this position. You're wanting to force the Monty in, but now you're going to struggle because he's just lost about 70% of his health. You've still got keeper barricades up there. You've got a Capitao ban against you. I'm really not convinced that they do this. They're clearing the utility off. This is all down to Dash. If we look at JV92, he's got nothing that can do anything here, but Nade does have a couple of impact nades in pocket. He's at top red at the minute, so he is a good distance away, but It's just something that they need to be aware of with this Monty. JV92 is controlling this brilliantly.
He is. And again, the more time you can waste up here, the better. But they are going to force him out at some point. You can see they're making great use of the air jabs. Try and push him back, but he steps out and gets Kansan. Knowing the Monty is only there for information and isn't a threat at present because of the fire and the barbed wire in front of him. They need a little bit of help here. Baby Shark's going to try his best, but Nade also puts him into the grave. Dash going low. Spiker, of course, he steps up and gets one back, but Tim, it has absolutely crumbled here for WILDCARD.
Yeah, just an inability to deal with Catwalk. I think with Capitao off the board and not enough nades there, leave Catwalk alone. I think, you know, you maybe go from Jacuzzi side, go in through master bedroom and construction and try to push from that side, open up the wall, you know, do all that sort of work instead, because that was always going to be a massive struggle. As soon as you go in and look at that setup, they've set up to hold Catwalk. And they've held Catwalk, and it's no surprise. They've had multiple barbed wires on there. They've had 2 Vulcan canisters on there. They've had Kiba barricades and the Azami play in there. You know, there's been so much to keep JV92 in that position. And at no point did WILDCARD try to breach underneath him and go in underneath and get some throwables up there to get him moving around. It was completely reliant on Dash getting in there with the Monty and disrupting him, and it just didn't work.
I think the plan was maybe to try and get him air jab, then have the Monty drop the shield and just pistol kill him. Obviously, it would have been nice and straightforward, but as with all things in Siege, very rarely is it as straightforward as you might like it to be. Now, for the Maestro, are they hiding him or are they showing him, Tim? Because if they see him, a very good chance here we're going to see a Brava getting rolled out too. It does look like indeed they're going to show him, not try and hide him away. So I would expect either a lot of good range destruction utility to come out from the other side of WILDCARD or a Brava. There is no Brava, so they're very much relying on Dash being able to get in and get rid of those evil eyes.
And see where they are being placed. Philippox, I think, just leaving it until into the round to place 1 or 2. And it maybe just means that WILDCARD aren't quite aware of where they are, and they're going to have to go in there and specifically look for them. And looking across, still only 2 nades on side, so only 2 nades to deal with those evil eyes, or it's going to come down to the Rotero drones of Dash. But of course, there are other elements of utility that might need dealing with. Barbed wire, for example, Clash Shield. Rotero drone can be great for dealing with that. So it's gonna. I think they, again, WILDCARD here might just be stretched a little bit thin in terms of utility.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. We've got those Roteros rolling on through to clear out any impediments in their way. The barbed wire on main stairs being the main one right now. Philippox still with one of those in back pocket. It's worth raising. Maybe expect that to go down in front of a window somewhere just to slow down the attackers as they step on through, give away exactly what's going on when they do. But Nade's being thrown on through as Kansan picks up KZ. Down goes the Jaeger. Not the biggest loss, Tim, but it's still KZ. It still feels like a big loss.
Of course it does. You know, any one of these Furia players taken off the board is a real bonus when you're up against them, because they're all capable of so much. We've currently got Hurge just dancing around that construction door. We know, obviously, a power position. He's able to challenge on into Cash. He's able to challenge construction wall, even have a little jump out of a window if he needs to. Jacuzzi wall is going to get opened up, ready immediately for the fight. Love that from Bay. Just absolutely prepared to pounce, and does so.
What I love there is very commonly you'll see a player rappelling over the edge of the balcony, and that's what he was looking for, the Bandit, when he was stepping out for a gunfight. Didn't think that we'd see the Thermite there being ready on one side of the breach, because normally they'd rappel up to the roof and get out of the way. So really smart by Bay to kind of play the mind games at the back of that one. Gets himself a double in the round. Baby Shark is down, not quite recoverable, as Nade has done the work there to finish him off. It's a 4v2, but that clash is still standing, Tim.
Dash manages to pick up Herds in the trade there after Kansan was taken out. 1 versus 3 now.
Oh, boy.
Gets the first. Can he do 2 more? Diffuser is going down. Spiker just looking to get it behind the weight rack, but he comes off because he knows that pressure is mounting. He's concerned about leaving Bay in the 1v1 against Nade while the diffuser goes down. They're going to have to make a choice, though. No real reason why they have to go for the kill, but they're going to try.
They see him on the camera inside the site. They know that he's here, and he hits the one as well. You can't be letting this one happen, guys. This is where those evil eyes come into effect, but no. Bay rounds main, finds his man, and WILDCARD step forward. That really, for a second there, looked like the clash was going to see that round out.
Well, Nade has done it so many times. We know he's got it in his locker. We know it's something that he can bring out, and for a second, as you say, it just looked more and more possible. And I think really, you know, Spiker, stay on the plant there for me. Stay on the plant, and, you know, I don't know if it's a difficult one because it's easy to, you know, sort of sit and look at and say...
In hindsight, yeah.
And say where the problems were. But, you know, I don't know if Bay's in the best position to cover from there.
That was, I imagine, what the call was.
That's my concern.
I can't protect you because he's got a shield. He can pick up that shield, walk back to where the plank's going down. You have to come off anyway, so let's play for the kill instead.
Exactly. You know, he's not in a great position to cover. Whether he could have maybe been located somewhere a little bit better. But, you know, ultimately you deal, you know, you play the cards you dealt, and that was the position they were in. Bay had a great round, you know, getting that kill to really open things up, but it was enough. Wildcard get themselves 5-4, 2 rounds away from a 2-0 victory against FURIA. I think a lot of people knew what Wildcard were capable of after the Munich Major, of course, coming in here, but I'll be honest, I don't think a lot of people would have been picking them for top in this group.
No. There's a conversation. I don't want to put certain people on blast in saying this either, but there are a few in the green room saying, oh, you know, who do you feel in the NA region Wildcard are kind of fighting with for a spot? Is it like Dark Zero, OXG? And I looked at them a little bit like, I don't want to be mean to OXG, but Wildcard are like a way better team, as we've seen. As I've said back at Reload, then at Munich, and even now, at some point we have to stop seeing them as that team that, you know, might occasionally punch up and overperform. They are a consistently top-performing team, as they've shown repeatedly over the last 12 months. And I think we're at a stage now where the question isn't about are they rivaling with these teams fighting to be at majors, it's who's fighting them to be #1 from the region.
I want a Spiker jersey. I am absolutely #1 Spiker fanboy at this point. Really enjoying watching.
I'd like a Baby Shark one, I think.
Really enjoying watching him play. Spiker gets the entry there, takes down the Ela, and I feel like they've broken the spirit of FURIA here. And there's not many teams who do that, Des, but it just feels like FURIA. You know when you feel like you're fighting that losing battle, but no matter what you do, and I just feel like FURIA are in that position at the minute where they're looking, they're just thinking, there's nothing here that's working.
I'd love to see these boys go on and win the whole thing. It would be one hell of a story, that's for sure. The wild card, the underdog, whatever you want to call them, it would certainly upset the hierarchy I think that we've all gotten used to seeing in Tier 1 Siege. For Leapox holding the window. Shields in place, so here we go. One coming on towards the other window, one coming towards construction door. This is that overwhelming nature that I keep on speaking about Wildcard. The pressure, it feels like you've got 10 players coming at you, Tim. They're just rolling over FURIA yet again. It's 4v2 with Bay on his backside. He'll get picked up here nice and quick. Alicia AV steps across and gets rid of one as Bay, I thought, was in a spot there maybe to get his way back up and out with the rest of his team. It's now to look at them. They're pushing so aggressive here, Tim. But is they ready? Yes, he is. Finds one. Gets the second as well. It was looking so good for a second, but is it now crumbling before Wildcard's eyes?
Nade is so good, and he's sat on top of the diffuser as well, by the way. Let's not forget. Maybe I need a Nade jersey as well. He's been absolutely brilliant throughout this tournament. They're going to take the damage from the Denari. JV manages to pick up Kansan, and Wildcard are going to be left wondering how on earth they have not won this round. It was such a great start to it for them, and now they've ended up in this position. The flash misses, I think. Nade is just going to run away. He's going to leave the fight to JV, who's got himself in behind the boxes. There you go, close down. That was really good from FURIA, particularly Nade. So what's happened there for me, I think Wildcard have done really well. Early aggression, as you say, they just completely overwhelm teams. They throw everything in. But then they've been a victim of their own success because they've got swept up in it. And they think, right, run at them, we can keep going, we can just keep them. And the answer is actually, with 4v2, take the foot off the gas, get back on the drones, back to game plan. And they haven't done that because they haven't droned ahead of themselves properly in that dirt tunnel, because I think they're kind of half aware that Nade is somewhere down there, but they were not ready for that fight. He springs around that corner and just like takes both of them out in quick, sharp time, and it basically ends the round because the diffuser goes down as well. Like, you can't be wandering into him like that with the diffuser in hand. So yeah, mistakes were made for Wildcard there. I think maybe just swept up on their own wave of momentum, you know, and carried ahead of themselves essentially. But FURIA doing well to dig in and get the round done.
The best kill I've ever seen from that spot, by the way, that pre-fire into that soft wall, was a clash that was then stood on the bedroom doorway. Was looking in towards bedroom, just stood in the doorway looking around like that. Someone pre-fired from construction through, and I believe it was actually in the UK scene that we saw this, through that soft wall, headshot the clash, and I was like, you look at that and just go,
forget it.
I'm done. Alt F4, get me out. I don't want to play no more. It is ludicrous the kind of kills that you can get through that wall sometimes, as we've just witnessed. However, FURIA lose the entry, still go on to win the round, Tim. I don't blame WILDCARD. I know what you're saying in terms of what you're speaking about a second ago as well, but I think they had the right idea. You're looking for a 2v1 inside of dirt.
It is.
You back yourself as a team to win that, but sometimes it's going to go wrong, and that's just that siege for you.
It's fine. Like I said, you know, it's always in hindsight. It's always, I think, you know, yeah, in that situation, 4v2, if you've got plenty of time, take your foot off the gas a little bit, you know, and get the job done. But like you say, it's understandable that given the success they'd had with that pressure and the way that it felt like momentum was building, that you do kind of think, yeah, let's just, you know, carry on rolling through here. It's kind of a ruthlessness, isn't it? But ultimately, that ruthlessness was what led them to be punished by FURIA. So here we go. We're in round 11. We're up on Cash CCTV. Nade has brought along the clash again. We saw him previously on this almost winning out on the gym and bedroom side. Bay did manage to take him down towards the end, but Nade has certainly been the one to watch for FURIA over the last few days. 11-6 continues to be so.
Sees 4 players on that one shock drone there as well, so knows that they're all set up around the site. Very much a standard setup that you come to expect on this site overall. Nade right now postured quite far forward and quite aggressive on towards the breach, so typically plays on the door between sites here. So a bit further back, kind of digs in there, able to support that way in towards garage as well with the sight line that he has on towards stairs, but at this point, just making sure that he has info on what's going on outside more than anything else. But there'll be a lot of movement around this top floor. Dash looking for a backstab. A quiet game from him so far. If he gets a kill here, this will really get them moving.
Yeah, it certainly will do. He's just going to be peeking that door. Nitro goes out. A lot of pressure towards top red stars. Stairs from Dash. Bay manages to find the first kill onto Herds. And here they go. WILDCARD overwhelming again, but don't get ahead of yourself. Dash tries to chase down the clash and backs off this time. Doesn't want to overextend and give Philippox that chance. There is an opportunity to think about getting the diffuser down here, given that they've got them pinned on top red. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it for the time being, though. Kansan on the swing, manages to get the double, and that is going to be WILDCARD getting themselves onto match point.
Just shows how effective they've used utility there. The nades and the flashes that were coming in forced 3 players on FURIA, all to top red. That is not a good place for FURIA to be. Normally you want like a max 2 players there. The clash +1 is more than enough, but 3 of them got boxed in, and at that point WILDCARD knew that they had them. There were no nasty surprises waiting for them. It was a case of keeping all guns up and pointing the right way, thinking about the execute. In the end, it wasn't even necessary. WILDCARD a single round away from 2-0 in FURIA and getting that instant spot in the second round of our upper bracket, at which time, Tim, if they win 1 game in that upper bracket, they're already qualified for our live stage.
That's it. It's big. It really is big taking top spot. We can't overstate it here, you know, because obviously everybody comes to these tournaments wanting to win, but another big part of it is about having those moments on the main stage, getting to play in the venue. You know, that's one of the reasons that you start playing competitive video games, is the dream of getting into those big matches. And it's going to put whoever wins this a lot closer to exactly that. Gym and bedroom then will be possibly the last site that we will see between FURIA and WILDCARD, if WILDCARD are able to come out with a win here. They did manage to win this site on the attack last time around. It was close. It was down to that 2v1 against Nade. Bay was ultimately able to get the kill on main stairs.
Really?
We're going to have FURIA taking a risk.
And they know. They just pre-fight in case there is someone there, but do they really know? Herds has got to go for it like nowish, really. Gonna certainly try his best. Oh, he's so close to getting his man. Baby Shark down to 10 HP. And just goes to show, even when you do everything right, even pre-firing where you assume a player might be, doesn't always guarantee you aren't still going to get jumped on.
Looking to get the CCTV wall open. We're going to see the Tubarão just deploying one of those auto canisters to kick things off. That will at least slow things down. JV92 able to maintain his location inside of CC for the time being until that wall opens at least. So he'll get another 30-40 seconds there when he's working his way through these auto canisters. Third will go out, and that's going to be the last one. So as that wears out, then we will hear the Selma charge detonate. JV likely to dip back towards Cash at some point. I wouldn't have thought he's going to overstay his welcome here. Saying that, he is still there. Ah, there we go. He's out.
Pre-fire just in case there was one more on both Salmons from Jose being used to get the wall opened up. Herd's going to get rid of Baby Shark finally to be stalked him across the map and finally got rid of the man that he put down to 10 HP earlier on. That's the construction window opened up for now and cleared away, which just means for at least for a short amount of time, FURIA are more able to move through there quite freely. But something tells me, Tim, Nade doesn't want to leave top red just yet. They want to keep the pressure up around here.
Yeah, exactly that. You don't want to give this up too soon, especially if you've got the clash. You do have a little bit of freedom, you know, to maybe stay longer than other players would manage. Just kind of keep that pressure on, but as the air jab flies in, knows it's time to go. He doesn't want to be finding himself on his backside getting taken out. So they've also given up cash, and Herds has dropped back out deep into construction now as well. Dash is going to take a lot of damage there. 5 versus 4 as Baby Shark was lost along the way. And that leaves us now with Furia in the advantage. 55 seconds left to go.
Absolutely. They got the Cash CC extension broken, but they're still down a player, and Dash is dangerously low at this point, Tim. And now they've lost Bay. It could well be an OT game coming our way as Herds hits the double. They can just sit back in sight now, Tim. Behind the Clash Shield, very, very happy that they know Wildcard haven't got enough to be able to get this one over the line. It's going to require something really special from Kansan or Spiker, I expect, to see this one done.
Furia will have had the choice of sides for overtime. It is worth remembering. 25 seconds left to go in this round. We're going to continue to see those Bs fired in. Furia have been forced all the way back deep into sight. There might actually just be a little bit of space to be found here. Hatch is open, but no, Philippox on a big double. Furia fight their way back out. 7 seconds left to go. Spiker, no choice but to try and go for the kills. Philippox is the one to pick up the last man. I think I just saw a signal for a tactical timeout there, did I, from Furia at the end? I could be wrong. We're going to go into overtime one way or another, Des.
And Furia start on attack?
That's a choice. I mean, Furia will have had the choice there.
They will. And it is indeed attack timeout. Let's get into it, shall we, and see what both teams can do to turn the game around, because it is indeed Furia, you're correct. Probably because they know they're going onto the attacking side here.
Yeah.
Although it's been 3-3.
halves, so it's not.
I knew that was the next line we both say.
It's not the end of the world, but
it isn't. Of course, not forgetting, we also have M80 versus FearX over on the A stream right now. Last I looked, it was 2-1 to FearX, and right now it's at 2 apiece, Tim.
Interestingly, in the entry stakes, it's been a complete reversal. So it was 8-4 in favour of Furia on Fortress, and this time it's been 8-4 in favour of Wildcard. So they've certainly been able to roll with the punches there and get themselves back into that.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Are we balanced?
Perfect.
I guess I make up for the hair that you don't have.
Perfect.
What do you make up for I haven't got?
Humour.
Oh, okay. Let's see what happens then as we step into this. In fact, I've looked at the score on the game. It's 3-2 on the attacking side of club to FearX. Who saw that one coming?
FearX are just in it.
It has required 2 1v2s to be won. Woogie and Mephi have won 2 separate 1v2s. That's
Woogie's actually, I know FearX have been wobbly, to say the least, over the last couple of games. They've not been really on form, but Woogie has had a real good tournament from what I've seen of him. I've seen some insane kills that he's been picking up, kind of business as usual. But
Did you say the line, by the way? Can you say the line now, please? Please.
No.
Tim, I can't cast until you say the line.
Well.
Play it. All right, mate. All yours then. I ain't saying nothing else until you say it.
No, it's got to be, you know, it's an energy thing, Des. It's a vibe, is the line.
Get the energy up for us then.
No, it's a vibe. It's a time. It's a place. It's, you know, there's a lot of. You can't just say the words, Des.
Tim, contractually, I can't cast until you say that line.
We're going to overtime.
Thank you.
There's a lot more than the words that go into it. You see, people think this job's easy, Des. Well, there's a lot more than the words go into that one. You got to really feel it in your soul.
Oh, right idea. Does he get him? Does he see anything? An elbow? An armpit?
He must know that he's there.
Anything? Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Nice idea. No. Okay, never mind. Good try, though.
So it's just going to be trying to maintain this position up above for the time being. Kansan on the score post in support as well. Downstairs in Church and Arsenal for the site for Wildcard. Let's just have a look at how they did on that previously. They played it twice, won it once. So, like everything in this game, very 50-50. So we will see whether they're able to hold on this time or not. Immediate pressure then is going to be found through Jacuzzi Wall. They want to clear out this top floor, make sure that they deal with Baby Shark. These fights are going to be particularly important. I think Wildcard really need to make sure that they don't overstay their welcome. Bay manages to get one. Ooh. Baby Shark! Unbelievable play! Takes down 2, including the Blackbeard! Fantastic stuff!
And diffusers down inside a Logi that they've got to go and deal with now, Tim. Oh, Kansan's up there still too, so he can waste a hell of a lot of time. This is looking absolutely fantastic. Okay, never mind, it's teleported downstairs. But you'll take that,
that's
Tim.
perfect. Get everybody back.
They're in a 4v2. Get on site. Hold your angles. This is theirs for the taking.
What did I say? 4v2. Take your foot off the gas a little bit. Back off and prepare yourself for the rest of the round. Wildcard doing that brilliantly. Falling back. They are such an organised and structured team, and they are showing us that in this round. So now JV92 and Herd's got it all to do. They've got a minute left. They've got utility that they need. It looks like it's going to be a
Oh, that is so good.
It really is. He's just going to stand right on top of there waiting for the impact nade to come up. It does, and he gets the kill in response. But still a 2v3, 45 seconds.
They can't lose another man advantage like this. They've been here before when they've had a 2 or 3 man lead and still seen the round go away from them. FURIA have certainly been more clutch in these reduced individual count remaining, whatever you want to call it, situations. And I'm just a bit nervous. Again, genius play there. They knew the impact trip was coming up. Steps across and finds the man for free downstairs. That's a good way to say, I'll lose half my life for it, but I'll get us a kill at the very least. Here we go then. Stepping on forward as a flash comes on through. Herds has got his whole way up, but Kansan steps out for one. He ain't having none of that nonsense. JV, they're going to hear him drop in now. Knows that it should lead to a swing. It's not quite going to come on through. Looking for one player in the last 10 seconds or so. JV removes one. Where are the last two? Behind you is the answer. It's like a pantomime, Tim. Wildcard up to 7-6. One more round. And that's it. They take the 2-0.
Spiker, the ever-present closer for Wildcard, coming in there just to mop up at the end and get that round done. 7-6 now. And 2 opportunities for Wildcard to close this out. FURIA at best will get 1 chance, but they're going to have to survive this attack first.
And that's assuming, of course, they don't attack well to begin with. It could be that Wildcard, as we saw back on Fortress, as we've seen on this map, have got something cooked up and ready, and they can just completely overwhelm FURIA. No surprises that we're going to start things off down in the basement. I imagine next round we'll head towards gym and bedroom. Cash and CC has been a bit of a murky affair so far on this map. But Nade, shock horror Tim, is jumping straight back over to that clash that has proved a bit of a headache for Wildcard to deal with.
Yeah, it has. No surprise to see them bringing it on again. And like you said, Nade just been using it fantastically well. Great positioning, not exposing himself to easy opportunities. Double kill, absolutely brilliant. Kind of target rich there for him, and he picks out the right 2. Doesn't get the 3rd, but it doesn't matter because the damage is done and the attack was broken at that point. So great play from Baby Shark to hold on in a difficult spot. But right now, we're going to be going down to Church and Arsenal again. Pretty much every time we've seen this from both sides on the defence, there's been a heavy top floor presence. There's been a requirement to clear that. Last time around, Wildcard actually did great work clearing that top floor presence, if you remember. They got in there, they were 4v2 very quickly, and then they just got a little bit ahead of themselves, and Nade was able to punish them. So I think this time, it's going to be more of the same from Wildcard. Get themselves into that top floor. They're certainly not going to be scared at trying to take over the map. They're already doing it. Philippots is up there on his own at the minute, pretty much around the stairs, so he's able to just come creeping back down towards Lounge. So it's going to be pretty easy for Wildcard to just go in and take this top floor. As I say that, Casey's ratted his way up the main stairs and gets a kill onto Baby Shark. Right place, right time, right outcome for FURIA.
This has happened a few too many times this series where Baby Shark's been a bit too keen to open a window, push down a staircase, anything like that, and pays the price. We saw it a little bit from Dash earlier in the half too. Well, earlier in their attacking half on the Deimos when he was getting a bit too far forward despite having player drones just behind him. A couple of seconds more and maybe it'd have been safe to get in there. But instead, Wildcard have now got to fight back from this 4 versus 5 spot, knowing there is a clash to deal with. There's a tuber out to work your way through. There's a lot of stall available to FURIA here. It's not looking too promising for the North American side.
No, it's really not. Spiker's going to start heading down those main stairs. Malusi's been targeted out by Deimos as well, but it's not really going to impact KZ too much. He's down in sight. He's not in a position where there can be any vertical sort of advantage gained over him, and he's just going to take his time and start getting those reinforcements.
They know that Kansan's pushing on through, and they just don't know, Tim.
No, they don't.
That's the 2nd kill this round, which drones could have very easily prevented. You've got the Deimos on side to help with this kind of thing, but the track was on the wrong player, and they paid the price. It feels like Wildcard are going to have to get it done in round 15, but let's see if FURIA can close out strong first.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they will do. Deimos is looking to go towards dropping oil pit. We'll do that. Bear can now push forward into blue, but Going to have a proximity alarm that's going to give away his location as well. Furia, they're not getting over-committed here. I love Nade's position. He's just got that clash set up so that he can see bottom main as well. Soto canister is going to prevent the Selma from just opening up that long angle, which we have seen used to success previously in this matchup. So definitely a good idea to try and keep that close. Herd steps around, gets himself another in the round onto Spiker. It's all falling apart and could be flawless for Furia here. Dash does prevent that, but I don't think he's going to prevent much more, to be honest. He's now got Nade chasing him down. JV gets the kill. Going all the way to 15, Des.
Yay, set the line. We are indeed, Tim, and this will probably be a gym bedroom site we step into here. I'll see if it's Cash CC first, but I think I'd be shocked if we find ourselves heading there. Although both sides have seen this 1-for-1 exchange between the two sides. Just a reminder, of course, they switch sides again here. We are in OT, so the teams take it in turns until we get here to this final round of 15, where WILDCARD are on the defense, Furia are on the attack. It is going to be Cash and CC. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Furia the ones to attack, WILDCARD in defense. Let's see if this ends 2-0 or if Chalet awaits us in map 3.
I think we all want a bit of Chalet, probably everybody apart from WILDCARD. But that's just because of how well these two are playing. It's
phenomenal game, yeah.
It's just brilliant Siege to watch, isn't it? You know, we're talking this matchup wouldn't look out of place in a grand final, for example.
No,
you know, it really wouldn't with the level of quality that we're seeing. So yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure so far, and a third map certainly would be no painful thing to me. It might be to Baby Shark if he keeps getting caught out like that. He could do with avoiding that. I honestly, I kind of fancy WILDCARD for this. They've gone to CCTV. If we have a look at that again, do you want to know how it was, Des?
They won one and lost one.
They won one, lost one. It was 50-50. As everything in this game on Clubhouse has been. So it is, again, sort of toss of a coin. Bringing along the mirror, though, that could be a really big play. We didn't see that from them previously in either of the rounds that they played. So that is now completely mixing it up. Furia have new problems to deal with.
New problems to deal with, Tim, and of course no Thermite to play that merry dance with it. It's banned away from them in the first half, but it remains banned away as things do carry over from the respective halves throughout the game. Now, that does still mean on the other side that shields are available to make use of, as we've got in this round for Leapox on towards the Blackbeard. It's a very, very safe lineup, I'd say, overall for Furia. Double flank watch as well, coming out with the Gridlock and the Nomad. They really don't want to give any chances for WILDCARD to upset them here as they look for their execute. But we've got to decide first and foremost, which parts of the map are they taking? You always get East Plat, but then we're looking towards Garage or you're looking towards Construction. You always, well, not always, but realistically, you need one of those two other angles to be able to make and execute work here without being absolutely slammed on your step through into the site itself.
Selma Charger's going to work, opening up that CCTV wall, so that's a good first step. Spiker is playing on Catwalk. Rotero drones trying to burn through those castle barricades. We saw the castle previously from WILDCARD on this site. That was the one that they lost back in round 2. Wasn't ideal. Furia did a great job of kind of forcing their way through master side. It's not something that they're trying this time around, and it's going to be much more focused still towards Lounge, Garage. Made is trying to work his way underneath at the moment, but takes a lot of damage there.
Blackbeard really wants to go in for this challenge as well. You can see the traps coming up to stop the movement coming out so much from Spiker. A really good idea to stop them dodging away from nades because they're slowed down while inside those tracks. They take damage too, but look who's underneath inside of Oil. Here comes Herds from one side and he gets rid of Baby Shark. The smoke gone.
That's a great position for Herds to take up. Doesn't manage to shoot out the Nitro and was maybe a little bit too focused on it. Kansan takes the opportunity to step out and level things up 4v4. Spiker's done a great job of holding on to that catwalk. Is Dash going to have an opportunity to get involved in this from Oil Pit? Don't forget, Spiker manages to find his man. WILDCARD, they might have just taken a big step towards getting this one done in 2, but no. KZ, he takes a step of his own. Spiker cleared off catwalk, but only 30 seconds left to go. Furia almost have what they need, but Dash up through the vent. He finds the kill.
That is magic, and now they're hunting him down, but he's got a second. He's had a quiet game, but this is where Dash needed to go big, and he has delivered. Nade, the last one left against 3 with 15 seconds to play. There's only one way this ends, and it's in a WILDCARD 2-0 here. What a win for the North American side. They get all 4 4 points. They finish top of the group, and FURIA have got some work to do coming into playoffs, Tim, as they'll start out in round 1 of the upper bracket.
Wildcard with that bye in the upper bracket will now be just 1 win away from the main stage. What a result for them. They have come in, quietly gone about their work, and very much impressed everybody at the Six Invitational 2026.
And I think showing everybody else how to play Fortress, Tim. That's 3 games that they've now won there as well in a row. Here at the tournament, they will very much be the teacher, and others will have to learn to respect them on that map. It is going to make playoffs so interesting to see. But as you say, the hard work has been done, and I really fancy seeing these boys in our top few teams come the end of this event.
You got a feel for JV and Nade there. They've got 27 kills between the two of them and still come away with the loss. It's been tough. Felipox, Casey and Herds all struggled to get into that game a little bit, I think, and ultimately that's cost them. When you look across the side of Wildcard, just like I commented on Fortress, we'll see the same from the stats here. They have been just a team. Again, nobody particularly outstanding. Very even across the board, and that's what's got it done.
I'd say quite rounded team performances from both back on Fortress, but you definitely started to see that evolve a little bit coming into Club. But phenomenal as well, because let's not forget, Wildcard have beaten FURIA on a map they have very clearly prepped coming into this series and taken the 2-0. It was close. There was 1 round between them, but all that matters at the end of the day is that Wildcard come out on top and FURIA, sadly, do not.
Yeah, that's the top and bottom of it. We can see there, as I said, 13, 11, 10, 10. Everybody getting involved for Wildcard, but there was just that little bit of a difference across on the FURIA side. JV, Nade sort of standing out above a little bit, but still, fantastic stuff. Both teams played well. They've given us some great entertainment. JV predictably their MVP, really going big. Spiker having a great game as well. I know I said a few times about him throughout that one. He continues to impress as he leads Wildcard through this tournament. And yeah, for me, Wildcard, they're going to be top 4.
Yeah, for me, they have to be now after that kind of performance. The real question then comes, who else joins them? Like I put FaZe down as potential winners for this event. If Wildcard could play to that quality and bring in the amount of prep they clearly had against FURIA, then against FaZe later on, there's a very good challenge there, and I can't wait to see which way it goes down.
Absolutely. This tournament's shaping up brilliantly. You know, we've still got G2 phase to come today to decide whether G2 survive or not.
OXG Enterprise, same story.
OXG Enterprise is another big one, you know, but most of the big names that we're looking towards are going through. Team Secret, your SSG, your M80s, you know, they're all there. Maybe not quite as well as they might like, but they're all in the mix and it looks good.
Well, we've still got plenty more Siege to come today. While we're in the break, of course, you can go and catch over M80 versus FearX on the A stream. But over here, we've still got 2 more games to come. So back we have to a short break. See you in a little bit.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Master of disguise, we're becoming something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god.
Well, we're getting to the end of Phase 1, and two teams have cemented their space in Phase 2, and very likely could make it all the way to Phase 3, let's not kid ourselves, are about to do battle for some pretty serious stakes here in this group. FLUXO W7M, the newly merged organization. You remember FLUXO? You used to flux all the time. You remember W7M? They're an org that's won a hammer, a couple majors.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty good hardware. And they're going up against another world champion team. Maybe not the exact same roster, but another organization that has lifted the hammer in Space Station.
Yeah, Parker, we got some crazy history between these two organizations, and of course, we've got some ridiculous talent as well. Let's take a look at Group D as we load on in, just to show you kind of what the stakes are like. So Secret have already secured first place in this group. They will be the first place team and get that first round bye. Auction and Enterprise are too far down to really worry about for this matchup. SSG and FLUXO are fighting for second place. Now, both second and third place get to play in the upper brackets, but the second place teams get to select their opponents in the first round of the third place options. And the winner of this game, mathematically, Parker, will get the first overall choice because they will be the highest ranked of the second place teams. No matter who wins, no matter if it's a 2-1 or a 2-0. I just confirmed that with Sprabuni before this matchup. So there actually is quite a bit on the line here. Even though these teams are both going through, having the first overall selection of who you play in playoffs can make a massive difference.
Oh, absolutely. And this team has surprised us every step of the way. Volps and Lobin have been really, really damn good, which is pretty understandable. Palu's been taking a bit of a step back. He's playing with the name Pailu because it's supposedly Portuguese for father.
Yes.
So congratulations to Palu on being a new father. Dotas has had some very clutch moments, despite the fact that his numbers aren't particularly good. But man, oh man, Lobin just continues to get better. We're in France, so he's like a fine wine, Jesse. Just as he plays more and more, he continues to improve. And I mean, never count out the former Bulls. I don't know if we can even call them the Bulls anymore.
Yeah, they're still bullish.
They're more FLUXO, I guess if you speak Portuguese. But for us English speakers, it's FLUXO. Don't ever count them out. Their opponents have been also underestimated at the other opponent's peril.
Yep.
But SSG tends to be North American merchants. They do really well against bad teams. They do well against North American teams. But they've got an opportunity to cement themselves as the second best, just trailing the dominant Team Secret. And really, the story here is how even this team has been, but it's Ashen entering the day as far and away the best player. He's had some great moments, and he can stand up against the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at Ashen, you look at some players on FLUXO, in particular Lobin, you really got to talk about these entry fraggers and the games that they are playing at the Six Invitational. Some of the most ridiculous entry stats that we have here at SI. Ashen in particular, winning 80% of his defensive entry engagements, taking 26% of those. Lobin as well, one of the most consistent players that we have, the highest cost of any player here at the Six Invitational. That means round after round, game after game, he's finding value, he's finding impact. It is very rare to see Lobin run through a round of Rainbow Six Siege and not have that value. And I think that's really important for him as an individual because we've talked about his inconsistencies over the years. One of the most talented players to ever come out of Brazil, one of my favorite players to watch in the entire Rainbow Six Siege scene. I always love watching Lobin. But his consistency has been a problem in the past, and so far this event, he has been extremely consistent.
Yeah, this FLUXO W7M team has battled consistency through most of the year. I mean, they've been in the shadow of the big dogs of Brazil. FaZe Clan, FURIA, two teams that actually lost their most recent matches. FaZe Clan will be in action later today, and they have the opportunity to knock G2 out of the Six Invitational here in Phase 1. That would be quite a stunner. Map picks are in, and Jesse, we will go to Border first, picked by FLUXO W7M, and then Cafe, if needed. Consulate will be there. Of course, Cafe picked by Space Station. SSG opting to defend first on Border. FLUXO W7M attacking first on Cafe.
Yeah, SSG defense start every single map here, Parker. And honestly, if I'm Space Station, I'm feeling really comfy with this map pool. Space Station love playing Border. They love playing Cafe. They have played so many of these maps in the past. This will be their 10th time this season playing a match on Border. They have a 7-2 record throughout the season starts, so they will be favorites in many senses.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a banger no matter what. You've got two great teams, incredible fraggers, great support, depth across the board, two juggernauts fighting for what remains of this group. Border is up first, and you best know it's going to be unpredictable. Let's get our first map underway.
Exactly 1 year ago to the day, February 6th, 2025, in Boston, Massachusetts, a little team called Space Station played up against W7M in the opening game of the Six Invitational. After a 34-round screamer, SSG walked away as the victors. Parker, you and I casted that game 1 year ago today. Slightly new coat of paint for FLUXO W7M. Small roster change coming through from SSG, but the bones of these teams are the same, and the Brazilians will be hoping to get their revenge on the North American squad, starting, of course, on border.
Dodes missed the memo to get the old W7M card up as all the rest were in perfect skinnergy, which is another word that will come back that has been used before. Space Station obviously getting the memo. Border is an unpredictable map. It is usually one for violence, bloodshed, all of the fun things that you know and love about Siege. It's not really that unpredictable, though. There is a lot more structure to Border than you would think, and while pugilism is usually the way that these rounds are won, don't sleep on the gadgetry that will be brought from these squads. You need good gadgetry to entry on Border, and FLUXO W7M has figured that out already.
One thing I'm going to bring up likely at the start of every one of these maps, the Space Station will start defense 3 times in a row, is that Space Station are the single best defensive team at the Six Invitational. They've won 74% of defensive rounds through the tournament so far. It's obviously been a big factor behind their success at this event. Their attacking stats are a little worse. 47% is what I'm looking at on my screen. So on the second half of things, FLUXO W7M might be able to walk away with a bit more success, but Space Station are going to be looking to get off to the races early on all 3 of these maps. Of course, this is FLUXO's map pick too, and they are in the site already, Parker, for a rush.
This is a quick one. Doda is looking to strike first, and he'll overwhelm Fultz, surprising him. Newers shutting him down as Loban trades him out immediately. Full control for Archives at the moment for this FLUXO W7M team. As maybe a bit of a brief pause. Loban goes in, they get in, they send the boogie in, they immediately back out. Volps shredding through J90, Benja taking some damage as well, and now a Logic Bomb will come in, adding some insult to injury. Ashen to stand the test against this FLUXO W7M squad, but Palu will shut him down, and an early round win for... Can we still say the Bulls? Am I allowed to say that? Can we get...
They're still the Bulls. Come on.
They're still half the Bulls.
Well, they fluxed their way to a victory to start off here on Border. A really cool rush, Parker, because it wasn't, like most rushes, focused on getting the plant down right away. In fact, Dots with the defuse kit was actually quite far from Archives, where most of that rush was coming in. He was playing the sends over towards security, and so what you had instead of an immediate plant down from FLUXO W7M was just multiple entry points. That push in through Archives is what we witnessed, but there was also pressure in through Break Room happening from Palu. We saw some players over towards security, like I said, with Dots. We saw some pressure over towards open area even. It was a really interesting rush where FLUXO tried to swarm from multiple different directions, and I think it did catch SSG off guard. They didn't know where to look, they didn't know what to worry about, and from 100 different places, they got shot in the backs and the sides and in the front. Really cool push to start off from FLUXO W7M, and something that SSG will have to worry about the next time they go back to that site.
So a tough beginning for SSG, finds themselves immediately on their back foot. They are on the stronger side of their opponent's map, so there will be more familiarity here from FLUXO W7M, but Space Station are capable of rising to the challenge. And let's not mince words here. You can't really not show up for your opponent's pick. If you want to win a Six Invitational, you got to be competitive on the map. You don't need to outright win it, Jesse, but you can't lose in, say, like a 7-1, 7-2. You have to be more practice, especially in a best of 3. Best of 5, maybe a bit different. Best of 3, you got to have some familiarity there.
Well, it's interesting, too, because FLUXO W7M have played this map a couple times at SI already. They beat Enterprise 7-4, and then they lost to Oxygen, actually, 8-7, a team that SSG demolished last night in a pretty one-sided game. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how this FLUXO W7M team works on Border in contrast to some of those earlier matches that we saw from this team. Definitely wanting to see a little bit more from them in that respect. And they start off quite nicely with that. Bathroom and Tellers will be our second bomb site. And of course, there's a bit of a top floor roam going on. Benja on the Thorn, always a fun sight to see Thorn coming in after her buff. She's been so good ever since those changes to her gadget, and was looking for Lobin as he entered in through the front door, and still seems hungry to find him. Avoids it for now.
There's early action. It's Ashen taking down Dota as Lobin trades him right back. Again, Lobin now with a kill per round. An excellent number, and if he can keep that up, it will be very hard for him to be chilled by this Space Station team. We'll go back to Discovery. This is very similar to what they did in the first round. Early action, pause, figure out what to do next. That's the play that FLUXO has been benefiting from, and boy, oh boy, did it work in round 1.
Deathmark comes out onto Benjamaster, trying to clear out that Thorn player. These two have been tussling since the start, but here comes Dots, finds Benja outside, distracted by the Deimos, and it's the ace to come through and get the kill instead. That gives a numbers advantage over to the Brazilians, as they're still lurking kind of around this map, our SSG. It looks like Newers has been misdroned. He calls Jack over to shoot the drone for him, just so that he doesn't get spotted out by shooting this drone. Dotas is dead and actively watching that drone, by the way.
We're going to get some good value now from this Brava drone. Still one Deathmark in pocket for Lobin, who can do some damage with it. Persistent gadgetry, though, from both the Denari and the Thorn, so not the end of the world that they're out of action. Obviously, you will hurt from their guns. Volt's upset about that one. You saw him shake his head as he gets punished by Volps. Now it's J9O hugging that bomb chassis. Newer's inside a bathroom, so both of them in either bomb site, but they'll be doubled up on. J9O making numbers a little bit easier as down goes Paul Lu. Lobin will join in the afterlife, and now the Warden with smart glasses on. J9O will be able to quarterback whatever distress comes his way. Great hold here from Space Station. I mean, Fultz is talking in chat. Again, he's not usually the yapper. It's Ashen or Newers doing it, but they'll equalize. Space Station takes round number 2.
A weird round from W7M, stalling out a little bit, it feels like. They've got that massive 4v2 advantage, and maybe they don't have full intel, right? They catch Fultz off guard. Attack timeout from SSG.
On the vent spells, what I don't want to do here is I don't want to give any top space against these guys. They're going to apply pressure around sight. They might even hit it. Don't give up the top for free, though. Make sure they're going to maintain the space around it. Late, they're going to waste a shot time down with that and start getting that.
Go. Yeah, that's me. And then bar, make sure I'm down. If they do that, so yeah, I like to see.
For how
I barely heard any of that.
For how loud they can be, Parker, SSG in calm moments are extremely quiet, extremely controlled in some of those situations. I like the attack timeout from Call It because even though it's a 1-1 game, it doesn't feel like it's out of hand of SSG by any means. They probably should have lost that round. It was a huge advantage for FLUXO W7M. They stall out a little bit, unfortunately, on that attack. They get inside of waiting and, unfortunately, don't find that trade onto J9O. If they're a little bit closer together, I think J9O should go down in a moments like that. That would have given them Teller site control. That could have enabled a plants. That could have been a whole different round, even putting Newers in a tough clutch position. So, didn't really go that way. Really nice anchor play coming out from Newers and J9O. And get to see them tie up this game. What a piece.
Early timeout, but I mean, if you want to settle the team down, if you think things are going the wrong way, then Call Out will have a good read on it. I mean, you saw frustration on Fultz's face through 2 rounds.
Yeah.
You cannot afford to fall behind when you've got players like Paulu, like Lobin, like Volps ready to run you over. And I mean, even if you're one of the best teams in the world, you're going to struggle to go up against those fraggers. Space Station has frankly not been one of the best teams in the world. They've been a pretty middle-of-the-pack team. Best in North America domestically, not the best internationally. That nod goes over to M80, of course, who are actually playing against BNK FURIA on the A stream right now. Map number 1 was a hell of a game if people watch that one. But Space Station have struggled with frags, and they got caught out in both of those rounds by unpredictability from this FLUXO W7M team.
Well, the event's workshop hold for Space Station, so they're completing their rotation, playing 3 bomb sites for the first 3 rounds, despite the fact that top floor is open to go back to. They're confident in their tertiary site, so they will spread out some roamers across that top floor. Benja, of course, was the lone player on site, but I think once he realized it's not going to be a rush from W7M, makes the call to play upstairs with his teammates. So this is going to allow Space Station to play a 5v5 through the top floor. It does seem like the FLUXO W7M want to clear through top. It looks like they might be starting east towards where J9O is positioned, but they've got some bodies still on the mid floor as well. Loban, bit of a lurk on that Dokkaebi, could do something sneaky getting into the site. The problem with Loban is if he does get in, he's not going to find anybody, and he doesn't have diffuser. But here comes the clear.
And it sounded like it'd be another quick push as Palu goes hunting. That Shield of Dots is off to the races. You're right. Completely empty-handed on top east right now and left the cam up. I don't know if he's been spotted or not.
You know what, Parker? I think they've realized Loban has gotten deep, and he's realized there's nobody really in sight. They've called the blitz to come all the way around to the window. He's now backing off, and there is fighting elsewhere.
Dota's with the leadoff pick, but it's traded by Ashen. So first blood not really going to matter much. The operators that died, of course, will matter. Lures going down was not ideal. Volps will die shortly thereafter, but it's a nice refrag from Loban on to Fultz, who has an opportunity for a second, taking damage from that goo mine. He's got Ashen and Benja Master. Now, as Ashen dies, the shield was coming in, so now it's Benja to clutch out. Still without a kill for the Dane. He has 3 opportunities to change that. His position given away by a logic bomb. He will aggress over to the Dokkaebi and manage to get him, but Dots has the trade. It wasn't even a secured kill for Benji. It was just simply a down and a bounce back round from FLUXO W7M.
You know, before this game started, Parker, we highlighted Loban versus Ashen as the 2 best players on their respective teams coming into this matchup, and their duel inside of security was absolutely critical for how this round would play out. Ashen, of course, got that somewhat opening pick, trading out his teammate of Newers on the top floor. Immediately, Loban, who was first playing West Main, was able to walk up those metal stairs, able to take that gunfight up against Ashen. The SMG from the Dokkaebi just a little bit faster, a little bit better than what Ashen could provide on the Ela. And once that player goes down in the craziness of that flash, the rest of the SSG players aren't able to respond in time. FLUXO W7M didn't know what they wanted to do for a large portion of that round. They started by thinking maybe we'll go for an east clear. Then they said maybe we'll just go into sight. The blitz, if you watched Dots on the top-down POV, was all over the place. But eventually they settled on their clear of the top floor. Eventually they were able to collapse on those security players, and they did a great job finding those frags before time ran out.
No, I've been really impressed. Even in the round that they lost, Jesse, I was quite impressed with FLUXO W7M's entry, right?
Oh, yeah.
If you can set a quick pace and knock them off and then still have time to drone it out and use that to your advantage, hugely beneficial. That bottom floor bomb site of Bathroom and Archives can be quite tricky to deal with. Bathroom tellers, rather. I get tellers, and my brain is so scrambled from the tellers Archives bomb site on Bank, I don't think I am ever able to change it. It's the same with Arsenal versus Armory.
Yeah.
It's just completely interchangeable as well. Most people understand it, so do bear with me here. But when you're going to that downstairs bomb site, if you have not gained control of the 2 sites, which FLUXO W7M had not done, and you are running out of time, very similar to that upstairs bomb site on Oregon, the site works in your favor. There's not a lot of soft destruction you can do. There's very limited vertical play if you only have the hatch open. And FLUXO W7M did a great job of clearing everybody else out, but then really struggled to push into the site.
Well, we're going back to the same bomb site as round 1, but 9 of the 10 operators have been swapped around. Only Volps on the Dokkaebi has kept his sane op since the last time we were on this top floor. Bomb site, of course, FLUXO W7M not really running a rush comp this time around. The one op who does stay the same, of course, the Dokkaebi finds the head of Newers to begin. And Parker, every game we're casting today, bot seems to be the only word that these pro players know.
Well, when there's a language barrier.
I suppose.
If there's a language barrier between your teams, I guess everybody knows what a bot is.
I gotta say, though, the English on FLUXO W7M is pretty good.
Yeah, Volps is pretty much fluent. Palu is pretty close to fluent. I can't speak for the other 3 because
Loban is very fluent.
I haven't exactly had a ton of experience with those players. Obviously, everybody speaks English on the side of SSG, but I mean, bot's also just a funny word. It hurts to be called a bot.
Fair enough. Well, there's Lobin taking down Benja for another big kill. Once again, he's been fantastic for FLUXO W7M this whole event. Up to 5-1 now on the KD as Space Station are trying to clutch back this 3v5.
You best know that Lobin, with this performance, he's playing for a paycheck.
Oh, yeah.
He wants some shmoney, as they call it. And once again, we say if he can get a single kill every round, that is tremendous. If your average kill per round is over 1, you're in good shape. Lobin's elbow gives him away, and sure enough, if you hit somebody's elbow with a slug shotgun multiple times, they will probably die in real life. So it's understandable. But again, Lobin goes in, gets a kill, he dies. That's terrible that the Buck is dead. But you've got a minute to go. You managed to take out 2 players on Space Station. FLUXO's in great shape.
And nobody on site for the defenders, so FLUXO could try to start making their way towards the bomb site. They're really worried about security, and as they clear through it, they catch Ashen on his attempt to get back inside a fountain. Couldn't get there in time, so now it's a 2-man lead as they're looking towards the site. 40 seconds still to go. This push is mounting over towards security. This plant has to go down inside of lockers, which means J9O will be the first line of defense.
Doubled up. FLUXO has so much leeway with this round, and you have to swing or be swung. J9O attempts that. Takes a bit of damage in the process. Fultz still searching for his first kill. Benja on the bench. He's killless too. Fultz will break that goose egg. Great target prioritization from J9O, and he'll have to do it all by himself. The Blackbeard running in. He gets away. Playing this so well. Dots holds the defuse kit. That is the greater issue. J9O shown for but a second. Paulu gets the job done with the sidearm out, surpassing Lobin in kills. 6 frags for the new father, and another round for FLUXO.
Damn, really nice try from J9O. He runs into security because he knows there's 10 seconds left on the clock, and so if he runs away, he can force a 1v1, and if he wins it, that's GG, that's the round, but just misses the shots at the end there, can't clutch it up on the final moment. FLUXO W7M playing expertly, too, in that 4v2 to close things out. I really got to give credit to Dots. His ability to maneuver the team into that site with the help of the Blackbeard, I think, was really critical in the midst of that push. Dots has taken over as IGL of FLUXO W7M coming into this event. For a very long time, it was Volps who was leading this team and doing it from kind of a flex position. Dots has always been a hard support. He's always been a shield player, but he's never really held that mantle of team leader of IGL. He's decided to take that up through this event. It's been a bit of a risk for FLUXO W7M, but I gotta say, so far I like how it's looked.
Yeah, I mean, every single time we tend to show a graphic for this team, unfortunately, Dots is always way far off the rest of the squad.
Yeah, because of the roles he plays.
Of course, and that's understandable. But, I mean, you have to ask the question, if you're not IGLing and you're playing support roles and you're not fragging and your objective play isn't that good, is there a more efficient way to move those roles around? And it seems like they've found it.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Dots' numbers, to his credit, have not really gotten much worse, but Volps' numbers have gotten much better. And I think that change has worked for them. And given that the only team that is above them in their group is widely considered to be one of the favorites here,
yeah,
I'd say it was a good change.
Benja still hunting for his first kill inside of Customs. The Lion Charge goes through but catches nobody. Paulo is quite deep already. He can smell the bomb site from where he's sitting inside a Passport. In the site, we see J9O playing inside a bathroom. He's going to be the primary anchor trying to lock this site down. The rest of his teammates roaming across the map. Most of them actually on the mid floor. Again, Benja in Customs. We can see False inside a server. 2 players top floor as well. We saw the Lion Charge not amount to much. Here's the Dokkaebi Charge, but not a whole lot of movement from FLUXO W7M. They're still trying to drone and get information to where these players are. If they're successful with this intel gathering, Parker, they should be able to find Ashen and Newers isolated up above.
Ashen entered as the best rated player on the team with the most kills as well. Sometimes those aren't in perfect harmony. You can be the best rated player with lower kills, depending on how often you're dying. Usually it's good company with Benjamaster, but a slow start from Benja, who's playing a bit farther back, so maybe don't expect him to be getting as many frags. Fultz has been more active through a number of these rounds. There's Benja now inside of Customs. The drone will scoot on by. Nobody's given him anything yet. He might get a peek at Dots here in this position. Nitro Cell goes out, and it lands right on top of Lobin. A rare round where Lobin exits without a frag.
Yeah, nice little Nitro. Catches them off guard. They want to go for a very kind of Minimal take in through waiting, but with this Electroclaw on the single wall, I'm not sure if they're really going to be able to open it up. Could maybe try tossing in a nade, but with Loban dead, that's no longer an option for them. This wall is almost certainly staying closed through the round, Parker, which is going to make it very awkward to try to sneak a plant.
I don't think they know what to do with that shield. They're starting to stall out a little bit, and the TCSG is not exactly the gun you want to deal with a shield at, because if you miss your first 2 shots, it's tough to hit, but when he exposes his back to you, you can get him, and that's exactly what Benja does. Newers and Benja adding to the tally for Space Station in this round. A great flank from Volps, as Newers wasn't prepared for that. He himself holding position over top of lobby. Dota's slaughtering Ashen, and the lead that SSG has, it remains. But it has gotten a lot more winnable for FLUXO W7M. Volps and Dotas, neither holding the defuse kit. They know that on the side of Space Station. They've coalesced around this, and they likely have a line of sight. Volps hoping to pick up that defuse kit. Volps watching it quite intently. Dota is in the sight, but with nothing to show for it. An impactless kill onto J90 and a big round from the Dane as he finally got on the board. And those impact frags give the round to Space Station.
Dota's on a bit of a side quest at the end of that round. Parker almost allergic to the defuse kit, just seeing what he could find after Volps dies. That is unwinnable. So nice attempt from FLUXO W7M, but I mean, really, that is all Benja that round. The 3 kills are great and certainly an important part of how they win that. But the Electroclaw, too, he was playing on the Kaid. It really felt like the second FLUXO W7M got into waiting. They wanted to breach that single wall. They wanted to get a plant down without very much map control in a 5v5. Potentially would have been fine. They just couldn't get into sight, all because of that Kaid. And again, with no real EMPs to open that up, only the nade could have maybe managed to clear out that claw, and the second Loban died, that wasn't going to be an option for them. So smart play from Space Station Gaming. They get that utility victory, and then Benja hits him with a 3K too. Don't forget, he started yesterday by putting up 16 and 5 in their first map against Oxygen. That was Benja's highest EPS match that he's played in over a year. Has kind of taken a step back, you know, when Newers joined this team. He and Ashen became maybe the focal points, the primary entry duo. But when he needs to, Benja can seriously step up his game and play some amazing Siege.
One thing I don't know if we really got into was this map pick phase. We don't have a desk here on the B stream, so we have to do it ourselves. The desk does cover a little bit of the B stream, but not quite as intensely as they do with the A matches. SSG is actually ahead of FLUXO in records on all 3 of these maps, Jesse.
Yep.
This is a great set of maps for Space Station. So if they are unable to win this series, you can't say it's because there's a lack of familiarity here. You have to say they just got simply beat. We saw a quick pace back in round number 1. Round number 6 looks like it's shaping up to be the same. The blitz clearing from above, but hey, Foltz and Ashen get 2 kills. Foltz on the ground. Army crawling his way over towards the door. Newers in on the action as well. Separate players from Space Station, all credited with these kills. Foltz goes down at the hand of Loban. As it's now, it's Loban and Palu. If there are ever 2 players you want in the final moments of a round, and we are far from that, there's still 2 minutes to go, it's FLUXO's W7M's players of Loban and Palu. Now, what can they do with this remaining time? And 4 players from Space Station eager to punish them.
The fuse kit should be retrievable. It's top floor. Loban's not too far away from it, so that doesn't need to be the biggest issue for them. Every player on SSG has retreated. They're happy with the man advantage. They'll sit back in towards that bomb site on the main floor. Now, Benja just got misdroned, and that could be brutal for FLUXO W7M. Palu is making his way through waiting. No idea of Benja's position. If the Dane plays this right, this will be a free pick.
Good guns in the hands of FLUXO as now another 40 seconds has gone by. Time elapsing.
Oh no. He's dead.
Benja playing keep away prop hunt. He was a vending machine, Jesse. And there's no way of knowing where he was. I mean, hey, now your hopes all rest on Loban, whose position upstairs in security, revealed by that black eye cam, thrown out by Newers 2 minutes ago. Loban drops, and Benja has a terrific final 2 rounds of the first half. Tie game sending us to round 7 with no team closer to victory.
After they won their 3rd round, FLUXO's W7M typed in the chat, should be 4-0. Well, it's not 4-0. It's not even 4-1 or 2. It's 3-3 as Space Station tie that first half. And I think it really comes off the back of Benjamin Dorelli stepping up at the tail end of that half, just making really smart plays, Parker. His positioning, his nitro cells, all exceptional. We know how good he is as an aimer, but he didn't really need to hit any crazy shots to hit those impact kills the last couple of rounds. Of course, the entry game going so well for Space Station in round 6 set him up to do just that. But FLUXO W7M can be an emotional team at times, Parker, and we really need to see them be able to lock back in. Going up against SSG, two teams that are typing back and forth at each other, it's important you don't let the momentum slide too far the other way.
No, both of these teams are so momentum-based as well. I would argue that FLUXO W7M is a little bit less momentum-based than Space Station. I don't know.
Really? I think I disagree.
We're allowed to disagree.
I just have a brutal image in my head of walking past the W7M guys after their Munich Major exit, and man, oh man, that was an emotional scene from them. I can't recall ever seeing Space Station like that. One thing they often try to work on is their discipline, is their mentality in games like these. They've often been praised, actually, for how good their mental has been, but sometimes that praise is maybe overstated as well.
I do think there is a distinction to be made here, and this is where I come from. Space Station get in their own head. It's not that they get angry, it's not that they get toxic, it's not that they start yelling at each other, but when things fall apart, the one thing that this org has always struggled with, all the way back from its initial maiden voyage here in Siege, is finding a way to get that confidence back and bounce back in. They get quiet, they stop talking, vibes can get bad, and if they don't have call out or another leader on the team to pull them back from the brink, it can be a little tricky. Now, you're right, to their credit, Space Station has worked on it. And FLUXO W7M does have some fiery players. I've seen Volts get real mad before. But I don't know. Maybe Palu, when he was on Liquid, would get a little bit mopey. But I honestly think that the SSG team can get in their feels a bit when things go wrong, and it can be tough to recover from. Now, do keep in mind, if things start to go bad here, Jesse, SSG's already used their timeout.
Yeah.
So there is no way for them to fix this outside of in the server.
Nice information from Dots, hoping to get a freebie, but he just can't find the damage onto Benja. Playing the buck down below, I think Benja realizes he's been spotted out. He'll hear that shotgun of the pulse and recognize exactly what just happened, getting caught with that heartbeat scanner, and has to leave the area. This is a bit of a role swap up from FLUXO W7M. This lineup is not new from when we last saw them play this map in November, but roles have changed quite a bit. Typically expect to see maybe the Palu playing on something like the Goyo instead, the Ella sometimes over towards Dodez. Some operators have been swapped around, but this is not an unfamiliar comp for Space Station if they did their homework.
They'll hear that Reaper MK2, a gun that has been given to a number of new ops. And it makes Pulse a lot more viable as he'll be running that shotgun. Newers gets kill number 1. The Blackbeard is on its way. Nitro cell tossed out, but it will not blow up. And now there's another swing on the window as Palu desperately attempting to keep his team close. He's the only kill so far. Space Station doing great work, but hold on a second. Dodez is also on the board. That lead is almost completely gone and now is fully gone before Benja rips it right back. Dodez with TCSG in hand. Last man standing. Space Station looking for the lead. Oh, there's so much damage being done, Jesse. Here's Dodez living on borrowed time. Space Station has yet to lead on border. They just need one more kill. Benja dies at the hands of Dodez. Newer's low HP as well, and they will have to wait a little while longer. What a clutch from FLUXO W7M.
Well, if it should have been 4-0 earlier, it probably should be 4-3 for Space Station right now. Both teams tossing a man advantage as the clutch potential from both sides is being shown. There's no doubt the mental is rock solid on both these teams for now, Parker. Just the way that Dodez and Palu were able to work around each other in that 2v5 was really incredible. Always trusting in their gunfight, constantly ADS in those moments, not playing together necessarily because they knew even if they trade out, they're not going to win that round, but putting themselves in positions where one could get a kill and then it could ping pong onto the other. While everybody's looking at Palu, Dodez swings for the frag. While everybody's looking at Dodez, Palu swings for the frag. And for SSG, it's so difficult to get a trade in an environment like that one. Good attempts from their players, of course. They had lots of time to play with, didn't end up using very much of it. And FLUXO W7M regained the lead after slipping through that second quarter.
10 seconds to go.
This is everything that we'd hoped for through 7 rounds, Jesse.
5 seconds remaining.
Every round has involved bloodshed, violence, all the good things that you come to a first-person shooter for. And there's been a lot of skill shown. In stark contrast to certain best of threes that we have watched, there really hasn't been a lot of deficiency here. It hasn't been about which team doesn't make as few mistakes. This has been teams making a ton of great decisions, and it's been really nice Siege to watch. It's been a bit of an odd group stage so far, if I do say so myself. We've seen some absolute stankers, just 7-1, 7-0s, 7-1, 7-1, and that is the 2-0. But then we get amazing best of threes with some incredibly competitive games, and it feels like every single day there is a new best of three, best of three, I should say.
Yeah.
That unfolds in front of our eyes. I think if this one goes the full distance with the way it's shaping up, this could very easily rival the secret FLUXO W7M game we saw yesterday, which just might currently have the crown for best match of this event.
Well, again, Parker, 1 year ago today when Space Station and W7M faced off at the Six Invitational, that was one of the best games of the group stage back then. So there's no doubt that the expectations are high for a good game here. Now, the hold from FLUXO W7M isn't so spread out. They didn't really commit to playing security. They had nobody over towards East Stairs. Their top floor hold was really restrained to just kind of Armory Lockers archived, a little bit in open area too, and then of course 2 site players down on that bottom floor. They're using some of these electroclaws to try to keep that top floor secure, and Space Station haven't been able to crack this nut yet. Knowing where some of these bottom floor players are, knowing that Loban could be lurking down below, this is a great drone to be able to spot out 2 players playing inside of lockers, but Ashen on the blitz has a really tough task. He's going against a Warden, Parker.
He falls back as Palu takes some damage and doesn't see J90 all the way inside of Archives. Dota's fighting for his life. Not much he can do. Loban with the only kill so far. Dots on the board now with a Nitro Cell. Back to even numbers we go. Mayhem upstairs. Bomb site below, though. Space Station getting these kills. Jesse, now they drop. They'll lock that defuse kit in. Ashen vulnerable as Volts and J90 will now watch for the remaining players. Volts shut down, trying to get back to the site. Great job by J90. It's him and Ashen. Jack killing everybody in the server. Dot's last man standing. Ashen and J90 searching for this kill. Ashen will get the job done. Huge play, great roam clear by Space Station, and yet again, we are tied.
Great round start to finish. I mean, this is such a high-level game of Siege, Parker. Space Station game made that clear happen really nicely. They took their time with it, too. Over 90 seconds before they got into a gunfight, but they were droning through the site, they were getting their blitz set up, and then they managed to find that entry point. I said it was going to be really tough for Ashen on the blitz to crack that locker's hold, and it was going to be. That's why J90 was playing over towards Archives. Everybody was looking at the blitz. Nobody was looking at Jack. He gets this opening pick here onto Palu, and then once the fight happens up on the top floor, right, we end up in a 3v3. Space Station know they have full top floor control, so what do? They drop through the hatch, and they get themselves set up in a plant spot that really is impossible to deny unless you have top floor control. It's very, very difficult to deny that horizontally. So J90 holds the metal stairs. He gets 2 frags as those FLUXO players try to retake up above, up metal. They get absolutely blown to bits in that attempted retake, and Space Station from start to finish create a good game plan, executed on it perfectly, and play the post plant without any mistakes. A brilliant round coming out from the astronauts.
A log jam and kills for Space Station. As much as you love Loban, that's how I feel about J90.
Yeah.
I just think he is such a deceptively good player, and for so long he was incredibly underrated. He seems like an all-around glue guy, the type of person to hold a team together. We don't speak Portuguese, so it's hard to tell who that would be on FLUXO W7M. Yeah. I'm sure they've got a glue guy too. But for all the praise that we give the fraggers on the side of FLUXO W7M, somebody like, oh my goodness, J90 needs his praise on Space Station. Benji came very close to a kill.
Yeah, they had a ping on that guy for sure. They knew where he was at. The droning has been excellent for Space Station. Probably just the site drone hole catching that player out, but too risky to commit fully for it. Volps doesn't think anything is too risky. 3 Toxic Babes in pocket and hunting for a guy inside of Customs.
Certainly not Rixie, that's for sure.
Bit of a mistake.
Bit of a mistake. Volps dies to Benjamaster, and out the sledge goes. Walk in, get kill, leave. Don't bother explaining yourself. You don't need to. Space Station with the early numbers advantage. A reminder that while Space Station has a historical better record on this map, it is FLUXO W7M who have picked it. Again, a good map pool for Space Station, but comfort level, ability, operator bans, all of these play into how well they will perform. Space Station has tied or trailed this entire map, so they are desperately searching for their very first lead. Loban will now do battle with 2, maybe even 3 players of Space Station as he beheads Benja down in Passport. Ashen will topple him, and then a drop on down as Fultz has now walked that Blitz Shield in to get the plant at the halfway mark. Newers box out Dodez. Nitro Cell will go. A good cross. Who is it? It's J90 watching from afar. Palu will search to break double digits. He'll have to do so if he wants to win this round. He's all by himself. You can start singing the song. Ashen also looking to break double digits. But there's 3 players on the side of Space Station who can easily find the last Brazilian still alive. Toying with him, flashing him, knocking him over, and Fultz will do it. Yet again, Jesse, it's the Blitz. Ashen last round, walking Diffuser in and getting the kill. This time it's Fultz. And for the first time on Border, Space Station takes the lead.
Yeah, and honestly, a really cool push coming in. Again, Space Station, don't forget, came into this game as the #1 defensive team in the Six Invitational. Their attacks were under 50%, and yet their attacks on Border look so clean, so well put together. Nothing crazy, nothing complicated necessarily in that round. It's an East Stairs take that ends up going through that single wall from waiting into the site, planting on the Blitz, something that FLUXO W7M wanted to do earlier in this matchup, but were stumped by an Electro Claw. Bit of attack timeout now to come through from W7M. I don't believe we'll get audio for this one.
We have a little.
We have a little.
Can't really hear what Norris is saying, and on top of that, wow, they're fully embracing. We've got some heated rivalry on our screens.
Norris has been coaching this particular team across a number of different orgs all the way since September of 2023. Back then, they were known just as Team 1. Then they became Los 1. Then they just became Los. Then they became W7M. Then they became FLUXO W7M. He's been with this squad his entire professional career. Been coaching in Tier 2 and in amateur leagues all the way back since 2017. Again, in 2023, went into Tier 1 with this squad and has been coaching Dots in particular, who you see on your screen right now, basically that entire time. The trust and the bonds that these players have with their coach, and especially between the long-standing players of Loban and Dots, is indescribable. Norris will now try to reset this team once again, get them back into this matchup. You said it, Parker. We've been referencing it all day. FLUXO W7M kind of need to win this map. It is their pick. All 3 maps are ones that Space Station are very comfortable on, so losing your own pick in a series like this could immediately be a death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, how do you go up against them on Cafe? Border is relatively close, despite the fact that, again, the historical record over the last 6 months benefits Space Station. As of late, it's been FLUXO W7M in the driver's seat, and the last time this map was played by SSG was Shopify Rebellion back in December, 53 days ago. It was played 2 days ago by FLUXO W7M, where they beat Enterprise. But if you wander over to Cafe Dostoevsky, in terms of map preference rate, this is the 8th of 9 maps for W7M, so FLUXO W7M. So Space Station Gaming has picked one of the weakest maps for this FLUXO W7M team as their own. It also happens to be a very good map for Space Station. They played it 3 days ago against Enterprise with a 7-2 victory. They have a terrific attacker win rate. Their defender win rate on it is even better.
Yeah.
And they are 3-0 over the last 7 months on that map. So you're right. Space Station obviously has a slight edge in terms of record on these maps, but that doesn't factor into their competition. It doesn't factor into the teams right now. It doesn't factor into the meta. But I'm sweating a little bit if I'm FLUXO W7M. Losing your own map pick is usually poorly advised, Jesse. But then to stare down a map that FLUXO W7M are not typically that confident on, it is within the realm of possibility that an SSG victory on Border leads to a 2-0 for the North Americans.
It's It's a great pin from J90, and Benja will capitalize on it. He takes down Loban for the opening pick, the top fragger for FLUXO W7M here at this event. Gone early in round number 10. Gives Space Station a lead to try to push this into map point. That's the one player that was really playing down below on that first floor. He gets removed for FLUXO, so it's just those top floor players now. Loban initially was open area. He just dropped down to bathroom a few moments before that ping came through and before Benja found that kill. So trying to get aggressive, trying to catch SSG off guard, that's just not something that works very often at Space Station. It was Fault in an interview yesterday talking about why they always seem to beat Oxygen, and he kind of said, like, OXG rely on surprise plays, and we do our homework. We do not get surprised by them very often. Maybe don't have as much familiarity with FLUXO W7M, not playing in the same region, but they're still ready for most of their tricks.
Benja has just been on an absolute heater. He was 0-4. He's 10-3 since that double as Kaid, and he almost gets an 11th. Paulu's able to get out of there with his live still intact, and he's shot at from multiple angles. This is why I kind of wish I spoke Portuguese, because I would have loved to know what Norris was saying, because clearly it is not working. Or Space Station got their own timeout as well, right? They get to talk to the team, and that's a bit of a saving grace. Benja finds a third. Down goes Newers, the only casualty for Space Station. At this point, Benja could have had a fourth. Volps will evade him for now. Volp's taking some serious damage, but he manages to get the diffuser down. A sweep now over from Benja Master, as there's the Blackbeard drawing his attention. Volp's under fire from Benja. The Blackbeard keeping his attention. You have to worry about what Ashen can do. He takes matters into his own hands. Volps with a kill, and Space Station on map point, ready to steal FLUXO W7M's border away from them.
3 years ago, when Benja was just 19 years old, he got picked up by G2, brought to SI, and lifted the hammer as a Six Invitational MVP. He knows what it takes to be the best on the biggest stage, and he's showing that again now in Paris. A fantastic round again to come through from the Danish player, and again, it's not just him. The information's been really good. I really have to credit the droning from Space Station. They've enabled Benja to get a lot of those kills. But even after he's done playing down below on the Buck, after he's made his impact, giving his team a two-man lead by himself, then he rotates back up. Then he continues to help with the push. He's aware that he can't do anything else from down below, so why not connect with the rest of his teammates? A 3K opening lifts him up to 11-7, the highest frag player in the lobby. He needs to be feeling very good about his play right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I was wagging my finger at him just a little bit through those first couple rounds, saying, hey, you've got some ground to make up. The rest of the team is starting to outpace you. And anybody who's watched Benja over the last couple years, Jesse, they know that he goes through cold spells. They know that he will go through a couple games where he is, I don't want to say useless, but nowhere near as effective on his role. He's been dialed in so far at SI. He and Ashen have been standing up against the best of the best. Loban had a terrific start, and he has fallen back down to earth since then. It's been the rest of the supporting cast doing well, but the only person who's really able to stand up from a fragging perspective has been Paulu, but as Paulu typically does, he's usually one of the last alive. So you can net a bunch of garbage kills in garbage time, but you're not getting the impactful kills that are needed. Those impactful kills are just not happening from FLUXO W7M, and it's really hurting them.
Here comes the rush. Smokes in through the vent window, hoping to jump in quickly, although it's a bit of a bait. Now Faltz is in.
Paulu has the smart goggles. There we go, finally using them. Is it too little too late? He's completely bottling it. He's been deactivated by the Thatcher EMPs. A brilliant counter by Space Station. Dot's the first one to fall, and FLUXO W7M now rest on the remaining 4.
J90, really good Thatcher play. He stops the Nitro Cell and stops the Warden up above as well. He's done everything to help get SSG the round win.
And they are pulverizing them now with the timer continuing to run away. Down they go, almost a team ace to finish this map. Space Station loaded in, ready to play, and boy did they ever. It was 4-4, and then SSG took off. They look towards their own map with a 1-0 lead. That's a great spot to be in for any team.
History seems to be repeating itself, Parker. Space Station once again take the lead up against FLUXO W7M, just as they did a year ago when they won that best of 3 in Boston. They're looking even more dominant now, though, Parker. All of those attacks were so brilliantly crafted. The game plan was on point. They knew exactly how they wanted to finish the round each and every time. Benja was stepping up with the kills. The util and droning was great for J9O. It was a full team effort from SSG.
And I mean, we talked about mental. W7M, FLUXO W7M had some long faces as they walked away from their booth. Can they recover and manage to steal SSG's map, or is this a 2-0? We'll find out after this break.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo up for you? How do you have this photo?
We're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent. Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo up for you? How do you have this photo?
We're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent.
Towards us. Thank you.
My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
Oh my god, Anne, fast Anne. Oh my god, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had 2 people involved. We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well? And okay, well, yeah.
But
this is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
Yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
no.
maybe.
All right, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to, you know,
what are you going to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole wall.
All right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Not exactly the result that FLUXO W7M wanted, especially after their spirited matchup against Team Secret yesterday, but it doesn't get any easier for them, Jesse. Space Station might be about to pull off. I don't want to say a surprise 2-0.
Yeah.
But a surprise 2-0. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Loban had a bit of a rough first map. Ashen did a lot better. Benja was also a star. He could easily be up there.
Yeah.
There was way more depth on SSG. And I mean, if you just take a step back and look at the whole team numbers, SSG looked way better than a 7-4 result.
Mm-hmm.
And FLUXO W7M looked way worse than a 7-4 result.
I mean, I really think at the start of the match, FLUXO W7M did look like the better team. You know, they were really crushing it on their offense. It felt like they were finding good value. Paulo in particular, Paulo and Loban really at the start of that game were starting to take over. Their executes looked great, but Space Station's attacks looked way better. For the best defending team in the tournament, their attacks were ridiculous.
Well, they might style themselves well on broadcast, but how do they style themselves in cafe? Space Station will go to their map pick looking for a big 2-0 victory over the Brazilians. Will they get it? Let's find out.
FLUXO W7M faced off against Team Secret yesterday on Cafe and got away with a victory even if it took 14 rounds to complete that success. They also beat FaZe Clan in the SAL Finals 7-2 back a few months ago, but SSG are no pushovers either. They chose this map for a reason, and part of that reason is that they've got a 7-1 record this season playing on Cafe. In North America, there is no better than Space Station on this map, and already we are getting into it. Even in the op ban phase, the chatter does not stop. Space Station ban out the double shield combo of Blitz and Monty. That's going to be focused onto Dots, of course, and then the defenders taking out a zombie, as you kind of have to on Cafe, and the Kaid, which can often be a very strong operator for certain sites like the basement.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
We got to see a bunch of maps today that we have yet to cast, and this was one of them. There's no way it's 51-49, right? Like, that's crazy. There's no way.
I mean, honestly, I believe it. These are two very evenly matched teams. Even though I think SSG looked like a significant step up, not like they crushed FLUXO W7M, but they looked solidly like the better team, I'd say, on map 1.
I just figured it would be a bit more than that. Here are what the stakes are in this matchup. It's a second place finish with a victory. That is really it. Both of these teams are locked in for Phase 2. Team Secret has the best record in this group. That will not change, even though Secret has the day off today. I saw them playing ping pong and foosball earlier, so they are clearly enjoying their time off.
Very nice.
As for these teams, though, you want to finish second because then you get to pick your opponent.
Yes.
That is huge. If you think you match up against a team particularly well, let's say you're Space Station, and you demolished OXG yesterday, and OXG manages to make it to Phase 2, you best bet SSG's thinking, why don't we pick OXG again? That should be a relatively free win. You don't want to be at the mercy of somebody else.
We can't pick OXG because they're obviously in the same group, and also OXG would finish 4th if they beat Enterprise.
Jesse?
Later today.
Jesse? I was making an example of teams that would be familiar for the people who watch this.
Oh.
Also, I say this with the whole heart.
Mm-hmm.
I hate you.
Important to win this game. You get first overall choice, even of the other second places in the group, just because of how well both of these teams have done so far. So there is a lot on the line, and Space Station have been looking so good to make that happen. They get defensive side start, by the way. This is their pick, and FLUXO W7M decided they wanted the attacking half first, sometimes considered a very difficult side here on Cafe. So we'll see what tricks they've got up their sleeves. For now, the top floor defense looks very standard for FLUXO W7M. Their attack on that defense, at least. There are a couple of players they got to worry about, most notably Faults lurking down below in Fireplace. But for now, this push on the piano windows and in through the red hatch has been all the focus for FLUXO W7M.
Again, in the map preference rankings for these teams, this is 8 of 9 for FLUXO. They've got a winning record on it. They played it against Team Secret and did win 8-6 just yesterday, but a much better map statistically for this SSG team, and they are already off to the races. No, they've lost Newer, so we are back to a tie game. Even the Observer is struggling to figure things out. 3v3, Palu and Dodes so far with the 2 kills. Dodes gets shredded by Benja. See, he isn't cooled off at all. Fultz is also in on the board, and it's Loban, the superstar from the first half of Border, left to clutch out a 1v3. He has picked up the defuse kit and will now need to gingerly walk it over towards the bomb site. His position given away as he now throws out a track stinger caught by the magnet of the deceased Wamai. Loban is waiting for Benjamaster to get a little bit restless, but Danish people are pretty patient, Jesse. Benjamaster showing exactly how patient he can be. Americans, not quite so patient. And there's Ashen to swing and then immediately go to the shouting. Space Station starts off their own map, 1-0.
Yeah, and while 9 players played relatively standard through that first round of Cafe, Parker, it was the captain of SSG, Faults, who started to make those moves that really caught FLUXO off guard. He starts down below, hits that Nitrocell, of course, right here onto Dots. They had no idea he was there. And then later on, Faults flanks up the white stairs to get a second early pick in the midst of that push. I don't think FLUXO W7M were really expecting that style of aggression. It's not like Faults to go out and make those crazy style of plays. Of all the ridiculousness that you have on the Space Station team, Faults is often the adult in the room, the 25-year-old world champion who can kind of lock down the site, play a bit more standard alongside J90. But if he's tasked with going for a flank, with getting a little crazy, if that's what he decides is the most likely outcome for his team to get that win, then hey, why not make that play? It certainly worked in round 1.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion.
Have you been tuning into any of the Stream A matches, by the way?
Yes, of course. Been watching them whilst we've been off throughout the day as I prep.
For those that are unaware, FURIA and M80 are currently squaring off on Stream A. Spoilers inbound for those of you that gripe about it. The first map was a bit of a shocker. BNK FURIA won with a big lead over M80, prompting one of the most vocal Fabian timeouts that we've seen just yet.
Yeah.
To the point where he said, "You're playing like 5 gold players in ranked."
Mm-hmm.
A devastating insult. For me, a compliment, because it means I play like M80. But FURIA need this to survive. It seemed like a foregone conclusion at the start of the day that BNK FURIA would be the team to go home in Group A. It's still possible. M80 won map 2, so now map 3 between them. A great start here for Space Station now is let's turn our attention as FLUXO W7M works their way in, and they've all been collapsed upon. 4 kills from Space Station with nary a point of damage being done to the North American team. They know Dots' location over towards Cigar. They'll have a little bit of saving grace from those track stingers to prevent a late flank, but there is a mirror window staring him down from inside of Cocktail. I'm getting distracted by the typing in chat. We should be muting them. I don't want to see what Newers and them have to say.
I do. Please don't mute them. Dots an unwinnable position, Parker. I mean, 1v5. SSG looking so confident and willing to play aggressive. It was another Nitro Cell from Fault. It's going to be another 2-piece unless he can find the third in the 5v1 from him. It feels like the second FLUXO W7M showcase where they want to enter the building, give off a hint of where they might be trying to play around. SSG swarm around that location, and they start to shut down the initial entry. It's a good shot by Dots to start things off. Doesn't need a shield to hit that shot, but there are plenty more for him to try to find. Nobody even to the right of him in piano, so watching for nothing at the moment.
Really just prolonging the inevitable at this point. Like, surprised that SSG isn't asking him to move any faster.
He's got Kid, but it's impossible to go to site because obviously they have full vert for SSG, so...
Oh my goodness. At least the chat is entertaining as this round is just Dots shooting as many of his bullets as possible. I mean, they're going to keep giving him kills. Why not? J9O gets the very final one, and it's 2-0 for Space Station.
Palu has, on occasion, been accused of being a slight baiter over the years, not by me, but by others. And
I've never said it.
I've never said it either.
SSG is saying it in chat right now.
SSG have.
You can't see it, but they are saying it in chat right now.
And yeah, I think they're kind of hitting the nail on the head in terms of the slow pace by FLUXO W7M. In the 1v5, I don't really think it's valid. I mean, there's nothing you can do at that point to try to win the round fast or slow. It's not really going to change the result of things. Early on, though, it really feels like they're just struggling to get any map control inside the building. You'll notice SSG, they started top floor, they then went reading, which is not a popular bomb site in 2026, then went mining and dining now here for their third site rotation. And I wonder if part of the reason why they don't want to play that bottom floor is because they have identified in their prep that, hey, it's going to be easiest if we stop FLUXO from getting into the building, and if we play that bottom floor, they kind of get in the building for free. You really aren't going to be able to contest them from entering in through the top floor if you've got all 5 guys down on the kitchen site. So interesting to see if they will eventually bring out that bottom floor bomb site from SSG, or if this really is a strategy of, hey, let's just contest them top floor every single round.
If we do need a designer, Consulate is on deck. That will be another map that statistically favors Space Station. There's not been a lot of good here from FLUXO W7M through these 2 rounds. Again, with this being Space Station's map, the assumption is that FLUXO W7M wins 3, maybe 4 rounds on the better side before Space Station does something similar. But again, those numbers change if a team is locked in. Space Station certainly looks locked in at this point in time. The Newers with the opening pick through both rounds. He was searching for another on-white window. They will not give it to him.
Again, the attempt here is to stop them from dropping in and entering into the building. Benja is very far down at the bottom of these red stairs, likely being able to get a little bit of information as to where the drones are coming from. Seems like they've got a ping onto Ashen playing inside the bar. Ashen aware of that, knows he's about to face heavy fire, so just drops off the balcony to play in towards the mining site, get back with his team. J9O hoping to impersonate his captain as he's got a C4 potentially lined up if they step foot inside piano. Dots is here already, but standing on the hard floor, shouldn't have to deal with those nitro cells. Stalled out briefly by Newers with the Toxic Babe, and top floor is theirs.
A nice fall off from Space Station. Half of the round in, you held map control for as long as you need. You've managed to waste some time. You've used some of your own utility. And J9O has almost died, but beyond that, an ultimately successful hold of that top floor. And now the job becomes bring the diffuser down and maybe get an opening pick. Typically on a map like this, the tertiary bomb site is where you're going to be weakest. Space Station are hoping that's not the case. FLUXO W7M hoping it is.
Good. Soft breach work being done by Palu. He's gotten quite a few angles. He actually had an angle on default, although he wasn't able to actually see the Malusi standing down below him and reading. They're even using these dash charges to rip up the floorboards. There is nowhere to stay if you're SSG. Nothing is safe. You've just got to be constantly moving. A couple of their players rotate all the way down to the bottom floor. In fact, most of their team, just because there's no place to play on the mid floor.
And this is going to be a coin flip late in this round. Every single step that this FLUXO W7M team has taken has been designed to narrow those numbers down so the execute gets a little bit easier. Volp's on the board first. Fultz answers back. The Blackbeard will drop on in. Hatch control still there for this FLUXO team. Now SSG will find themselves with their backs against the wall. J9O slaughtered. FLUXO doubling up on Space Station. Ashen and Newers need to hold this one together, and they will not get the job done. A Herculean effort from Lobin in particular. Very little to celebrate for this FLUXO team, but they've got on the board, and that's what you need to start a comeback.
I think it kind of goes back to what we've been discussing through this match, Parker. It feels like SSG, they're winning when they can stop FLUXO W7M from entering in through the map. But once they get that control, once they can cement themselves above the bomb sites, that's when FLUXO start to find their success. They rip up every single one of those floorboards. 3 players on SSG were technically on the bottom floor. Some were on staircases for sure, but only 2 of their 5 players remained actually in the site because there was nowhere to play. Anywhere they tried to sit themselves, they were under threat from the sledge that was playing up above, from the Ash that was playing up above. You'd hope that maybe the pulse coming out from J9O would be able to counter that, but with him taking so much damage earlier on in that round, it just wasn't really realistic. So good round from FLUXO W7M. SSG will complete a full 4-site rotation as they do go to the bottom floor for round number 4, but keep an eye on that kind of as we develop through rounds 5 and 6. If Space Station Gaming can continue to lock them out of that top floor, they might continue to win. If FLUXO W7M can situate themselves in the building, that could be their key to victory.
Just working their way down the building, why not?
Yeah.
Started at the top, now we're here. I think the song goes the other way.
Yeah, not usually a good thing to start at the top and end up here, but I think not bad for SSG.
Demotion.
Yeah, slightly.
Usually you want to go up.
Yeah.
Newers gambling on another first blood. He's got 2 of the 3. W7M struck first, or FLUXO W7M struck first on the previous round, but it was an immediate trade, so nothing really gained from that. And again, it came with almost no time left in the round. 29 seconds left in the round when we saw the first bit of blood spilt. Need a quicker pace for FLUXO W7M. They did try to be a bit brisker in rounds 1 and 2, and they paid for it, so maybe composure is more important than aggression at this point in time, but why not have both?
Well, Volp walks over the footprints of Ashen, who was just here at top red. He popped that hatch, was looking for a nitro cell. Got a bit of information when he initially didn't see anybody on that hatch, but of course, when W7M FLUXO reached that roof and they realized the hatch was already opened, they'll know that somebody was up on the top floor. As we talked about a few hours ago, Parker, in our first best of 3 that we casted, this bomb site has really developed to where the main meta is just to have 5 players down on the site. We don't see a lot of roam strategies, and if you do see a roam strategy, it's usually just one person kind of trying to get something cheeky. That's what Ashen was going for with the nitro cell. Didn't end up committing it, so he still got that C4 that's sitting in his pocket. But as the top floor is fully controlled by FLUXO W7M, and as they've got over 90 seconds to start ripping up these floorboards, you've got to wonder, is this going to look like round 3 where with vert control, FLUXO kind of ran away with it?
Yeah, I get a bit worried. This is a full clear from FLUXO W7M. Smart reason for that, and
they don't want it open?
They have made a decision to leave that closed.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, they don't have any more hard breach, so they can't reverse that decision now.
And I don't know if this was the right call. Fultz takes down Palu. That's kill number 1. No trade in response. Dot's taking some damage as he continues to charge forward. Dode's gunned down. J9O is off the board. Volps will find Fultz. So at least the guns are working well, but the trade's favoring Space Station with very limited time remaining. FLUXO W7M at a bomb site that they have yet to encounter here. Multiple bomb sites will open up at the tail end of this round, so Space Station will have an opportunity to go somewhere else, and they will just continue to beat them. That was not the reaction you want from Dots. Volp's walking in, and he trades it perfectly. Newers gets the kill, though, in the trades, obviously still favoring Space Station. 3-1 the scoreline. SSG doing mighty well here on Cafe.
Just baffled still with what we saw over on the freezer hatch. Dots went to open it, and then it seems like he either got a call from his captain, like maybe Dodez said something. I don't know exactly what happened, but made the decision to shoot it off. There's no way it was a mistake. Like, it was such a deliberate shot onto the can opener. But then that allows Ashen to just sit inside a freezer where he gets 2 kills. You can't really play that position if the hatch is open above you. So if they open up that hatch, maybe Ashen's not allowed to play down there. It maybe could make the post plant a little bit better if the defenders retake the top floor. But, I mean, post plant's not really in the conversation if you don't plant the diffuser. So, end of the day, interesting push coming out from FLUXO W7M. The white stairs push maybe was all they thought they needed. It did not go that way, and it ends up being Space Station taking a lead by 2. Round 5 to go over to Reading, which just unlocked. Top floor still remains an option. I expect that to be the choice for round 6, but they've kept it very tricky with the bomb site selection on SSG.
Yeah, there's something we obviously missed in their calling, right, as to why they wanted to leave that closed. It was a spirited effort, but maybe they were worried about a flank and they didn't want to open it up. Maybe they saw the way the freezer was. Maybe they thought VIP wasn't being held all that well. Maybe they thought they could commandeer whiskey and instead go into the freezer, leave that closed, and not play or relinquish control of that top floor. I'm not certain. This is where the benefit of co-streams would come in, and there are a bunch of co-streamers right now who I'm certain will have a read or at least a better suspicion as to what happened. Or we can ask the former pro who's here, Peggy, see what he has to think. But either way, there was a call that was made by FLUXO W7M. Maybe it wasn't the best call for them to make, but that's ultimately not up for us to decide.
Good angle being held by Volps. He's playing against the Pixel Shield. That's J90 tucked into the corner, who's hoping to stay alive and keep his head. With these magnets, he should be able to persist in this position for quite a bit of time. One of the strong Wamai positions that you can play in Rainbow Six Siege is just behind this shield. You see him tossing out these magnets now. Red control under the ownership of FLUXO W7M. J90 not alone either. You see Newers up there on the top floor to help him out. Ashen is inside a cocktail as well, so it's a 3-man hold of the top floor. Benja, of course, sitting in the site, and then Faltz is in small bakery right now. He's all the way on the bottom floor, looking to flank up red. They could catch this from the hatch. They might have a drone down there, but if Faltz times this well, he could also do something really, really bad for FLUXO.
Volts is having a great game right now, leading the team. Benjamaster spotted by Loban through that hatch.
What an
he
angle.
might be able to secure this. It is indeed quite an angle. Both nades go down. Both miss. So Benja is now retrievable. They will have to go get him. Out comes the secondary pistol. Loban finishing off his kill. Now it's J90 on the board. Loban dies to Jack, who's hit the flank upstairs. Secondary shotgun out. There's another flank coming in as well. J90 has the attention over towards Piano. Newers dies, but Jack finds a third, a fourth now. Only Dots remains on the side of FLUXO, and J90 is in such a good position. Dots will get off of the position himself. Now over towards the 2 sites as he's walked down white stairs. SSG again showing great patience, good restraint. Dots with the swing on over, losing most of his HP. Down goes Ashen, and tucked into the corner, he will attempt the plant. J90 still holds this position from above. Fultz and him will have to make some magic happen. They need to waste time too. 20 seconds left. They can win this off of the clock, but Fultz will deny J90 the ace. He doesn't care. The goal is to win the round, and SSG meets expectations.
Yeah, start to finish. That was brilliant play coming out from the 23-year-old from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. J9.
Sorry, where?
Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
Bless you.
We'll get a FLUXO W7M tack timeout. Playing behind that shield is one of the oldest positions in the book, Parker. Just a pixel shield set up with the Wamai. It's such a classic strategy. But as they start to ignore him, as they start getting distracted a little bit by Faltz down on that red stairs flank, by the position of Benja down and through the hatch inside a pillar, no eyes were really trained his way, so he's able to get a couple kills, work his way through Piano to be able to get a couple of those kills. And then even in the 2v1, I think a lot of lesser players, newer players, maybe would have been really hungry for that ace. They would have kept peeking through the floorboards. They would have kept trying to get that final kill onto Dots. But if J90 plays aggressive there and he loses the vertical gunfight to Dots, it puts Fault in a really losable position in the 1v1 where all of a sudden SSG could have thrown that away. It was so smart from J9O to just sit back, stay alive top floor, say, I'm going to trust in my positioning. I'm going to stay alive so that I don't screw my captain in Faults. And he really played that perfect start to finish. Doesn't get the ace, but I think his passive play is the correct decision in that round.
One thing I think that we're overlooking is how Lobin is running headfirst into better roamers than he can entry. So much of this FLUXO W7M team relies on Lobin overpowering the roamers if he's attacking or mobbing the attackers if he's defending. But Lobin is 1-4 on entry.
Yikes.
The only positive entry player is Dodez, and I mean, those have mostly been kills on defense. Space Station Gaming are positive on every single player on entry right now. So if Lobin is trying to get into the building and is repeatedly getting shut down, or if he's roaming and is getting repeatedly beaten by the attackers, that is putting FLUXO W7M at a disadvantage, but it's also stealing away one of their greatest benefits, which is their aggression and the ability for Lobin to make space for the rest of this team. Lobin's numbers are quite poor across the board. He's -2 at the moment. -2 in this matchup. Lobin is +15 across the entire event. So it just goes to show you how well Space Station is meeting his aggression and beating him, and it's knocking the rest of this team off stride.
The first half will end on mining and dining. That's our final sight, and it's a bit of a different look for SSG. I'm really intrigued by Fault on this Echo. Of course, he's got some of those yokais around. We saw them in towards Garage, but the Yings are coming through too. Dodez is starting to make some space with this sledge, works his way into Pillar, and while all eyes are on the Ying, he could find something.
That's a good entry from Lobin, so there you go. He's managed to turn that one around. The timeout seemingly paying off as Lobin finds a second kill. Maybe he just needed a bit of a pep talk. Dodez was looking for yet another kill as Newers and Ashen are on the run. Ashen has emerged. You heard his secondary gun doing some damage. Newers swings, and you know that both Ashen and Newers can do some work if given the opportunity. Dots getting diffuser down. Palu there to cut the cross. Newers in no man's land. The objective surrendered by Space Station, and Newers has a daunting task ahead of him. Get to the bomb site, shut him down. The Palu flattens 2 players, and that is a much-needed round for W7M. Still, the first half goes in favor of Space Station, but this FLUXO W7M team finally showing some signs of life.
Yeah, really nice rush just to end things out, keep themselves alive going into the second half, avoid the brutal 5-1 mountain that they otherwise would have had to climb. And it was a great rush to watch from the top-down POV, Parker, because while all eyes were over towards Dots, kind of near that mining window where he could threaten a plant, he could jump in and make some real problems, it was, I think, Lobin and Dodez who worked their ways around the map in other ways. Dodez getting in through red, then making his way in through Pillar. Lobin instead trying to find his way into Fireplace, in through the window, and then working through Train as well. Those were the angles that weren't being expected by SSG. So many players existing up on that top floor. It was Newers, Ashen, and J9O who were locking down top, but by the time the push came in, they didn't realize that the rush was coming. They didn't have time to react, to go back down to site. Faults and Benja weren't able to keep them delayed for long enough. The 2 site players, the 2 bottom floor players weren't able to do it. Delay that time. So SSG won't get as dominant of a first half. If their pushes look anything like the pushes on Border, though, Parker, I still heavily favor SSG to win this second map.
Oh, absolutely. It's their map. They're on familiar soil. They've looked like the better team across all of the halves that we've had so far. It would be a wonder if Space Station was unable to pull this one out. We've seen crazier things happen, though.
Yes.
And that was a real confidence-inspiring round for FLUXO.
Yeah, I hope it gives them some confidence coming into this next game, because when you and I had a little debate over who the more emotional squad is, I still think FLUXO W7M. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I was right.
FLUXO W7M, we've seen them get in their heads before, and I don't want to see that happen once again. I was expecting this to be a full 5-man anchor with everybody on that bottom floor. There is a little bit of aggression. Doda's in red, in reading, and he does find the opening pick onto Benja, so the aggression does pay off. It's not a roam on the top floor per se, Parker, but this small extension into the mid floor, playing with the Nitro, hearing somebody over towards Pillar Door, has gained them a kill.
Cafe is the second most defender-sided map, only after Fortress, so I mean, there's something that's got to be said to this, right? So SSG will go on the harder side based on the numbers.
That they will, and of course, that is the Loban player getting caught out there from FLUXO W7M and Dots as well. These are the roamers, and we talk about people don't really do this too much. Sometimes it's because getting back to site is so difficult with that hatch still reinforced, but they find one back. Volps answers, and they keep this one even to 3-3. A very weird start to the round for the second half.
Oh, absolutely. 2 TCSGs and the Alda in the hands of FLUXO W7M for the final 2 minutes of this round. Why do I say it like that? Well, because 4 people died in the span of a minute, which again, a bit abnormal on Cafe. I mean, if you did watch the DAYSTAR Falcons match that we casted earlier today, you know how quickly action can break out here.
Wow.
Dodas gets caught looking the other way. It's a double kill for J90 and a fire hose of bullets from Volps as he'll now make his way down to Paulu. Both players now around that red stairs portion of the map. Paulu's worked his way to Whiskey, and Volps will sit inside the bomb site. You've got some Maestro cams up. You want to use those evil eyes as effectively as possible. That usually means living. Volps at this point in time, though, needs to be very wary of Space Station quickly executing, so he's going to stick on the Alda for the time being and allow the rest of his teammates to watch those evil eye cams. Even if you can't use the Tase ability, the intel is going to be so important.
The last two defenders are pretty spread apart. Paulo all the way over in VIP, while we just see Volps trying to hold on to the site. If the plan is to drop through the freezer hatch, which I think it might be, given on what Ashen is currently working on, then that can be a good crossfire as they go for that drop. But with the problems onto that hatch, the electricity still existing from Paulu, I'm not sure if they'll really have the hard breaching utility anymore. In fact, no. With those first set of X-Kairos not able to clear the claw, you don't have enough X-Kairos to also blow up the claw and the hatch, so that's not possible.
And an immediate jump in. Volps is ready for it, even if he was blinded. Volps likely frustrated with that one. Ashen has found himself in the site, and that's Diffuser surrendered. So now FLUXO W7M can play a bit more passively. J90 and Ashen to work together in the final 10 seconds, but a good lockout so far from FLUXO W7M. Looking to tighten this one up. J90 gets one more. He's got the defuse kit, but he is as slow as anyone stuck in molasses. And he's a step away, but would he be able to get the diffuser down without dying? Probably not. No matter what, this round seemingly going to FLUXO W7M, and the gap between the teams is now down to a single round.
It's a round of such small things, Parker. Very minor issues that come up between these two squads. It was weird to see FLUXO W7M commit to that roam game. They did get pretty punished, I would argue. Trying to retreat back to site was unsuccessful. Dodes tries to stick around on the Goyo, hard punished by J90. It's a heavy man advantage for Space Station for the majority of that round. But the seconds that they fail to open up that freezer hatch, things start to go awry. They take so long. They stall out for so much time on that middle floor, not knowing if they can make it down that freezer hatch, eventually realizing that they cannot. They just have to guess where the claw is with those 2x Kairos that Ashen had to spare. Wasn't able to find that spot, and so he actually worked his way down white. They managed to make their way kind of in through the bomb site, but it just wasted so much time. The players on FLUXO W7M smartly spread apart, and the clock ends up being their biggest friends. They draw it to 1, as you mentioned, and we're starting to see maybe why some of the SSG attacks haven't been so good in the past. I really like them on map number 1. I actually liked their attack in that first round as well, but falls apart at the last second. Keep in mind, under 50% attacking win rates coming into this game, despite all the success that SSG have had.
Easy things to correct, though, for Space Station, and they still have their timeout, Jesse. So not all hope is lost, even if FLUXO W7M is on the hard, or rather the easy side and the hard side to deal with for Space Station. Just the fragging potential from FLUXO is what really needs to pick it up. You have to go up against players on Space Station who have been doing a mighty good job. Ashen's had a great day. Benja's had a great day. J90 and Fultz are having the best time right now on this map, so lots of threats to deal with, and right now, the fraggers on FLUXO have not been able to stack up very well.
Wow.
Loban dying to J90 is not what you want when I said what I said, and I know that they heard me.
Well, Parker, that's such a smart play because they fake a rush. They show the blitz on the windows, and I was about to criticize. I was about to say, this rush is so obvious. FLUXO are going to recognize what you're trying to do, Fultz, but he's not actually going for the plant there. He tosses the smoke. He shows himself. He baits the Azami to try to get the vert angle, and then everybody on the piano windows gets that free kill. Really ingenious from SSG.
And Fultz is just face-checking everything. I guess on a blitz you can do that. Volps is punished by White Stairs. Again, his reaction is everything you need to see. Space Station surprising FLUXO with the way that they are entering. Fultz was caught in a crossfire. Dodas pops up, and my goodness, that DMR is so strong. Palu is in as well, and suddenly Space Station's advantage has evaporated.
Just a rat spot, Parker. The small things again. It's a triple kill for Dodas as he puts himself in the best spot possible. Traded out, and Benja has loads of time to try to make this 1v2 possible. But there's still so much good information on the side of FLUXO 2.
Unsheathing the rifle as he walks now forward, knowing that he can't play it quite so cute with a minute to go. He doesn't have the diffuser, so frags are what's on his mind. It'll be a tie game if FLUXO W7M is able to win this round, and right now they are sitting in an excellent spot to do so. Palu, who's been among statistically the best through these two maps, is still alive, even with a shotgun. He's got that sidearm if need be. Benja just needs to choose which player he wants to fight first. Dots is to his right, and Benja's not going to know this. A nice easy swing for Dots. It got scary for maybe a half second, but a great round for FLUXO, and they tie the game.
This has got to be kind of a frustrating way for things to equalize if you're SSG, because I really think that they're doing a great job on the attack of controlling the movements of W7M. Their first attack, they catch them on White Stairs, they catch them on their rotate back from the roam. This time around, they do a great job, too, of trying to, you know, move those players around by faking like they're going to go for a rush, and they get that kill on the top floor. They get full control of up above, but then they just speed up a little bit too quickly, Parker. Again, it's a small mistake in the mid-round that costs them the round. They don't catch Dodes on the drone. This kill was so genius onto Loban, but then it was the rat spot inside of Reading. They don't check it. They've got so much time, but they're just speeding through their clear. I think the adrenaline is rushing. They're saying, go, go, go. They don't check the corners properly, and because of that, it's FLUXO W7M who take another round win. Good coordination I want to mention quickly too. When Dodas is in that rat spot, his teammates from over inside of Dining are distracting with shots. They're making it so that the Blackbeard of Benja or the Blitz of Fultz can't find those angles. So just so smart for FLUXO W7M to be able to clutch back these rounds. SSG, they're doing some really cool stuff, but it's just not enough in the end.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Timeout not been called by Space Station. And if FLUXO is starting to get a bit creative with you and you're getting bogged down and your guns are going quiet, you might need to talk to your players to get their heads back in the game. It's a gutsy move by Volps to go fishing, but, I mean, join the growing list of players that have spawn peeked on Cafe today. We saw Shaiko spawn peek the same window 5 times when you and I casted it.
Literally.
We saw Newers trying to spawn peek as well. Add Volps to that list. All terrific gunners, so anything could happen if you get that very first pick. Speaking of first picks, Jesse.
Volps will get one. Bot.
Deploying sensor.
I appreciate the way that these teams go about this.
Yeah.
First blood conversion has been very strong on this map, so there is a high likelihood that this will tip the scales for FLUXO W7M just based on those numbers. And there's no trade to be had. There was a number of first bloods by this FLUXO team. Loban credited with them. No trade back from Space Station. Now that you see Volps get this first pick, what can be done? Benjamaster has gone, unfortunately, quite quiet for Space Station. And it puts them at a disadvantage with half the round still left.
I believe it was the Whitehall window where Benja did go down. So this is going to be an early lead without that sledge. Even if they get the full top floor control, that verticality is not going to be as good. Punished for his crimes, Volps goes down, and Lobin joins him as Ashen's able to walk outside and still find that pick. J9-0 for another.
Is everybody dying? What is going on? Oh, no. Dota's almost completely botched that one. He can make his way back to the site. 9 kills for Dodes, as Paulu and him will now work together to try and throw off these space station players with a minute left on the clock. Paulu has a nitro cell, and with that pulse scanner, he can figure out where these SSG players are coming from.
It's been about a year since they changed it, where you can no longer scope in as you're falling out from a jump out, and that's almost punishes Dodes, but thankfully he gets the job done. They're still in a deficit, of course. Trying to make a bit of a sneaky play, but these track stingers from Newers are going to really give the game away, aren't they, Parker? These shots will be heard by SSG if they're anywhere near. Newers is. J9-0's got a third, and Dodes has it all to do.
I mean, there wasn't really where to go up there, right? Who are you going to meet up with? Newers, the final kill, and a nice bounce back from Space Station. They were a little worried, I think so. They're nowhere near as animated, not talking as much. But they regain the lead and are now just 6 minutes away from a 2-0 victory over the Brazilians.
These last couple of rounds, it really has felt like whoever gets the early advantage, if not the opening pick, has ended up with the round victory. It might have been a nice shot coming out from Volps at that opening pick on the Whitehall window, but in the end, it's a really nice clear of that top floor, multiple dimensions happening in through that push. And SSG escaped the third quarter still with their lead intact, although it has shrunk since we last hit that halfway point, since we saw the early lead they gathered in the first 3 or 4 rounds. Next set of operator bans have come through. It was Mira and Grim that are getting removed on each side. The Mira just recently used by Volps to get that opening pick. Otherwise hasn't really been a problem, although she is one of the best operators on Cafe. And then the Grim, of course, always a useful operator. Newers and Ashen have been bouncing around between them on that attacking op. We go down to the basements for the repeat.
Feel like a little bit of silence that's being shown by both of these teams, usually quite animated. Space Station in particular is going to show you where they think the tides are turning, or if they're turning at all. That was Space Station's first win in this second half. The defenders have a distinct advantage at the moment. Attackers have only won a third of the rounds that have been played up to this point. So things will be tough for Space Station moving forward, but adversity is just a word to this SSG team. Again, the organizations that are present have both lifted a hammer. One in spectacular fashion in Montreal, the other in one of the most stunning fashions in Brazil. Winning the hammers in their home regions is always quite a nice thing to do, and both of them have experienced it. Foltz, the lone remaining player on Space Station, part of that core. Nobody on this FLUXO W7M team lifted that hammer, as all of those players went over to FURIA, who had a bit of an interesting matchup earlier today against WILDCARD. So Brazil against NA today might not be what they had hoped for.
And he's gotten a lot better over the last couple of years, I think, in respect
I would agree
to the comparison. They're really trying to get this guy out of small bake. This has been a disaster trying to get this player out. It's been very awkward as Lobin just keeps using his utility. It's the magnets, it's the impacts, it's everything. They want this wall open so they can pressure Bakery, but Lobin has just been keeping it shut.
And what's going on with main Bakery right now? Is there somebody watching it?
Oh yeah, we got the glass being brought out by Ashen. A direct take from SSG. It's very obvious this is not going to be top down.
Can you just not walk in and fry this guy in small bake? What is going on? Why have you allowed Lobin to persist in this angle? Volps and Paulu both did have their sights now turned in that direction, so maybe Space Station is worried about that. But earlier on, it didn't look like FLUXO had anybody holding it.
Well, there's footholds on the prep wall, Parker, and I think it was being held by Paulu, so the Capital Bolt's a better option. They use it now, and it almost kills Lobin. Finally, they get the job done after 100 seconds.
I know this might seem silly with the way that Lobin just died, but that was really quite a terrific hold by FLUXO W7M. He ate up Selmas, he ate up smokes, he ate up fire arrows, he wasted so much time. Lobin doesn't get a kill for it, but he might have just set up the remaining 4 players on his team for success.
Yeah, could have done everything he needs to do. Now we see Volps in a power position. It's really tough to get him out of here. And how many nades did they use? How many firebolts did they use? They don't have a lot of utility left to clear out this Maestro.
Upside down repel for the Glass. Volps might be living on borrowed time as they've got a good read on his position. Ashen will be feeding that intel. Logic bombs have gone off to determine the location of these defenders, but SSG is really running tight on time. 35 seconds remaining. Boys, you've got to go at some point. The timer is working against you, not FLUXO W7M. Volps will now start to fire away as he's still in a very strong position. Down goes Foltz to Palu. J90 dies to Dots. The clock will be the biggest adversary as Loban might have just won them the round from this position. Ashen with 1 kill. Desperation setting in for SSG as he continues to assert himself. Looking for an opening. Diffuser goes down, but not in the way you'd expect. Benja stands against 3 players as it looks to be a tie game, and the clock will give it that. 4 players survive. Space Station running out of time on that one, and honestly, all credit to Loban for that round.
Yeah, I mean, it's nearly a perfect defense to come out from FLUXO W7M. You give credit to Loban, and I think rightfully so. His utility in small bake was perfect, but such a team effort. You don't win that round just off of Loban. You've got to have Volps also being so passive and patient back behind the bakery, Parker. He's got to sit still. If he dies to the Glass 30 seconds earlier, that whole round can end up crumbling, but he doesn't. You've got to have Palu and Dots holding the long angles in the hallways and holding those footholds on the prep wall to make sure that SSG are too afraid to walk in and take that space in bakery. And Dodez, sure, he was giving good moral support as well, watching the back of the site and seeing nobody. So everybody on FLUXO W7M contributing, having a good time in round 10, and they equalize. 2 rounds are all they need now to force that 3rd map, and a situation that looked like it was going to be an SSG clean 2-0 might not actually be headed that way.
Anything can happen. But what we do know will happen, Jesse, is that it's my favorite round in all of Rainbow Six Siege, because no matter what happens, we go to map point, but it might also be series point if SSG can squeeze this one back. Entering has been mighty tough for Space Station across all 4 attempts. J90 continuing with his great play. He's gotten some very high-value picks. Almost all of those 13 frags on the side of J90 have been incredibly impactful. He will need to keep that up, but it's not all up to him at this point in time. It's the rest of them. Newer's numbers underwater. Benja's numbers underwater. They have been getting beaten on this map, and after Benja put such a hurt on FLUXO in the previous map, it's a bit of a step back for him. He'll be playing some of those disruptor/nuisance ops to enable Space Station to get into the building, and this is pretty quick.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Benja on his favorite role, lurking down below. The Pulse is about to spot him, though, and that's going to give the game away. Benja's position will now be known by Dots. That makes him a whole lot less impactful. They do have an IQ, so they've got some counters to the Pulse, but Parker, this feels like a freebie for Dots. Benja might have the information. Here's the shots now at the very least, and will make his escape. So could have been disastrous, but no harm, no foul.
And Loban and Palu have both taken a bit of damage. That might be a bigger factor as you go deeper into this round. Logic bombs going off. Waiting on the last one to generate. Benja using his utility so well. A nice shot from Palu, almost dying. Benja going down means no more logic bombs. And this will be tough for Space Station with no more of these enabler ops.
Kind of takes away that second dimension too, right, Parker? A lot of this push now just coming in through red, just trying to work on the piano windows. They've gotten a bit of space inside of Cigar, not finding any bodies yet. Very passive on the side of FLUXO W7M. That nade doesn't move Volps out of his position. It's a little bit poorly placed. The Nitro also doesn't land, even with the pulse down below, doesn't find that kill.
What is going on? All of these SSG players just running headfirst into FLUXO. They are demolishing the North American step by step. Newers and Ashen last 2 alive, but Newers is making something work. He's found 2 kills relatively quickly. You got a good read on where the Azami of Volps is as well, and Newers is looking to follow up on that. He's missed an opportunity over towards Lumber and will now drop down towards Pillar. As you can see, all 3 of the FLUXO silhouettes in that spot. Ashen taking out Palu, but Newers was in on the action as well. Reading is the focus.
So doable, Parker. Even with information from Dots, he can't really pull out the scanner at this point. 2v2. They've got site control. Information there for the defenders too, and it's Volps to open.
He's trying to get the plant down, but there's a bulletproof camera staring right at them. I don't know if they've shattered it or not, but a nice read by FLUXO W7M as map 3 just got incredibly more likely. Map point for the Brazilians.
Feels like SSG were almost reliant on Benja doing something from down below there, Parker. It felt like they really needed him to be able to find something, but it was too powerful. That pulse ended up shutting him down. So once you've got that shut down from above, SSG, not a whole lot they can do here. Call out calls the attack.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You know what? I think the most important thing he said there, Parker, was exactly when Call, the coach of SSG, went.
My favorite part was
that was part 2. That was smart too. Honestly.
And then Fultz went. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep.
And then I think I heard like a yeah.
This is a critical round for SSG. If they can't lock down their final attack here in regulation, then we're going all the way to map 3. Consulate awaits us as the decider if it's needed. Space Station will have to get it done in overtime if they want the 2-0. Doesn't matter standings-wise whether they get this 2-0 or 2-1. Either way, the winner of this matchup will be second place in the group, and either way, they will be the first-ranked second-place team. That means they get first overall selection of their third-place opponent. If you don't understand all that, just know it's important to win. FLUXO W7M can easily crush the dreams of SSG. They were looking so good early on in this game. It felt like they had the full momentum. Maybe things were starting to spiral for FLUXO W7M. But after a few small mistakes happened on SSG's early attacking rounds, the round count got closer and closer, and now with a lead, they could do an insane thing here by beating the Astronauts.
I mean, if you think that the defenders have a better advantage on Cafe, which I think they do, and this is SSG's map, which as far as we're aware is true, FLUXO opted to go to the harder side first.
They did.
That is, I don't want to say abnormal, but it doesn't happen all that often. Dots goes for the run out.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness, what the hell just happened? Excuse me?
Shenanigans, Parker, on round 12, map 2, potential point to get out of it. It was a run out from Dots, a small bake at the exact same time. We saw Volps jumping out, getting his way outside of the building, Loban jumping out. I don't know if Volps actually did jump out. He was playing inside of VIP down on that first floor over by Garage. I'm pretty sure he made the run out happen over there. All of those aggressive moves get caught by Space Station. They lose their Blackbeard because of it, but I think they'll happily take that trade. Only 2 remain now to try to find and force OT.
Track stingers will go as Dota sits underneath that hatch. Newers will not overstay his welcome, but there you go, kids. That's why you put shadows on as high as possible. You just saw the head of one of those attackers. If you've got shadows on low, you're not seeing those. Dodez tries to head for the hills. He absorbs an awful lot of damage, and Space Station are poised to send us to overtime. This would be quite a feather in the cap of the team that has come out of nowhere.
No, the track stingers killed him
in the last couple rounds. I have been so shocked. Palu in a 1v4. 1 minute left for Space Station to get into this site. Diffuser in hands for J90. Palu is a read over towards Cigar. He'll do some serious damage. Ashen will get the job done, and we will go to OT between these teams. Space Station breathing a sigh of relief, I'm sure.
That's going to be a round that replays in the heads of W7M tonight if they don't manage to win this map and then force that third. It's a really risky decision. It's Dots out here running out of Bakery. At the same time, Volps is running out of Garage. At the same time, Lobin is jumping out of Piano. A 3-man exit of the building, and every single one of them gets punished in the chaos. SSG, whether they were expecting that with drones, it didn't look like they had any prior information as to what was going on, but the reactions were really clean. Possible that they had some early information as well that signaled to them something aggressive was going to happen. In any case, SSG managed to force that overtime. They get exactly what they were looking for. And now, Parker, because this is their map pick, they get to choose the start side in overtime. So, of course, they'll choose to start on the better side. They'll choose to start on defense. We saw them go to all 4 bomb sites in the first half when they went through the rotation. And they'll be mining and dining to start things off in round 13.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well, I mean, you've got the better side for OT, so you just need to play the long game. You just need to survive long enough to get here. I mean, the goal is usually to do it before you need overtime, but sometimes things don't always go according to plan, and that's what we are witnessing right now. Space Station will go back to very strong defender positions. The defenders have a great advantage so far. Both teams going 4-2 on their defender halves. That would be 2-1 in their defender quarters.
Did it work out that way?
Since I know that you love that number.
It did.
I mean, I don't even know if that's true. I know it's true in the sense that the numbers line up, but I mostly just say it to antagonize you.
It could be a 3-0 quarter and then a 1-2 quarter.
It could be. Not a strong start for FLUXO W7M. Dodez, tied with Palu for top on the team, is the first to die. That's the Zofia gone. That's explosives, long-range explosives gone. That's the disruption and the intel that comes gone. And they'll lose the IQ of Lobin as Foltz is playing inside a cigar. How do you not drone that?
I mean, Parker, it just seems like such a risky game plan for FLUXO W7M. Last round and this round, the information is not there. They're going for very high-risk maneuvers. Somebody playing inside a cigar is not that crazy. You know there's a mute jammer there. Maybe you can't drone him, but Bombset is mining and dining. There's almost certainly going to be somebody playing in that position. So we're just getting a little sloppy. We're maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves, maybe in our own minds if we're FLUXO W7M. This is where the mental really gets tested. Overtime at the Six Invitational, it doesn't get higher pressure than this.
On the line is second place in this group. Secret's triumphant run through the group stages has netted them first. They don't play today. They don't need to. They can watch all the rest of these games from the comfort of their cozy hotel rooms. Another body will fall for FLUXO W7M, leaving a 2v5 for the Brazilians. They put on quite the clinic to bring this one back and then ultimately take the lead, but they've fallen a bit short now and allowed this SSG team to level up. Newer's deciding to go for an ego peek onto Palu when you don't really need to with a minute left. And then immediately Newer's, you know, you're not really fooling anybody. You talk in the chat shortly thereafter. Bolts gets gunned down by Dots. You need good patience here because this is still winnable. Dots and Palu can absolutely seal the deal. SSG needs to refrain from over-peaking for the next 45 seconds, and this should be a surefire round win. Dots has made this even, though. This is just a lack of proper discipline from Space Station, and now it's FLUXO W7M taking the lead. Defenders have such an advantage, and SSG have dropped that. Ashen will need to clutch. He does a serious amount of damage to Dots. Palu is not too far away. They're inside the bomb site, Jesse, with the defuse kit. FLUXO can play this so well. They just need one player to watch the cross, and Palu will get the job done. SSG throw the round in the garbage, and the Brazilians take the lead.
1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1. Parker, that was supposed to be SSG locking things down, and the chat is blowing up as FLUXO W7M have some words for Newers.
Every member is typing on the side of W7M. That is crazy, and it really all started with Newers. Why are you engaging there? It's a 2v5. You've got the clock on your side. Yes, you have to be worried about soft destruction, but why are you challenging them? Where is the patience we've seen from SSG when they've been in situations like that? You have to start peeking them when there's only 2 of you left. We know that, but it confounds me.
I mean, Newer's caught on the vert angle. That's the first one that ends up going against their way. Then they catch one on the white stairs. And from there, I think at that point, you need to think to yourself, okay, hold on, lock in. Don't let the 2v3 spiral out of control. If you lose 2, fine, whatever. You're still in the man advantage. But J9O is so far from the rest of his teammates. We don't see it, but Benja dies despite being right next to Ashen. There's no trade that can come through. We talked about round 12 haunting the nightmares of FLUXO W7M tonight. Well, SSG will be thinking about that for quite a while if they do lose this map and go on to lose Consulate as well. They'll have to go back-to-back. Otherwise, we are heading to a third map in this series.
I think saying that Newers got caught on the vert angle is quite uncharitable. He decided to re-engage on the angle and then immediately start typing in chat. He got hit above his head by the sledge. The floor blew away. He ran away and then came back. It is a bit surprising that he chose to play it the way he did. I am surprised. I understand that you got some egos in esports, but you're in a 5v2. A team does not win the 2 aspect of a 5v2 without some help from the 5. There's just no way that happens. If you're SSG, you just blew the greatest advantage you had, which is that you got to defend twice. That should have been a surefire win. Now, the likelihood is FLUXO W7M will win this, and we go all the way, which frankly is great from a viewership perspective, but it's just so astonishing from a gameplay level.
Well, I don't expect another bakery take coming through from SSG. Last time, that was such a disaster for them. They almost have to go top down at this point, and we're looking at the op lineups. Of course, you've got the Striker on Newers. You've got the Ram from J9O. This will be a full top-down clear. Don't expect any fights to happen earlier on in this. I like the Dokkaebi call. That's going to speed things up. And Benja, he actually finds Lobin going for a peek on the small bake window. It's the same position he was playing on the Wamai Parker. This time, though, he's a bit more aggressive, and he gets hard punished.
You still got a read on this Goyo. It'll be ACOG versus ACOG. Dodes wins the engagement. He takes some damage in the process. Benja knew that was coming. Sometimes you just got to flip a coin and you lose the duel, and whether that has a greater impact on the round remains to be seen, but man, oh man, poor Benja.
Freezer Hatch gets frozen by the Tubarao, which is going to stall things out, but it's better than the last time we were in this situation where the Electroclaw denied it entirely. Eventually, Ashen should be able to get that hatch open, and it just did pop as we heard the sound cue now. Working his way on white stairs, the top-down control will be vital for SSG to win this one. Dots in VIP is going to be my main focal point, Parker. Can they clear him out? Because if not, this drop through the Freezer Hatch to try to get a plant down will be impossible. Volp's trying to assist from Whiskey. Oh, he's seen him.
I think you saw the gun at the bottom. Hopefully Ashen has seen it, because if not, he's about to be in for a rude awakening. Stacked up looking for the freezer drop. This round has only 30 seconds left, and there they go. J9O inside of freezer. Do not get cold feet or you will lose the plot. See Azami Apollo watching this angle now. He's going to get ever closer. Do they know? Yes, they do. A good read by Space Station. They're trying to lock out VIP as the diffuser has walked on in. Ashen falls. Nitro Cell goes out. It downs J9O, and it gives Dots an opportunity to walk right in. Fult's caught with his pants down. Newer's now in a 1v3, and Dodes sends us to map 3. FLUXO W7M stick the landing in OT. Oh my goodness, Jesse.
A couple unbelievable rounds at the end of that map, Parker. I'm not sure how things went the way they did, but in the end, the mental's a little bit better for FLUXO W7M. What a performance from the captain of Dots just at the end, playing VIP. They weren't able to clear him out of that position. I said to watch him before the execute, and what a performance he made with the Nitro, with the pistol, stopping the plants. That really solidified it for W7M.
Yeah, great comeback from a great team, and we might just have a best of 3 that'll rival Team Secret versus FLUXO W7M. A spirited performance by J9O on that support-esque role, but the fraggers were a bit of an issue till too late in the game for Space Station. FLUXO W7M did what they needed to do. They outmuscled the North Americans, and we have a third map to settle the score after this.
reinforce off these two walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the two barrel play here with the C4 and like the DMR. You could play between like weed, like the metal areas, what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk. I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here contesting for tool set, really kind of being in Minnesota there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go over that tool wall, I'd have these zombie press stuff unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just being menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking for delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, we'll be rotate. If you're a zombie, you really fall back and manage to, like it would be around here, right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
Like the things how it would go as well, like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the capital around this area just to hold this position. Normally they place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put the Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
the biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
Playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played. So it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area kind of, and we just run.
That's assuming nobody dies early. Or just swings and gets killed, you know.
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game. Like
making the capital fire over there, and then
dude,
explode
just.
I'm gonna go call out for this.
Still have the flashes from Hibana.
You do.
It could go either way, frankly.
It could go either way. Very, very close though.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of TOs are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So like, I'm the one who did it, that's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit. back then.
What a surprising conclusion to map number 2, and one that Space Station cannot let haunt them if they want a fighting chance here on map number 3. Cafe Dostoevsky was a thrilling second map. So what does Consulate have in store for us? The players of the previous map were Palu and Ashen. Palu working so effectively in that 2v5 clutch to break the backs of Space Station, aided a little bit by some mistakes across the board. Everybody on that SSG team, except maybe Ashen, deserves some blame for the way that was, but Palu capitalized. He had some other huge moments, and the big bad Paul Lucifer is back. Jesse, Consulate is up next. What do we have in what is essentially a 15-round shootout? How many do we need? We'll find out. SSG versus FLUXO W7M ends here on Consulate.
A rematch 1 year in the making will conclude on Consulate on the African coast of Côte d'Ivoire. Here on the French Consulate, FLUXO W7M versus SSG. You need to get that previous map out of your head as soon as possible. You can't let what happened on Cafe affect you on Consulate. If you're SSG, I'd say this series still looks good for you. You're 3-0 on Consulate since EWC, beating Oxygen, M80, and Enterprise here at the Six Invitational. So you are comfortable on this map. You also get to start as defense, which I would say after Skyscraper gets removed, this should be the most defender-sided map in our competitive pool. And you're also the best defensive team at the Six Invitational, at least prior to the rounds happening today. They have had some rougher defenses, I think, against FLUXO, so it's been a little bit more difficult for them here on Friday. But generally, Space Station have been so good at those defenses. You've got to imagine they're feeling confident coming into this last game, assuming the momentum doesn't carry through for FLUXO W7M.
And you want to know something that I'm about to say that you're going to think is absolutely crazy?
Uh-oh.
The lowest rated player in the entire lobby is Lobin.
Wow.
Lobin, who entered as the second highest rated player of any of these competitors, has had a really rough go of it. He had a great start on map number 1. On Border, he was terrific for the first half, and then suddenly fell off as the rest of FLUXO W7M fell off on Border. The triumphant comeback on Cafe Dostoevsky by this FLUXO W7M team really wasn't because of Lobin. It was because of Dots, it was because of Paulu, and it was because of Dodez. These are his stats. That's J9O's stats for the series. So right now sitting at 22 and 14. Jack is doing a mighty good job, Jesse, and is the highest rated player in the entire lobby at the moment, sitting at a +8 KD with a 118 rating. Those are Lobin's numbers right now. As you can see, a 76 EPS is just not going to get the job done. Volps is not that far ahead of him, for the record. So 2 very surprising players on this team sitting at the bottom. That means it's time for a bounce back here, and that might be worrying for Space Station.
I feel kind of bad for Lobin because I started this cast by talking about how consistent he's been since the start of the Six Invitational, one of the highest cost values that we have for any player here at SI, and now, unfortunately, it seems to fall a little bit below the 75% watermark. So really, for Lobin, things have turned around, but they can bounce back once again. The type of player who can always be trusted to make some crazy things happen, and I'm excited to see what he's got in store for us now that we move on to Consulate. Operator bans, of course, will come on through. Azami and Denari banned out by FLUXO W7M. Denari has been a popular operator here on this map ever since he got added to the pool. We haven't seen it a lot from SSG historically, at least not on that top floor, but it's always a danger that you have to think about, always something worth considering removing. SSG take down the Blitz, they take down the Grim, so leaving a couple of those options off the board for FLUXO. Grim's been a big operator for Dots on this top floor, where he really likes to play those displacement operators. I don't know if that'll change since he has now become the IGL. I'm seeing him hover over a Ying to start with, and we got Volps on the Glass. So based on that, we could be seeing something that is brand new for FLUXO W7M on the top floor. But minds are changing, and so will the hearts of FLUXO as they swap around some operators. So no shenanigans to start us off on cons.
Loving that Thorn is back in the meta. I would love to know what people think about the Irish operator receiving all of those buffs. Haven't really seen the Thorn much in the post plant. I know that Mint did a video on Thorn, talked about Thorn quite a bit, and basically said that there is a lot of different applications for that Razor Bloom. And I mean, you can kind of use it like a smoke canister or a nitro cell, throw it in. It'll arm quickly and then it'll have time to blow up. But that's not the way teams have been using Thorn. A lot of them times, it's just on extended roams. Use it for intel, put it on a window, put it on a doorway so you don't need to worry about your flank. If somebody enters from another part of the map, boom, Razor Bloom goes off, you know where they're coming from.
Well, J9O's got 3 traps still in his pocket as he roams over towards the admin side, and I think he's thinking to himself right right now. If they're going to push admin, I should use them over here. But if they don't, I can kind of keep them and maybe use them in the way you were discussing, Parker, where they're more of a plant denial tool. He's just inside a break room for the moment. There's the Blackbeard and the Aurora as well playing over on the printer window. They will close off that angle and use it as a great way to enter the building. The Tubarão is a good counter. Opens up the Aurora, but it looks like we've seen Volps already get in. Nice little utility gameplay going back and forth to start us off.
Not the first time that we saw the Aurora. There was one present, if you recall, on Cafe. Round number 10, brought by Newers on that bakery executed. It really didn't do all that much. Worth noting that Aurora has access to the 417, aka the best gun in the game. So, yes, the gadget is great, especially on maps like Consulate and Cafe, because it can make it so it paralyzes you. Look at that. There's nothing you can do. You have to wait out your time. They can now go around you, but you've also got a great gun to boot. And it's in the hands of Volps, who is traditionally really good. Newers dies to Dots. He's the first death of this third map. No Tubarão. That's another great gun that's gone. And those Zoto canisters might also have all gone in his pocket. I did not see his utility canister.
This is dangerous. The smoke pops, and it's a Warden on the other side of things. Ashen will use his glasses now as the flash comes out, but misses his shots. The nade he can't see through, still punished by Volps. A great two-man lead as they finally get their way through the vending hall.
Palu looking for his own first target. You don't make it to map 3 without Palu. What damage can he do here? The flames in front of him, he'll soldier through it, taking a bunch of damage in the process. Not that far removed from some of the defenders. They are just out of arm's reach, though. Diffuser going down, flames spreading. Dots has to bail off of that position. Palu dies. Folt's still holding this position, but tracked by the Deimos now down below. And that's Lobin trying to distract Foltz as long as he can. Benja to the rescue. Down goes Dodes. Volps trades it out, and Lobin finally secures his kill as FLUXO W7M are successful on round 1.
That is not an easy push, Parker. That vending hallway had so much utility. It ended up being an admin side push. I wasn't sure if they were going to go that way just based on initial positioning, but the Rauros used really well to close some of those doorways off. It got them into the building through that printer window. Then they managed to pressure out Ashen, who's playing just behind that vending machine, so you've gotten the Warden off the board. It's a two-man lead after the opening pick came out on Newers as well. And then the site execute, which is really clean. I think Faults maybe whiffed some of those Tachanka fire grenades a little bit. You know, they were going over the little half wall that's there that separates that interior balcony area from the actual bomb site of meeting, but they didn't actually stop the plant for quite a bit of time. In the end, the defuse kit was not the final deciding factor. It was FLUXO W7M flooding that site, hitting the shots that they needed to. Volps, the former captain of FLUXO W7M, with 3 kills to really give them the lead and get this opening round.
I would like to talk about a spoiler. Oh. Over on Stream A, BNK FearX has defeated M80 2-1. Now, BNK FearX still goes home because of the points that they have failed to accrue, but that was a nail-biter. Map number 1 was 7-3 for BNK FearX. M80 won 8-6 next map, and then an 8-7 victory for BNK FearX. Literally going blow for blow, pound for pound. That should have been an easy matchup for M80. M80 has shown some struggles here at this event, Jesse. Falcons have as well. FURIA 2. FaZe Clan lost to D+ Kia yesterday. All of the giants of this scene have not performed as well as they want. And then there's Weibo.
Yeah.
Weibo are looking like, as of this moment, Weibo and Secret look like the 2 teams to beat at this event. And I am excited to see what they can do in Phase 2.
Well, in this matchup, of course, with the top spot in NA maybe being up for grabs, SSG would like to claim it. Them and WILDCARD have been really performing the best, I'd say, of the NA teams at this tournament, but getting over FLUXO W7M would be the first task in really cementing yourself as one of NA's top dogs. Ashen's been eating his drones for breakfast as he was collecting them on yellow stairs. The Nitro barely gets Lobin. It was aiming for Dots, but in the end, you'll take the other shield instead. You're happy for that 1-for-1 trade. Wow, 1-for-0 trade, I suppose, if you don't count the Nitro Cell as a person. everybody falling back down to the bomb site now as SSG want to make that retreat. Happy with a one-man lead. They can now just play the staircases. Ashen with these thorn traps will lock down spiral stairs. Most of this push is going to be coming over towards yellow. It's going to be important that they can stall that out either with their 4 nitro cells, down to 3 now, or with some of these thorn traps. They've got a lot of utility to try to make sure this push can't come through.
This is the first Thorn that you and I have seen with an M870. I'm sure that there's been a Thorn with that shotgun before, but I mean, one of the biggest buffs to Thorn actually came about 2 months ago, and that was how zoomed in the sidearms are. You could never really run the M870 because the CZ75 was right up against your face, and those iron sights were horrible. But the changes have made the C75 a lot better of a weapon. So now you can use it, maybe not the same way as an SMG-12 or an SMG-11, or even a Bearing 9. But still good enough. So Ashen can play this rat angle with a very powerful shotgun in hand. He'll take some damage from Volps from above, and he's finished off. Ashen has to worry about multiple angles. He's not really retrievable at this current point in time. The Monty will now encroach upon these defenders. What remains will be sent out. Foltz claims Ashen, but that's fine. He gets dots as well. And now Foltz can assume this position over by yellow. Palu is there. Where are you to type in chat Newers? Volps goes down, and oh my goodness, very quickly, Space Station wins the round. I don't know if that's a particularly confidence-inspiring one, but you know what? A round's a round, and they get it all the same.
I think it's fine. They knew they were going to rely on those nitro cells to stop the yellow focus push. There was a lot of pressure from FLUXO to try to make that yellow focus push work. They did have a guy up on the hatch. They did, of course, have Palu coming down through spiral stairs, which was probably the best position that they had as a part of that execute. But at the same time, as they were moving up and they were starting to drop down that hatch, we saw somebody retaking that top floor. We got to see Newers on the Mira rotate up above, play that hatch. So at the moment he takes that position and everybody on FLUXO starts to drop down into the site, it is GG. You cannot get the plant down at that point. So I'm honestly thinking it's a pretty solid round from SSG. Once they get that first nitro, they know to play it passive. They don't overextend. That was part of their issues at the tail end of Cafe, was when they had the man advantage, they tossed them away with 1v1s. They didn't do that in round 2, Parker, and I think that's going to be a big improvement.
We're going to be talking about that throw for quite some time, and it will be especially important if it ends up costing SSG this matchup and then puts them down into a position where they lose their first game in Phase 2. We have only a couple more teams to go home at this point in time. I think just 2 remain. We have to take a look at what goes on in Group C, and I think it's Group D that both need teams to go home, if memory serves correctly. The actual letters associated with the groups are something that I haven't really known. We know that BNK Fearex is going home. We know that Elevate is going home. We're now just waiting to see, is it Black Dragons, Shopify Rebellion, or G2 who go home, or OXG Enterprise who go home? And that OXG Enterprise matchup is soon to come. FaZe versus G2 and Shopify Rebellion versus Black Dragons will be a fascinating set of matches to watch, and I am very eager to see them when we are done casting here. But we got to get through this one first. SSG having a much more successful roam this time around as they've gunned down Dots, and Loban Volps will join. Where is everybody dying, Jesse?
Yeah, across the map, there have been some calamities, Parker. It starts with a pick onto the Blackbeard, which is never a good sign. Ashen's able to get that one. It was a bit of a run out, if I'm not mistaken. He was kind of playing over on the balcony on the top floor, so he gets that opening pick, and just little aggressive moves from SSG across the map, here and there. Somewhat solo plays, but plays that FLUXO aren't expecting, have resulted now in a 4-man advantage. Dodez, typically the primary entry, now last alive. He's got some information, but the hard ping will alert Newers as to where this drone is at. Default cam is shot out, so SSG have got full info too. An impossible task despite all the time remaining, you've got to think.
All Dodez is thinking is, God be good, let's channel Cafe again. Throw your bodies at me 1v1. I believe, please. Lord, I have seen what you did to Palu. Really quite surprised that SSG is going to chat, because I would not be typing after what happened on Cafe, but I'm also not a professional player.
Mm-hmm. It's important for Space Station to lock down these easy rounds again with their mishaps on Cafe. This vending hall should be impossible, though. Parker,
Yeah.
and there's J90 to hit him in the back. So Space Station regain the lead on our decider map pick. It's going to be important that they do keep that lead, Parker, because Consulate is a pretty defender-sided map. When SSG beat Enterprise back on Monday playing on Consulate, they started with a 4-2 defending half, of course, with those 6 rounds that they played. It was very successful. Their attacks were good, too, admittedly. They went 3-1 on their offensive side to close that game out, of course, 7-3. As the math works out, but Space Station will be playing a better opponent than Enterprise today. FLUXO are a more dangerous team to go up against, so getting that early advantage on the defensive side is even more important. I think a 4-2 is necessary for SSG to walk away with this, but you're hoping to get a 5-1. I mean, 6-0 not doable at this point, but you really need to make sure you're not giving up a 3-3 or, God forbid, a 4-2 favoring the Brazilians.
Yeah, I mean, well, 3 rounds in a row for FLUXO W7M here would be quite unlikely, but we have seen unlikely things happen all the time. If you had asked me 3 hours ago, what do you think the odds are that BNK Fearax would beat M80, I would say 0.
Yeah, exactly.
And yet, here we are. There again. It is a phrase that is said often, but it is true every single time. We play games in the server, not on paper, because sometimes upsets absolutely happen. You can make a very credible argument that this organization on the left side of your screen, when they were known as just W7M, upset that Falcons roster in Montreal. Most people did not have them as the favorites.
Nope.
And yet, they managed to get the job done. So sometimes it just unfolds that way.
A lot of teams have been seemingly upsetting Falcons over the last couple of years, so
it's really hurtful.
Sorry.
Just get that dig in there.
Hey, they got a big win over DAYSTAR earlier today, Parker. You and I cast that match 7-1, 7-1. They were looking fierce.
Reloading. Cover me. They were playing ranked. Should I go spawn peak 5 rounds in a row?
What are you trying to say about the quality of players on DAYSTAR?
I don't think DAYSTAR is a bad team. I think they had a bad day. I think Falcons decided that, hey, this is a meaningful match, but we can maybe take it a bit easier.
FLUXO W7M in for a bad day. If they're not aware of this clash that Faltz was hiding in the prep phase, they're currently working to make their admin push successful once again. That's not really where Faltz has positioned himself. All of these attackers from FLUXO W7M are mostly focused on the east side. We saw a little pressure on the Spiral Skylight as well. Paulu could be doing something a little bit tricky later on, but really the east is going to be the primary point of contact for FLUXO W7M. They have the Rara once again, too, with Volps playing on this operator on the windows, but doesn't seem like he needs it to get into Printer this time.
He managed to take control of the east side of this building now. This is actively being held at the moment by Newers, though, and he will test his luck in that position. The clash of Foltz has been, Foltz on this clash has been quite good so far through this tournament. I mean, he is their primary shot caller. He's there to help them. A great read from SSG to counter the Aurora is to bring impacts and put them in a way where that door would come in. The original Aurora door that they had shot will now have to go yet again as Newers has no more impacts to deal with it.
A little bit awkward. It limits the angles they can play around for this vending hall. It makes it a dangerous crossfire into just a one-way, but
no damage.
Yeah, barely tickling the feet of Faltz.
2 nades used, not to great effect. 1 minute to go, and Foltz now sees 2 players looking for the assist from Newers, but again, it gives you so much strength in this hallway. Another nade will go out, this one doing a tiny bit more, knocking the shield over. They've got their attention, that's for certain, Jesse. They'll finally just swamp them. J90 with 1 kill, an absolute storm inside of this site, going back and forth and back and forth. What even is there to say? There goes half of the server, 2/3 of the server. Volps getting Ashen down. It's Newers and Volps now in a 1v1. 4 kills in the hands of Volps. Newers with 3 kills. Playing that tight angle against a reinforcement with the super shorty. You're testing your luck on that one, Jesse.
This is so awkward. I mean, it favors the defenders for sure, but if this plant finishes, everything switches.
Oh, Newers gets baited out so effectively by Volps. And that's 2 rounds now for FLUXO W7M. That's exactly where you need to be if you're FLUXO W7M. And anything past this is you playing with house money. You have done what needs to be done. Now it is incumbent upon SPACESTATION to close out this first half.
And honestly, Parker, it was such a smart adaptation coming out from FLUXO W7M because they were pressuring in through admin. They saw a new problem inside of Vending Hall. They saw that clash. They didn't find it in the prep phase because False was hiding. They didn't have the proper tools to deal with it. They didn't bring a Nomad. They didn't bring a Capitao. They try with the nades, but it's just too awkward. They can't find that angle. So what do? They say we're going to rotate players around. We're going to have players hit yellow. We're going to have players hit bathroom. We're going to have, most importantly, somebody walking through top spiral. J90 was supposed to be protecting the flank on defaults. He was the guy that was kind of playing around top spiral, but J90 was distracted by pressure that was coming in through yellow. So there were so many different angles to watch for if you were SSG. It ends up being Dodez who hits that gap just in through the top of spiral, in through reception, gets the back of Faults and cracks that round wide open. Now there's some great shots being hit by SSG to keep that one close. Ashen does his damnedest with the SMG-11 to almost bring that back, but in the end, the 1v2 is too good for Volps, trades out his teammates to get the first one into Ashen, and plays the plants perfectly to bait Newers. What a crazy round that was.
Volps is a smart player. Nobody's ever doubted that. There's a reason why he has been consistently on teams that make it to LAN, and this one is no exception. As we said, he's had a bit of a rough series against SPACESTATION, but so has Loban. No surprise that the two main fraggers on your team, who have two of the best stats heading into this game, are now struggling up against really strong gunners. If Benjamaster is on his game, if Ashen and Newers are standing up tall, and if J90 is getting impact kills through the mid-round, as he so much has, you're going to need to be almost pixel perfect. FLUXO W7M clearly has not been. SPACESTATION wasn't either on border a few times. It certainly wasn't on Cafe. Now, though, we have seen some really great Siege, and I don't want to take it away from either of these squads, as now we find ourselves in a tie. With still 2 more rounds to go in the first round.
Oh, this is cheeky. Volps is the first to fall, but the bottom floor push is well underway. They've started to make their way now through constructions. Dots is here on the Monty. They were really deep before SSG realized what was going on. They had Faults on the pulse, but he wasn't able to spot that out. The Nitro doesn't get maneuvered around. Dots incorrectly positions the shield, and J90 gets the frag.
J90 actually waited to detonate it for a second, and I think Dots was expecting it to be an immediate detonation. And if that was a deliberate play by J90, that is brilliantly smart. Now it's Palu and Dodez in a 2v5. I feel like we've been here before, Jesse.
Not again.
I don't think SPACESTATION will give it to them again.
Surely not. There's a chance come through for Dodez, but he doesn't manage to find the head with it. Palu knows one position as well, but he's not being given the opportunity. Damage onto the arm of Newers, but not the head, so he stays alive.
Palu playing exceptionally passive, as we often know he will. Down goes Dodez, so Palu will need to clutch out. He won't get the job done. Foltz finishes him from above, using the shotgun of the pulse to good effect. And it's a flawless round for SPACESTATION as they win their third. Worst they can do now is tie this first half, but that is considered a failure here on this map, given the way the sides are played. You need 4 rounds in order to be comfortable enough, because the same thing will be said of this FLUXO W7M team.
Yeah, absolutely, Parker. And I mean, I thought you had a great catch on J90's Nitro in the midst of that. I think that was the real turning point. If Dots is able to continue to have that pressure, if he's still got Volps behind him, then that could make a world of difference. But it was just a really good play by SSG. It took him a while to recognize the push that was coming in through Big Garage, but once they figured out what was happening, every reaction from SPACESTATION was on point. So you have to give them credit for the fantastic play in the midst of that. J90 now 6-2, continuing his strong performances from the first 2 maps, where he really was one of the shining stars of SSG. You mentioned him as one of your favorite players. I talk about Loban sometimes as my favorite player, but listen, you'll never hear me badmouthing J90 because I'm well aware of just how incredible of a player he can be.
He's just such a complete player.
Yes.
He can play just about any role that you need him to do so. As a human being, he seems incredibly nice. He's never angry. He doesn't look like he tilts.
Yep.
Every time you see him at an event, he's always smiling. He's talking to other teams. I met his parents in Boston. They were exactly the same. So it is no shock. He's got that Midwestern charm. I just think he's a very, very complete player, and I'm glad that he's finally getting the attention he deserves. When you're on a team with guys like Foltz, who's a world champion, Benja, who's a world champion, Ashen and Newers, who are both very polarizing figures but are especially well known, being the guy that's kind of quiet in the background who just does his job without saying too much, that's a pretty valuable spot to be in, and he does it very well.
Yeah, no ball knower is going to disrespect J9O, but the whole team needs to step up if they want to lock down this 4-2 half. Space Station desperate for it. This is a bottom floor defense. Don't forget, we're in the basement for Space Station Gaming, and they haven't really committed to a roam. Benja was up around Tellers for a short period of time, and Faults is here now. But generally, all 5 players are in the bottom floor. It's really just a scouting mission right now for Faults, playing on this clash as he has been through this second quarter after the last set of bans went through. Hoping to maybe bait out a C4, guide those nitro cells from his teammates. Both Newers and Benja are directly below him, and Chain I know is actually right there as well. So a lot of these players are in a position where if they get the information, they could get a free pick with the C4. That's the hope, at least, for SSG. Nobody just giving them that chance yet as the hatch starts to open from FLUXO W7M, and they make their way east.
Fun little tidbit here.
Ooh,
both
nice
Loban and Palu are both sitting at 99 kills through the Six Invitational, so one more for either of them. And they will join June as one of a tiny number of players to eclipse that 100 mark. Now, admittedly, we are not tracking the stats in the other games, so there might be more, especially with how deep that M80 game went. But that was based on before this matchup began. SSG have not played anywhere near as many maps. Oh my goodness. Volps dropping about 18 nades on Fultz's head. I didn't know they could carry that many. Down he goes, and that is an excellent job of punishing the Clash. Keep in mind how resistant to explosives he was on Clash last time. This time they get him.
Yeah, it was a bombing run. So despite the fact that the hatch gets tricked by the Kaid Claw, despite the fact that East pressure wasn't really looking too promising, now it's an opening. Now Palu can take it and try to find some frags.
He's got the Supernova as a Hibana. That's a bit odd. Volps is denying his teammates from getting 100 because he's going to kill everybody this round. Goodbye to Benjamaster. 3 remain. Palu will hit 100. Dots goes down. 2 remain for SSG now. Looking like a 3-3 scoreline. Palu will get yet another. Yoda's bleeding out, but is still retrievable. Palu finally finished off by Newers, who will now need to clutch up against these players, and he seems to be doing a mighty good job in a 1v1, but Volps will get him again, and the first half is tied up. 3-3. Space Station will not be happy with that. This FLUXO W7M team all event has been so hard to break free of.
God damn, Volps has just had complete ownership over Newers. These last couple of rounds, he'll be in his nightmares tonight. 3-3 split is exactly what FLUXO W7M were looking for on this decider map. It's a map that they, again, have had a win and a loss already on here in Paris. They beat Enterprise towards the start of the event. They lost to Team Secret. Both of those took 11 rounds. This one looks like it's going to go the distance. 12 rounds, maybe overtime, but FLUXO W7M in such a strong commanding position.
Okay, so while I was doing my numbers, Jesse, there's one small thing here. Volps was also at 99 kills. All 3 of those players were sitting at 99 kills in this event. Loban, Palu, and Volps entered that round at 99 kills. Palu got 2, Volps got 3. Loban, who came into this day with the most kills on the team, will be the last to break that number. So just a bizarre stat point.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
You got him on the ropes when this is happening.
At what point do SSG have to mute the other team? I don't think this has ever happened before.
This is a call the ambulance, but not for me moment.
They may have already hit the mute button. They are refusing to answer, of course. Those nades that came down on defaults. It was a tough spot to be in as a Clash. I don't know exactly how much blame you can put on the captain Space Station. It was so well played, I'd say, by Volps, but just an awkward position with that utility raining down on him like a bombing run. Now on the defensive side, they'll start at the top floor, as most teams do. SSG's attacks, I again think were very good back on Border. Consulate's a very different map than Border was. I even liked their attacks on Cafe, despite the fact that many of them did not work out for Space Station. I thought the ideas behind a lot of their pushes were really smart, really creative. They're going to need more of that creativity if they want to find success on Consulate. Historically thought of as the most defender-sided map in the competitive pool, we expect Space Station to struggle on this second half. They have to prove us wrong.
I do wonder Benjamaster getting the very first pick onto Dodes is a great sign here, and it comes 25 seconds into the round, 35 seconds into the round. I do wonder if after that incident with Newer's typing, if call-out literally said after the game, you guys mute, I don't want you typing at all this
Yeah,
match.
that could have been.
You have to rein them in at some point. It's one thing if it's getting under your opponent's skin, but it's entirely different when it's starting to affect you.
Well, I mean, the whole idea between trash talking for SSG is that it's supposed to be a tactic. It's supposed to get in your opponent's head. If it ends up hurting you more than helping, then you can cut that out at any time. Now, Newers does get caught on the window. Loban, a brilliant shot as he aggresses into copy. SSG, a very similar idea to FLUXO, where they're trying to use that Rara to shut down some of these positions, but it doesn't seem to be working. A great little play, and then Palu for a second takes down the other fragger.
Loban got that kill? The first kill against Newers?
Yes, he did.
That's 100, baby.
Congratulations to Loban.
3 players breaking 100 kills on this FLUXO W7M. They have played a lot of Siege here, admittedly. So there's something to be said about efficiency. If you're just playing, you know, if you've played 120 rounds and you get 100 kills versus somebody who's getting it with 80 rounds, it's obviously a big difference. We're not trying to pass judgment. It's just a cool milestone for us to reference, and these kill tallies will continue to increase the deeper they go into the event. A missed opportunity onto that defender of Palu. SSG now staring down the wrong side of the barrel.
Here comes the push from Benja. The flash makes some space, and he hits a great shot, too! Numbers flip back towards SSG, and they could go for a plant CEO side.
Every kill this round has come from the Dane, but that will be all she wrote. Loban swinging onto him. No real coverage for Fultz. Through that ROU projector, he nails a nice shot, and Loban, tilted back, knows what needs to be done. A lot falls onto his shoulders as J90 will be the guardian watching over Fultz. Near yellow stairs, they'll hear the Scorpion heading up spiral from long desk, now into waiting room. They're out of the building. All right, so really you've got 2 options here. You try to long arm it and hope that they're idiots and they don't know what they're doing, or you just die to the upside down. We know which one it was.
Yep.
That was completely hopeless for Loban. He knew it. That's why he hopped on the defuse kit. Didn't even try to fight it. The moment that they were outside the building, he's got to go for a jump out. It's possible if there's 1 person. It's not if there's 2.
And the entry frags, they weren't successful for SSG. They get shut down really early, but it's such a smart reaction from Space Station. Benja finds the gap over towards yellow. He flashes, makes space, hits 2 beauty shots that we nicely see in slow motion. And at that point, Fault starts to plant default inside of CEO. But he doesn't complete the plants, because from behind, Loban kills Benja and then drops the hatch into Piano. As soon as Loban gets into Piano, he threatens the denial of that plant. Faults can no longer plant default. So Faults goes on a marathon run. He goes all the way from CEO. He goes into meeting. He goes to the second bomb site. At that point, now we're Loban's POV. He can't deny the plant from below anymore. So he goes up spiral stairs. He says, okay. And then once he does that, Faults says, okay, he's no longer below. I can go back over to the CEO window. He went from plant A to plant B, back to plant A because he was playing mind games up against Loban, who is down below. That's such a smart play to come out from the captain of Faults. It comes off of a really nice shot from Benja as well, who makes that opportunity possible. Everybody on SSG firing to make that happen, and they regain the lead.
And Jesse, you missed it, but Fultz typed bots in chat right after that round. It was while you were compiling your numbers for that point.
Yeah.
And then Volp said, who? And nobody responded. So imagine they did turn off chat. Fultz turns it on, types bots, turns it right back off.
Yeah.
That's perfect. It's like when you trash talk somebody after a game and then immediately block them. You get mad and you're like, you get a salty message from a former teammate, you type back and it's like, this user is not available. And you're like, damn it, got me.
Put your hands in your ears and say, la 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 la.
Yeah.
No thank you.
This is a quick push now from Fultz, who 2 rounds in a row now. Space Station has been very quick to get into the building. Benja was quick to get in yet again, but he gets shut down by Loban. He was far more successful in the previous round. And with those 3 kills, completely cracked the round wide open. You give praise to Fultz, and for good reason. No follow-up, though, now. J90 is not far removed from Fultz. These 2 have been almost joined at the hip, which is very standard for this team. That leaves Newers and Ashen all on their lonesome. Newers was getting the hatch open in Visa. It will now rotate back to that similar position. Ashen waiting for the first logic bomb to go off. He's a pretty good read on where they are. He doesn't have any confirmation, though.
Now we'll know.
now they know where he is as well. And if there was a premonition, Ashen finds 2. Great transfer from Palu to Lobin. Upstairs, he'll dig the grave, and down they will sink. Immediate logic bomb to keep the final players of FLUXO W7M paralyzed for but just a moment.
It's a kid from Chicago hitting ridiculous shots. Why not one more? 3K from Ashen through the hatch. DMR finds Dots inside the bottom floor. Now we're starting to get desperate, W7M. Here comes Volps, gets one back, traded by J90. Dots has to rotate back down the yellow stairs because this plant is happening, and that castle's bad news.
Wonder what happens here. Bye-bye. J90 locks it out. It's been a long time since we've seen that level of energy and gusto from this SSG team, and frankly, for good reason. They have not looked like they are that strong over the last little bit. Benjamaster, after that 3K in the previous round, had an early death in the round we just saw, but 106 EPS. Going positive on entry, going positive on kills. These are tough opponents. The fact that Benja is that tight on entry and kills, but he's going up against guys like Lobin, Palu, Volps, that's great. And again, it just goes back to what we said about FLUXO W7M. The same applies to Space Station.
And Parker, it's ridiculous that they're getting these round wins on the attack. Consulate's supposed to favor the defenders, and yet Space Station are making some miracle plays happen. It was Benja to pop off, get the round back into a winnable territory for SSG in round 7. Round 8, it's going to be Ashen on that top floor, who single-handedly hunts down the roamers, denies those trades, gets the vert kills as well. It's been really clean. Big individual pop-offs from Space Station. They're going to need 2 more if they want to walk away with this victory, at least before we get to overtime. FLUXO W7M. We talk about muting in the in-game chat. You cannot mute them IRL. So Ashen screams. They've got to keep that out of their mind as they stay mentally composed.
Timeout's still available.
Yes.
So all hell can break loose from a leadership perspective after this round. I don't know if we'll see one if FLUXO W7M wins. I mean, it's entirely possible that they win the round and Norris says, okay, let's set ourselves up for what comes next. But again, there is some theory to it. Because if FLUXO W7M wins this round and then calls their timeout, Space Station still gets to talk to call out. So you allow your opponents a bit of breathing room and some time to pause. If you think you've got them on the ropes, you might just want to keep going right through it. First logic bomb goes off as soon as is humanly possible. There's very little follow-up on it. I imagine this was for a scouting mission, Jesse.
Already we're seeing this top clear. I mean, they haven't really committed to clearing these guys out. You're right. It really is just poking forward for information, scouting as you will. 2 players inside of meeting. That's going to be Volps and Lobin trying to hide in this top floor. They've got some pressure elsewhere up above too, but it's going to be J90 who strikes first. Lobin sees somebody, but it's not enough to hit the head. So with his teammate going down, now Lobin is almost forced to play a little bit more passive. Has to back off to play with Volps. Every single player on FLUXO W7M has now come to this top floor. Benja kind of realizing, hey, things might be free on site. Lobin drops down, and there's one on yellow to fight him.
Opening kills fairly even between these 2 teams. 5 for Space Station at this point in time. 4 for FLUXO W7M as we are in the 9th round. Well, their logic bomb will give them some more information. Space Station still has tools at their disposal. Down goes Palu. All those gas canisters that remain will die in pocket. That is not ideal. The other gadget's persistent. Or Volps, who is an active gadget in the Warden. Dota is firing back, but finds himself getting killed in the windows. I don't think he was expecting Newers in that position. Now it's SSG doubled up on FLUXO. Not much utility on the side of FLUXO. Just those 2 nitro cells now. One will go out. A flashbang goes in. I think Jack hears it. Nades will go over. This is a tough spot. Those glasses can stop you from seeing flashbangs and smokes, but they don't do anything about nades. Volps is trapped in this position. He's a caged animal, but he breaks free. J90 and Volps gone from this position. Volps can get more as he still tries to swing out, finding Benja, but losing the engagement. Lobin to the rescue. They've got the top floor for Space Station, but now they need to drop. Down goes Newers. Benja with defuse kit. He needs to engage with Lobin 1v1. Lobin getting out of this position, running downstairs. Benjamaster might be able to pull this one off. He's past the point of no return, but Loban gets in at time and makes it work! A huge clutch from FLUXO, and they will win the round! Oh my god!
Volps and Loban both pulling off the impossible. Volps up above Parker. He was being swarmed like sharks. There was no chance he should have gotten 1 kill, let alone 2. Dodging nades, goes left and right, dancing inside of that just balcony position, somehow finds those frags, and it takes them so long to get those kills to finally trade him out that the time is abysmal at that point for Space Station Gaming. They panic to try to get to the bomb site. The hatch drop is done without information. They don't have time to check for it, and Space Station Gaming aren't able to convert the 4v2. What a ridiculous round from Volps, who surely will be typing after that because he just played out of his mind to give them that opportunity. Loban has to play that perfect too. The bulletproof camera, of course, feeding the information in the 1v1 makes it impossible for Benja. There's just no way for him to win in that moment. That feels like a momentum shifter. That feels like the round that could have just tilted this back in the favor of FLUXO W7M.
Absolutely, and I mean, again, you talked about how this is a defender-sided map, and yet SSG has made most of these attacks look really good. They should not have lost that round at all, Jesse. Yet again, with the game basically on the line and man advantage, multiple man advantage, men advantage, Space Station are incapable of pulling it off. That was an incredibly impressive play from Volps. He could have also gotten a 3rd kill from that position, but it knocks SSG off, and there's no recovery with the clock being what it is.
We've got cafe vibes at this moment. This is really starting to feel like map 2 of this series, where it doesn't really matter who wins the early game. Space Station could have a great attack, FLUXO could have a great early defense, but somebody is going to step up in the last 60 seconds and be a hero. Whether it's Volps on W7M, whether it's Benja on SSG, somebody is going to step up and make you rethink everything you know about this matchup. Volps hoping he can do that early on, tempting a run out. They look like they're aware of it. That angle up on the top floor might be trying to bait out a swing. There is somebody maybe on the roof. Oh no, they are watching for it. But the bait isn't taken from Volps. He plays a passive Parker. He doesn't commit to the run out.
Channeling the inner patience of Paulu. He's still waiting in this position.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. This can't end well.
Did some serious damage, and he manages to get away. Volps was saying, you know what, I had such a good time in that room last round. What if I do it again?
And did better than it probably should have. You're taking that if you're Volps. Doesn't get the chance to reinforce the wall, which usually is what you want to do if you don't commit to that roam, but getting it alive should be a blessing at that point.
Benjamaster has been really, really good on this map after a very quiet cafe. He has regained his position on the team as top frag. Almost got Volps as well, and after what Volps did in that previous round, he's a big get at this point in time. Dots, who's been playing his role effectively, not in terms of kills, but gadgetry, almost takes down Benjamaster for his 3rd kill of the map. Benja's still alive, but is definitely wounded, and with a Tachanka on the board, and the Denari on the board, and a smoke on the board, basically anything touches Benja, and he dies. That is not an ideal situation for SSG. The good news is everybody else, except Volts, is taking a tiny bit of damage, and now Ashen is ready to fight back.
FLUXO gotta save their lives, Parker. They are in a man disadvantage, but the positioning is still really strong. There's the first strike from Volts, but it's thankfully traded back by Paul to down the kit.
And look at Newers, look at Ashen, look at Benja. 1 bullet from any gun will topple all 3 of these players. Paulu is waiting ever so patiently at the top of Spiral Stairs. Volp still persisting as well from this spot, and as the time continues to go down, those Molotovs will pay off exceptionally well. He gets one of those 3 players that were walking wounded. Ashen is no more. Another opportunity here, but he gets a little bit too brazen. J90 was waiting for it, and in they will walk with the kit. J90 in hand. They're expecting it. SSG watching, waiting. What can Paulu muster? There's no way, right? Benja's downed. Paulu clutches. He hit the Denari tripwire. FLUXO pull it off again. They didn't know. And it's tie game. FLUXO W7M does it again.
Parker, you literally mentioned it earlier. If any of that utility breathes on Benja, he's going to get downed. And Palu yells out, explaining what's just happened to us. SSG will take a tactical timeout after a massive blunder just ends that round for them. FLUXO W7M have seriously...
I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I am stunned.
Logan just put into the chat, worst match ever played. Let's go, guys. I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far, but this has really been a ridiculous series from both of these squads, SSG in particular. If the mental wasn't already gone, Parker, surely it's got to be cracked open now. This is where a strong coach needs to step in and settle things down. I like that that's attack timeout from callouts. You know which bomb site you're going to be headed to next. You have to be able to refocus things after what just occurred happens again after what we saw on Cafe. Space Station Gaming in a winning position with the man advantage. I don't think that was ever an easy round for SSG, but I mean, the 1v3 certainly feels like it. If Benja's still alive, that's so winnable for him too, because Palu's got to stick the disable even without much HP. I think Benja's in the stronger position, but that's why that early damage can matter. That's why those traps are so deadly, Parker. When you're not expecting them in the 1v1, you're not thinking about, oh, am I going to step on a laser? You're thinking about what's the other guy doing.
That's 2 rounds in a row that Space Station should have, at this point, finished the map.
Yeah, literally.
We should be done. It was played so well by FLUXO W7M both times. Let's not kid ourselves here. It's not like they sleptwalked their way into a win on either of those rounds. They earned them.
Absolutely.
But you got a serious assist from Space Station. That's happened on Cafe. It's happening again. I don't know if it's nerves. I don't know if it's lack of coordination. I don't know what is going on with this SSG team, but the vibes are definitely off. And FLUXO W7M are a team that you cannot allow to punish you. They will do it almost every single time. These players are too good. Palu is too good, he's too experienced. Volps is too good, he's too experienced. You cannot just let them take the ball and run with it. And both of those rounds, that's exactly what SSG did. And you got dunked on over and over again. And now what should have been us sitting and talking about the post-mortem, now it's a tie game, and FLUXO W7M has been given a lifeline.
Now it's time to refocus if you're Space Station. You cannot think about those previous rounds. You've got an attack on the bottom floor, and then one more probably mid-floor after that. You've got to be clean through rounds 11 and 12. It starts with the top floor clear. The roamers from FLUXO W7M have largely fallen off their positions. They've fully conceded the top floor at this point, and they've started to move down towards the main floor. Spiral, Lounge, Zulu as well. All these places still being played by FLUXO W7M, but these are spots that are slowly being given up. They don't really want to risk anything early. I think they're hoping that SSG will slow themselves down, that they'll waste their own time, they'll be in their own heads. And if someone sees a gap, don't get me wrong, somebody on W7M FLUXO will go for the flank. Dodez potentially has it now. It's been a rough map for him. Here's the beepers of Benja.
There's good patience right now. The sound will be obscured by the boogie drone as it flies around the map. J90 still has one remaining in pocket. With this bomb site, you are going to need a lot of soft destruction, and they have plenty. The secondaries of both Ashen's Jackal and the Deimos of Newers do an excellent job from a caliber-based destruction. Newers is the first one to die. Oh my, talk about adding insult to injury here.
I mean, that's where you feel the pit in your stomach just drop, isn't it, Parker? That's the man advantage. That's potentially map point for FLUXO W7M. I like the position, but there is 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, this one's flown by. You need the Deimos to keep those players downstairs.
No.
Paralyzed. Benja dies to a Razor Bloom. Is that the first time we've seen one all series? Yes, it is.
On the gas pipe, too.
Unbelievable. It was both. A nice 1-2 punch from that environmental destruction. 10 seconds left. FLUXO W7M steamrolling now. This might be a flawless round unless Foltz can do something about it. No, he can't. He dies inside a garage. The Brazilians with all the momentum. We might not even need OT, Jesse. They have set themselves up so well to finish this in regulation, and it's series point for FLUXO W7M.
The cart is off the rails. It is flown off and is tumbling down the hill. FLUXO W7M will call their tactical timeout. When SSG seem to be floundering, Norris makes the decision to talk to his players and give the enemy potentially one more opportunity to mentally reset. At the same time, of course, Norris has got to reset FLUXO. They've got to make sure they're in the right mindset. They want to know for sure what bomb site they're going to go to. They've got options. Piano will be open and the split site will be open as well. So this is a choice they've got to make. You got to imagine at this point you need to show something new to SSG. You can't just allow them to adapt by showing them something that they've already played against.
Now, this is all speculation, of course. But I do wonder if they saw that round and they go, these guys are done. These guys are done. Let's drive a stake through their heart. Let's move on. Newers looked very unsupported with the way he entered. So did Benja. It looked like, at least from our vantage point, and there are things we can miss from the spectator just because of the way this game works, but it looked like SSG were not very well coordinated there. If their mental is chalked, and if their courage and their confidence in themselves is completely gone, Callout can come up with the best strategy possible. But if you doubt yourself and you try to get too over-eager and over-peak and die, or the opposite, you get too passive, as both seem to be true on Space Station in the previous round, then you say, hey, we're going to go to this site. We've got this idea. It's a pocket strat. Let's close this one out. Doesn't even matter if Callout gets to talk to them again. If Norris is that confident in his guys and so has so much of a lack of confidence in Space Station, it's a good time to call his timeout.
I like the operators from Lobin, both in the previous round and this one. He was previously on the Vigil, now he moves over to the Valkyrie. It's the first time he's brought out either of these operators the entire map, Parker. They won't be expected. When you've got a million things flying through your head, the last thing you think is, oh, yeah, I need to make sure that I'm aware of the Valkyrie cameras. But SSG, to their credit, they bring out a couple of good operators to counter that Valkyrie. They've got the Brava from Benjamaster. They've got the IQ from Newers. So the information could be there, and maybe you can even turn those cameras against the defenders. But still, Space Station have the harder job. They have more pressure, and they have a ridiculously good team that they're going
Here
up
it comes,
against.
Jesse. Here it comes, Jesse. Foltz on Repel. Ashton has his cover. Palu takes down Benja first. The point I was going to make is that both Benja and Newers have been very good some rounds at getting in the building and staying alive, and very bad other rounds. Very feast or famine for their entry. You are gambling an awful lot on a Brava and an IQ if they are going to be your main entries. You've lost the Brava. Good news, you managed to take down Volps. He has been exceptional in this series, but his gadgets will still remain. Those volcanic canisters will still remain strewn about the map, and they can be used to slow down Space Station even if Volps is dead.
Yeah, this is still good utility from FLUXO W7M. SSG mostly just sitting on the roof at this point. Top floor is going to be the goal, but Paulu finds Ashen as he swings out through yellow. That's man advantage back under control for FLUXO W7M, and Paulu's in a power spot. You can't root him out of here.
Could it be another flawless round? No, it won't be. Newers finding one kill. Foltz now living on borrowed time as Paulu gets very aggressive, and goodbye, Foltz. It's Newers to die first in the previous round and Newers to potentially die last here. A redemption arc is very possible. He finds one, a beautiful shot. Paulu and Lobin now await him. He's got the Valkyrie around the corner. He pre-fires away, but where is Paulu? Not really connected, playing his role, waiting for this 1v1, not affected by Newers' position. They are trusting in Lobin, but long range, Paulu sees him, and what a comeback it is for FLUXO W7M as they take down Space Station and secure second in their group.
The Montreal Major champions show the composure, the poise that they needed to win that massive event. They did not have the season that they wanted up until the Six Invitational. Munich, a little bit disappointing for this Brazilian squad, but against SSG, they managed to pull through. They will be the #1 rated second place group finisher and will have earned the right to choose their first opponent in the playoffs.
We're just starting to see a lay of the land as all of these teams clinch their spots, either up in the upper bracket, down in the lower bracket, or clinching their plane ticket home. Good news if you're a fan of Space Station, you're still going to get to see them. They are not done. While this did feel like an elimination game and had the weight of a heavyweight bout, Space Station will still exist, but congratulations to FLUXO W7M on a very hard-earned victory. Think about their matchup against Team Secret yesterday, and now think about their matchup against Space Station today. Number one, I feel for you fans of the Fluxers and the Bulls, because this was not easy on your soul, but think about the players, Jesse, how exhausting these two series must have been, and all played within the last 24 hours.
Yeah, FLUXO W7M have really been on a marathon these last couple of days, but there's a reason why they're considered one of the favorites for this event. They look phenomenal coming out against SSG. It wasn't their day, Space Station. A few too many mistakes in maps 2 and 3 will cost them this series. They could have been out of here hours ago, enjoying their victory as they peruse Paris, but no, they'll have to sit tonight with that defeat as FLUXO W7M will walk away with the victory.
And Palu did not enter as the highest rated player. He was middle of the pack on his team, but I feel like every single comment that was put in chat by Space Station added to the strength of the outlaw himself. Palu, a wanted man now after that performance, but good God, drip or drown, they say? Well, he's got the drip, and it was SSG who drowned at his hands.
They've got some time to refocus now, Parker. There are no more games tomorrow. We do still have a couple of games on this stream, but for the players in the server today, they will not have to worry about getting back into the lobby tomorrow. They've got a day off before the playoffs begin. For SSG's sake, I think they're going to need that day off.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are going to need that day off. We have seen some inexplicable implosions from teams and some others that just need to refine a few things. FLUXO W7M have some things to work on themselves. Let's not kid ourselves.
For sure.
But Space Station obviously showed the greatest weaknesses. They got punished by the Brazilians, and it was FLUXO W7M's day today. That's it for you and I here on the B stream, but we've still got one more matchup, so sit tight, and we'll be back with our final game of the day after this break.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes, they're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to come here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Felipox round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, boa. I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, it's just the biggest achievement of my career. What is that?
Sure. You have won all of your games, also FLUXO, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. If we win today against them, I think it's a good showing for the team to go through groups without a single loss, and also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So.
Maria's a bit mental, isn't she? We absolutely love Maria. Every time there's a bit of content
Very
with her in
funny.
it, she just makes me laugh every single time she's on camera. It's absolutely brilliant. Welcome back to the B stream, by the way. It isn't the Maria show. Sadly, it is actually an esports show. We've got another game coming up for you. The last one of the B stream of the group stage. And Tim, it's a dogfight in relegation.
Yeah, we love matches like this. It's nice and simple. Winner goes through, loser goes home. Simple as that. There is no if it's 2-1, if it's this, winner goes through, loser goes home. Simple as that.
Nothing more to say than that. And of course, the two teams that you need to be aware of, it's Enterprise versus OXG. Both currently sat, well, on 0 points and 1 point respectively, so it literally is a straight shootout here, as we're saying, for the team that finishes in 4th place. The other will finish in 5th, and they will be eliminated. It's certainly a way to maintain the tension for both teams, Tim, to leave it right down to the very end of the week. The last game on the B stream. Quite a terrifying one, and here is the Enterprise lineup for you in case you ain't been following along. Bappen, the main man on your screen, but it's fair to say, Tim, the whole team needs to step up if they're going to be able to get one over OXG here.
Yeah, it's going to need a good performance. There's no two ways about it. They've had some good passages of play. So Bappen get a really nice ace in basement on Bank the other day. I don't know if you saw it, but it was one where he hopped up on the box to get the angle down onto the Monty to stop him planting part way through. Took everybody else out as well. Really good stuff from Enterprise. It's just whether, they can deliver quite well enough. OXG haven't got themselves a win yet, but that being said, they're a very capable team. They've come up against some tough opposition. They've played Secret, they've played SSG, they've played FLUXO W7M, tough games.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's really no reflection on them, I don't think, for the position they're in.
Well, everyone's been battered and bruised by a lot of big teams this event. OXG, of course, absolutely no different. And hopefully they can show us what they're made of today, because we know, Tim, that there is so much capability in this team. Look at the names that we had along that board a second ago. They've all been in top teams, or at least most of them, in top teams at some point throughout their career. And the main two to compare here is Bappen and Gomez. Different roles across the teams, Tim. But I think as you're seeing with the EPS across every single member of both rosters, it's pretty balanced as far as performances go.
Yeah, it is. Both teams are going to need these guys to really step up today. As we've said, they're going to need their top performers firing on all cylinders, and they're going to be looking towards them for plenty of kills and everything else that they need to go along with it. It's, I think, going to be a fascinating matchup. I think on the face of it, it's another one of those that you come in and you think, wow, surely OXG do this here, but honestly, I don't know.
Well, let's take a look at our veto, shall we, and see what we're heading to for our series here. 3 maps to get through our final best of 3 of groups, as said. It's Cafe kicking things off, being picked out by OXG, Chalet being picked by Enterprise, and Fortress as our decider. Now, we could talk about all 3 of these. You and I have now cast Fortress 3 or 4 times this week, so we've got a good feel on it. Look forward to it if we do get there. Are we expecting to see all 3 maps, Tim, or do you think there's a 2-0 in the making?
I think they might be. I know, but I'm still undecided. I'm still undecided. That makes life really easy. I'm still undecided. Look, I think maybe OXG 2-0 this, but Enterprise really have shown us the capability to win rounds, so it wouldn't surprise me to see them, maybe grab Chalet and move us on to Fortress. I genuinely think that we could see 3.
Could prove to be a real war, and I sure hope it is. Val Cafe, like we said, is first and foremost. It is one of our more defender-leaning maps, and guess where the Enterprise starts in? They are down on the defense. So you probably favour them for this one, but there's only one way to find out, and that's to get into it. Let's get into Cafe. Enterprise versus OXG. Well wishes from Atom to get the game underway. Both teams know what's on the line here. They get to stay here for the weekend, or they go home. Tim, playoffs awaits for the winner. For the other, a flight home tomorrow morning. A pretty somber affair for one of them, and the answer to that question stands on the other side of this series. Monty, our first ban, actually our most banned operator so far at SI, Tim. 57% has been banned away.
Yeah, the power of the shields is still there, isn't it? It's a tough one to deal with the Monty. We've seen some powerful players, powerful plants, using him to create space and everything else. So they're going to have to live without that. We're going to see Blitzco as well. So we'll probably see some Blackbeard play in reality. But at the end of the day, you can only do what you can do. I think Blackbeard, looking at that lineup, you kind of then think he's going to be that ban in the 4th round. Don't look at this and necessarily think as well, oh, well, OXG aren't bringing Blackbeard. Why would you ban him out? Because you get all the mind games coming into this. So OXG might choose not to play Blackbeard for the first 3 rounds, thinking, well, let's not encourage the ban. And if they don't ban him in the 4th, then we're going to play him 4, 5, and 6. So you kind of got all these like games within games to play, really, when it comes to the bans. Castle and Mirror, along with that for the defender bans. Castle often used around kind of cigar shop areas like that to keep that safe, keep it locked up, and just prevent people from being able to get that line of sight from the windows and whatnot. So that's all going to be available. It's going to be more difficult to play in that kind of area. And Mirror as well, super powerful.
Kicking things off at the top floor, Tim. Your least favourite sites on the map. Yeah, you can hear the enthusiasm bleeding out of his lips there, Tim. Why did you hate the top floor so much?
It's not that I hate it. It's
Yes, it
just
is.
I don't understand why it's always first pick. Leave it.
No, go again. 3rd time, 4th time, 5th time, 6th, 7th. He's honestly, mate. He's all over it.
He really is, isn't it? 2, I'm just looking for that opener there. No, got the DMR in hand. He'd have done some serious damage even at that sort of range, but couldn't catch his man, so still 5v5. Straight away, OXG heading up to the roof as we would expect. A couple of things that might happen here from OXG as attackers. You've generally got either an east-sided approach. Well, it tends to be a bit hybrid. If it's east-sided, then there tends to be a little bit of piano pressure as well. Or you just get everybody going piano and red stairs drop and trying to get control of that and move across. Relays is currently playing in the pixel spot, so he's going to be the main one to try and hold them back out of piano.
Absolutely. Can you see how it builds up over time as well? There was quite a bit of discourse yesterday about who the IGL is for OXG. It is Yogg. We've gone and checked with the team, which surprised many people because Yogg infamously is a very, very quiet player. Many thought it might be Forest stepping up or Gomez, and apparently Forest is helping out a little bit with that side of things, but it is Yogg that has got that primary responsibility. Try and turn their fortunes around. He's going to have to really pull it out the bag during the series. We'll see how things build up. For now, they've got themselves a pretty good start in the round. Then they've got top red. They've got themselves a little bit of attention inside of piano. There's still more than half the round to play. A few of those members on Enterprise have been pushed back. And very commonly, we see this line sort of form on the top 4 of Cafe, where from the bottom left corner of your screen up towards the top right, you can imagine the front line being there, and the players tend to be on either side of that respective boundary that gets drawn out. And so far, that is how things have shaped up. But look underneath, we've got Bappen on the Mozzie. Of course, no C4 in back pocket for this round, instead rocking the EMPs, the impacts. They've got 6 of those, or did have to start the round out. Gomez to get the first kill. Player falls to the floor.
So Oxygen are starting to make good progress here, I was going to say. Gomez manages to find 2, and Yogg will find that kill. Needs to be careful because Forest is up on that heaven window, the cocktail balcony. He's up there just trying to hold that line of sight down. Gomez gets taken out after 2 kills to level things out at 3-3. But Oxygen have got some good control here. They've got Grixer inside a piano, Atom inside a shop, and then they've got Forest over, as I say, on that cocktail balcony window. So he's going to be looking to just hold down any movement beyond that. But they could do with another kill, really. Relays is the problem at the minute. He's playing an angle through from kind of the lumber area, so they need to really be aware of this and don't give him anything.
Oh, well, Atom has
That's the one they need.
Yeah, they've got the key man they need, which now means they can march on into bar itself. Relays the main man here, who they don't yet know about. Is tucked in, waiting to see a gun step up, but no. Not quite seeing his man just yet. It's a matter of pixels, and he loses out to Forest. That's heartbreaking. Could have been a big moment for him, but Relays couldn't quite find the shot in time. And Forest collects the last 2 to give OXG round number 1.
That timing is heartbreaking for Relays. He pops up, he kind of looks right, and he goes left. He pops up, he stays down. He goes like, just everywhere that he looked was where OXG were not. And he ends up losing his life. 1-0 Oxygen. That was a good start from them. Really good attack. They got themselves confidently into Piano and Cigar very quickly. I like the little rotate from Forest round onto the cocktail balcony window. It should prove very valuable at the end as well. Everything was there, really. Ticking boxes. Everything they needed to do. Dealt with the Mozzie underneath as well. Good stuff.
You watch a lot of American sports, don't you, Tim?
Yeah.
Sorry, replying while you're holding down the mute button.
Yeah,
that's genius. Do they often say like 1-0? So I heard you say it then the thought.
1-0.
I say 1-0 feels like a very football thing, like soccer thing.
Nil is a British thing.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah,
is it in Europe either, or like in Australia? Now, we might have to have some Aussie fans in for Enterprise, so maybe they can tell me. Do they say it in Australia as well? I'm very curious to know, like how global the word nil is in talking sports.
America,
scores.
it's generally 0. Yeah, 1-0.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I do want to find out.
I think so, at least, anyway.
If worse comes to worse, I'll ask our fellow Aussie casters backstage afterwards.
But I couldn't tell you about the Aussies.
Fair enough. All right, down to the basement, down to the ground floor. We go for kitchen. So right to the opposite end of the map, this box that is Cafe. Going to see how Oxygen can attack in towards it, because for Enterprise, by the looks of it, they've got quite an extended hold coming out towards that first floor. No one's really stepped up to the second floor at this point, Tim, so no vertical coming in for them. Everyone playing down on this first floor. And looking to basically force OXG to have to go through a little bit of a labyrinth of a setup in terms of players, in terms of utility and reinforcements, you name it. And it looks to be that we've got 3 or, if not 4 players, potentially, or 5 here, all assembling together on towards the bakery side for Oxygen.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be kind of a head-to-head brute force push here. Try and get inside a bakery, as you say. Not really much opportunity for Oxygen to use any verticality, no ram, no sledge, no soft breach charges. So they're pretty much just going to have to go in through the fire and flames. Yogg does not want to waste that smoke time. He wants to make sure that he's getting his money's worth out of it with the glass scope. They're not in the corner, Yogg. He thinks they are, but they've not. They've managed to wriggle away instead. They are exactly where he's looking now, in behind those units. But player is just going to stay down on the ground for the time being. He's not going to give them anything.
No, I mean, that's like you say, this kind of the most utility being burnt out. They've got 1 smoke left in back pocket with Grixer. The problem is, Tim, as we've seen so often, trying to force everything in from one direction normally ends up going a little bit sour. 1 C4 can end everything, although that said, OXG have found 2 kills to get the opening up. The glass finally traded back out, but I feel like a lot of the utility sat in back pocket for OXG has been expended here, Tim. Inside the first 90 seconds, they're a little bit limited on where to go from here.
Fishiger manages to pick up Atom. Gomez is going to take some damage in that Toxic Babe as well, but does manage to move in still through it and get that kill. The trade onto Fishiger, leaving them now 3 versus 2. Just having a look if there's an opportunity maybe for Grixer to get in here and think about putting the diffuser down, but Bappen at the minute is currently causing a bit of an issue for them. He's just playing in behind that reinforcement and using those little peak holes that he's made to challenge through onto the breach.
Keep on picking up kills is the most important part, and Tuhan's the one who's got a real nice long range here. A couple more shots from Bap, and then probably would have seen Forrest go down. His hands had that nade in his hands. We had nothing else he could do. He couldn't shoot back. Unfortunate not to get the kill, but that could be the golden opportunity that they need. In towards prep they step, and Oxygen starting their march on in. Forrest getting another. Seems to be quite clinical in these closing round situations, Tim.
Tuhan's movement could be smart here. If they're not aware of his position, he could come out. They've got the hole that looks through into sight at bottom red stairs, so he could actually swing across here and get a line onto this plant. It is possible, but Forrest might just hear him move because he's got to take the vault, you see. He comes across, he's going to look for the challenge. Can't find it. Grix is there ready. I like the idea from Tuhan. I like the attempt. It was always going to be a tough one. Didn't work out for him, and it's another round for OXG.
Also one of those where Grixer in the moment, you probably look at it and say, just stick the diffuser, man. But it's a different story if he gets down while he's holding F and the timer's at 0. So making the call off the back of the information coming in from Forrest to come off the diffuser and then take the gunfight and win it is a good bit of team play and discipline being shown by OXG at the very end. Up 2-0 on the attack. It is not the dream start for Enterprise, unfortunately, Tim.
No, it's not exactly what they were looking for. Getting a few rounds on the Defense Cafe would, definitely be a big positive for them. They're going to move on to Reading Room now, so it's going to be that mid-floor again. I would expect from both sides to see a little bit more vertical play this time around. I would expect to see OXG trying to take control of the top floor. We can see the Enterprise are playing into top floor. They've got themselves set up there this time. So OXG can't really ignore it, because otherwise anywhere that they try to plant, they're just going to find that it gets prevented from above. So definitely need to be thinking about that. They don't necessarily, they've got the ram. They don't necessarily need like a lot of vertical destruction. It's more about clearing these players out and preventing them from staying up there.
Well, there may be a little bit of concern, I think, is for Enterprise. I've just gone back and checked some stats for Cafe. They're currently on a 5-loss streak on this map, Tim. Not beating a team internationally. They only managed to beat True Synergy Gaming on this map about 6 months ago, and that was inside of their respective region. So, quite a big asset to overcome OXG here, who have got an okay record on it, 2-3 over the last 6 months. It's not exactly a love map of theirs, but one that they'll go to when required. And I'd say so far, performing pretty well on it. Is it absolutely perfect and flawless? No. But is it enough to get the rounds over the line they've had so far? Absolutely.
Grixer's thinking about going up onto the rappel on the windows. Forrest is in and around. Forrest is actually going in for a plant here. He's gone straight into Reading Room, or he's trying to at least, but it's not really paid off. I just saw him sprint on the top then, sprinting in through Reading Room towards that door. I thought, They're definitely going for it. They've managed to recover the diffuser here. Grix has got it in hand, but still 3v4. It's all sort of falling apart here. Bappen manages to pick up his third of the round. That's going to be 1 versus 4 now, and in a matter of seconds, really. We're a minute 12 into the round, and it's pretty much over.
Yeah, honestly massive from Bappen as well. He was sat upstairs at the very start of this when all the kind of chaos kicked off, managed to deal with all the fire that was spreading around from Gomez, and has come out with a 3K in the round. So really good position, played it incredibly well. And at the same time, we had that little exchange going on the snow door itself. But as much as OXG have tried to brute force their way into him, didn't really try and take too much map control. They are paying the price for it. And that's why we've now got Gomez all alone off towards red, trying to find 1, his way across the diffuser, and 2, his way in towards site.
I'm not sure who Gomez is pinging for there.
Himself, mate. Just remind himself. He's got short-term memory loss.
He's just pinged out the location. Well, I'm not sure you need that one. He's just going to, see what presents itself. He's got a minute left on the clock. Maybe he gets the opportunity. Somebody sticks their face into his ADS and he can bring a 1v4 to a 1v3. Everything that you can get is going to make it a little bit more doable, but that's certainly not going to help. Chip damage does manage to take down Bappen eventually, but Relays is there with a nice spray through the wall, and that's going to be Enterprise claiming their first round. It's 2-1.
I mean, come on, man. It's like round 1, mate. You've just won 1 round, fella.
You've only got the 1.
Even Bappen's at it in chat, L beta. Come on, lads. You've won a single round. Come on.
It's kind of like, though.
It's the mental, it's the mind game.
It's the mental game, but it's... and I'm not saying this isn't the case. This is not a slight on Enterprise, but it's the 0 and 5 guy at the bottom of the table. GG easy, innit? And you're just like, you don't want to get angry at it. But
this is you in ranks.
It is, and I'm that guy. I know my role for the team, and that's getting under the skin of the other team. 0 5, yeah, GG, nice round. And it's just like nothing tilts somebody more than that. So like getting your first round and going absolutely in. There's always that chance that they're just going to be like, what?
So, I used to play a lot of League of Legends many years ago, and the most tilting thing is when someone would, hard in, just completely feed the enemy team, give them all the gold, and give them all the reason to win. You would then win, and you'd absolutely sweat your nuts off for half an hour to win this game, and then at the end they just go, GG, easy game. Or, there'd be a mid lane player, and they'd just be like, mid diff. It's like, you were not the diff! You made this so hard for us!
So I'm here for it. If they want to get a little bit loud after the first round, you know what, boys? You play for the vibes. You hype it up, and
if it gets you the win, I don't give a shit.
That's what I mean. And also that's it as a team. If that kind of hypes you up and gets you into things, then go for it. Whatever. Atom does take a little bit of damage there. Bappen just sending an SMG shot down in that direction. The thing is, it's one shot headshot. If he catches him a little bit higher, bang, you've just lost the player. But
you've got to get on the mental game now and get in all chat and be like L spawn peak. Yeah, just get in there. Come on, lads.
Got to be mixing it up.
It would be class. It would be class. But no, he's definitely busy out there on the Vigil. One of the only players I've actually seen running around with the K1A, not instead trying to run around with the Boss G, as pretty much every Vigil has done at this tournament so far, and then turn towards the secondary to be their more close range engagement weapon, should we say.
Shotgun at the ready. Just desperate to get out of that window, I think. Relays is just there waiting. He's watching. He's not going to get anything, so he needs to keep himself where he is. He's actually going to have to move away now because that wall is getting opened up. So time to go. He does exactly that. Gets himself out of dodge, and that is now Piano available for Oxygen to take. Just as soon as they want to, they can get themselves in there, get into top red, move through to Cigar. Everything is laid before them.
It is, and look at this, Bappen ratting down out towards Bakery. Is he thinking about a run out? He's got those EMPs, don't forget, as well. I keep calling them EMPs. He's got the impacts. Sorry, it's an I, not an E, Derry. Come on now. He's got the impacts available, so can, of course, blow out that double door and just charge straight out there and potentially catch a couple of them that are sat off on the rappel. Of course, the longer he leaves it, the less chance it's got to do with that now. And now that we're 90 seconds in, I imagine that window is slowly starting to close. Gomez, though, starting things out. Down goes Relays, who's hanging around upstairs. A great C4 from Fisher Guy from downstairs. Finds at least one back. Things staying even. So as much as OXG are finding a good start in a lot of these rounds, Tim, Enterprise aren't exactly backing down from the challenge. They're always trying to find their ones and get trades in.
And they have done so far, 4 versus 4. A minute left in the round. Looks like Enterprise maybe just needed a couple of rounds to get themselves kind of warmed up into this one. And wake things up. They're certainly seeming a little bit more active at the moment. Oxygen have stalled out a little bit. They've recovered the diffuser now, but they're kind of no further than they were before. They're in cigar shot. That's a second Nitro there player this time. He's going to pick one up with the weapon as well. A trade onto Atom, who managed to get Fisher Guy. 2 versus 3. Grixer, Yoga continuing to try and do some work here, but Yoga's going to take some damage from in behind the counter there. And honestly, I think Oxygen struggled to break this down.
Ooh, he's tucked in so tight here, player. I don't know if they know that he's still here. Hasn't yet exposed himself, has to be super careful. But if he holds the spot for long enough, he can be the X Factor in this round for them. One more tucked inside of Freezer as the 2 boys now start working their way down white. Wappen finds one, is traded out straight after. Player, of course, off towards his right-hand side, but 2 hands up close. And Enterprise get round 4.
I leveled it up then, 2-2. Maybe it's just the energy they need. They got the first round, they went big, they've got the second round, there you go. They've leveled things, like I said, maybe they just came into the game a little bit slow over those first 2, but OXG, they need to have a look at what's going on there because, you know, they were very much gifted, Piano and Cigar. There was not too much of a problem there. They were controller shot, underneath New Hatch, into Piano. They didn't really use a lot of it, so they didn't really push, you know, into Pixel Corner, take Bathroom, clear white stairs, you know, put some additional pressure on to Enterprise. The only pressure that they had outside of that area that they were pushing through shop was Forest on the cocktail balcony window. And that's exactly the same as they did in round 1. And Enterprise, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame. They're not going to be fooled twice. Not going to be shame on Enterprise. So they were ready for it. They knew what was going to happen. They put a Nitro onto the window. Bang, Forest is gone. Job done. Great use of utility, by the way, from Enterprise in that round as well. Bringing Nitros and getting 2 kills with them. It's fantastic. You're not putting yourself at any risk usually. Going for it again. Bappen's absolutely
every round, man.
For a peak.
Oh, he's this guy on your team in rank that like just keeps on going for the spawn picks. You know, please stop, mate. Just play a little bit sensibly. Just wait a little bit. And he's gagging.
I'd let Bappen.
I'd let Bappen spawn peek for me. I'd actually back him.
I'd be like, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, absolutely. You do that. You would absolutely shag my gold rank matches. Don't worry about it.
Echo drone is going to be used outside. No, it's not. It's
get it out there. Don't half measure it.
Well, you had a good 10 seconds. You know, you can kind of drive it out there, see what you've got, see where the repels are coming, which side they're going to be pushing from, and just give yourself that little bit of intel. I like this from Enterprise. They're a little bit more widespread on their hold this time. Bappen and Tuhan up on the top floor. Last time we saw that they were all down in the ground floor around site. So I like this from them, that they're just getting out there a little bit, mixing it up, wasting a little bit of time.
And that's the game plan, right? If you can slow them down, just kind of disrupt them before they can get to their point of execute, then you're doing well. Because looking at the OXG lineup, Tim, it is about the execute. They've got the shield, no doubt, for Forest. You've, of course, got those Sense light screens and a couple of smokes and flashes you can play behind at the same time. Everything screams you want to have all 5 alive and then look for an execute. If you as Enterprise can take out a player or 2 from that lineup before they get there, you leave them a little bit short on certain areas on the map, and that weakens the power of the execute overall. Oh, Bappen, he's punched it at the wrong time. Timmy thought, haha, a small hole in the wall. No, it's a whole painting falling down.
Atom's going to get him. No, he didn't need to. As it is, Forest manages to get Tuhan anyway. But Tuhan did pick up Gomez along the way, so that's not too bad at all. But it was really nice play because Atom had picked up Bappen in reading and he was coming through to bottom white stairs, so Tuhan was going absolutely nowhere. If he'd have tried to run away from that fight, Atom would definitely have picked up the kill and finished that off. So as we stand now, everybody on the defensive side for Enterprise is down on the ground floor. Oxygen are in control of the rest of the map. They're going to start fusing the site. They're going to start getting the hatch. That will detonate in just a second when that Zoto canister wears off. As always, we ask the big question of how will they deal with Fisher Guy. It's always the Tubarão and it's always in VIP. He's going to keep that hatch closed for as long as he can, but he's also there to challenge. We saw actually a great clutch earlier. I think it was in the SSG game. So Nitro comes out from that position in VIP, downs the player. I want to say Dots. I could be completely wrong with that, but I think it was Dots who got it. And then he comes in, finishes the kill, goes in, stops the plant going down. It was just really nice and showed the power of that VIP position, so they need to clear that out.
There you go. Nade is certainly one way to do it, though. They rush in with the shield,
Brilliant.
and they've got him sorted.
Brilliant.
Yogg's got that one answered. Not a problem, Tim. They're in a 4v2, but time waits for no one. There's only 15 seconds left. A few shots through onto them, and he could have seen so many kills coming in. It could have been the same there for relays, but a bit too much to do when all of OXG are stacked up together. They get themselves back on the board after 2 rounds without finding a win.
Yeah, it just shows how important that VIP position is. You saw that. It's like breaking the seal. As soon as that player's gone, it's just an absolute onslaught from there. So OXG really put the foot on the gas there, ran through the rest of the round, got it done. 3-2 they find themselves now, the NA team in the lead. Just a reminder for everybody, the stakes are high in this one. Winner stays in, loser goes home.
They do. It's definitely stayed a bit neck and neck so far, but again, I can't ignore the fact that OXG has started on the attacking side here. We were speaking about this a little bit earlier on. The record for Enterprise on this map, it ain't good. They're on a 5-loss streak. Oxygen could be on the path to add a 6 to that unfortunate tally, or, unless they can turn it around themselves and show what they can do on the attack, maybe we'll get a little bit of transformation in terms of fortunes, but OXG probably are likely to be no slouches on defending this map themselves. Let's get into reading and fireplace then, Tim, for what is going to be the last round of this half. Then we'll do the side swap thing, and we'll see how things play out. Enterprise leaning really heavily into their utility or information comp here. Got the Pulse, got the Valkyrie. That is a lot of knowledge of what's going on around the map, and this is what OXG needs to be mindful of now, is where those players are sat, where the black eye cams are going down. They haven't got the IQ on side, so really more going to have to rely on a bit of innate map knowledge on what teams tend to do with the Valkyrie in order to spot those out before they become too much of a problem for those C4s that will inevitably head their way.
I feel like OXG really need this map. Obviously both teams need 2 maps as quickly as they can. But the reason that I say that is that the next map is Chalet, and that's a 2nd preference map for Enterprise. It is a 9th preference. It is the last choice for OXG. And they don't win there very often, I'm going to say that. So they really could do with getting this done, because otherwise they really could be staring down the barrel of a 2-0. I think in reality, there's a good chance that we head towards Fortress, and then it's kind of anybody's, who knows. OXG have played it, they've lost it once, but other than that, it's just going to be kind of who can figure out that map the quickest, really. But for time being, let's focus back onto Cafe. We're going to be in reading room again for the final defense here from Enterprise before the side switch. Player is going to pick up Forest, and that leaves us now in a 5 versus 4. A great start for Enterprise in this round, and I tell you what, Des, a 3-3 half for them wouldn't be terrible.
It wouldn't, no. And to be fair for player, he's the one who's got the 2 entries in this half for his team. Otherwise, it's been all up OXG. This is what I was on about with these black eye cameras early on, though, Tim. No IQ on side. They're not looking to identify them. You can disable them temporarily with the Dockerby call, which we're now seeing coming out, but they're still going to be there afterwards, Tim. They're still going to feed that information that can help the defenders hold on that little bit more.
Just going searching here is Atom. He knows that there's somebody around there. It's definitely time to get out of danger. Fisher Guy's just going to go straight over the top rope, down the stairs, and heads back towards site. So that gives top floor control over to Oxygen now. Too easy. Sees his man. Yoga picks him up. That's 2 and gone. Leaves us 4 versus 4. Levels things up. There's only a minute left on the clock. Diffuser is in a good position. It's just been left outside of reading door. So that would scream to us that that's going to be where the attempted plant will be going down. I say that it's been, I don't know if it's been purposefully left there, but Yoga's collected it. I think it was. But yeah, they're going to look to plant just inside that door. But the problem with that is Bappen and Relays that are playing around Pillar.
I've really got to see player get something with the C4. It's coming out now and he's tossing it skywards, but he's finding no one. Both C4s used, no players found with all this information. Frankly, that's criminal, Tim. You can't be getting away with that, I think. But OXG holding somewhat of a good opportunity here to get this over the line, as Yogg's in a great spot, gets a second, marches on 4, gets pillar control. They haven't got deep control, Tim, but I don't think they need it because there's nothing to stop them planting here.
No, that's it. As soon as this smoke dissipates, Yogg could arguably go in and plant. That's what he's going to try and do. I'm just not sure, with having lost that player, whether they're going to have enough cover or not. Just gets the time for the plant to go down, but they see Atom drop the hatch. Might have been better trying to hold from above. Now he's got himself in a 1v2, and they can just push him on opposite sides. That is a big moment for Atom, managing to drop the pulse, leaving himself 1v1. He hears him coming. Beautiful double from Atom, and that's going to close out another round for OXG. A decent start on the attack for them.
Again, it's such a strange round because there was so much set up there for Enterprise to come out on top. They had the 2 C4s, the Pulse, the Valkyrie, and I thought, great, this is cool. When they're up above and they lose control, C4s galore, boys. Even impacts in back pocket can do a bit of work for you. But neither connected, and they didn't capitalize on the info they had. There were no attempted flanks, for example. No C4s heading skywards. It's a real shame, because if Bappen had got there even, you know, a quarter of a second sooner, fair chance they stopped that diffuser going down, and that's a very winnable round for them. Now they've got a mountain to climb, Tim. They're on the attacking side. They're at 2 and 4. This is a tall ask for Enterprise, I'm afraid.
Yes, I agree. I think it's going to be a struggle for them from here. They've been very competitive so far within this. I'm interested to see these first couple of attacks. I get a feeling that Oxygen, being that it's their map pick, could really start just locking this down a little bit. You know, we know that they're going to struggle more on Chalet in the second map. So let's see what Enterprise can do, though, to break them down. So we're heading into round 7. We've got our bands come through. Monty, Grim, Azami, Mira, all pretty standard. But what does that mean? It means, for starters, Enterprise should be able to get into piano and cocktail area, piano and cigar area pretty quickly when they're attacking up onto that top floor. Hallelujah! We've got a team who haven't picked top floor as their #1 choice, and I am excited about it. Reading is going to be the choice for Oxygen. So, but without the Mirror and Azami, maybe they just choose not to go to top floor at all. I mean, you know, we can dream, Des.
You can dream, Tim.
Maybe they just use the two mid floors in the kitchen. Absolutely fine.
Absolutely. And I'll say what I've said so many times on the stream over the last couple of days, Tim. Oh, never mind. I really thought they were going to stick it. I thought we were going to see Raura, and we don't get to see Raura. So, no talking about Raura today, guys. But maybe we'll see Raura later.
Reloading! Cover me!
Instead, they're leaning towards Blitz, the King, and the Lion. Plus, of course, a little bit of flank watch coming out from the Gridlock. Fans on the other side worth talking about, actually. Monty, as I mentioned, is the most banned, but after Dockerby, Grim actually has the highest attacker win rate of any operator at the competition so far. Not too surprising. A lot of teams are leaning in towards playing a hell of a lot of Grim. We've seen a good number of bans ourselves, to be fair, Tim. I think his presence as an operator is actually the highest of any, which means presence is like the combination of all the rounds where he could be played, which ones did he picked or banned. He has the highest percentage, so the more you know.
A little bit of attention towards bottom white stairs at the minute, which is for attacking onto Reading. Not always a usual start. You'd maybe looking more towards that top floor to begin with. I think they're going to rappel up there now, and just going to go onto the dining window. Absolutely fine. You know, you might catch somebody out, but in goes the Blitz. Yeah, they're just going very lateral here. They know that somebody's in train, do they? Yes, they do. Very easily found.
Forrest, you good?
Okay, Relays manages to get one along the way. Yoga has held back Bappen, so it's now 3 versus 4. Enterprise certainly in the ascendancy, and I don't think Oxygen were quite ready for this kind of a rush.
No, this has been absolutely fantastic out of Enterprise. Really come in, hit them fast here like a freight train, and there's not a lot they can do to stop, but I'm worried because now that they've got into sight, it's like they've got nowhere else they can charge him. They've blown their load. They've already used the smokes here to get into where they need to be. Lots of Candelas still to play with, but where do you go now?
This is it. They've actually backed off a lot because they haven't really had a choice. Two-Hand does manage to get one, though. Confirms the kill onto Yoga. 2 versus 3. Atom and Grix are going to be the ones trying to hold on. Relays finds his man. It's all up to Atom. He's on the perfect op for it. Has the Warden. Gets himself a kill through the smoke. 1v2.
He's already done it before, Tim.
A minute left, though.
Yeah, they tossed Candelas and smokes at him, and I was like, that is the wrong op to be throwing these gadgets at, because you then assume that part of the map is safe and no one's there. Absolutely incorrect, and they're going to toss out another one here as well. Atom, once again in the spot where he can make great use of that gadget. Can see in towards both sides realistically from here. It's quite safe except for the hatch. Do they know where he is? I'm not 100% sure they do. Maybe they do now. As they round on the corner, he uses the smoke himself to get into a good bit of cover. Tries to get the alternate angle, but Two-Hand finds him first. Enterprise win their first attack. And yes, Sozu, I did say blown their load. Congratulations for spotting it. I will stress, I normally say this, by the way, and I haven't done it officially. This is the last game on B stream. I normally say if there's less than 5,000 viewers, then we're going to have this as a chat engagement stream. So if you've got any questions or any comments, then we're more than happy to hear them and take them. There is a game, of course, to cast as well, but Yeah, why not? Let's make it interactive,
We
Tim.
can do two things at once, don't worry. So, look, Atom had a real fantastic opportunity at clutch there, that 1v2. I love what he did. Use that destructive ingredient to create by shooting the fire extinguisher, creates the smoke, runs across, and he has his opportunity on one of the two. He just doesn't quite land his shots for it. There, that was the one. Doesn't quite land the headshot. He's on a very difficult weapon to do it, to be fair. Doesn't quite land it, and ends up losing his life, but that could have been absolutely beautiful. Just pop the fire extinguisher, destructive ingredient, move across, find the first kill, and then chase down the second would have been absolutely brilliant.
Didn't know that was a good first question, to be fair. Does Des smell good today, Tim?
Des always smells good, to be fair.
Thanks, mate.
No, you do.
I do, actually, yeah.
Yeah, there you go, you see.
That was a very nice smell. That's my aftershave. That's doing the heavy lifting here.
No, I think you've got good taste
So,
when it comes to...
Recently, I've gone on this journey of wanting to replace the deodorants that I normally use, because I normally go and, like, probably like most people do. They buy like a £1 or £2, like, roll-on deodorant, antiperspirant, whatever, and you go through them really, really quick, and you always buy new ones. And I was like, I'm throwing so many of these away that the amount of plastic waste don't feel great. Plus, it's really bad. It stains your clothes as well. And so I've tried something called Salt of the Earth, this new deodorant. Other deodorants are available, but it's actually really, really good. Very, very like gentle smell as well, but it's just nice and chill. I'm really enjoying it at the minute. So I'm glad that I don't smell bad with it.
I'm really glad you're enjoying it.
Thanks, mate. What's the best thing you ate in Paris, Des? Sushi? I've ordered a lot of sushi.
You eat sushi, literally the first, a little behind the scenes for you. Every single event we go to, the absolute first day, the first thing Des does, I guarantee, is he turns up and he'll be like, oh, I'm just ordering sushi. And it's everywhere we go. Absolutely everywhere we go.
Adore sushi. Absolutely adore it. Anyway, let's talk about this round then, Tim. We'll answer more questions soon, I promise. We're down in kitchen, though, and as you can see, we've got Forest across onto the Clash. Now, we have seen so many teams torch their opponents with Clash throughout this week, even with the Blackbeard on the other side, like Fisher Guy's doing here. Doesn't really bring them too much. You can get a little bit closer. Of course, you can avoid bullets when you're running around on the Blackbeard for the most part, but it's not the Clash you have to worry about. It's the teammates that are surrounding the Clash that is the main problem. She, of course, does no damage anymore, but while your eyes are on her, whereas she might drop the shield and start shooting you, there are normally 1 or 2 others around her looking to capitalize on your attention being soaked on the Clash and kill you for it. So, when you see Forest moving somewhere, look at where his teammates are.
Enterprise are way ahead of the game here, by the way. We normally look for about 1:30 to be the point where you start doing your destructive work on that mid-floor. They've been doing it since about 1:50. Like, they're 20-30 seconds ahead of the round here, so they've got plenty of time to work with. They don't need to rush anything here, but I'm going to highlight the same position as I did previously. Yoga is in VIP on the Tubarão. What is the play? What is the plan? How are Enterprise going to deal with it? Because they've got the hatch open. It looks like they're shaping up towards White Stairs because Fisher Guy is over there with the diffuser. We can see it on a screen in front of us, and so they have to deal with Yoga in that position. Atom manages to pick up Tuhan, and this is exactly the problem. He's going to use his auto canisters to try and force them forward. Nitro goes out, gets his man. They do clear Yoga out, but that is a big, big kill for him to pick up. I think taking the Blackbeard out and losing Yoga there is actually a fine trade.
Oh, mate, Forest is in such a good spot. Of course, the mobile shield really going to help you. We'll lose the shield, so now he becomes a little bit naked. Just the gun to go.
20
Relays
seconds
is there to get the close, but like you say, Tim, they've wasted so much time. We're down to a 3v3.
Yeah, it's ideal from Yoga, like I say, especially with the backup from the Clash as well. They've played that really well. Atom manages to get another. Grixer comes down to a 1v1. 7 seconds left to go. Grixer, is he going to try and get himself out of dodge? I doubt it, because he's got the shot here. He knows exactly what he's doing. There we go. It was maybe a little bit.
I tell you what, it was a genius play if we do get the swing from the shotgun, but he only semi-stepped out, realised he was on the floor, was like, nope, straight back behind that corner. Absolutely beautiful. And Arcanum, yeah, shout out to the Aussie fans that have got up to watch Enterprise play. It's 5 a.m.
I'm
there
going to
right
say
now.
it must be real early doors for them.
Respect.
Because
you know what? It's a lot to be awake at this time in the morning to sit and watch your boys get blown out of the competition. So fair play.
We used to cover APAC from Paris. We'd always start at about 10, 11 in the morning. So given the time that we're on now, it's obviously not going to be a sociable hour over there. So, yeah, absolutely. Shout out to all the Aussies in the chat and watching.
Here's a great question from Balls Logic, what a name by the way. Question for the casters: if you had to pick a player to win a 1v1 to save your life, who would it be? Who would you pick?
Me? Does it have to be a current player?
It could be a previous player, I guess.
Can be a previous player.
Though their skills might be a little bit behind the curve now relative to the current bar.
Yeah.
I honestly think because he was sort of forcing a lot of it, and it's such an easy bait answer, but stomping.
I knew you were going to say
because he'll
that.
have played
It's
a lot of
not a
1v1.
bad shout. He beat Doki on controller. So.
Oh, there you go. That's what I mean. Did he really?
He definitely beat Doki in the 1v1 tournament. I think I need to ask. I'll ask him when I see him. I think he was still on controller at that point. He may have tried. He may have been playing PC and by then. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly when it was. Who would I pick? Again, it's another really obvious answer, isn't it? But I think I'd have to go Shaiko. I think I'd.
Yeah, fair.
I think I would very much trust Shaiko to.
Ooh, a stomping Shaiko 1v1 little. Like,
although Spoit is very good in 1v1 as well.
He is. Yeah, he plays a lot of twos though. From what I remember on his
well.
stream. Yeah, always good fun to watch. Anyway, Yogg, I'll tell you what, there's a couple of players now really trying to play this rat game. It's Two-Hand right now looking to do the same. At the end of last round, it was player. Anything they can do to get a little bit of upset on the go and just catch someone off guard by the tiniest of margins could be enough. Yogg has got the right idea, though, here. Bottom white must know that someone's looking to repel outside. Not going to step up for it just yet and spots nothing, of course, on the scan because there's nothing nearby. No one knows that it's here. He has a golden opportunity to maybe get a couple of kills if he times this right.
You might be glad to know that OXG are not using top floor. They're now on their third choice site, and it is mining, so looks like they're not going to be going up there. They are defending up there this time because they want to keep that verticality. Oh! You can't be letting Gomez win that relays. He'd already put a couple of bullets into him. Really just turns around, goes on the counter swing, and takes his man down. 5 versus 4. Great opener for OXG.
Here comes Two-Hand marching in towards storage. He's got the right idea, and it's a great part of the map to be inside. In fact, both of them are here. They get the deep freezer player, which is nice, and Atom is going to drop away. 4v3 for OXG as they concede top floor, but I think you'll take that at this point, Tim. The damage has been done.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, OXG. Just playing to keep their lives, essentially, now. The Ram Gadget, the Biggie drone, is going to start on its way, but I like this from OXG. If you remember, we saw Enterprise downstairs, and they got picked up once or twice on those verticals, whereas OXG seemed just a little bit more conscious of those floors opening up above them, and they're a little bit more mobile. They've kept themselves out of danger.
Having the verticals is all well and good, but you now got to have the next stage of the plan, and this is where you'll see OXG just disappear into the bowels of the map. Not need to expose themselves all that much. May fancy themselves the odd gunfight up top, and sure enough, there's 1 or 2 around Fireplace looking to give just that back up to the side of Enterprise. Confident in their ability to fight it. Two-Hand now looking in for the drop down. They should hear him, of course. You fire when you get to the bottom to mask the sound of you hitting the floor. That's a good angle in towards mining here. It's actually a twist away because they might have a good chance here. Really, it's only Yogg that's got maximum coverage on that side of the map. They could hit sight out there. In fact, by the looks of it, I think they're still trying to go in towards Fireplace, though. You got to pick soon, boys. You've only got 20 seconds.
Yeah, exactly that. Forrest is just going to have a wriggle around on that floor to get himself out from behind that dining table. Moves through into train. Oh, Atom.
Nice
it was
play.
a little bit target-rich for him. He couldn't choose which to go for.
Ooh.
They see the man, but Forrest gets the kill. Goes for another, but player finds the answer. 3 seconds left to go. No choice but to start putting it
He
down.
missed the other one.
It's the Yokai. Takes it down, stops the round, and that is going to be OXG going on to map point.
Oh, that's such a shame because he shot one in one corner but missed the second. Heartbreak. OXG up to 6 and 3. This is the problem with leaving things down to the dying seconds. A couple of questions that have come in from Super Spares. What's that white piece of paper in their hands? I assume they mean the hand warmers. Players tend to...
yeah, very possibly, yeah. So
or it's strats. One of the two. Normally teams have a lot of like strap books.
Yeah, depending
what
it could be strats.
I tell you what, that brother printer that is outside the playing area has got some use this week.
It's put a shift in.
It's put a shift in. And I really like this one from Balls Logic again. Another one for you guys. If FaZe end up winning this SI, where does that put this team in terms of the greatest teams to play the game?
It puts them up there. The thing is, look, right, so the thing I'm going to say there is I think it is very difficult when you talk about players or you talk about teams or you talk about anything. I think it is very difficult to identify and define a best of all time. I think
really
it's
hard.
always a conversation.
I think nostalgia really helps with
I
Penta.
agree. I think definitely. But, you know, I look at, you can look at a situation and say, right, you know, who's the better player? You know, like Stomp and Shaiko or Pengu. And it's very difficult to compare them three because they've all played like what I see as maybe their peak at a different stage of the game.
Yeah.
And so I could make a strong argument for Pengu being the best player to ever play this game. But he was better in different ways to other people.
He wouldn't be able to hit the same level today because the game obviously progresses over time. In the same way someone who ran, you know, the 100-meter sprint in X time 100 years ago couldn't beat Usain Bolt.
It's just different skills as well. So I look at Penguin, I think his brain for the game and the way he thinks around the game was like some of his main strengths. I've got to go back to the green room with Nick after this, so I'm being very careful. Mechanically, he's excellent as well. But you look at somebody like Shaiko, and his strengths come from that just raw precision and mechanical ability. And again, he's a smart player, but he doesn't. I don't think he had the same strengths as Nick in that sense. And so it's very, very difficult. And again, the same with teams. You look at teams and you say, can you compare FaZe now to Penta then? The strengths are very different to the W7M team that won everything for the year. It's so difficult, I think, to define a
To give a much shorter answer than what you're giving, I think if they go back-to-back SI, then they are definitely in contention for one of those two teams. It'd be them or G2. Oh! So many times we've seen these early spawn pick attempts just not quite land the shots required. Heartbreaking. But it would actually put them in there, I think, for the top two teams of all time. Which one's which, you can then obviously leave to the jury, because, again, modern day Siege, it's harder to be dominant across a whole year as G2 were back in the day. A run out, and Forest has got rid of player. He's come back for second, Tim. He's double dipped.
He's double dipping, Des. He's gone in for more. How rude. Manages to get his man. 5 versus 3, and Oxygen, you've got to say, go on to win Cafe from here. And I think I laid out the path for this match at the beginning. I said I think Oxygen take Cafe. I think they'll struggle to get Chalet away from Enterprise. It's one of their favourite maps. And then I think we have a little decider on Fortress. We're better to see who goes home and who stays. But, who knows? Maybe OXG have done a bit of work on Chalet. Maybe they'll surprise us. But I think Enterprise are going to be fighting tooth and nail for that one. But, we've got to get there first. This one isn't over. Relays manages to pick up Gomez. He manages to get another. They're turning it around as I speak. We thought it was going to be over. Forest with a Nitro 2v2.
A lot of his kills have come in these dying round situations like this 2v2 that's now breaking out, which is what makes me so nervous for Bappen and Relays. Forest has been an absolute demon. It's in his name. He's a slayer, Tim. He's ready for these kind of plays. You've got Grixer with 2 smokes left, and there's half a round to play. It has been manic, to say the least, in these first 90 seconds.
Okay. Let's see what happens up on this top floor. Relays, Bappen kind of trying to work together here. Need to make a challenge down towards Lumber. They see the man. Forest is not going to peek out again, I don't think. He knows he doesn't want to be... I say that, and he does, and takes a little bit more damage there. But the Toxic Babe canister will grab a little bit from Relays. They've let him walk up. Forest, he's been moved away from the top of White Stairs. Bappen knows. He finds the second. And that was a great round for Enterprise to turn over. After that double run out from Forest at the beginning, it looked for all of our lives like Oxygen were going to take that map, but Enterprise keep on fighting.
Well saved, well saved. Before I actually get an answer to this question, Tim, Zuko asked, if you could pick anyone to cast with besides each other, who are you picking? I was kind of like, that's like saying, if you weren't with your girlfriend, who would your girlfriend be? I feel like it's a hard one to answer. I actually don't know.
It is. You shouted at me for being sentimental earlier. I don't know.
I didn't shout. That is such an over-exaggeration.
When we got off cast, Des pulled me aside and absolutely went mental at me.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, Tim. It's on tape and everything, right? I mean, you've got the video for it, right?
Yeah, of course I do.
Of course you do. Absolutely.
Oh, I think my phone's actually died.
Oh, that's really convenient, isn't it? Yeah, brilliant that. But no, I don't know. It's hard to imagine now because we've done it together for 6 odd years.
It is very
We've had a lot of fun with like bringing guests on for a TriCast, and I think that's what I would say.
100%. I've really enjoyed all of the TriCasts.
Yeah, they've been class.
So for people wondering, well, you're just going, and we can cast with anybody. We do cast with other people when required, of course. But it's one of them, like, it's hard to explain the familiarity that you get. When I say that I know when Des is going to finish speaking, I know when Des is, like, to the word when he's going to finish speaking, and vice versa. And that's online, in person, anything. It's like I don't have to think about it. I just know when to start speaking. And that can be difficult, those sort of rhythms with other people. And
you also know with the sense of humour well, like how far you can take things. I obviously don't know where that floor sits. I'll find it one day, I'm sure. But it's hard because you do gel really, really well. but like you say, I'd also happily cast with a bunch of other people as well. Just
We do, you know.
Tim's the one.
We do quite frequently, but I'd always come home, put it that way. I don't think I've ever actually cast with Nick, to be honest. I'm going on a bit of a Pengu glaze today, aren't I?
I've cast with Nick, he was alright. Actually, I really enjoyed casting with Jake. If you, like, drop dead right now, I'd go and grab Xenox and get into come and cast.
Genuinely, there's nobody on the team, and I will say this hand on heart, it's not just because they're here listening. There's nobody on the team I've ever cast with that I've not had a great time with. I think we've got a fantastic team here in Siege. But given that I watched Nick play a lot, it'd be cool to cast with him at some point.
I'd love to cast with Fabian at some point. Oh my God, Tuhan, calm down, my friend. Tell you what, the Aussies are going to be shutting me up, Tim. I was joking earlier when I was saying, like, oh, they've turned up at 5 AM to watch their team get slapped, but I really thought they were going to lose this map, Tim, but they are fighting their way back in. Forest and Grixer yet again have got to pull off a clutch, but now there are even more players left on the other side. There's Nades coming on through. It's not a pretty time to be Forest right now as he's dug in deep. This is Hell in a Cell, baby, and there's 5 players coming in. A flawless round for Enterprise. We're up to round 12, Tim.
Well, I spoke a couple of rounds ago when it was 5 versus 3 to OXG, thinking they were going to close it out. I was talking about Chalet. Enterprise are making a fool of me at this point. They are fighting their way back into it, and I love it. I am here for it. OXG, however, look, there's a real potential here, Des, where OXG have to go into Chalet, and as I've said, it is not a map that they generally play. It is certainly not a map that they generally win. Enterprise love it there. If Enterprise could go to overtime, come through and win this map, Enterprise, well, OXG are going to look back at that 5 versus 3 and think,
yeah,
that was the moment.
Yeah. There are a few moments that end up like these, where we've seen it for Fear X as well, Tim. The number of team kills they've got in 5v2 or 5v3 situations and seen rounds lost is heartbreaking. And we're not seeing as many in this series, granted, but they are the moments, like you say, you'll look back at the end of a map and go, oh, if only we hadn't done that one. And that's a really curious thing. Every time I speak to a coach after a game or a player and say, oh, you know, what happened there? You just lost it like 7-4. And they're like, yeah, we should have won like 7-3. And they'll have the 4 rounds in their head that they know they should have won. Yep. And they'll be able to tell you, well, if we'd done X, Y, and Z differently, we would have won. I was like, yeah, but that's like saying if a football player just kicked a ball on the goal, you would have won the match. There's a lot more that goes into it than that. And, you know, sometimes making mistakes and things going slightly wrong is always going to happen. I can guarantee you the other team could equally point to 3 or 4 rounds where they would say it feels like things have gone wrong that shouldn't have gone wrong. And it's just really interesting how different teams have this different perspective on games, that even when they lose, they're like, oh, we should have won, and we know we should have won, therefore we'll crack on as we are, and it's okay. It's just really interesting, the way that different teams think about it.
Right, Oxygen have missed 2 opportunities to close this out, and they need to get it done. They need to clinch this. They need to get it over the line here and now. They are down in Kitchen, and it's going to be their last opportunity on Cafe before we get to overtime. Enterprise carrying some momentum. They're going to go straight into the top floor. They've got the book on side. They did a really good job of this last time, by the way. They cleared very quickly. They were opening up those verticals at about 1 minute 45, 1 minute 50. So it was really good from them. But the defense from Oxygen, again, as always, pivoted around that VIP position. Yoga did a great job. He was actually supported by the Clash. I think it was Atom who was on the Clash that round, whereas this time it's Forest. But I'm lying, it was Forest. So he was supported really well by the Clash, who came round just as he died, took that position, and it was good stuff from Oxygen to keep held on to the end of the round. But I'd like to see this time Enterprise, you know, focus on that position in VIP. Don't leave it too late and get the Tuburai moved.
I'm looking back at the last 2 rounds. It took a 3K from Bappen in round 10, a 3K from Tuhan in the previous. Fair to say, it's taken big moments from players on the side of Enterprise to claw this one back, because prior to that, Tim, they weren't really finding much, and they've still only found the entry in 3 of these rounds across the entire game. It's fantastic resilience from the Aussies being shown so far. But who's going to don the cape? Who's going to be Superman for them in this round?
As we can see, the work has begun to soften up the hatch and the floor. The book is going and opening everything up. We've got the Deimos there in support as well. Otherwise, beautiful. Otherwise, we are down into the bakery. Gomez just drops a nitro at his feet and lets the blitz run over it. Just dares him to challenge him. detonates and takes the shield out of play. Atom led prone finds a beauty onto player. 5 versus 3, and the clash is making life a nightmare right now for Enterprise. Not looking good.
How has Gomez tied there of all places? He was in behind the counter and has lost his life to it. But like you say, the clash is now back inside Bakery. That's ground retaken. It'll be so hard to knock them out of unless this charging forward and get the kill. That's it works. Shooting him in the back, but Forrest, no. Escapes in towards sight. Two-hand snaps onto Yogg, but Yogg finds him first. Bappen has got to be that hero, but there is no time left. 3 kills to find for himself. Oxygen going to break Oceanic hearts here, I'm afraid, in taking away this first map. And we'll have to see how Chalet goes, Tim.
Yeah, Bappen doesn't have the diffuser. There's absolutely nothing he can do here. Grixer is going to pick up that final kill. OXG, they get map 1 after a little bit of a false finish, really, on that 5 versus 3. They eventually get it done in round 12. Close it out, and they're heading to Chalet 1 map to 0.
Not forgetting that was their map pick, and to be fair to Enterprise, Tim, they've dragged them very close. I would be really surprised if we don't see the same sort of story building up on Chalet, and potentially Enterprise taking it and sending us into Fortress. It feels like a good way to end the journey for one of the teams on Fortress as a new team, and I really hope we get to see it.
I think there's a very good chance. As I've said, statistically, it certainly does favour an Enterprise win. Not to say that it's a guarantee, though. You know coming in to the Six Invitational that you're going to have to play those maps you don't normally. So XG, the very real possibility that they put some work into it.
You can see the entries I was talking about on the right-hand side of your screen as well. Dominant by OXG, getting 8 of the 11 they could possibly find. Looking incredibly good. Fair to say, Bappen on the other side put up some good numbers, Tim, but there is work to do across the whole team to really get things going here and get their way back into this series. But with that said, map 2 does await after a short break. Back with you in just a few.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, boa. I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, it's just the biggest achievement of my career. What is that?
Sure. You have won all of your games, also FLUXO, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. If we win today against them, I think it's a good showing for the team to go through groups without a single loss, and also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So, yeah, a big gift.
Who should be more worried, you or them?
Who should be more what, sorry?
Worried.
Worried. I think Dan right now, they had like a few shaky games, but I still think it will be a good game, maybe even a 3 maps game, but we might get it.
Let's not talk about game. Just like you have some lunch, what is the gift you're gonna give him for his birthday?
A win.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Happy birthday, Twister.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
I could do with a bit of that. I'm a bit tired today.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, Forrest, but maybe now's not quite the time for a rest. There's some work to be done.
You woke Spiker up earlier, so...
Bro.
maybe you could wake him up too.
It was pretty fantastic, yeah. Look, that first game, it came far closer than I think Oxygen wanted it to. They had a 4-2 half. They looked fantastic. And then Enterprise showed a little bit of what they were made of on the Attacker Cafe team, which surprised me because I think we tend to see our weaker teams in the tournament struggle on the attacking sides of most maps, especially more defending-leaning ones like Cafe, but I was proven wrong. It was a 7-5 to OXG, though, which means they are in the driving seat to take this win and make it into 4th place, get out of groups, into playoffs, and send Enterprise home. If Enterprise can win, then we have to go to Fortress to see which way this series goes. It's Enterprise starting on the defense and OXG on the attack.
Yeah, I think Enterprise did a great job. The big question, of course, coming into Chalet is whether they can do an even better one. We are ready to go, so let's get into it and find out.
We're in, who cares? Don't need the transition anyway.
We're there.
Very good. All right, then. Let's get into our ban phase and see what operators get taken away from the board, who does not get to play in Chalet. Question for you, Tim. If you could visit any map in Rainbow Six Siege, which one would you visit?
Because
Chalet is a bit of an easy win.
Hereford.
Why Hereford?
Love Hereford.
It doesn't really feel like a great
it's
vacation
just a nice
location.
Town. It's a nice market town. No, I'm joking.
Saturday market just rolling up and setting up in front of Hereford.
It's a nice market.
In a military compound, Tim, yeah?
Yeah, nice market town.
Genius, honestly.
Which one would I have? It's an easy choice. I'd probably go with Coastline, as long as it was brought up to standard.
I've heard your rant about it before,
yeah,
the way that sofas are facing and so on.
If we could get water put back in the pool, maybe. A little visit to Ibiza would be quite nice.
Yeah.
La Perla Blanca, the resort is called, by the way. There's some lore for you see.
Oh, this is real. Is it actually a real resort?
No,
Attackers need to locate
just the
and
resort
defuse
in the
bombs.
game. The Coastline Hotel is called La Perla Blanca.
It would be kind of like free advertising if it was a real place. And if it looked like it in the game, then they'd have like no guests. I wouldn't go there. It's a wreck. Definitely a very confusing orientation as you sit and look at the maps in Siege for too long. You kind of realise that no architect would build a building this way.
They make sense for our purposes.
Yeah, and we just every single day just kind of accept it as is. Yeah, the rest of us look at it and just kind of go, yeah, that's cool. You look too long and you kind of go, this ain't suitable, this ain't appropriate. But alas, it's about the game and nothing else. Let's get into it then. Round one. As I mentioned, OXG are on the attacking side here. You tend to see Chalet be a bit of an attacker-leaning map, so maybe you'd favour them to have a good start here, and Enterprise are the ones who will, yet again, have to play catch-up. But given Cafe was the reverse of that, a more defender-leaning map where we saw attackers have a very good time on it, maybe, just maybe, we see a more defender-sided Chalet just to tip things upside down once more. Atom on that Dockerby already spoke to death about it throughout the competition. Highest win rate of any attacker in the game at this competition so far. Picked by 30% of the time she's available, she is picked up. And when she is picked up, she's very, very dominant with a 55% attacking win rate, Tim, which is very, very good for an attacker. You have a bunch of defenders in the mix that are around that number, same as her. But attackers, I think she's quite by far and away ahead of everybody else. Ooh, Thorn almost getting picked out. Tuhan steps forward to looking towards Mud, but nope, not going to find his shot, and Tuhan's going to back away.
Oxygen are picked to start on the attack here, so they're going to come in and try to clear out this Roma for the time being. Atom does manage to pick up Tuhan, but there will be a trade there as Bappen has the response. Gomez counter-trades that and takes him down. This is trade for trade at the minute, and Oxygen are the ones that come away with the advantage. They're going to be attacking onto Master bedroom and office this time around, so it's all up to the top floor. But yeah, effectively 3 versus 3 as Gomez is down in, I think he's just outside the gaming window. Okay. Yeah, he's outside gaming window.
He must have been tagged from Relays from the window, I think.
Yeah, Relays is up in library.
You can see where he's down, actually. Yeah, he is outside. So it's recoverable, and I believe that it's Grixis that's coming over. Relays has dropped down, though. Knows there's a challenge coming on through, and Yogg has gone very, very solo there and paid the price for it. They lose the shield. Tim really could have held on a few more seconds there and waited for his team to join him.
It's quite interesting that nobody from Enterprise is currently on site. They've all come running down to this bottom corner of the building towards the library to kind of back Relays up. Fisher Guy and Relays now do just sort of scramble their way back. Relays has gone underneath. He's going to have to head up trophy stairs. Yeah, definitely moving as a pack there and wanting to make sure that their guy over in library was looked after. 3 versus 3 then, as Gomez was collected. OXG need to continue trying to soften this side, but there's not a lot of work being done towards actually the objective of putting the diffuser down because there's been so much battling around gaming.
It's been a really weird round overall. Like, it hasn't felt like a lot has happened, but obviously we've got 4 players dead because of this weird scrap that happened around bar and gaming and Relays being in a great spot to get a kill, then backing away. It has been quite tame overall. Grixer stepping in and starting to move his way forward. Eats up a couple of those Denari laser zaps. In fact, he walks into a second one. Tim, that's not a good start for him. And it's a freebie being lined up here. His player brings down Forest for free. Now looking for his second on towards the man I was speaking about a second ago. Was looking for a third, but now being challenged from 2 angles. Looking like Enterprise is going to hold on here in round 1, Tim.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. A triple for player at the end from that position on Mezzanine. Closes out the round. Enterprise with the first successful defense.
I know people often like to ask and find out, like, is this map attacker leaning or defender leaning? And I've got the actual stats here in front of me. Cafe is our second most defender-sided map right now. That's Cafe on the first one, sorry, 60%. I was looking back at that and comparing the whole series. Fortress is our most defender-sided at 62.5%.
No surprise.
Surprising nobody. Yeah. Chalet is at the other end of things. It's only Border that gets ahead of it, with Chalet's got a 51% defender win rate. So pretty good as far as things go. You generally see attackers, as we've always said, be pretty good on this map. Down there, it's Border, Chalet, and Bank all very, very close to each other. And 3 most defender-sided, as mentioned, is Fortress, Cafe, and Consulate. It
makes me wonder about the choice for OXG to go on the attacking side. As we know, as you've just shown there with some numbers, it's one of the more favourable maps towards attackers. It's not to say that attackers have the better wimps, because they don't. They're slightly behind. But it's still more favourable than the other maps to attack. But I just kind of wonder if OXG gone with that thinking, let's get attack done. If we can maybe grab 3 rounds on the attack, we then go on to the defense where maybe they can be a little bit more comfortable on the map. Because if it's a map you don't really like, I would say the defenses, personally, from my perspective, I'd say the defenses are usually a little bit easier, a little bit better, because you're playing your plan. You already know what you're going to do. You lay out, you reinforce there, your gadgets go there, you do everything, you hold those angles. Whereas with attack, you've got a lot more to figure out. You've got to look at what they're doing. You've got to try and work around it. There's a lot more sort of moving pieces. So I feel like if you're not amazingly keen on a map, you're going to be happier on the defense. So which is what we're seeing on Fortress, which is why you said, we've got such a high defensive win rate there. So it's just interesting from Oxygen to go for the attack first of all on a map that they struggle with a little bit, because I just look and think, are they just thinking, let's get it out of the way, grab 2 or 3, and then we can move on.
There's various reasons for it. I've heard teams historically say, if they were on a map like Clubhouse, would choose to start on the attack, and I was always like, why? And their whole thing was, we're confident we can get 3 rounds. We feel if we can do that, we can put pressure on the other side, and it'll mentally be in their mind when we get into that second half. So I kind of get it, but equally, at the end of the day, you've got to attack and defend at some point throughout the game, and you've got to win the equal number of rounds on either side to have the overtime that you eventually come to. So it is what it is. It's not that big a deal, I don't think, when you've really boiled it down that much. The initial starting play from OXG was to get themselves up through those lobby stairs, or not up the lobby stairs, but up the garage stairs in towards lobby to then get a little angle in towards split, in which they find absolutely no one, at least for now. Players, the one set upstairs on that mez spot, a typical triangle we talk about on this top floor, isn't quite in place, which might leave Enterprise a little bit fragmented here if they're not too careful, Tim. If Oxygen go a little bit quicker, they might be able to capitalise here and completely surprise the Aussies. They're feeling it, aren't they, as well? Here we go.
They really are. They're going to go in through here. Smoke is out. Plant is going down. Glaz is on the cover. It's going to have to be good. Straight around the corner. But the shots ring off the shield and are not going to do anything to stop that Plant going down. 5 versus 3.
They're all alive, Tim.
This is done. 3 versus 5. Bappen up top. It'd be nice to be able to hold that from above, but they're just going to hold it from the window. I really don't see that there's much that's going to be done here, especially given that plant position, Des. It's right in the corner. You can't long arm it. You can't get anywhere near this without showing yourself to these attackers. So, this one's over. Oxygen with a great rush there, picking up the second round. It's going to be 1-1.
I really feel bad digging into a player here, but Tuhan, like, what are we doing, bro? There's a smoke set up, and fair play, he's had a spray through, but you've heard a shield. You know there's a shield there. It'll be on his back. Very fair chance it's going to protect him from most of the shots that you'll send at him. What have you got set in back pocket? You've got a C4. The Glaz has to shoot that C4 out the sky. He's the only one who can because of the smoke. You're guaranteed to get a kill with the C4, but holds on to it until, as we saw, right to the very end of the round, and they can do nothing about the plant going down.
I think the concern, and I get punished with this all the time, So I think this is why it comes to my mind. But I think the concern is there. There's at least the Glaz watching from the window. There's probably somebody else ready to just kind of blind spray through the smoke as well. You pop round the corner with the nitro in your hand, you're getting shot. And you can do nothing about it. So I think he's hoping, he knows that he needs a bit of luck there. I'm just going to go around, I'm just going to put a load of bullets down range, and hopefully one of them sticks. Hopefully one of them captures the head. It's, you know, something's showing. But difficult situation. Oxygen created it well. You know, they put Enterprise under that sort of pressure with the plan that they had. It was a simple one. Smoke, Glaz, fuse, shield, done. In you go, get the diffuser down. I love how quick they worked it. They were confident, they bought into it, which is often one of the important things on rushes, and they got the job done. So, 1-1, and we move on to round 3.
Absolutely. A little bit of balance is always a nice way to start a map, Tim, rather than seeing the team just run away with things, go 4-0, 5-0, 6-0, and it's like, oh, okay, it's a very one-sided game. I like it when both teams get around the board early on because it does show this competition there and that you're going to get, at least you hope for, a very competitive half. Now, Atom's in pretty quick here, blowing up that mirror window nice and early, so Suhan not in the safest spot anymore. In fact, it's Relays that was setting behind it. Can't do all that much more to feed information, but of course, has the soft wall to its left-hand side, so can challenge down towards Library Stairs if desired. Atom's going to try again, pushing up here. There's 2 players ready to swing onto him. They're reinforcing the wall off there, so that is now at least a relatively safe piece for the side of Oxygen to move up and through until that mirror window gets knocked out.
Yeah, Oxygen certainly shaping to take over Office and maybe get the wall open down in Fireplace. They've got 2 hard breach. They've got the Ace and the Maverick, so plenty to go at, and then maybe a little plant just in behind that B-bomb chassis. But it's largely going to depend on how the rest of this round progresses. They've got electrification to deal with. They can do that from the main door if they want to. Just get inside and take that out from underneath. It is certainly possible. They've got, I'm looking at Atom with those Ash Chargers, nice and easy. But alternatively, they can just use the Maverick. Given that it's an electrical they're going up against, it can be tough to find it though.
It can indeed. For now, no one's gone down. It's actually one of the slower rounds that we've had, Tim, inside 90 seconds. No one has been really involved in an entry engagement. It's just been the focus on the utility, of course, for Atom getting rid of the mirror window. That's all we've really seen. The rest of it has been about the information, but I imagine it's all going to explode forward pretty damn quickly as 4 players on the side of Oxygen now very much focused on getting this B-site wall opened up. Out comes a little bit of freeze to slow things down as Fisher Guy starts out with the kill on towards Atom. Enterprise for now holds strong, Tim, but here come the Americans.
Yeah, I like this plan. Rather than worry about the electrified wall, they've just gone to the one that runs 90 degrees to it and got that one open instead. It's going to have the same effect, which is forcing players back out of Office. But right now, Enterprise are not for being forced anywhere. Bappen, he's led down behind the piano. He does get kind of seen, but it's not part of the hitbox. You got to remember, items of like uniform, things like helmets, all that sort of stuff that wouldn't be a body part is not going to be a part of a hitbox. Gomez goes in, manages to get the kill. Fisher Guy onto Yoga, 3 versus 2.
Just the 2 left alive here as well. They've at least got a little bit of control, but now they most certainly do not with player just deleting Grixer. Gomez, unfortunately, got it all to do, and then has got to worry about the actual downstairs site itself. So it's really going to be kill all 3, or this one is toast. And inside 15 seconds, Tim, I don't think he'll get away with it. Once again, we've got player ready and waiting, but there's a C4 from below. Two-hand finds his man, and Enterprise go up to 2-1.
Yeah, Enterprise looking pretty solid there. I like that. It was a nice adaptation coming out of Oxygen. I don't think it was strictly necessary, really. They kind of put the little Mav lines in the electrified wall and then smoked off the Ivy door and opened that wall instead. It didn't really benefit them too much. I'd have maybe, like I said, just, you know, get Atom underneath, Ash charge, clear out the electrical and get the wall open with an Ace charge, you know, from the mezzanine side, because the reason that I say that is you're just putting yourself in so much less danger. On mezzanine, you can choose when you peek in and out of Office, then you can force them back quite quickly. When you stood in Ivy door to be able to get the angle to challenge into Office, you're inviting pressure to come from piano, and that's exactly what happened. So a little bit of a tough round for Oxygen, but I like the attempt. I like the thought to kind of navigate, if you will, that electrification. It just didn't quite pay off for them. So Enterprise, they're going to go back to Master Bedroom now. They'll start on their rotation again. 2-1 in the lead and feeling pretty comfortable, I think.
You know what, Tim? I'll even up for this one. I think this is the beauty about being able to have a little bit of chat interaction. If you said this caster don't know ball, he couldn't toss the C4 because of the Thatcher. I'm still looking out in that case there for the big explosion going off that we're so used to. I'm still honestly not used to seeing the launcher so much, but we've seen some really cool interactions this week. I imagine most of you have seen on social media this week as well the really cool play that came out where the Thatcher was ready to catch a C4 coming out, and instead the player tossed out one of those wee-woos, the propped alarms, shot the Thatcher cannon, then had to reload it, and then the real C4 came. It was a beautiful mind game that came out of it, but no, very fair point. I did miss that one, so thank you for catching it. I'll keep an eye out for the Thatcher more often, like we've got in this exact round, Tim. Just hope you deny away the utility when necessary. It's the only player that's got a C4 in back pocket for this round, mind you. And of course, we are on a very different site. We're off towards Master and Office. So it's the other side of the map that we need to be worried about. Tuhan out on the extension here on the smoke to try and slow things down. I think we'll see a little bit more of a scrap here, Tim, given how we have got a couple of players looking to be more aggressive and the Vigil lurking downstairs. Bappen once again having a pretty good start to this map.
Yeah, he's had a great tournament, I think, as Bappen. He's been a lot of fun to watch. He's had some big moments, and as you say quite rightly, he continues to do so here. 3 kills in 3 rounds, and you would definitely back him to get more before the end of this one. So Yoga is going to start moving in, send out those bees. That's going to ping the location. Not of Bappen, though, I don't think. He didn't get picked up on that one. It was Tuhan who got picked up by the bees, so they just need to be careful. They're aware of that Vigil underneath. 1 minute 45 left on the clock. And I think at this point, they're just kind of struggling to get themselves established, and they are going to be punished. Double punished as Player and Fisher Guy managed to pick up 1 apiece.
Yeah, 2 for themselves looking pretty good then. Oh, that's not so ideal, but at least you'll get rid of things in the end.
Still didn't.
And they still managed to get the wall opened up. It's okay. It's not ideal, but it's okay. It's okay. We can still play the round. Atom getting rid of 2 hands, so 1 being equalised back the other side as the smoke is going to fall. Still 1 minute and 20 to play with as well. Does leave an awful lot of time for OXG to course correct him, but they've got to do so with a 1-man deficit.
Yeah, it's still very possible, but Bappen's going to go on a little run out here. I think he's gone down to that garage wall. He's got Impact Nade in hand. There you go. He thinks about it, but I think the intel there is either they're watching or they've come off rappel, which would be the case because Grix has gone in and joined Yoga down in trophy. 1 kill apiece as Bappen tries to come up West Main. Grix is there ready waiting, and he runs into his open arms. So all of a sudden, a 4v3 becomes a 2v3. Not ideal for Enterprise.
Nope. It's one of those again, Tim, where the round... Again, it's a number of rounds that we've seen this week, especially amongst those teams that are facing elimination, where they have a man advantage and the round slips through their fingers. They're really good at hitting pause and reassessing where they're at, but it's the things that happen shortly after that then lead to a little bit of calamity. And that is exactly what we've seen happen here. OXG, though, that clock now becomes the 6th man for Enterprise. Essentially, we're into a 3 versus 3. Tim as Yogg has to go in blind. He gets down, not quite finished off yet, but there is no real time to get him up, I don't think, here. It would be a massive risk as we get in towards the last 10 seconds. Grixer and Adam have got to go for it.
They've got to find kills because the diffuser is down. They don't have it in hand. It's out on Office balcony, and I don't think they're going to get it. So they've got to chase them down. They can't get it done in time. And that just goes to show you leave that case down cold. It could become a big problem towards the end of the round. Enterprise, hold on. Get themselves another. It's 3-1. And I'm sure OXG are going to want at least one of these remaining 2 attacks that they've got.
We've got to tap timeout, Tim, and actually I want to come back to that C4 point because I did want to go back and see exactly what happened. Now, on the defender side, they don't know there's a Thatcher on the other side, but he didn't fire his cannon at all during that period. Genuinely, it's really interesting because it's going to now lead to some mind games that I think are worth talking about. They didn't have to fire the EMP, but Tuhan, assuming that he didn't want to throw the C4 in case there was a Thatcher, is in a spot where he's being baited in the mind game, right?
I genuinely think it's more about I don't want to stick my head round this corner. That's very loud. I think from his movement, because he did kind of come out with it, and then he goes back, and then I genuinely think it's a. I think there's bullets flying in through the window, and he just thinks, I don't want to go around there without a gun in my hand.
It does lead, though. It makes me really think it'd be super interesting if throughout the tournament we do see teams starting to deviate away from just tossing C4s into smoke, knowing that it's probably going to get zapped out and risk exposing themselves at the same time as you're saying. It's more the risk factor that goes with it. So I'm going to be watching that actually over the next few days. I'm really curious to see if it does have any big impacts on those C4s and R moments. I know it can, of course, stop the C4 going off, but it's more the actions of players around that I'm very interested to see. And for someone who said, oh, they must hate reading this chat, I don't care. I sit in chat all the time and have a good time on other games anyway, Tim. It's absolute calamity. But that's what makes it so special. Into round 5 we go. So Enterprise, as we sort of said, Tim, might see a flip on Chalet. to what we're used to expecting. 51% at defender sided normally. It is our second most attacker leaning in the pool, but Oxygen are struggling outside of that one round to get anything on the board. Enterprise have been really, really good at composing themselves in the late round and winning out these 2v2s, these 3v3s that start to ensue, or like in the last round, a 3v4. They still managed to get it over the line. So Oxygen are the ones who I'm now starting to think about what can you show on the defensive side, but they've still got 2 more bites of the cherry to show us what they can do on the attack. As the Lion Scam rings out in case there is any more cheeky spawn peaks coming out of Enterprise. We have seen many of them, but no one's going too crazy in this round.
Forrest's going to go crazy. He's going to go crazy right at the beginning of the round. Takes down the Fenrir. That's bapping off the board. And a nice little opener for Oxygen. Like I said, they're going to want at least one of these 2 remaining rounds. 3 would be ideal before they go onto the defense. We're just going to see Relays there waiting down at the bottom of Trophy Stairs. He's having a little think about the fact that Atom is there on the rappel. I think he's waiting for the noise to see if Atom repels in. There we go. Exactly that. Free. No!
Oh!
No! How does Atom get away with it?
Man. Oh. Once again, we've got Enterprise facing a man deficit situation. 2, in fact, in this case. A 3v5. Can they hold on as they've done for so many rounds? You look at the... If you, pause this freeze frame and said to anyone, do Oxygen go on to lose this round? You'd typically say no. They've got all their utility available. They've got a 5v3. They've got 2 minutes to work with, Tim. They've got everything they need to see this over the line. I really hope for their sakes they can get it done.
As would I. I think it'd be certainly damaging to the mental to not pick up this one. They've already lost a 5v3 today. They don't want to do it again. They've given up the Blackbeard far too easily. Player is able to escape. 4 versus 2 though, as Gomez is there for the trade. Grixer onto Fisher Guy, and surely they can get it over the line from here. Tuhan looking to hold on. He's only got the SMG in hand. Who does have the shotgun, of course, available, but doesn't really want to be taking long-range fights with it, so instead sticks with the sidearm. Tuhan does get at him. Flicks a second onto Grixer, surely not. The diffuser's going down.
He's got to make the cross. Oh, and Forrest is just a bit too good in these end round situations, Tim. We saw it back on Cafe, and it's happened again.
Great finish to the round there from Forrest, as you say. Got his man covered whilst that diffuser was going down. So 3-2 now. We find ourselves in the final defense for Enterprise. I actually think this is an alright start for Oxygen. If they can pick up another attack and go 3-3 before heading into the defense, I think they've got... I'm not saying that they definitely go through and take it, but I feel like they've got way more of a chance than they did before.
Absolutely. Oh boy. At least they can get this to 3-3 if they push on for this one. Now we're going towards Kitchen and Dining. We'll see how things set up. You've got Relay jumping onto the Soulless, Tim, so I think we're probably going to find that he'll disappear into the bowels of the map, sit underneath, provide that information to his team, or equally could be upstairs trying to do the same from above, denying a plant going on down. And with the reinforcers going in upstairs, as we're so used to seeing on this site by now, I do think you'll have a little bit of upstairs presence. The question then comes for OXG. Do you want to go and get that opened up and press on forwards, or do you want to attack from somewhere else and make it happen, maybe from trophy side? Typically with things like a Thermite on site, which they aren't bringing in this round, you would see a focus on getting the office wall opened up first, then dropping down into towards lobby, opening up the dining wall as well, and then looking for a plant inside. But given the line of here, I think they've got something pretty special cooked for us.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's definitely something on the cards. Let's see how they shape up. Straight away, pressure over towards that main lobby door. A little bit of attention near Trench. Just looking in, they've got the double window open. Atom's going to start droning in through there whilst more barricades are opened up. Taking out that utility downstairs as well. Last time they just didn't really get close to this because they all piled into Ivy. It was the one where they stood near the piano door and kind of got cut down as they did. The electrification really slowed them down. The Kaid is on side again, so they might have the same problems or similar to deal with. But instead, Oxygen have decided to go for this other side, go through Trophy, go through West Main, and try and get pressure applied from there.
Never reached that far enough to stop that going off. I guess it did, but opened up with the nade regardless, and onwards we press from here. That is at least West Main, open to drones, and of course the windows being open to have guns looking in. There we go, Robot Wars charging on forward. The air of smoke coming out from the other side though, as I believe it's on at least the one starting to try and hold them back. It's not quite going to be the case, unfortunately, as that smoke first goes off. Opens things up for him to step in, but no player getting one back. Gomez being stopped. And it's Atom on the other side I'm still looking to. When he does make an entrance forward, he's had such explosive impact in this game, but so far has not managed to do just so in the round. 4v3 for Enterprise. They're holding on well yet again, Tim. Everything OXG being pushed, is being pushed back.
Yeah, Atom managing to get one there to at least get something on the table for OXG. They've got plenty of time, so that's something for them at least. The hatch is electrified, though. They're going to have no way of opening that with no hard breach available either now that Gomez is down and gone. So they're just going to have to work with those soft surfaces as best they can. Minute 5 left on the clock. Relays is upstairs looking for a little bit of a flank here. Gave his position away and dipped. I think that Atom was aware of it anyway. He was approaching that angle very, very slowly. I think he knew that the challenge was going to be coming, but for now, they continue on trying to get those verticals, trying to get something, but Enterprise, they're going to give them nothing here, Des. They're a switched-on team. They know what it's about to play Chalet, and they are just going to stay out of trouble.
They're going to have to work down to a trophy for a plant here as well, which makes this super predictable for Enterprise to deal with. Relays for a second, I was looking at him and thinking, well, he's got to be above to deny a plant going on down, which is why he hasn't disappeared into the basement and may want to try and hit them on a little bit of a flank. It is a rush for them, but if someone steps, like you can see here, a foot or two out of position, he can get away with a kill, and he steps there looking for the spray down, but misses his man. That's so unfortunate, but it's a 4v2. He can afford to take the risk, gets a couple of shots on to Atom, finally finishes him off. Two-hand with the close, and Enterprise ending the half strong.
Yeah, it was good defense from Enterprise. Oxygen's attack never really went anywhere. They got themselves onto trophy stairs. That was about the best that they could hope for, really. They tried to move forward from there, died, lost the diffuser down in sight, just trying to work from above. But again, Enterprise played it smart, just played a lot deeper, back in dining, up onto mezzanine, and just, you know, you can have the map, you can have your time, because we're just going to hold you on long angles, and it worked perfectly for them. So 4-2 half, and we move into our banning phase.
Azami and Grim to disappear. Already spoken about those two a hell of a lot today. Azami, I think we all know, a bit ridiculously strong. And the Grim, the same story on at the other side. Our second best attacker, at least by win rate in the game so far. So colour me not at all surprised that that's been taken away. The question now for me, Tim, as we sort of spoke about after the end of round 4, is can Oxygen repeat the success that we've seen Enterprise having on the defense? They've got to come out with a 4-2 themselves to at least get to an OT. Does 5-1 feel a stretch too far? Probably does to me, which again then points us towards getting into Fortress.
Yeah, like I said, I think that's probably where we end up. I think if Oxygen come away with a 3-3, like I said, then they start getting, you know, that they're closer to the line, and I think maybe it's doable from there. I'm not sure about 4-2. I think the best that we kind of hope for Oxygen now is overtime, and then you're looking at, you know, Enterprise have got the choice of starting inside. You know, there's a lot that plays into it then that leads me to think that we probably see a map 3. But look, there's a long way to go yet. We thought that Oxygen were going to have Cafe wrapped up, and then eventually it went to 7-5, and it took all 12 rounds. And these surprises do happen sometimes. Both of these teams fighting for their life. It could be, you know, if Oxygen get a couple of successful defenses, Enterprise suddenly start really feeling the pressure because they know they're on the way home, and you don't know. It does funny things to players.
Same over on the other stream, to be fair, Tim. For those who aren't aware, there's currently FaZe versus G2 taking place over there. Got started very, very short time ago. And it's G2 fighting for their lives. So really right now, Tim, there are 3 teams all playing. Enterprise, OXG, and G2 all playing to still be in this tournament come the end of these 2 series that are currently being played out. So lots to look forward to across both. Obviously right now we're focused on this one. Down in Bar and Gaming. The extension up towards this top side, in fact across most of the map by OXG, so really looking to drag Enterprise into a full map clear, run the clock down, and leave them with very little available when it comes time to hit the site. Thinking very clearly to see for Enterprise, they're not looking to try and rush in here and go for a window plant in the same way that we saw out of OXG. That may come later on. I say that and they lose the Monty, so I don't think it is going to happen now, Tim.
Yep, Gomez manages to pick him up with a headshot, so 5 versus 4 player taking damage as well, and there is some early aggression coming in here, but I tell you what, OXG, they're actually stepping up and standing up to it really, really well. The Toxic Babe canister just preventing that continued progress as well from West Main. He's got Bappen up to the top of it, but he's had to hold back, and what that's done is it's just taken that kind of impetus out of this attack and slowed them down a little bit. I love that. Great technical use early on in the round. You don't always have to keep them in your pocket to the end of things, and it's just allowed Oxygen a little bit of time to reset and reposition. Nitro goes out. Atom finds relays, and Oxygen are looking good for the first round.
It's looking a little bit too cozy, isn't it, in this first round for OXG? Enterprise have barely got to step inside the building. It's still controlled across the whole board, really, by OXG. They've got 2 players above Bappen here who's going to really struggle to step on board. They've got one downstairs in the form of Gomez, who styles on him. They just wrap it up to him with a flawless round to kick things off. Not a good sign for the Aussies.
Not at all. The next round is particularly telling for me. I think if OXG come in and get 2 successful defenses, level things up at 4-4, then yeah, it's very much game on. Particularly, you know, maybe towards overtime, maybe even towards an OXG win. Enterprise, it's like I said, the nerves start kicking in. If they lose their first 2 attacks, they start, you know, that memory, that remembrance that you're going home if you don't win this one. That really starts coming to the front of your mind, I think, at that point. So Enterprise going to be wanting to get themselves a successful attack sooner rather than later. It's going to be Master and Office that they will try to do that on. OXG looking at the lineup, nothing crazy there. They're trying to slow them down. They've got the Ella, they've got the Castle, they've got the Aruna. So just lots of obstacles for Enterprise to have to try and play through. They are going with the Monty again, Des. Didn't really pan out last time, but I think it's important that we see a round where the Monty survives, you know, in order to judge that decision.
Or at least not being the first one to die. Feels pretty critical to them alive, although in this round it's been swapped away at the last second as Fisho jumps onto the gridlock instead. Really looking to lock down OXG's ability to get busy out on the roam here as well. Gridlock and the Nomad coming along with the Lion joining them. Just screams to me they want map control, and no doubt then a lot of eyes turn towards the Capitao player to really make a difference. Come the execute, and that is not a great start. Losing out one to the C4 early on, and all the gadgetry in the back pocket of that striker goes with them. Now, don't forget, of course, that's a lot of utility to lose, because the gadget of a striker is to be able to bring along 2 sets of utility. Both of those being lost, well, it's going to sting.
Okay, then. Let's see if Oxygen can double down on that. We saw it last round. They were able to find that second kill as well and cement it. Trading has not been great so far on the 2 attacking rounds for Enterprise. And that's leaving Oxygen very much in control of these. We're just seeing them pretty much sit on site. Yoga's moved his way out to Library Stairs, but other than that, it is very much site focused here from Oxygen. Just having a look, nobody playing underneath either. So it's just going to be like a hammer meeting head on with a brick here as they come together, and Enterprise try to crack this defense apart. It's not going to be easy.
OXG stacked up so comfortably. One inside the bathtub, one on the doorway, one on piano. Just this line of 3.
I like it. I like it.
Why?
Because they've got a line all the way down the site, and they've got holes in the wall. They can pretty much challenge anywhere into sight,
while still being very, very safe at the
yes,
same time.
And I do. I like the lineup.
Cheers, Tim.
No problem, Des.
I'm glad you're pleased by that.
That's what I'm here for. Look, all down this left side.
Yeah.
Just like you've got your angles into sight, and you can just let them filter in and take them out as they do.
I mean, at that point, Tim, they only need to go try and get over the first hurdle, which is Gomez, because right now he's deleting them all. 2 hands down, 2 diffuser, of course, Cole on the ground. Very little they can do, and Gomez really fought himself there. Don't really think it demanded a sprint like that, but he goes for it. He gets put down. Still an opportunity for Enterprise to recover the round.
The thing is, he was right. They were there, but he didn't ADS soon enough. He ADS too late.
It's more the question of why. You didn't need to make the play.
He just wasn't ready for the fight.
Grixer was.
Grixer is going to pick up 2 hand, as you say. He was very ready for that waiting. The thing is, they know exactly where they're coming from now. Diffuser's down. They don't have a choice. They have to keep pushing this now to Enterprise. There's no choice of rotating, adapting, anything else. It effectively becomes a 1v4 now for player. Might have the opportunity to pick his man up. 20 seconds left to go. It's really not going to matter. Forrest does manage to finish off onto Bappen. I think Oxygen are probably just going to run at player now, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not been a great start to the half, that's for sure. OXG looking very, very commanding on the defense, and Enterprise with 2 limp attacks so far as the only way I can describe it has seen the score evened up at 4 apiece. They've really got to turn tide soon. Maybe even attack timeout to try and get the odds going the right way because it's not looking pretty. In fact, there it is right now. The Enterprise timeout comes in. Min stepping in for a few words with the boys because this is not going according to plan.
No, not at all. Certainly not the time to start losing, realistically, when you know that this could be it for your tournament. It could be a 2-0 loss, and off you go on the next flight home. Not going to be what they want for sure. Oxygen are really impressing me on defence here, to be honest with you, Des. You know, we've said this is a map that they don't usually play. The one time we've seen them play it, they've lost it.
And are fucking dying, like no wonder. You know what I mean? Like, let's focus on pressuring them up and thinking what they think, yeah? Fucking go energy. What the fucking pussy here?
That's about as Aussie as I expected Aussie timeout to beat him. Yeah. Half of the content was expletives.
Yep.
Very to the point with one another, as they so often are, and really just let's stop being soft and let's just get into it. Which I think is fair to say, because like I said, both attacks looks a little bit limp to me. Lacked any real direction. They got very stuck on West Main in the first one. In the last one there, they were so tentatively trying to all bottleneck themselves up through those solar stairs and having their heads ripped off every single time they did.
Yeah, something's going to have to change for them and change quickly, but I don't know. I feel like Oxygen have kind of slipped into a little bit of a, almost like a flow state now. It's just kind of like sit back, let them come on to us, we win our gunfights, no problem. I think they are by far the more comfortable team out of the two, with it being 4-4. We're going to go to kitchen and dining. They've had 2 successful defenses already. Oxygen going to be looking for a little bit more of the same. I'd expect them to be holding on upstairs, which is what they are prepping here, just giving themselves the rotations that they need to be able to move around. There's not a massive presence upstairs, to be fair. There's 3 of them, but 1 is over in library. Atom is over out in library. Yoga just getting a little bit excitable there, taking a lot of damage at the beginning of the round. I'm guessing he was looking for some sort of peek or jump out or something onto somebody, but they were ready for it.
Definitely. Official guys, the one I'm watching in the round, we've already spoke about him falling down earlier on and really taking the sting out of any attack they could have offered. He used that center point. He's also, of course, got the diffuser in back pockets. So he's the one that they're putting all of their chips on. There's still some work to do first and foremost, mainly trying to get that vertical control, making sure they've got a couple of walls opened up too, unless they really want to funnel themselves through Trophy once more. And probably more importantly, Tim, is to try and deal with Atom, who, as you can see, is being tracked out here. I believe we had the Deimos just outside of Mud a second ago. A Lion scan comes on through. They really want to get the crunch onto these roamers.
Just trying to work that angle down through the hatch. Ella now being targeted out. Yoga being tracked down by that Deimos. Not going to mind too much, though. You can kind of just let the challenge come from there. Yoga is going to get the kill onto Bap, and it's all falling apart again. Oh. And this is exactly what I said might happen as Enterprise try to bring that aggression, try to track, try to chase, try to push. Oxygen, sit back, let them, and just take the gunfights as they come. There is no rattling this OXG side. They can smell their future in the Six Invitational Des. They know that they're on the cusp of going through here. It's looking like it's going to be 5-4, and they're going to do a complete defensive rotation. To their minds now, they've just got to keep on walking.
That's exactly it. You know, it's another case where despite the timeout, we've seen Enterprise at least try something, Tim, which is the important thing I'll say. They've tried to make something work on the attacking side. They have just been shut down. At least they've got closer than in the previous round. And Fisher Guy did, I guess, air quotes, win his 1v1. He managed to get the shield bash down. Just so happened that he died in the second he was about to go for the shot to finish off the player, in which case we'd be looking at a 1v2 right now. Maybe then you bat relays. As things stand, I just don't think even with 45 seconds he's got too much hope of getting through the last couple of players. Not when there is a C4 on side, there's an impact nade, and of course, a lot of experience on this OXG side to know not to overpeak in this 1v3. And sure enough, third round in a row goes to OXG. Full command on their side, Tim. They're back in the lead once more.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Enterprise may be about to kind of limp out of the tournament, and it'd be a real shame for them. They've put up a great fight here against OXG, but it feels like OXG have just found an extra gear. They've just found that little bit of extra speed that is carrying them through this one. Enterprise struggling to make a real impact in the second half of Chalet, and they are starting to be punished for it. And like I said, we don't really want to see this team go out in this way. We've had some good, solid performances from them, and, you know, losing 4 or 5 rounds in a row to go on your way is not how you want it to be.
Unfortunately, Tim, it's probably how it is going to be, unless, again, there's some big transformation that comes in. Some stats on the right for you from Gomez, who's having a brilliant map so far, up there at 117 EPS on a 9-6 KD. But as we so often say about teams, Tim, it does become a little bit of a team effort. And across the board, we've got many players doing well here. In fact, everyone's positive when you look at the numbers. It shows OXG are really in this for a team effort. It's not taking one player to clutch up big or win out on multi-kills every single round. It's everyone coming together to see this one over the line. 2 rounds to go, and they can call this one done. Just really hope Enterprise can show us a little bit of fight. I would really like to see them go to Fortress here and have a showdown there, but hope is dwindling that we do get to see it.
Okay, then let's have a look at the lineup for Enterprise. What are they bringing along? We've got the Twitch, the Sledge, the Flores, the Maverick, and the Striker. Maverick being a slightly interesting one, given that we're attacking onto Bar and Gaming. I'm just a little bit... I'm not sure what the use case specifically for that. I guess you could open up the line at the bottom of the stairs. You know, you could do that with an ace probably a little bit more safely. Relays is going to be...
That's really the only reason, yeah.
It is. Relays is going to be taking a lot of damage. I'm just not sure I like it. They've got the electrification on there, so I guess you kind of circumvent that. It always just feels like a risky one to be taking the Maverick to do. You know, I completely understand why they want to do it and how, but I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. But right now, Relays has taken a lot of damage there, and that's not an ideal start for Enterprise once again. I think entry is definitely something that they could be looking to improve. It's been tough for them on the attack. They've been, I think, 5 versus 3 most rounds, at least 2 out of 3 of them they were. So, yeah, definitely need to change up something there. My
eyes do fall to the 6 frag grenades that Enterprise have got in back pocket. They're obviously looking to get... quite literally, very explosive throughout the round. Can chew their way through a lot of the utility, like the 6 barbed wires that have been brought along by the side of OXG. Admittedly, both being in back pocket for Gomez, still not quite the best use case for them here. But it will mean they can force players to move here, Enterprise, ideally into sightlines they're holding and pick up a couple of players, actually get themselves a bit of advantage going into one of these rounds rather than always being on the back foot. First snake gonna head skywards here, in fact, both being tossed in. Coming out from Tuhan as he sits here on the window at the top of the stairs. No one else anywhere nearby for him right now. Just Gomez is looking to challenge at least a little bit on the Thorn, but even he backs away. It's again a case where Enterprise just feel a little bit uncertain, a bit slow, a bit limp.
Yoga and Grixer are still up on the top floor. They've come under no pressure whatsoever. You know, that's going to be another problem as this round continues. You've got 1:05 left to go, and you've still got 2 on the top floor. If they're able to move into Library, for example, it becomes a problem. That's better. Player manages to pick up one of them, so that leaves Grixer now alone on Library stairs. He's still able to challenge, though. Gomez manages to get the trade, but cut down by Tuhan. But again, the trade game from OXG has been very, very good. They're working as a team brilliantly. 3 versus 2 as it stands at the minute. 40 seconds left to go, and that was an important kill because it takes Grixer off top floor. So now, Enterprise, you don't have all the time in the world, but just take a little breath.
2 C4s to work into, though, here. I mean, admittedly, not worry about the long-range gunfights for now. That's a great down into Fisher, and they know they've got that confirmed too as Atom steps over. 2 handfuls, 2, and again, Tim, it's happening for the Aussies. They have such a good spot to be in, and it all starts to crumble away. They even miss what looks like a bit of a freebie. It's a 2v3 being 1 out, and Tim, we said we couldn't afford to see those kind of situations lost anymore. Unfortunately, that's what's just happened, and that might be what breaks their spirit and sees them going home after 1 more round.
Yeah, it certainly does look that way. There's 2 opportunities now for OXG to close this out. That's 4 defensive rounds in a row. Enterprise going to have to turn over something serious here, and I'm just not sure they've got it in the tank. There's, like I said, the last couple of rounds, it looks a little bit like they're kind of running out of steam, and OXG know that this is coming to an end, and they are ruthless in it.
It's looking pretty brutal, Tim. It is looking pretty brutal. And for a map that you thought Enterprise might be able to deliver on so far, they aren't delivering an awful lot. Thought it couldn't get any worse than what we saw back on Cafe, knowing they're coming into that with a 5-loss streak, but it has only gone from bad to worse. This is their last chance here to keep themselves in a SI. Otherwise, unfortunately, it is a good 30-hour trip home. We know that from our Aussie friends, of course, that work in the talent team and tell us it sucks. And sadly, we're making it sooner than you would have liked if they can't get this one done.
Well, that's it. That journey's going to be so much harder, isn't it, knowing that you've gone out at the group stage as well.
I hear all the time from players when they get knocked out. I say, you know, you're staying around to watch the event. And they're just like, no, like you can't mentally sit there and watch others play where you should be playing, or like where you could have been playing if you hadn't messed up so much.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of mental torture to hang around for that. So I would be surprised if they stick around. Although saying that, 30 hours trip, maybe you do want to hang around Paris a little bit, see what it's all about.
Whilst you're here, you know, you might as well have a look around.
Just maybe don't, just shield your eyes from the siege that happens.
It's a beautiful city, you know, it's definitely, there's plenty to do. It's definitely worth a look.
All right, well, let's take a look at the round then. Looking on the attacking side, all the eggs are going into the glass basket. They've got 4 smokes on side. They've got the Candelas to eat in there. And, of course, the Dockerby that we've spoken about to the absolute death to this point. Here we go with all that exploding in. Are we going to see a fast hit? No, it's still pretty slow as pretty much everyone's on the roof. Okay. I thought we were going to explode in towards the building there, Tim, and maybe try and collapse onto Atom or Yogg pretty quick, but no. They're completely fine.
Okay, I mean, the Toxic Babe, they've baited that out at least. Yogga used 1 to prevent any push coming in like that after the Candela went off. Grixer is going to get the opener. Relays is there for one of his own, 4 versus 4, but Oxygen again, trade. That is all they have done in the second half of this, and it's been brilliant. 4 versus 2, they have cut them asunder, and it looks like that is going to be that, Des.
They've tried their very best to make use of the smokes, not realising there was a warden on the other side. All it has done has hurt them and give OXG a few freebies to close it up, Tim, and secure their spot in the playoffs here at the Six Invitational.
Yeah, fantastic result for the North American team. It has been a struggle for them to start with. It's understandable. SSG, Secret, you know, big teams, FLUXO W7M that they've had to go up against, and then they get their just desserts on the last day. They managed to get that win against Enterprise, secure their position in the tournament, and go through to the next stage. Commiserations, of course, to Enterprise. They've been great competitors here in Paris. They've done everything they can, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough this time.
And to come back to what I was saying during that map, it's kind of carried across the whole series. Every player on OXG went positive throughout that game. Even on entry, +2, +3, +2, +1, +1, +1. They've just done everything they had to in this game to get the result that they've walked away with. Well-deserved and well-fought backup points through it too. Cafe was really, really close, although I think it's fair to say about Chalet, that did feel like a bit more of a one-sided affair.
It's surprising, though, that it did, because we spoke about it coming in. It's not something we usually see OXG do. But I think I was right about what the plan was. Go in on the attack, just do what we can, get it out of the way, and then we can close things out on defense. And it worked perfectly for them.
Which now obviously leads us to the spot where there's only one team left still fighting for their spot at the tournament, Tim, and that is FaZe versus G2, which I'm sure we'll cut to once we're done wrapping things up here as well. But we'll see how OXG can do as well. We'll see if they can battle their way in. I've seen a bit of promise in that game. It's going to be a hard fight upwards, but fingers crossed they can keep on fighting through here at SI.
I'm sure that they will be able to find some performances as they continue. We've got our stats there. Gomez coming out on top for Chalet. If we look at the series as a whole, we don't quite have the numbers there, but player was the MVP. Why not?
He was. One out of player up there. He actually had some good moments throughout the game. I'll give that to them. Back on Cafe, they were really aggressive in the early round. They just lost a little bit of that as things worn on. And like I said here, you can look across the entry stats for all of OXG. Every single one positive. Look at the KD. All positive if you kind of allow the Yogga stat line there a little bit as well. On the other side, not such a pretty affair. Only really player offering much on the entry, I feel. But Bappen, alongside him, was one of the stronger players that we saw in this game.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think, great performance from Atom there all around. On Chalet, a lot of the kills that came in, those sort of, when I say key kills, I'm talking about they've got the entry, and then it's that second one, that second kill that comes in where you get that 5v3. A lot of those were Atom. It was him that was like basically piling the pressure onto Enterprise.
Well, let's take a look at Group D then. You can see how the standings for it have finished up here. Secret, by far and away the best team in this group, up there on 14 points, with FLUXO W7M sat down in second. SSG take third place, so FLUXO and SSG both go into upper bracket first round. Secret go to upper bracket round 2. And OXG, as you've just seen, well, they got all they needed here to make it through into fourth place. They do start out in the lower bracket though, Tim, which means there is no second chance. They can't afford to lose going forwards.
No, that's your difference. That's what they were all fighting for up towards the top of the table. We can have a look at all of those groups now. They're not quite finished yet. Group C, we've got FaZe and G2 still to be squared away, and see whether G2 survive or not. But for me, when I look across those groups, it feels like there's been surprises throughout the week. But when I look at the final standings, there aren't many surprises there.
I think the teams that have gone home so far, maybe the G2 one being the only surprise if they do lose their series, it's been expected on the 16 teams that are going through to playoffs, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it's been like a lot of surprise performances, but it's all kind of shaken out in the end in the same way.
Just a little bit of jiggling around in terms of who's finished where. Like WILDCARD up there at the very top, I don't think many expected in that group when you've got FURIA and FALCONS in it. They've put on a great performance so far. One thing's for sure, there's a lot of exciting things to see coming up in playoffs as well. Can't wait to see it. Tim, you ready for an exciting? We get a rest tomorrow at least, and then of course we get back into the action on Sunday. You excited?
I'm ready to go and watch G2 first.
I think that's a good thing to do. So let's do that now. We'll wrap up here. Thank you for watching with us, and we'll see you over on the A stream. See you in a little bit.